Chapter 1. The Little Prince Fleeing to the South. In the year 3937 of the Tianyuan era, the great Yin Emperor perished, allowing demons to invade, leading to the suffering of the populace and widespread calamity. Famine struck, and cannibalism ensued. 16 years later, on the borders of the Jiugong mountain range in the south. Yuaner, remember this. You are not merely my grandson, your true identity is that of the great Yin Prince. Your mother is the revered lady and a priestess from the northern ice tribes from 16 years ago. You must survive. In this jade pendant lies a drop of the blood of our founding emperor. If combined with a potent elixir, it may grant you the potential to awaken the roots of a martial deity. Yuaner, you must vanquish the demons and restore the great Yin, avenging your mother. Amidst whispered incantations, a sliver of white light illuminated the dark world, and Li Yuan struggled to expand its reach. Have I transcended to another realm? Two streams of memory swirled within his mind. After a prolonged moment, Li Yuan regained his senses. To be precise, he had not merely transcended, he had been reincarnated into an alternate world, where the veils of his past memories had been lifted. Gazing down, he beheld the emaciated, dark figure of an elderly man lying beside him. As the memories unfurled, Li Yuan recalled the events of his infancy in this life. 16 years prior, he had been born within the great Yin imperial palace. Amidst a demonic raid, the palace was besieged and numerous princes and princesses were slaughtered. His mother, Lady Yin, sensing the dire situation, entrusted the imperial physician to smuggle him out of the palace. However, burdened with the roots of a martial deity, he could not escape the demon's perception. In a desperate bid to save him, the physician severed his martial roots and transferred them to his own grandson, sacrificing the latter in the process. Since then, the physician had taken him on a perilous journey. Farewell, grandfather. The lifeless body beside Li Yuan belonged to the once revered physician. After 16 years of wandering, Li Yuan had anticipated this day, though he had not foreseen his identity as a little prince. Hey, you there, lad. You don't look like a local. A booming voice reached his ears. Li Yuan turned to find a man clad in a coarse, deep blue tunic, standing a short distance away, his expression wary. I am a refugee. Li Yuan recalled the physician's words before his unconsciousness. This place, known as Jiugong Mountain, was one of the most enigmatic locations in the south and indeed all of Great Yin, being the very origin of the Gu master lineage. The physician had led him here to escape the calamities wrought by bandits and demons. In contrast to the turmoil outside, the mountains exuded an air of tranquility, resembling a secluded paradise. Jiugong Mountain does not welcome outsiders. Please leave, the man barked. I wish to join Jiugong Mountain. The physician had sought to join this sanctuary, and though Li Yuan was unaware of the specific requirements, he found himself with no alternative. If he were to leave, stripped of his martial roots, he would face certain death at the hands of the demons. Do you possess a token? The man inquired. I do. Li Yuan retrieved a wooden box from within his garments, a relic entrusted to him by the physician. This token is quite ancient, the man remarked, glancing at the box. However, this alone does not grant you access to Jiugong Mountain. You must first undergo the trials of a Gu master. Li Yuan asked, what constitutes the trials of a Gu master? A trial of life and death, the man declared, turning to venture deeper into the mountains. If you wish to join, step forward, if not, depart. I am willing, Li Yuan responded, hoisting the physician's lifeless body onto his back and hastening to follow. This was his sole lifeline. What did it matter if the trial was one of peril? Outside, it was a matter of certain death. His vision blurred from hunger. He gritted his teeth to persevere, grateful that the journey was not long. The man halted before a cavernous entrance. I am Qi Lin, the steward of the 12th cave of the Nine Palaces Gu Nest. The man introduced himself. The Nine Palaces Gu Nest was revered as the pinnacle of the Nine Palace Mountains, a sacred domain for Gu masters. Qi Lin gestured toward the inky blackness of the cave. If you are resolute, enter. Upon passing the trial, you may join the Nine Palaces Mountain. Li Yuan gently set down the physician's remains. May I first bury my grandfather? Qi Lin's expression remained indifferent. Why complicate matters? Out of respect for the token you carry, I shall inter you both when your time comes. A chill swept through Li Yuan. It appeared Qi Lin held little faith in his ability to succeed in the trial. Perhaps the truth was as evident he lacked any understanding of Gu. Thus, how could he harbor confidence? "Thank you," Li Yuan said, bowing slightly, and steeled himself to proceed. Taking a deep breath, he advanced toward the cavern's dark maw, but soon found his footing vanish beneath him, and he plummeted. He was cushioned by some unseen force before crashing to the ground. The space illuminated as sunlight streamed through the other end of the pit. The chasm was at least 7 or 8 meters high, its walls steep and unscalable for an ordinary person. Just 10 individuals, perfect, a voice echoed from above. "The trial officially commences. Hey, those from the 12th cave, at least tell us the requirements for the assessment." From the opposite end of the pit, someone shouted. Li Yuan peered closely and discerned figures huddled in the shadows around the pitmen and women, young and old. 1, 2, 3, 9, including himself. There were exactly 10. Suddenly, Li Yuan recalled Qi Lin's words. A trial of life and death? Did that imply only one among the 10 would emerge alive? No further responses came from above. The other participants clearly grasped the implications of the statement. Their gazes turned fierce or fearful, yet none dared to act impulsively. Li Yuan retreated into the shadows, where the sunlight could not reach, concealing his expression. After 16 years of evasion, he understood well. In such moments, those who displayed weakness would be preyed upon and consumed. Desperation breeds cannibalism. This was no mere saying, it was a hell he had witnessed firsthand. Sitting in the shadows, Li Yuan's gaze swept across the others. Among the remaining 9, 6 were women, and 3 were men. The 6 women appeared unremarkable, gaunt and pallid, the eldest perhaps in her 40s, while the youngest seemed merely a child of 10. The 3 men were of varied builds, one elderly, one stout, and one slender. The stout man donned attire from the southern regions, likely a local. Everyone kept their distance from the portly figure. In Li Yuan's mind, the stout man posed the greatest threat. "Newcomer, stop staring at me," the stout man warned. Noticing Li Yuan's gaze, the rotund man exclaimed, "This is a test of the Gu master, not a trial of murder. You mindless bunch, must you always think of killing?" His words held a degree of validity. But what of it? In such an environment, individuals merely grow wary of one another, speculating with the utmost malice towards their adversaries. Whoever exhibits kindness shall meet their demise. Buzzing. At that moment, a small red insect resembling a ladybug landed on Li Yuan's hand. A Gu insect? Li Yuan was taken aback. Was the main event finally at hand? The other 9 also received a similar little insect. "My friends, whoever among you can nurture the blood insect in your hand into a personal Gu shall be deemed to have passed the test." The resident of Jiogong Mountain above the pit cautioned. The blood insect must be nourished with blood. By feeding it your own blood, it will heed your commands and become your personal Gu. Li Yuan had heard similar assertions before. The dilemma, however, lay in the fact that in this precarious environment, who would dare to draw blood to nurture a Gu? Was that not akin to lighting a lantern in a latrine, courting death? Just as Li Yuan pondered his strategy, a voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired your first Gu insect, and the Gu insect synthesis system has been activated." Chapter 2. The Gu insect synthesis system. The Gu insect synthesis system? Li Yanwei was astonished. With the awakening of his past life memories, had the system also been activated? Was this the privilege of lifting the 18 prohibitions? A virtual panel materialized before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Pot, Level 1. 030. Realm, Unremarkable, Destined Gu. None. Subordinate Gu. None. Characteristic. By placing any 3 Gu insects of the same rank into the black pot, they can be fused into a higher-ranked Gu insect, which will be automatically subdued. Note, the higher the rarity of the original materials, the stronger the synthesized Gu insect. A 3-in-1-star upgrade? This I am familiar with. Li Yuan grasped the purpose of the system. In essence, as long as he obtained 3 blood insects, he could synthesize a more powerful Gu insect. Would he even be able to forge his destined Gu? The pressing question now was how to acquire 3 blood insects. The blood insect was the lifeblood of many, the sole hope through the trials. No one would willingly part with them. If he resorted to forceful theft, he would become the target of collective ire. Stay calm. Li Yuan inhaled deeply, reminding himself not to act impulsively, but to await an opportune moment. Time trickled by. As night deepened, the already dim cave grew even darker. obscuring visibility entirely. In the shroud of darkness, an intangible fear spread. Li Yuan picked up a large stone, gripping it tightly in his hand, and began to sharpen it against the rocky wall. This was destined to be a night of torment. He lost track of time, ensnared in a struggle between fatigue and hunger, when a faint glimmer of light appeared within the cave. Dawn had arrived. Accompanying it was a squeak sound. A rat. At times, it could even be considered a delicacy. Having been starved for so long, everyone instinctively set their sights on that rat. Even Li Yuan could not help but swallow hard. Squeak. The rat seemed to sense danger and attempted to flee. The nearest, a wiry man resembling a monkey, lunged forward abruptly. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rat's cries grew frantic and sharp, as if it were being restrained. Ha ha ha, I caught it. The thin man could not suppress his laughter. Just as he intended to retreat into the shadows, another figure emerged behind him, wielding a stone and bringing it down with great force, striking again and again. Over a dozen times. Thud, thud, thud. Soon, the thin man lay in a pool of blood. Li Yuan was taken aback. The first to commit murder was, unexpectedly, the youngest girl among the 10, perhaps seeking to establish her dominance after slaying the thin man. She did not retreat into darkness immediately, but instead cast a menacing glance around. Then, seizing the rat, she bit into it, chewing slowly with blood-soaked lips. Is she trying to appear fierce? Li Yuan thought with amusement. If she were truly ruthless, she ought to have feasted upon the thin man's flesh rather than resorting to the rat for intimidation. Among the group in the cave, aside from the local chubby one, who hadn't consumed a rat before long, the sun rose high. Sunlight streamed into the pit, illuminating the gruesome, bloodied remains of the thin man's corpse, sending shivers down Li Yuan's spine. He had witnessed cannibalism, yet he had never partaken. Under the care and guidance of his grandfather, the physician, he had never crossed that threshold. Perhaps in the heart of the aged physician, there still lingers a fantasy of ascending to the throne, resolutely refusing to allow the dignity of dying to be devoured by malevolent thoughts. Li Yuan could still restrain himself, while others were already stirring with anticipation, their gazes predatory, as primal instincts gradually overshadowed moral considerations. At that moment, Li Yuan noticed a small red dot crawling slowly upon the corpse of the emaciated man. A bloodworm? Not dead. Initially startled, he soon felt a surge of joy. This was an exceptional opportunity. Slowly, Li Yuan rose. Gripping the sharpened stone he had meticulously honed the previous night, and approached the body of the lean man. His movement instantly alerted the others. Li Yuan feigned calmness. His gaze fierce. He was tall, not overly muscular, yet certainly not as frail as the deceased. Judging by appearances alone, he was undoubtedly the second strongest presence here. Aside from the local glutton, the others hesitated to attack him recklessly, maintaining defensive stances and fixating their eyes upon him. As Li Yuan reached the corpse, he swiftly grasped the bloodworm and retreated to a shadowy corner. I thought you were going to eat the man, the local glutton remarked. You intend to cultivate that bloodworm, hoping to increase your chances of nurturing your life-bound parasite? You seem quite knowledgeable. Perhaps we shall be bested by you. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan felt a palpable hostility. This was clearly an attempt to cast suspicion upon him. Aren't you from the southern regions? Surely you are more versed in the art of parasites than I. Why bestow this opportunity upon me? Li Yuan scoffed. The glutton replied, Of course I desire it. You merely seized it first. Li Yuan gestured with his hand, Then I offer it to you now. Do you dare to take it? And if you do you dare to nurture it? He chuckled. The glutton let out a cold laugh, choosing not to respond. Only a fool would attempt to nurture 2 bloodworms in such dire circumstances. The only outcome would be complete depletion. Once this fool perished, he would emerge as the strongest here, assuredly passing the trial. Li Yuan fell silent, continuing to wait. He gradually regained his composure. Everyone was now exceedingly famished, and conflict would inevitably arise again. That would be his chance to seize a third bloodworm. Another night passed. By the third day, the will of the group was nearing its limits. Moral integrity was increasingly suppressed by primal instincts. Let us share his remains, spoke the elder, who had remained silent until now. He was frail, lacking strength akin to a woman, and dared not contest. He knew that only by calling upon allies could he hope to survive. Agreed. A woman responded. We are compelled by necessity, merely striving for survival. If there be divine retribution, let it not befall us. Others knelt, beseeching the heavens, their mournful cries echoing. If there be divine retribution, let it be directed at the inept Dayan royal family, at the rampant demons, and not at us, the impoverished common folk. While it appeared to be a prayer to the heavens, all understood this was merely a means to console themselves, to muster the courage to undertake an act that transcended moral boundaries. The elder took a step forward, followed by 6 women who encircled the corpse of the lean man. The glutton remained still, as did Li Yuan. However, he was acutely aware that if those few individuals were truly sated, they would undoubtedly band together to first deal with him and the stout man. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Soon, they arrived at the corpse of the thin man. Exchanging glances, neither daring to make the first move. "Old man, you proposed the meal, you should go first," declared the girl who had slain the thin man. "You killed him, you come forward." The old man hesitated, fearful of the madness that could ensue from cannibalism and the divine retribution that might follow, leading to a most dreadful demise. Even if he were to partake, he could not be the first. "If you do not eat, we shall kill you first," the girl warned, raising the stone in her hand. The other women followed suit, brandishing their stones. I will eat." The old man, now gripped by fear, realized he had been outmaneuvered and was coerced to crouch down, leaning over the thin man's corpse. Before he could utter a word, the stone in the girl's hand fell with a thud. Thud. The old man collapsed in response. With the old man slain, the girl shouted, "Sisters, let us unite to eliminate those 2 foul men, or none of us shall survive." Chapter 03. Vitality and blood goo. Ordinary women inherently possess limited strength. It is not merely a matter of 1 against 1. Even a group cannot contend against a single man. The strategy is clear. Eliminate the most significant threat first. Li Yuan narrowed his eyes, realizing that the young girl had already devised a plan, first, to find an opportunity to eliminate the slender man, then to lure and dispatch the elder, and finally to unite against their adversary. "You are quite clever, little girl," the portly man remarked. "Unfortunately, even united, you few weak women cannot defeat me," he taunted. "Let us see about that," the girl retorted coldly. "It is far better than us turning against each other, only to be devoured by you vile men. How about this? I will grant you an opportunity," the portly man sneered. "You go ahead and kill that boy, and I assure you, I will not intervene. What say you?" "No deal." The young girl shook her head and then turned to Li Yuan. "How about you come over here first, and together we can take down this fat man." This was a psychological game. Each desired to play the role of the fisherman. "Very well," Li Yuan replied without hesitation. Both the portly man and the young girl were taken aback by his abrupt agreement. "Are you mad?" the portly man exclaimed, losing his composure. "Do you think if I am dead, these women will spare you?" "I believe you pose a greater threat than they do," Li Yuan grinned, stepping forward toward the elder's corpse. "You go first," the young girl instructed, employing her previous tactic. "Agreed," Li Yuan nodded, "but do mind stepping back a bit. I would like to have a taste of flesh to regain my strength, if you please." The young girl frowned, but eventually acquiesced, realizing that the initiative was now hers. As long as the youth did not ally with the portly man, it would be advantageous for her. She took 3 steps back. The other 5 women exchanged glances and followed suit. Only then did Li Yuan crouch down, deftly seizing the bloodworm from the elder's corpse. The portly man's face darkened. This foolish boy could not possibly believe the venomous women would let him live after he killed him. Could he? First detection of a mergeable goo worm. Proceed with synthesis? Unbeknownst to him, acquiring the bloodworm was Li Yuan's true objective. "Synthesize," he silently commanded. Materials for synthesis. Common bloodworm 3. Initiating synthesis. You have acquired a first-order common goo, vitality, and blood goo, which has been automatically subdued. Vitality and blood goo, once refined into a master goo, can replenish the goo master's vitality and blood. If transformed into a subordinate goo, it can serve as a consumable to absorb or restore another's vitality. Shall it be refined into a master goo? Li Yuan recalled that any goo master could possess only 1 master goo and a corresponding class of subordinate goo relative to their own realm. Refine. In this life and death moment, Li Yuan had no choice. You have acquired a master goo, vitality, and blood goo. In an instant, a wave of warmth surged within him. Li Yuan felt the fatigue dissipate entirely, his vitality surging anew. This was the restorative effect of acquiring the vitality and blood goo for the first time. He sensed a surge in strength. Looking at the women before him, he felt capable of dispatching them with a single blow. No wonder the goo master could attain a remarkable status in this world where martial prowess reigns supreme. Indeed, there is merit to it. Throughout his 16 years of fugitive existence, Li Yuan had encountered martial artists on several occasions. These formidable warriors could rend demons asunder and traverse the heavens with ease. He had once envied them greatly. However, his grandfather, the royal physician, had advised him against harboring such ambitions, declaring that he lacked the foundational aptitude for martial arts. If you cannot pursue the martial path, then becoming a Gu master is also a commendable choice, he had said, having tasted the sweetness of his newfound abilities. Li Yuan came to terms with his fate. The notion of restoring his martial foundation through the blood of the founding emperor, complemented by potent elixirs, seemed exceedingly arduous. Far more straightforward was the system he had embraced. There was no need to suffer unnecessarily. What are you doing? Why aren't you making a move? The girl's icy voice interrupted Li Yuan's reverie. I have had a change of heart, Li Yuan replied, turning to face her. You, the girl exclaimed, her anger palpable. Are you toying with me? Yes, I am indeed playing with you, Li Yuan grinned. The girl's chest heaved with indignation, and she turned to another nearby figure. You, come here and help us eliminate this person, will you? Not a chance, the stout man shook his head. I've made it clear, I will not intervene if you choose to kill him. That is my bottom line. If you dare not act, then simply remain idle. Li Yuan hesitated to strike immediately. After the Qi blood Gu had nourished him, he felt somewhat weakened and needed to replenish his strength. With victory assured, it was wiser to bide his time. He returned the Qi blood Gu to the corpse, only to find that the creature had flown into the shadows and quietly latched onto a woman nearby. Oh, how discerning. It prefers fresh sustenance, Li Yuan chuckled. He could only allow it to feed. There was no cause for concern that the Qi blood Gu would be swatted like a mere mosquito, as it belonged to the repertoire of a first-tier Gu master, corresponding to the level of a martial artist. In his recollection, a first-tier martial artist could easily best a dozen grown men. Another night unfolded. For Li Yuan, this night was no longer a torment. He felt invigorated. By tomorrow, the remaining threats posed by others would surely dissipate. Just as he was contemplating, Li Yuan sensed the women had begun to stir, advancing towards his position. Had they conspired for a nighttime ambush? It appeared these women were not inclined to greet the dawn. Thus, it would be prudent to resolve the matter once and for all. Li Yuan rose stealthily, making his way through the darkness towards the most significant local threat. The stout man. His footsteps were light, nearly silent. At that moment, the stout man leaned against the stone wall, alternating between drowsiness and vigilance. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the opposite side. 6 women had taken action, hurling stones at the spot where Li Yuan had been. The stout man was jolted awake. Puff. Li Yuan seized the opportunity, launching a surprise attack from the shadows, delivering a powerful punch to the stout man's abdomen. Though he appeared robust, the stout man wailed in agony from the blow. Li Yuan's first priority was not to kill him, but to seize the blood insects clinging to his body. He then grasped the man's hair and forcefully slammed his head against the rocky wall. Bang, bang, bang. Once, twice, thrice. After a few more cries of despair, the stout man fell silent. It is your turn now, Li Yuan's voice echoed in the pitch-black cavern. In an instant, the 6 women felt their hair stand on end, their bodies chilled to the bone. How could this be? They had never anticipated that Li Yuan would first eliminate the stout man, and with such swiftness. If he was so formidable, why had he waited until now to act? With a sudden burst of ferocity, Li Yuan ceased to conceal himself, embarking on a ruthless rampage. He moved with remarkable speed, delivering a powerful punch that struck down the first assailant in the darkness. Then came the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, finally, the last one. His fist, as large as a cooking pot, struck mercilessly against the girl's chest, causing her ribcage to cave in as she was flung backward, crashing against the cliffside, lifeless. Li Yuan admired the girl's intellect and cunning, but that was the extent of his regard. Those who deserve to die must meet their fate. His grandfather, the physician, had taught him the importance of decisiveness in matters of life and death, yet warned against harboring malevolent intentions. This was not truly malevolent, was it? Li Yuan mused quietly as he began to gather all the bloodworms. Detected the possibility of merging the worms. Would you like to synthesize? The system prompted once more. Synthesize. Li Yuan felt a surge of anticipation. Chapter 04. Joining the 12 caves, could the fusion of 3 blood Gu enhance its level once more? The synthesis materials this time are common blood worms. 7. Synthesis in progress. You have obtained 2 first-order common blood Gu, which have been automatically tamed. Continue with the synthesis, Li Yuan silently contemplated. Please elevate the grade of the black pot before exploring higher realms of Gu mastery. Li Yuan was taken aback. Indeed, there were limitations. It made sense. Were there no constraints, he could simply remain in the Gu nest for an entire night, and, by dawn, be capable of overwhelming the heavens and earth. The virtual panel reappeared. Gu Master, Li Yuan. Black Pot, First Order 430. Realm, First Order, Destined Gu. Blood Gu. Subordinate Gu. Blood Gu. Li Yuan then noticed the number following the Black Pot category had risen from 0 to 4. Was this the experience bar? Could it be that it increased by 1 each day? He pondered. If it were determined by the quantity of synthesized Gu, it should be 3, and considering the number of days activated, today marked precisely the 4th day. This meant that if he could endure in the 9 Palaces mountain range until the Black Pot reached its maximum level, he would become invincible? This was far more advantageous than any task system involving combat. Quite splendid indeed, Li Yuan mused with satisfaction. Now, I should have passed the trial. I can ascend, right? He gazed at the pit towering 7 or 8 meters high. For him now, it was no longer a pit, but a shackle waiting to be broken. Taking a deep breath, Li Yuan leaped upward, grasping a protruding stone over 3 meters high. Using the momentum, he swung and reached for a higher stone. After several repetitions, he successfully arrived at the top, precisely where he had fallen from. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted from the side. To have refined his destined Gu in just 4 days was indeed remarkable. It had been a long time since he had witnessed such a talented individual in the art of Gu. A fire flickered in the cave as Li Yuan turned to see 2 figures approaching. One was Qi Lin, who had invited him to participate in the trial, and the other was a middle-aged gentleman. Young brother, you performed admirably, the middle-aged man said with a kind demeanor, introducing himself. I am Qi Xian, the head of the 9th Palace's 12 caves. Head, have I passed the trial? Li Yuan inquired, still wary after experiencing the life and death test. However, this method of trial did align with his understanding of nurturing Gu. Certainly, Qi Xian smiled. I will report to the cave master and issue you an outer disciple token. Given your promising talent as a Gu master, you may freely choose a position within the 12 caves. What positions are available? Li Yuan asked. Peruse for yourself. Qi Xian produced a booklet and handed it to Li Yuan, who focused intently on its contents. The business hall, responsible for recruitment, assessment, dispatching letters, and mediating interpersonal relations. The Gu Beast Garden, tasked with raising various Gu insects and beasts. The Gu Planting Garden, in charge of cultivating the spiritual plants necessary for nurturing Gu. The Remnant Gu Tower, responsible for managing the flawed Gu abandoned after failed nurturing within the organization. Li Yuan's eyes lit up. This sounds excellent. The incomplete Gu worms should also be suitable for synthesis, shouldn't they? The system's definition states that any 3 Gu worms of the same grade can be synthesized. Master, I choose the Remnant Gu Tower. The Remnant Gu Tower? Qi's expression turned peculiar. Have you thought this through? Dealing with Remnant Gu is a dirty and arduous task, fraught with considerable risk. Qi Lin also cautioned. The failed Gu worms raised in each hall are discarded there. Mishandling them could lead to serious consequences. Li Yuan grew increasingly excited. Was this not tailor-made for him? While the Gu Beast Garden nurtured only fine Gu worms, it belonged to the sect's resources, with monthly quotas to fulfill. If he were to synthesize them all, he would undoubtedly face scrutiny. The Remnant Gu Tower posed no such troubles. The refuse that no one wanted and no one managed was a treasure in his eyes. I have made my decision. Li Yuan could barely contain his eagerness. Very well then. Qi did not press further, relinquishing the urge to intervene, respecting the fate of others. By the way, what is your name? After conversing for so long, he realized he did not know the young boy's name. You may use your own name or abandon your past, allowing the 9 Palaces Gu Nest to bestow upon you a new name, Qi stated. Li Yuan. With the character for wood and the character for golden treasure, Li Yuan preferred to retain his own name. Good. Qi nodded. The identity token would be issued in 3 days. Qi Lin. You will escort Li Yuan to the Remnant Gu Tower for registration. Follow me. Qi Lin turned and led the way. Li Yuan hoisted the old physician's corpse onto his back, following Qi Lin up the mountain, where they could see, from afar, the majestic structures rising on the summit. Along the way, Qi Lin briefly recounted the tale of the 9 Palaces Gu Nest. This ancient power, rooted for generations in the southern Jiangnan 9 Palaces mountain range, is both the origin of the Gu master lineage and the undisputed hidden sovereign of the southern regions. The 9 Palaces Gu Nest comprises 9 palaces, each containing 72 caves. This hierarchy originates from the early days of the Gu master lineage, when a group of people resided in the caves of the mountain, distinguishing family organizations by their respective caves. Even today, they continue to be named after caves. In fact, The scale of any cave within the 9 palaces Gu nest rivals that of a third-rate Jianghu sect in the outside world. Li Yuan listened with rapt attention, filled with anticipation. This truly was his sanctuary for growth. Before long, the two arrived before a 5-story pavilion, its plaque adorned with the ancient characters, Remnant Gu Tower. Old Wang, I've brought a newcomer for you, Jilin called out. Moments later, an elderly man with frosted hair emerged from the Remnant Gu Tower. Finally, a newcomer has arrived at the Remnant Gu Tower. The old man beamed. Li Yuan, this is Old Wang, the steward of the Remnant Gu Tower. Henceforth, he will be responsible for guiding you. Qi Lin introduced. I am Wang Lin. You may call me Old Wang. The elder smiled. All right, Old Wang. Li Yuan was quite at ease. Old Wang, Li Yuan has considerable talent. Please take good care of him. If he manages to enter the inner door of the 9th palace, you too will benefit, Qi Lin remarked. Considerable talent? Wang Lin was taken aback. Why would someone with such potential come to the Remnant Gu Tower? Jilin jested, a choice he made for himself. Wang Lin was taken aback and advised, Li Yuan, I suggest you seek another place. There is no future in the Cursed Corpse Tower. Thank you, Li Yuan replied with a smile. Old Wang, your kindness compels me to follow your lead even more. A hearty laugh escaped Jilin. So be it. I shall take my leave now. Do enjoy your conversation. With a sigh, Wang Lin remarked, since we are here, we must make the best of it. I will refrain from further persuasion. Before you enter the Cursed Corpse Tower, let me discuss the fundamental aspects of Gu master cultivation with you. He then glanced at the corpse Li Yuan carried. Is this your life Gu? The first life Gu being a corpse Gu is indeed quite rare. Is that polite? Li Yuan retorted, no, this is my grandfather. He was momentarily speechless. My apologies. Wang Lin said, his expression awkward. I heard from Jilin that you possess considerable talent. I assumed you were the type to have refined a corpse Gu as your first life Gu. This piqued Li Yuan's curiosity. Old Wang, can a corpse really be used to refine Gu? Chapter 05. Li Yuan's Paradise Indeed, Wang Lin remarked. The art of crafting a life-bound corpse insect is a technical endeavor that demands both innate talent and skill, a feat unattainable by the average individual. Amongst our 12 caves, has anyone succeeded in creating a life-bound corpse insect? Li Yuan inquired. None, Wang Lin replied, shaking his head. It is a thankless task. And within the entirety of the 9th palace, only one vice master has accomplished it. Surely, you do not wish to transform your grandfather into a life-bound corpse insect? I am not that twisted, Li Yuan retorted, his expression darkening. Who knows? Wang Lin chuckled. There are indeed many eccentricities among the Gu masters. He gestured towards the back mountain. First, go bury your grandfather properly. It is a site of good feng shui. When I pass, you may lay me to rest there as well. Your grandfather, unfamiliar with this place, would benefit from my company. Li Yuan was left speechless. So he wishes to be my grandfather's spectral neighbor? He hoisted the body of the grand physician towards the rear mountain. Wang Lin followed, pointing at a coffin. Did you see that? It is one I prepared for myself, but let your grandfather use it first. When I meet my end, you can craft another for me. Very well, Li Yuan nodded, expressing his gratitude to Old Wang. Though his manner of speaking was somewhat morbid, he was indeed a man of his word. He had even provided the coffin. Wang Lin laughed, do not mistake me for a benevolent soul. I merely wish to avoid a body left to rot, and hope for someone to handle the aftermath. As they conversed, Li Yuan excavated a large pit. Soon, he approached the coffin, took a deep breath, and with a sudden exertion, lifted it and placed it into the pit, covering it with earth. He even utilized the unmarked gravestone that Old Wang had prepared. Grand Physician, may you rest well. Li Yuan knelt before the gravestone, bowing deeply 3 times. I shall avenge your grievances, and those of my mother, I will not forget. A gentleman's vengeance is not to be sought too hastily. Li Yuan buried that resentment deep within his heart. You possess considerable strength. Your life-bound insect must be a Qi blood insect, yes? Wang Lin surmised, recognizing that the physical prowess of Gu masters typically pales in comparison to that of martial artists. Among the first-grade insects, the Qi blood insect is the most common, endowing Gu masters with vitality and strength akin to that of an ox. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. How many days did it take you to cultivate it? Wang Lin inquired further. For days, Li Yuan replied. Wang Lin inhaled sharply, slowly exhaling 2 words. Impressive. To cultivate a life-bound insect in 4 days is indeed a remarkable talent. It is a pity to waste such potential here. Let me first enlighten you on the foundational practices of Gu masters. Wang Lin was determined to nurture the newcomer. If Li Yuan were to truly enter the inner sanctum of the 9th palace in the future, He would not only live out his later years in splendor, but would also be able to organize grand affairs. Li Yuan listened intently. As for the realms of Gu masters, they range from the 1st to the 9th turn, corresponding to martial artists from the 1st rank to the 9th rank, with the 1st being the lowest and the 9th the highest. The strength of the insects also varies from 1 to 9. The 1st to the 3rd turns are termed mortal insects. The 4th to the 6th turns are profound insects. The 7th turn is known as heavenly insects. The 8th turn is sacred insects, and the 9th turn is divine insects. Each Gu master can only refine one lifebound insect, alongside a number of subordinate insects corresponding to their own realm. For instance, if I were a 3rd transformation Gu master, I would be capable of refining a life Gu and 3 subordinate Gus. Wang Lin elaborated on this. Suddenly, Li Yuan interjected with a furrowed brow. Old Wang, I have a question. I have already refined the Qi blood Gu. Will I still be able to replace it in the future? Indeed, Wang Lin replied. Before achieving the 4th transformation, the conditions for switching one's life Gu are not overly stringent. However, after the 4th transformation, elevating the quality of one's life Gu relies solely on nurturing and evolution. Consequently, many young Gu masters opt to replace their life Gu during the 3rd transformation with rare and potentially evolving Gus. Acquiring a life Gu that boasts a prestigious standing on the list of extraordinary Gus could lead to limitless achievements in the future. Li Yuan sighed in relief. Content with the possibility of replacement, yet he felt an insatiable yearning. As someone who was already systematized, he believed the limits should not be drawn here. Come. I shall guide you into the remnant Gu Tower. After Wang Lin turned and departed the rear mountain, Li Yuan followed closely behind, entering the remnant Gu Tower. The moment he crossed the threshold, a shiver coursed through his body. It's so cold. Indeed, Wang Lin chuckled. The remnant Gu Tower processes countless remnants daily, causing a congregation of malevolent energy, hence the chill. This is why I suggested you change locations. You are still young and unmarried, aren't you? Prolonged exposure here could be detrimental to your health. Now that I am here, I have no choice, Li Yuan declared boldly, confident that this was his paradise. He could already hear the echoes of the Gu immortal. By the way, old Wang, how have you endured? Me? Wang Lin smiled. I was fortunate to encounter an abandoned ice silkworm after arriving here. Once I nurtured it back to health, it became my life Gu. Li Yuan patted his chest. As a young man, I possess ample vitality. I can withstand it. Wang Lin teased, with such vitality, you might as well pursue a wealthy woman. It would be far more beneficial than being here. Li Yuan could only respond with silence. At that moment, he finally grasped the situation within the room. The remnant Gu Tower was filled with a variety of jars, each sealed with lids, some transparent, revealing a dense cluster of Gu worms within. Heaven. Truly, it is paradise. The remnant Gu Tower comprised 5 levels, each housing remnants of corresponding tiers. Our duty is to clear away the deceased remnants daily, selecting those that have undergone secondary metamorphosis to return to the 100 Affairs Hall. We have quotas to meet. Each month, we must return at least 100 first transformation Gus, 30 second transformation Gus, and 10 third transformation Gus. There are no requirements for 4th and 5th transformation Gus, as they do not fall under our jurisdiction. Wang Lin clearly outlined their roles and responsibilities. Li Yuan glanced around. Old Wang, are we the only 2 in the remnant Gu Tower? There is one more. Wang Lin pointed upward. He resides on the 4th and 5th floors. We cannot ascend to see him, nor is it necessary to concern ourselves with him. Understood. Li Yuan had no desire to meddle unnecessarily. Subsequently, Wang Lin shared various precautions for nurturing Gu worms, handing him several manuals on Gu raising, along with a tome on Gu master techniques titled Elementary Heart of Gu Control. An unassuming title. From today onward, the 1st floor is entrusted to your management. I shall no longer intervene. As the night deepened, old Wang retired to the dormitory beside the residual Gu pavilion to rest. Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Each month, he was required to submit merely 100 metamorphosed Gu to the Baisher Hall. Yet here lay tens of thousands of residual Gu, ample for his fervent synthesis endeavors. He approached a black jar, upon which was affixed a yellow cloth bearing an inscription, Residual Gu Type. 1st Transformation Vitality Gu. Li Yuan consulted the 1st Transformation Gu Insect Manual. This particular Gu nurtured the spirit of the Gu Master and could also absorb the vital essence of others or induce deeper slumber. Detected a compatible residual Gu for fusion. Would you like to synthesize? Chapter 6. Breaking the Limitations of the Gu Master, Synthesis. Li Yuan silently contemplated. The materials for this synthesis are 31st turn essence nourishing Gu remnants, Synthesizing, you have obtained a first-turn ordinary goo, essence-nourishing goo X10, which has been automatically subdued. Is a good goo derived from a remnant synthesis? Li Yuan pondered thoughtfully. He continued with the synthesis. Please enhance the grade of the black jar before exploring the higher paths of goo mastery. Another failure. As expected, Li Yuan remained unperturbed, and the virtual panel materialized. Goo Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, first turn 430. Realm, first turn Innate Goo, Vitality Goo Subordinate Goo, Vitality Goo. Essence Nourishing Goo, is there no limit to the number of subordinate goo I can acquire? Li Yuan speculated. He opened another jar. Synthesis. The materials for this synthesis are 31st turn Turtle Shell Goo remnants. Synthesizing, you have obtained a first turn ordinary goo, Turtle Shell Goo X10, which has been automatically subdued. Turtle Shell Goo, when refined into an innate goo, can enhance the hardness of the goo master's skin. As a subordinate goo, it serves as a consumable, temporarily reinforcing the hardness of specific areas of the skin during combat. Li Yuan had read about this in the Goo Master Manual. The return from an innate goo is permanent, while subordinate goo are essentially consumables, providing only temporary benefits to oneself or one's enemies. Furthermore, controlling the innate goo requires merely thought, while subordinate goo necessitate external aids. The advantage lies in the fact that if a subordinate goo perishes, it does not affect the Goo Master in the same way an innate goo would. Upon reviewing the subordinate goo section, it had indeed changed. Subordinate goo, Vitality Goo, Essence Nourishing Goo, Turtle Shell Goo. Is this not invincible? Thus, Li Yuan busied himself throughout the night. He commenced a fervent synthesis of goo insects, yet refrained from exhausting all remnants, synthesizing only a portion to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Soon, he uncovered a new dilemma. After an entire night of labor, he had failed to produce even a single rare goo, let alone one renowned on the list of extraordinary goo. All he had were basic scraps. Li Yuan sighed softly. It seemed that synthesizing extraordinary goo was no easy feat for now. He would bide his time, knowing that fortune would eventually smile upon him. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, Li Yuan had been at the Remnant Goo building for over half a month. He had adapted to life here, monotonous yet tranquil. It was far better than the chaotic and tumultuous world outside, teeming with demons and strife, and he found great solace in this place. In a few days, the grade of the black jar would reach the second turn. Li Yuan, a significant event has transpired in the outside world. Are you aware? During lunch, Wang Lin spoke of occurrences beyond the Nine Palaces mountain. What event? Li Yuan inquired, feeling out of touch, having spent his days within the Remnant Goo building. Far less informed than the seasoned Wang Lin, who remained astutely aware of external happenings. Wang Lin asked, have you heard of the martial goddess treasure? No. Li Yuan shook his head. He had not heard of it, but had an inkling. Wang Lin continued. It is the treasure left behind by the founding emperor of the Dian dynasty, the legendary martial god whose name shook the world. It is said that this is the foundation of the revival of the Great Yin. Nowadays, various lords and great demons are in pursuit of the martial goddess treasure, plunging this great era into utter chaos. The common folk suffer the most. Li Yuan sighed. He found it difficult to relate to the royal family. Even though his true identity was that of a prince of the Great Yin, the 16 years of wandering and hardship had rendered him incapable of empathizing with the nobility. Instead, he deeply understood the plight of the common people. Yet, at this moment, he felt utterly powerless. The Nine Palaces mountain range, located in the most secluded part of the southern frontier, had thus far evaded the ravages of war. However, in such turbulent times, it was only a matter of time before it too would be engulfed. I sincerely hope that the royal family of the Great Yin can find the martial god as treasure and bring an end to this era of suffering and conflict. Alas, such hope seems almost unattainable. Wang Lin sighed. Why? Li Yuan, feeling like an outsider, casually engaged in conversation. It is indeed dreary here. Spending each day in the company of poison, understanding more about the outside world, is the only way to maintain his sanity. What else could it be? Wang Lin shrugged, lamenting that all direct descendants of the founding emperor had been eradicated, seemingly leaving not a single survivor. Perhaps some still live? Li Yuan murmured. One can only hope. Wang Lin replied, after all, the martial god's treasure can only be unlocked by the direct bloodline of the founding emperor. Li Yuan chuckled. Even if a direct descendant truly survived, to step forth now would render them merely a key for unlocking. That is indeed true, Wang Lin concurred, asserting that the Great Yin was already a mere shell of its former self, lacking only a figure capable of unifying it all. He then spoke mysteriously, I have also heard that demons infiltrated the palace long ago, meticulously orchestrating their plans and using special means to subdue the late emperor, gradually extinguishing the imperial bloodline. Li Yuan had been aware of these matters during the restoration of his past memories. But who disseminated this information? And what was their intent? With the blood feud involving his mother and grandfather, he could not remain indifferent. Old Wang, how do you know all this? It has long been common knowledge. Wang Lin replied. Some even say that the emperor's most beloved consort, concubine Ming, is a demon, having ensnared the emperor's heart, which led to his subjugation. Otherwise, with his 8th-tier martial saint prowess and the backing of unparalleled national fortune, how could he have been easily subdued by demons? It is indeed the peril of beauty. Wang Lin spoke animatedly, like a storyteller, recounting tales from the outside world. Li Yuan listened with half-belief, half-skepticism. At the level of a martial saint, one would not be easily swayed by mere beauty. Surely, other means were employed. What those means were, however, remained unknown. He considered it merely a tale. Li Yuan calmed his thoughts, burying everything deep within, for nothing could deter him from nurturing his own development. Counting the days. On the 27th day since joining the cursed poison tower, and the 30th day since the activation of the Black Jar fusion system, Li Yuan summoned his virtual panel. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Pot, Second Transformation 0100, Realm, Second Transformation, Destined Gu, Vitality Gu, Subordinate Gu, Vitality Gu, Essence Nourishing Gu, Turtle Shell Gu, Bloodthirsty Mosquito, Stinking Poison Bug, Wind-Chasing Butterfly. Indeed, Li Yuan was elated, having automatically ascended to the Second Transformation realm. Shortly thereafter, the system sent another notification. Detected that you possess numerous subordinate Gu. Would you like to select one to refine into a destined Gu? This was precisely the outcome Li Yuan desired. It meant that he could possess multiple destined Gu, directly shattering the traditional constraints of Gu Masters. How exhilarating. The Gu Master's fate is intertwined with their destined Gu. If the destined Gu perishes, the Gu Master is similarly doomed, with only a few rare exceptions. This was the very reason Li Yuan yearned for multiple destined Gu. Who was not afraid of death? He certainly was. The selection of the second destined Gu could not be taken lightly. Li Yuan's gaze turned towards the second floor. One could not merely select any Gu from the renown list. At the very least, he must concoct a rare Gu insect. Chapter 07. The resurrection of the strange Gu. Li Yuan ascended to the second floor. Upon spotting the figure of a youth, Wang Lin frowned as he dealt with the remnants of the Gu. Li Yuan, what brings you up here? The malevolent energy is intense. You should head back down. I've advanced to the second rank, Li Yuan declared directly. What? Wang Lin sprang to his feet, astonished. Say that again. I am now a second rank Gu Master. Li Yuan reiterated. By heavens. Wang Lin's eyes widened, and after a prolonged silence, he finally expressed his astonishment with a term he was most familiar with. Impressive. Then, he considered the circumstances. A genius capable of crafting a personal Gu in merely 4 days achieving the second rank in a month didn't seem so astonishing after all. Ha 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 ha. Wang Lin laughed heartily. It appears I have languished in mediocrity for too long, forgetting what true genius looks like. This time, he genuinely perceived hope for the youth to enter the inner sanctum of the 9th palace. Old Wang, your health is failing. Allow me to manage the second floor from now on, Li Yuan stated plainly. You young rascal, you actually care for this old man, Wang Lin chuckled. Li Yuan primarily wished to prevent Wang Lin from squandering resources. Those remnants of Gu were treasures in their own right. Far more beneficial to him than any martial divinity's trove. Then the second floor is in your capable hands, Wang Lin yawned. You seem to be a natural at this. Tirelessly laboring in the Gu remnants building. Your vitality remains undiminished, and your energy is even more robust. Li Yuan replied with a smile, thus. You may enjoy your twilight years while I take care of everything once I reach the 3rd rank. Good lad, quite considerate, Wang Lin remarked, giving him a thumbs up. From the moment he witnessed the youth carrying his grandfather's corpse up the mountain, he recognized him as a dutiful child. After a brief exchange, Wang Lin retired to rest. Li Yuan picked up the management manual for the second floor. The manual contained records of all the remnants of Gu, detailing their inventory in and out. He scrutinized it intently, searching for something specific. Soon, he came across the name of a rare variety, the second-rank common Gu, the 1,000-live centipede. You are the one. Approaching a container, he lifted the lid to reveal a centipede, its body missing half of its segments yet still writhing energetically. Remarkably, it had not succumbed to death, demonstrating a vigorous vitality. Selected original materials. Second-rank Vitality Gu, second-rank Essence Cultivation Gu. Second-rank Remnant Gu 1,000 Live Centipede, Residual longevity herb potency. Longevity herb? What is this? Li Yuan, unfamiliar with herbal knowledge, was unaware of what the longevity herb entailed. He set aside his uncertainties and focused on the synthesis. Detected that this synthesis involves multiple types of goo and contains rare materials, thus the synthesis direction cannot be controlled. Never mind, proceed with the synthesis. The unknown excited Li Yuan even more. He placed the 3 types of goo into the black container, which began to shake violently. After some time, a glimmer of golden light emerged. Is it truly happening? Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Synthesis complete. You have acquired the second-rank strange goo, the resurrection goo, which has been automatically subdued. The resurrection goo, an extraordinary goo that is not constrained by realms, can be refined into a life-bound goo, granting the goo master the ability to revive from the brink of death. As long as the heart remains intact, survival is assured. Yet it cannot be transformed into a subordinate goo. Is such fortune truly possible? An extraordinary goo has manifested. Li Yuan had perused the introduction to the resurrection goo in the Goo Master Manual. The process of nurturing and refining the resurrection goo is exceedingly arduous, necessitating the Goo Master to harbor it within their organs and nourish it with their blood and flesh for over a decade. The experience can only be described as a living hell. Yet, to have it materialize so fortuitously? The 1,000-live centipede is indeed a rare species. But both the blood-chi goo and the essence-nourishing goo are merely common goo and cannot possibly enhance the likelihood of synthesizing an extraordinary goo. Could it be related to the longevity herb? This seems to be an extraordinary stroke of luck. It is likely that the 1,000-live centipede inadvertently consumed the longevity herb, unbeknownst to the Goo Master nurturing it, thus providing Li Yuan with an unforeseen advantage. This indeed offers Li Yuan a new avenue of thought. Might feeding goo insects with rare treasures before synthesis significantly increase the probability of obtaining precious goo or even extraordinary goo? Would you like to refine resurrection goo into a life-bound goo? The system prompted once more. Refinement. Is there any question about it? The answer is undoubtedly yes. In a moment, Li Yuan felt an intense heat coursing through his body, his blood and qi surging, especially in his internal organs, as though they were being scorched by fierce flames. The enhancement of a Goo Master's physique is largely reliant on the reciprocation from their life-bound goo. As an extraordinary goo, the resurrection goo offers innumerable benefits, significantly augmenting Li Yuan's physical prowess, transforming him into a versatile warrior. At this moment, in terms of physical strength, I am likely not inferior to warriors of the same rank. Li Yuan felt invigorated. This is the remarkable advantage conferred by possessing multiple life-bound goo. While the physical enhancement is a minor benefit, the life-preserving capability of the resurrection goo is paramount. As long as the heart remains intact, revival from the brink of death is possible, rendering him nearly invincible in battles at lower realms. He need not fear the resurrection goo being destroyed, resulting in a backlash against himself. He enjoys all the benefits without bearing any side effects. How splendid! Li Yuan's fondness for the remnant goo tower deepened. It is indeed his unique treasure trove. Survive. Continue to survive. Li Yuan has but one goal: to endure until the world reveres him as a deity and fears him as though he were an immortal. The following day, during breakfast, Wang Lin glanced at Li Yuan and furrowed his brow. Why do I feel that your vitality has surged considerably? Could it be that I am becoming increasingly feeble? After years of toil in the remnant goo tower, afflicted by malevolent energy, Wang Lin felt his own vitality waning, which is why he had even procured a coffin to place in the back mountain. Old Wang, you are mistaken. My blood chi goo has undergone its second transformation. How could I not be more vigorous? Li Yuan replied with a smile. Indeed, Wang Lin exclaimed, snapping his forehead. How goes your mastery of the goo control heart technique? Fair to middling, Li Yuan responded. That will not suffice, Wang Lin said earnestly. The goo control heart technique is crucial to a goo master's practical combat capability, especially against warriors. If the technique is not perfected, the goo insects pose no threat whatsoever. I shall strive for improvement. It is not that Li Yuan lacks the desire to practice, but rather that the goo control heart technique holds little utility for him. The goo control heart technique consists of 3 levels. In the initial stage, one employs the allure of scent, utilizing substances such as blood or food imbued with distinctive aromas to entice the actions of the goo worms. This represents the most rudimentary method, predominantly employed by numerous novice goo masters to command subordinate goo. The second stage involves the manipulation of goo through various instruments, such as flutes, zither, and umbrellas, to exert control over the goo insects. The third stage transcends to mental control of goo, whereby the Gu master possesses the ability to direct the actions of subordinate Gu through sheer will. It is notable that any Gu master can mentally command their innate Gu. The techniques of Gu manipulation are primarily intended for controlling subordinate Gu. After all, no Gu master would readily deploy their innate Gu in battle. The techniques of Gu manipulation hold no efficacy for Li Yuan, as the Gu worms he has tamed can all be controlled through thought, having already reached the third stage. Furthermore, the first and second floors of the residual Gu tower are now under your jurisdiction. There is a matter of utmost importance that I must clarify with you. Wang Lin pondered something. This matter is crucial, and you must engrave it in your memory. Chapter 08. Youthful Zeal and its Implications for Your Career and Future. Wang Lin solemnly cautioned. Old Wang, I will certainly bear that in mind, Li Yuan replied, invigorated by the gravity of the situation. He cherished this job immensely and could not afford to lose it. The thought of being dismissed or reassigned was too dire to contemplate. As you know, the practice of cultivating Gu is no simple task. The cave master places great importance on this matter, with stringent regulations in place. Within other halls, any intact Gu insect is considered the sect's property, and none are permitted to appropriate them for personal gain. The residual Gu pavilion is a rare exception. The cave master cannot predict how many residual Gu can undergo a second metamorphosis here, hence a modest production target has been established. As Wang Lin recounted this, Li Yuan began to grasp the underlying implications. Old Wang, are you suggesting that some individuals might breach the rules to procure Gu from the residual Gu pavilion? Indeed. Wang Lin nodded. You must navigate these matters on your own, discerning who can provide and who cannot. Otherwise, being dismissed or reassigned is but a minor concern. It could even cost you your life. Understood. Li Yuan committed to memory. A few days later, Li Yuan encountered the very individuals Wang Lin had mentioned. Old Wang personally received them, while Li Yuan observed from above. Oh, Old Wang, the quality of the new Gu coming from the residual Gu pavilion has been quite commendable, one disciple remarked. The sect's mountain waters are exceptional, nurturing increasingly robust Gu. Even the residual Gu can yield fine specimens. Wang Lin smiled broadly. I shall have to visit more frequently then. Old Wang, you surrender everything to the sect, and while no one acknowledges your efforts, I shall certainly remember. The disciple laughed heartily as he departed. To Li Yuan's astonishment, within just a few days, several more groups arrived, each coveting the residual Gu pavilion. Even more troubling, some sought to replace Old Wang with their own trusted confidants. Wang Lin sighed. Human nature is insatiably greedy. Attempting to navigate relationships with finesse and avoid offending anyone is exceedingly difficult, especially in the competition for interests. If you consume a larger share of the pie, I receive less. And no one is willing to concede. If I were indeed replaced, you must tread carefully and keep your head low. Li Yuan realized that while the synthesized Gu might seem ordinary to him, the previous Gu from the residual Gu pavilion held exceptional quality, which had inadvertently attracted trouble. As time swiftly passed, another half-month went by. Li Yuan diligently experimented with various residual Gu, fervently synthesizing in hopes of creating new rare and exotic Gu. Unfortunately, the limitations of raw materials proved too significant, yielding less than satisfactory results. Dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes. A mouse's offspring will dig holes. Ordinary Gu combined with ordinary Gu will inevitably yield the same few results. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, Second Transformation 14100, Realm, Second Transformation, Destined Gu, Vitality Gu, Rebirth Gu, Subordinate Gu, Vitality Gu, Essence Cultivation Gu, Tortoiseshell Gu, Bloodthirsty Mosquito, Stinking Poison Bug, Wind-Chasing Butterfly, Murderous Peak, Enchanting Fragrance. To obtain rare and exotic Gu, patience is essential. Li Yuan steadied his emotions. Old Wang, Old Wang. At that moment, a booming voice resonated from outside the pavilion. Li Yuan glanced out. Another visitor? Truly relentless. There are numerous ways for a Gu master to cultivate their life Gu. The simplest methods involve devouring other Gu insects to strengthen oneself or nurturing extraordinary treasures, both of which require substantial financial resources. If a solution is not found to curb this, it will be an endless cycle. If they truly replace Old Wang, my future will be bleak as well. Li Yuan felt compelled to remain vigilant. He stepped outside and, upon seeing Li Yuan, the newcomer fixed his gaze intently before breaking into a smile. Are you the new disciple of the residual Gu pavilion? Yes. Li Yuan assessed the individual before him, noting his fine attire and distinguished demeanor, suggesting he was no ordinary disciple. I am Sun Meng from the Battle Guardian Hall, and I suppose I am your senior. Recently, my life Gu has sustained some damage. and I thought to procure some goo insects from the residual goo pavilion for nurturing. The newcomer introduced himself. Li Yuan recalled old Wang mentioning that the Law Enforcement Hall and the Battle Guardian Hall were to be approached with caution, and he had also mentioned Sun Meng's name. This individual was a second-tier goo master and a distant relative of the cave master, leveraging his connections to frequently request goo insects from old Wang, nearly causing him to fail several assessments. His recent requests had become increasingly unreasonable. Oh, I am now primarily responsible for the residual goo pavilion, as old Wang has retired. Li Yuan replied coolly. Sun Meng raised an eyebrow, perplexed by the audacity of this young man. Very well, I would trouble you, Junior, to fetch me some goo insects. You appear quite young and promising. I shall surely speak well of you to my uncle, advocating for your transfer from here. A talent like you should not be wasted in the residual goo pavilion. Li Yuan felt his irritation grow. Unfortunately, we have no surplus quality goo left. He firmly refused. None? Sun Meng frowned, incredulous. I recall the residual goo pavilion yielding a considerable output, consistently producing a dozen first-tier goo insects each month. Old Wang used to reserve some for me. Perhaps you should summon old Wang? Let him speak to me directly. Sun Meng's impatience became evident. I have stated that I am in charge of the residual goo pavilion now. Old Wang is no longer involved, and when I say there are none, there are none. Li Yuan insisted. He merely hoped these individuals would take their leave, as it would benefit all parties involved. He was willing to concede a little and part with a few goo insects. However, if their demands continued to escalate, especially with the prospect of old Wang's replacement, he would have no choice but to take measures. Even a saint could not endure being perpetually subjugated. You. Sun Meng was nearly apoplectic with rage. What kind of fool are you, completely oblivious to the ways of the world, perhaps dulled by the malice of the residual goo pavilion? Junior, are you intent on opposing me? Sun Meng lowered his voice. Do you believe that with a mere word from me, you would be condemned to remain in the residual goo pavilion for all your days, unable to transfer? Li Yuan replied. Is that truly a blessing? Then I shall ensure to offend you thoroughly. Thank you very much, he expressed with genuine gratitude. Sun Meng was taken aback. He perceived this as nothing short of blatant mockery, a contemptuous affront from a new disciple. Very well. Excellent. Sun Meng chuckled with irritation. Just you wait. I hope that next time you venture out, you won't end up as carrion in the wilderness. Just then, a figure rushed out from beside the residual goo building. It was old Wang. For the past few days, he had been instructing Li Yuan in the intricacies of human relationships, emphasizing that Sun Meng was a person of considerable grudges who must not be offended. He had advised that offering a few goo worms would suffice. He had never imagined that Li Yuan would be so hot-headed. All that teaching had gone to waste. Social acumen had devolved into a social mishap. Junior brother's son, Wang Lin said with a forced smile as he approached Sun Meng. My young friend here means no harm. He's simply inexperienced and overly principled. I implore your understanding. Humph. Sun Meng scoffed. Just wait. I have already prepared the goo worms for you. I'll fetch them now. Despite his age, Wang Lin was not afraid of retaliation. His concern lay in the potential for Sun Meng to deliberately target Li Yuan after his departure. Forget it. I shan't stoop to the level of the youth. Sun Meng's expression softened somewhat, but he added, Old Wang, you must teach him more. Being overly rigid is a path to a short life. Indeed, indeed. Wang Lin nodded repeatedly. Furthermore, I am not one to seize by force. Sun Meng remarked, I have been injured for the sect and bled for it. My life goo has suffered damage. Is it unreasonable to request a few goo worms for restoration? Quite right. That is what junior brother's son deserves, old Wang responded verbally. While secretly harboring resentment, members injured for the sect are compensated by the 100 Affairs Hall. Coming to the residual goo building for supplements on multiple occasions is nothing short of rogue behavior. Had it not been for Li Yuan's arrival, which enhanced the value, he would have faced sect punishment. Please wait a moment, junior brother Sunday. With that, Wang Lin swiftly pulled Li Yuan into the room. Li Yuan. What led to this clash? Did I not tell you that Sun Meng has a grudge smaller than a pinhole and must not be offended? Let this slide for now. Go select a few fine goo worms, package them well, and present them to him. Let us hope he won't target you in the future. Wang Lin sighed deeply. Very well. Li Yuan nodded. I'll go get them. Wang Lin then breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, fortunately, Li Yuan is not too stubborn and can still be guided. Otherwise, survival would be difficult in the future. Li Yuan approached a container, selecting only the finest goo worms he had tamed, such as the stench poison bug, murder hornet, and heart-piercing goo. This was a magnificent gift package, a token of sincere gratitude. Chapter 09. Visitors from the Law Enforcement Hall. Senior brother's son, The insect you requested has been prepared, Wang Lin said with a forced smile, handing a small jar containing the insect to Sun Ming. Sun Ming nodded. Since there is still time, take the opportunity to properly educate that young man. Let us hope there will not be a next time. Wang Lin chuckled. He has already recognized his mistake and vowed that it will never happen again. You have performed quite well, old Wang. I shall arrange for uncle to assign you to a more leisurely position. And we will bring in someone more dedicated to take over the management of the residual insect pavilion, Sun Ming remarked, having long desired to replace Wang Lin. Though nurturing the residual insects was a laborious task, the hardship did not fall upon him. A more devoted individual would yield greater resources for him. Someone like old Wang, who was adept at navigating relationships, would merely redirect resources to others, thereby indirectly depriving him of his own. Those cultivation resources are paramount, Sun Ming added. Wang Lin's expression shifted slightly. I appreciate your good intentions, senior brother, but there is no need for a transfer. My life-bound insect is the ice silkworm, which is quite suitable for this role. Are you suggesting that I would harm you? Sun Ming furrowed his brow. No, Wang Lin stammered with a wry smile. That is good to hear, Sun Ming replied, a disingenuous grin spreading across his face as he patted Wang Lin's shoulder forcefully. Old Wang, I recall you were once quite a formidable character. Now, however, you have grown soft, showing undue kindness to unfamiliar disciples. Rest assured, once you are reassigned, I shall ensure that young man understands the value of life. Sun Ming burst into hearty laughter, departing with the jar containing the insect. As he walked along the path, an inexplicable sensation caused the jar to wobble violently. What on earth? Sun Ming frowned, suspecting that the newcomer might seek revenge by deliberately providing him with a residual insect. Does he wish for death? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became. He swiftly unscrewed the lid. Puff! In an instant, a cloud of toxic mist erupted. A cursed insect! Sun Ming exclaimed, hastily covering his nose. Just as he was about to release his life-bound insect, a sudden numbness surged through his arm, plunging him into a haze of darkness. Even the killer bees. What was more terrifying was the unmistakable, intent-driven malice emanating from these insects. They were not merely free-roaming. Someone was undoubtedly manipulating them from the shadows. He drained the energy from one of the blood insects, forcing himself to remain alert as he scanned his surroundings, but detected no presence. Could it be that they were controlling the insects with thought? In the entirety of the 12 caves, only a handful could wield such power. Who would waste their time trying to eliminate a mere nobody like him? Despair enveloped Sun Ming. The paralyzing venom of the killer bees gnawed at him, a sharp pain radiating from his chest. Even the piercing insect? His eyes widened in realization. This was a deadlock. The will to survive waned, and with a dull thud, he collapsed to the ground. In his final moments, he recalled that newcomer from the residual insect pavilion. Could it have been him? No, surely not. Yet he had mentioned that there would be no next time. Was this what he truly meant? Several days later, Wang Lin was dining with Li Yuan when a group of silver-masked individuals suddenly appeared at the residual insect pavilion. Wang Lin's eyes widened, his body trembling with fear. Members of the law enforcement corps? How did you come to be here? Before he could speak, a disciple of the law enforcement team, donning a silver mask, stepped forward, exuding an icy aura. Where is Wang Lin, the steward of the cursed insect tower? I am he, replied the old Wang. Wang Lin, you are suspected of murdering a fellow disciple. We must take you with us. The disciple of the law enforcement team advanced and restrained Wang Lin. Li Yuan, do not be afraid. Everything will be fine. Wang Lin, bewildered by the unfolding events, forced himself to remain calm and urged, pay no mind to anything. Guard the cursed insect tower well and await my return. With that, he was taken away. Li Yuan furrowed his brow, suspecting the cause of the incident was linked to him. Surely, it wouldn't lead to severe punishment for the old Wang, would it? Meanwhile, Wang Lin was brought to the law enforcement hall. Having been a member of the 12 caves for decades, weathering countless storms and witnessing myriad scenes, he was not particularly fearful. Sun Ming is dead. The hall master, Qi Wang, gazed at Wang Lin, a subtle pressure emanating from him. Son, my junior brother is dead? Wang Lin exclaimed in shock. He died 5 days ago, on his way back from the cursed insect tower to the dormitory of the battle guard hall. The last person he encountered was you, Qi Wang stated calmly. Do you suspect that I killed junior brother's son? Wang Lin chuckled bitterly. Do you believe I possess such capability? No, Qi Wang shook his head, but your suspicion is the greatest. As he spoke, he produced a scroll detailing the cause of Sun Ming's death. Sun Ming fell victim to the onslaught of cursed insects, attacked by the second-tier cursed insects, the stench bug, the killing bee, and the heart-piercing bug, resulting in his tragic demise. These insects all originated from the cursed insect tower. Did you provide them to him? Shi Wang inquired. Indeed, Wang Lin confessed bluntly. I gave them to him. He is the cousin of the cave master, and I dared not refuse. Misappropriating sect property only compounds your crime. This was an unspoken understanding among the parties involved. Bringing it to light changes its significance entirely. Wang Lin was aware of this but could only admit to it. A living offense is preferable to a death sentence. Did you tamper with the cursed insects? Shi Wang pressed further. Hall Master, I am merely a third-tier insect master. Far from the realm of controlling insects with thought, how could I accomplish such feats? Wang Lin defended himself. Moreover, my life insect is the ice silkworm. And my subordinate insects are the blood chi bug, the air-inducing bug, and the blade bug. None of which bear any relation to the insects that caused junior brother Sun's death. All of this can be verified. Hall Master, I am wronged. Wang Lin lamented. Shi Wang was well aware of this information but could not pinpoint the mastermind behind the scenes. He could only question Wang Lin in hopes of uncovering some clues. Perhaps the true culprit was connected to Wang Lin? Did Li Yuan, the newly joined disciple of the cursed insect tower, partake in your collusion with Sun Ming? Shi Wang inquired again. No, he is new and knows nothing, Wang Lin insisted, unwilling to implicate Li Yuan. Shi Wang did not press further. He had reviewed Li Yuan's profile. He was a talented young insect master, but his life insect was merely a blood chi bug, entirely lacking the ability to murder Sun Ming. It was impossible for him to be the mastermind. In this manner, only one possibility remains. Shi Wang inquired once more. Has the individual who has been guarding the 4th and 5th levels of the cursed tower appeared recently? No, Wang Lin shook his head. Unable to suppress the conjecture that perhaps Sun Ming had frequently visited the cursed tower, angering that individual, who then eliminated him. After all, that person hailed from the inner sect of the 9th Palace and was not inferior in seniority to the cave lord. Subsequently, Shi Wang posed several more questions, to which Wang Lin responded truthfully. Very well, you may return. Shi Wang waved his hand, declaring Wang Lin innocent. The matter was too peculiar. Perhaps that individual truly had intervened. Thank you, Hall Master, for restoring my innocence. Wang Lin bowed respectfully, about to depart, when he noticed a figure approaching from outside the hall, causing his pupils to constrict. The cave lord has arrived. Greetings, cave lord. Everyone bowed in unison. Shi Wang. Have you uncovered the cause of Meng's death? The lord of the 12 caves, known as Huang Funan, was a direct disciple of an elder from the 9th Palace. No. Shi Wang replied, shaking his head. Not him? Huang Funan pointed at Wang Lin. Not him, Shi Wang asserted. He has no motive to kill Sun Ming and lacks the capability. All clues are unrelated to Wang Lin, thus he is innocent. Who knows? Huang Funan scoffed coldly. As the Hall Master of Law Enforcement, you can be overly lenient at times. Such heinous crimes cannot be unraveled slowly. In truth, you have already surmised who it is. Haven't you? In that case, special measures must be employed to extract a confession. With that, Huang Funan swiftly pointed with his right hand. Truth Goo. Shi Wang's expression drastically changed. Truth Goo, a 4th-tier mystical insect, is specifically used for torture and coercion, capable of dismantling a person's will and rendering their inner self utterly numb. In such a state, whatever is asked will be revealed by the afflicted. This is the origin of the name Truth Goo. Cave Lord, is this not excessive? Shi Wang's countenance darkened. What is excessive about it? Huang Funan replied nonchalantly. In comparison to the safety of our fellow disciples, such measures are necessary and harmless. Surely, Hall Master Qi would not wish for more of our brethren to perish? Shi Wang fell silent, aware that Huang Funan was more concerned with his own reputation than the well-being of their peers. His nephew had died, and he sought to reclaim his lost face. Speak. Huang Funan stepped before Wang Lin, looking down upon him. Was Sun Ming's death orchestrated by someone? Who was it? Chapter 10. The third transformation of the Gu Master. No. I did not. No one coerced me. I did not kill Sun Ming. Ah. Wang Lin's anguished cries echoed in the air. Huang Funan frowned. Was he truly not that madman? The madman he referred to was none other than the one residing in the cursed Gu Tower, who happened to be his senior brother from the inner gates of the 9th Palace. If it wasn't him, then let him go. Huang Funan flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. Shi Wang hurried to Wang Lin's side, releasing a fire silkworm to devour the truth Gu, followed by a vitality Gu to heal the latter's wounds. Yet, Wang Lin, being of advanced age and frail constitution, succumbed to pain and fainted. 3 days later, the enforcement team returned Wang Lin to the cursed Gu Tower. Old Wang, Li Yuan greeted as he heard the commotion. Are you all right? After 3 days apart, he noticed that old Wang appeared significantly weaker, more weathered, and burdened by the weight of life, likely having endured severe punishment at the enforcement hall. It's a minor issue. Wang Lin replied with a smile. I was simply unfortunate. For some reason, Sun Meng died, and the enforcement hall suspects it was my doing. They failed to consider that I am half buried in the ground. What capability do I possess? Ouch, it pains me dearly, he exclaimed, wailing. A remnant of the aftermath induced by the Truth Goose coercion. Li Yuan furrowed his brow. Did they torture you? The enforcement hall is relatively reasonable, but that cave master, Huang Funan, is quite ruthless, using a Truth Goo on me, Wang Lin lamented. Truth Goo? Li Yuan clenched his fists, having read about the Truth Goo's description. A fourth-tier mysterious goo that could render life worse than death, shattering one as will. Ah, enough of that. It is past. Where there are people, there are struggles. It is the same everywhere. Consider this a lesson learned. You, young man, must tread carefully in the future. Not everyone can be confronted without consequence, even when angered. It is wise to endure. There will be opportunities for vengeance when you are more capable. Do you understand? Wang Lin maintained a pragmatic outlook, hoping that Li Yuan would not repeat past mistakes. Understood, Li Yuan felt a pang of guilt, knowing that this predicament stemmed from his actions, ultimately causing old Wang to suffer. He silently inscribed Huang Funan's name in his small notebook. Old Wang, adept at enduring hardship, noticed Li Yuan's gloomy demeanor and chuckled. Sun Meng's demise is but a natural consequence of his own misdeeds. Had he lived, it would have been you suffering instead. Wang Lin was acutely aware that should he be reassigned, the newcomer would undoubtedly collude with Sun Meng to torment Li Yuan. In the cursed Gu Tower, the unexpected death of a disciple was all too commonplace. As the seasons changed from spring to autumn, following the tragic death of Sun Meng, no one dared to approach the cursed Gu Tower for a grievance again. Wang Lin often engaged in self-deprecating humor. This beating was not in vain. Sun Meng's untimely demise was perfectly timed, truly reflecting the old adage that misfortune befalls the wicked. It's rather peaceful now. Li Yuan, how long have you been at the cursed Gu Tower? Wang Lin, feeling the weight of age, sensed time slipping away more swiftly since returning from the enforcement hall. His health deteriorating day by day. Today marked the 96th day. Li Yuan smiled. Do you remember so clearly? Wang Lin sighed, remarking on the sharp memory of youth. In stark contrast to his own fading recollection, even forgetting the faces of his wife and children. Perhaps this is heaven's way of reminding me that it is time to reunite with them. Recently, old Wang often spoke with a sense of nostalgia, reminiscing about the past. Li Yuan felt unsure of how to console him. Even the god of war must inevitably face the day of aging and demise. As old Wang's strength waned, he entrusted most matters of the remnant Gu Tower to Li Yuan, including the management of the third floor. Li Yuan, Wang Lin suddenly called out. What is it, old Wang? Li Yuan inquired. I am preparing to visit the 12 caves, to return home and see if my wife and children are still alive. Perhaps waiting for me there, Wang Lin stated, sensing that his time was drawing near, filled with regret. Are you really going? Li Yuan was at a loss for words, feeling that old Wang's journey would be in vain. Over the years, old Wang had returned home several times, only to find it desolate, devoid of life. His family likely perished in the calamities. He could not offer any counsel. It was an elderly man's obsession. How could one find peace without making the journey? Now, you are capable of managing things on your own. Your skills in nurturing the remnant Gu far surpass mine. In you, I see the guidance of fate, Wang Lin smiled. Li Yuan chuckled. Old Wang, your words are becoming increasingly enigmatic. Indeed, Wang Lin replied earnestly. When you first arrived at the remnant Gu Tower, I thought you were merely toiling in vain, squandering your talents. Now, I believe you are exceptionally suited for this place. Isn't this the guidance of destiny? Perhaps upon my return, I shall indeed see my wife and children once more. As he spoke, his enthusiasm grew, a glimmer of hope shining in his eyes. Well, I wish you luck. Though he often dismissed the concept of fate, Li Yuan occasionally found himself believing in it. The following day, Wang Lin truly departed, claiming he dreamt of his wife and children returning, urging Li Yuan to await his good news. Li Yuan felt a twinge of sorrow. With old Wang gone, he was left alone in the remnant Gu Tower, devoid of companionship for conversation or meals, which left a sense of emptiness. Fortunately, he still harbored many hopes and a clear goal in his heart. The virtual panel materialized before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Pot, Third Transformation 0300, Realm, Third Transformation, Primary Gu, Vitality Gu, Rebirth Gu, Subordinate Gu, Vitality Gu, Energy Cultivation Gu, Tough Skin Gu. bloodthirsty mosquito, stinking poison bug, wind-chasing butterfly, killing peak, enchantment fragrance. He was now able to refine a third primary goo. Li Yuan was not in a rush. Aside from the first primary goo, vitality goo, which he had been compelled to refine under duress, he had ample time to carefully select the remaining primary gus. The vitality goo was of a nurturing nature, and once reaching a higher realm, its combat effectiveness could be deemed negligible unless it underwent further evolution. The rebirth goo, on the other hand, significantly enhanced his physical prowess and survival capabilities. Next, it was time to bolster his direct combat strength. Li Yuan's ambition was to become a versatile and formidable hexagonal warrior. The three paramount aspects of direct combat were strength, speed, and defense. He aimed to excel in at least one of these areas. He ascended to the third floor. Compared to the first and second floors, the number of third-turn residual goo is considerably diminished. The total count of these residual goo does not even reach 1,000. And the sect has merely set a target of nurturing 10 third-turn goo to be returned to the 100 Affairs Hall. Unfortunately, there have been no suitable foundational materials arriving recently. Reflecting on the past, it was indeed a stroke of fortune to stumble upon a 1,000-life centipede that had consumed the longevity grass. Let us commence the synthesis with the goo adept and offensive capabilities. Select original materials: third-turn residual goo, sword chi goo, blade edge goo, diamond bug. Synthesize. Synthesis in progress. You have acquired the third-turn ordinary goo, sword and blade goo, which has been automatically subdued. Once refined into a fate goo, the sword and blade goo can assist the goo master in condensing sword radiance at their fingertips. Transformed into a subordinate goo, it can serve as a consumable, briefly manifesting in the form of a sword. Would you like to refine it into a fate goo? Li Yuan glanced at the sword and blade goo. Its elongated form shimmering in silver, resembling meticulously crafted silver segments. Although it appeared to be merely the length of a finger, with a simple tug, it could extend beyond 3 feet. Grasped in hand, it felt akin to a sword. Truly remarkable, quite satisfactory, Li Yuan marveled. Yet, it still falls short of my anticipated goal. Continue the synthesis. Chapter 11. The guiding hand of fate. Li Yuan possessed no skill with blades, nor did he wield a sword. The purpose of the knife and sword goo was akin to granting him means reminiscent of the 6th Meridian divine sword from the novels of his previous life. Though it appeared impressive, in reality, it was rather feeble. Select raw materials: 3-turn remnant goo, wind-chasing butterfly, 3-turn remnant goo, spring cicada, 3-turn remnant goo, flying shadow bug. Synthesis. Synthesis in progress. You have obtained the 3-turn common goo, shadowless cicada, which has been automatically subdued. The shadowless cicada, when refined into a life goo, can significantly enhance the speed of the goo master. When refined into a subordinate goo, it can emit shadows to confuse its target. Would you like to refine it into a life goo? It still fell short. Li Yuan felt discontent. How delightful it would be to produce a renowned exotic goo. Yet, he understood that the raw materials were too inferior to yield an exotic goo. He pressed on with his craft. Select raw materials. Half a month later, Li Yuan had tirelessly refined the goo insects on the 3rd floor. Yet his desires remained unfulfilled. Failure was a constant companion in the life of a goo master. He resolved to persevere. Time was on his side. Li Yuan! Li Yuan! My boy! At that moment, a hoarse voice echoed from the bamboo path outside the remnant goo pavilion. Old Wang had returned. Li Yuan's heart leapt with joy. Truth be told, despite his daily immersion in the joy of synthesizing goo insects, there were moments of emptiness when he missed old Wang. He hurried to the door. Through his gaze, he beheld an elderly man and a young girl traversing the bamboo grove. Not only had old Wang returned, but he also brought back a girl of similar age to himself. Li Yuan, let me introduce you. This is my granddaughter, Wang Zhaozhao. Granddaughter? Li Yuan exclaimed, astonished. Old Wang, you truly found the guiding hand of fate? Indeed, Wang Lin chuckled heartily. Heaven has not been entirely cruel to me. Congratulations, congratulations. Li Yuan sincerely rejoiced for old Wang. In these tumultuous times, where life was as fragile as grass, the fleeting nature of existence had taught him the profound joy of reuniting with loved ones after a long separation. Not only old Wang, but even he found it surreal. Xiao Zhao, this is Li Yuan, the one I told you about. From now on, you may call him Brother Yuan. Hello, Brother Yuan, the young girl timidly greeted. Wang Zhaozhao had delicate features, slightly tanned skin, and a sprinkle of freckles on her cheeks. While not a beauty, she embodied the charm of a sweet, neighborly girl. Greetings, Li Yuan nodded, then inquired, Old Wang, will Xiao Zhao be residing here from now on? I wish it were so, Wang Lin sighed. However, according to the rules, to join the 12 caves, one must pass the Gu Master examination. She can only stay here for a few days under the guise of visiting family. Li Yuan was acutely aware of the cruelty of the Gu Master examination. The odds of survival for a young girl were dismally low. Oh, my poor granddaughter. Wang Lin lamented. When I found her, her parents were no longer around. She could only recognize her lineage through a half-broken jade pendant passed down through generations. I do not wish for Xiao Zhao to face the Gu Master examination. The outside world is fraught with chaos, and for Xiao Zhao, remaining here would mean succumbing to the clutches of malevolent spirits. This is a harsh truth that Li Yuan deeply empathizes with. Having found himself in desperate circumstances that led him to participate in the Gu Master examination. During these few days that Xiao Zhao is staying here under the guise of visiting relatives, I shall endeavor to impart to her the knowledge of controlling Gu. For there remains a flicker of hope. Wang Lin has no other recourse but to proceed in this manner. Unless Xiao Zhao can master the art of Gu within these fleeting days, the prospects seem exceedingly dim. Li Yuan nodded, assuring Wang Lin that he need not worry about the matters concerning the residual Gu Tower. He was confident in his ability to manage it. While I am away, will there be no disturbances? Wang Lin inquired. None, Li Yuan replied, shaking his head. That is reassuring, Wang Lin continued. Has there been any activity from the figure above in the residual Gu Tower? None. Why do you ask? Li Yuan questioned, puzzled. Did you not recall that I was apprehended by the enforcement hall last time? Reflecting on that incident, I increasingly feel that something is amiss. I suspect that the one who killed Sun Ming might very well be the individual residing above. Only he possesses the ability to control Gu with his thoughts. Wang Lin elucidated. Li Yuan found himself at a loss for words. Do not dismiss my theory, Wang Lin said mysteriously. I have inquired. And it appears that the individual above also hails from the Ninth Palace, seemingly a senior disciple of the Cave Lord. They likely harbor grievances against one another. I fear that I have inadvertently become entangled in their conflict, leading to my unwarranted misfortune. Wang Lin's analysis was thorough and well-reasoned. If not for his knowledge of the truth, Li Yuan might have been persuaded. However, he did feel a tinge of curiosity regarding the figure above. And he wished for no unstable elements within the residual Gu Tower that could jeopardize their precarious existence. Furthermore, should he require advanced primal materials in the future, he would need to venture to the 4th or 5th floors. What is truly going on with that individual above? I have heard whispers. Wang Lin leaned closer to Li Yuan and whispered, the figure above is cultivating a rare Gu, even going so far as to nurture it with his own life force. Rare Gu? Who told you this, old Wan? Li Yuan questioned skeptically. According to his understanding, rare Gu are exceedingly scarce. And even the 9 palace lords of the Gu nest might not possess a life-bound rare Gu. Such information would be unlikely to circulate, let alone reach someone like Wang Lin. It was the steward Qi Lin who brought you to the Gu Master examination, Wang Lin replied. Have you heard of this before? Li Yuan pressed. Never. Wang Lin shook his head. There was hardly a whisper. Wait. He suddenly realized, his eyes widening. Are you suggesting that someone is deliberately spreading rumors, targeting the individual above? That is merely my conjecture. Li Yuan was hesitant to elaborate further. Wang Lin shuddered slightly, concluding, let us not involve ourselves in matters beyond our control. When deities clash, it is the insignificant who suffer. The more one is consumed by curiosity, the quicker they meet their end. I shall go arrange a bed for Xiao Zhao. You attend to your business. I will call you for dinner shortly. With that, Wang Lin took his granddaughter, Xiao Zhao, to the quarters. Li Yuan returned to the residual Gu Tower, pondering, has that figure been residing above for decades? Is he truly cultivating a rare Gu? The arduous manual for cultivating exotic Gu has long asserted that the harmony of time, place, and people is indispensable. This is akin to Li Yuan's second life-reviving Gu, which necessitates a decade of nurturing within the visceral organs, constantly drained of the heart's essence. A torment that is utterly unbearable for ordinary mortals. Each exotic Gu possesses unfathomable power. Could it be that he has perished long ago? Li Yuan entertained this possibility, and with a mere thought, commanded a reconnaissance Gu to ascend to the 3rd floor, straining to listen intently. He discerned the echoes of the Gu insects. Yet there was not a trace of human presence. Perhaps his cultivation was insufficient, or perhaps that individual had indeed transcended long ago. Li Yuan exhibited remarkable patience, waiting in silence. After a considerable time, he narrowed his eyes, detecting a different sound. Chapter 12. The uninvited guest of the night. A faint hissing sound wafted from upstairs. Had it not been for the feedback from the scouting Gu, Li Yuanjin would scarcely have discerned it. Could it be a snake? He pondered, after listening intently for a while. It seemed the serpent was gnawing on something, and after its fill, it fell silent once more. What if that person had been consumed by the snake? The thought struck Li Yuanjin, not without a hint of plausibility. Brother Yuan, it's time to eat, a girl's voice called from downstairs. So it begins. Li Yuanjin suppressed his curiosity, wary of overstepping his bounds and inviting trouble. He knew he had to wait until he became a fourth-tier Gu master before venturing to the fourth floor. Downstairs, Wang Lin had prepared a lavish feast. What a sumptuous spread today, Li Yuanjin exclaimed, astonished. Old Wang, when did you become so generous? This meal must have cost a pretty penny. What's the use of hoarding wealth when one is nearly gone? Wang Lin chuckled. Don't speak such morose words, Li Yuanjin reassured him, just as he sat down. The young girl swiftly tore off a chicken leg and placed it in his bowl. Brother Yuan, please eat, Wang Zhaozhao said, her cheeks flushed. Her voice barely above a whisper. Li Yuanjin raised an eyebrow. Old Wang, is this your doing? Little Zhao looks like a bashful mimosa. How could she be so forward? It must be your instigation. I just shared some knowledge about refining Gu with little Zhao. She's grasped it quite well. Perhaps she can pass the Gu Master examination. If so, I will arrange for her to stay at the Remnant Gu Pavilion, and you can help look after her. Would that be agreeable? Wang Lin said with a smile. I thought, old Wang, you were being overly generous, as if you were entrusting your granddaughter to me, Li Yuanjin replied, nodding. Rest assured, even without your urging, given your kindness in providing for my grandfather's burial, I will look after little Zhao diligently. Now, let us enjoy the meal. Wang Lin finally felt at ease. He recognized Li Yuanjin's prodigious talent and anticipated his bright future. It would be a blessing for his granddaughter to bask in his success. Time passed swiftly, and 5 days slipped by. Li Yuanjin often utilized the scouting Gu to eavesdrop on the happenings above, yet he sensed no signs of life. Even the remnants of Gu delivered by the Baishir Hall remained unclaimed. Wang Lin had specifically inquired with the disciple who brought the remnants, and they reported seeing no one, stating that spider webs had begun to form in the room. This only deepened Li Yuanjin's conviction that the occupant had long since perished. Is nurturing Gu truly so effortless? Perhaps the corpse had already been devoured entirely by the Gu insects. Today marked the conclusion of Wang Zhaozhao's visit. She could no longer remain in the Remnant Gu Pavilion and had to depart. Wang Lin sighed, filled with anxiety. Grandpa, it will be all right. I will surely pass the examination, Wang Zhaozhao said, her small hands trembling with fear, yet she sought to reassure Wang Lin. Little Zhao, perhaps. Wang Lin hesitated, still reluctant. What if we abandon the idea? I can find you a place outside. It would be better than here. Grandpa, I wish to become a Gu master, Wang Zhaozhao declared, her eyes brimming with longing. Especially upon hearing that Li Yuan had also fled and successfully passed the Gu master examination to join the 9 Palaces Gu nest, her yearning intensified. Wang Lin understood that his granddaughter, after experiencing life on Jiugong Mountain, could never return to her former existence. This place, tranquil and pure, was untouched by bandits and demons, serving as a veritable paradise for those in flight from calamity. Li Yuan, I shall accompany Xiao Zhao to the examination site and remain there for a few days. Once she passes the assessment, we shall return together. Very well, Li Yuan nodded. Sister Xiao Zhao, I wish you success. Thank you, Brother Yuan. Wang Zhaozhao bowed in gratitude. Under Li Yuan's watchful gaze, the pair vanished at the end of the bamboo forest path. Old Wang's back had bent considerably. Even Xiao Zhao was nearly taller than him. As night fell, after completing his tasks at the Remnant Gu Tower, Li Yuan returned to his chamber. A data panel materialized before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 3rd turn 21-300. Realm, 3rd turn, Life Gu, Vitality Gu, Revival Gu. To ascend to the 4th turn, a year of dedication was required. Future advancements would undoubtedly become increasingly sluggish. Li Yuan had steeled himself for the inevitable changes that time would bring. He pondered over Xiao Zhao's examination, hoping she would survive, as he desired companionship to alleviate his solitude. Lost in these thoughts, Li Yuan succumbed to slumber. In the dead of night, a piercing shriek echoed in his mind, jolting him awake. Is someone approaching? The entire Remnant Gu Tower was surrounded by his reconnaissance Gu, and any disturbance would not escape his notice. Open. With a thought, Li Yuan commanded. As his will descended, a flying insect in the bamboo grove opened its myriad eyes. An image swiftly entered Li Yuan's mind. A figure in black had arrived outside the Remnant Gu Tower and easily unlocked the door sealed by an elder of the 9 Palaces Gu nest. An internal traitor? According to Old Wang, without a key, the locked door would require a 5th turn Gu master to open. This individual was evidently not a fifth-turn Gu master, but rather an internal traitor possessing a key. Was this individual summoned due to the matter concerning the one residing above? Li Yuan speculated. Perhaps the death of Sun Meng at his hands had led to the elder upstairs bearing the blame, prompting someone to probe the situation. If Old Wang spoke the truth, then this black-clad figure must have been dispatched by the cave master, Huang Funan. Li Yuan chose not to intervene. To him, this was potentially advantageous. The mysterious elder residing above, whose strength and fate were unknown, had long troubled his mind. Moreover, he harbored a desire to ascend to the 4th and 5th floors. Before long, the figure in black stealthily entered the remnant Gu tower. Once more, Li Yuan opened his eyes. With another thought, another reconnaissance Gu within the tower blinked awake. This skill of opening eyes was a one-time consumable. Using it once would result in the demise of a reconnaissance Gu. Ordinary Gu masters would not dare to employ it multiple times in quick succession, yet Li Yuan was unfazed. The black-clad figure had no inkling that countless eyes were covertly observing his every move. As Li Yuan had anticipated, the figure clad in black possessed a clear objective, making a beeline for the 4th floor. However, he hesitated for an extended period before the door, paralyzed by uncertainty. Just going already, Li Yuan thought. Feeling a sense of urgency on his behalf, wishing he could manipulate the actions of the mysterious figure. After an agonizing wait of half an hour, the hesitant individual finally inhaled deeply and pushed open the door to the 4th floor. He cautiously took his first step, followed by a second. Yet, as he ventured only halfway through his 3rd step, a colossal entity flashed past, causing the figure in black to vanish without so much as a scream. What was that? A chill ran down Li Yuan's spine. A snake? A giant python? He felt gratitude that he had not ascended the stairs. Otherwise, he would have met the same grim fate. Thank you, kind soul. He silently mourned for the figure that had just disappeared, completely abandoning any thoughts of climbing the stairs. In such dire circumstances, even if he possessed the life-restoring potion, he would ultimately face death, devoured alive. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, the leader of the cave, Huang Funan, slowly opened his eyes. You madman, you truly have not perished. 10 years prior, he had sent a corpse insect into the residual insect tower, only to be expelled by a formidable presence. Now, upon attempting to probe once more, he found himself no match for the opposing force. However, you seem even more deranged than before. In the moment the corpse insect was consumed, he glimpsed a blurry image. It appeared that his mad senior brother had transformed himself into a serpent. Chapter 13. The rare blood-eye Gu. After being exiled by the master from the 9th palace to the 12th cave, instead of retreating, you have only intensified your aberrations, becoming a bizarre entity that is neither human nor insect, neither male nor female. Huang Funan murmured softly, a lingering sense that the madman was on the brink of success. This was an opportunity for both the adversary and himself. If he could consume the opponent's life Gu, he might ascend to the realm of the 6th transition Gu master. Perhaps this was his final chance. Time passed without a trace. Li Yuan feigned nonchalance. 10 days later, old Wang returned, along with Xiao Zhao. Unlike their parting a mere 10 days prior, Xiao Zhao's eyes were now shrouded in thick black cloth. What has happened to Xiao Zhao? Li Yuan inquired. Uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse, old Wang sighed, explaining that during the Gu master examination, Xiao Zhao had lost her sight. But the bloodworm had unexpectedly fused with her eyeballs, evolving into a rare Gu. Is it the blood-eye Gu? Li Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. There were only 33 extraordinary Gu in the world, and most cultivation methods for such Gu had been lost to time. Under these circumstances, possessing a rare Gu as one's life Gu was indeed fortunate, though exceptions existed. The blood-eye Gu was one such exception. Indeed, old Wang lamented. To refine the blood-eye Gu, one must pay the price of blindness, thereby gaining extraordinary perceptual abilities, as well as the capacity to momentarily replicate others' techniques using one's own blood. If Xiao Zhao were a seasoned veteran, it would be of little concern. However, as she is still inexperienced, she may face peril before mastering the powers of the blood-eye Gu. This is Wang Lin's greatest worry. Li Yuan frowned. Has Xiao Zhao's acquisition of the rare Gu been reported to the sect? Yes, Wang Lin nodded. There is no alternative. We can only hope that some individuals do not become overly greedy. Compared to the outside world, this place is a sanctuary. Yet, even a sanctuary is not immune to turmoil. Waves may occasionally rise. Ever since the incident with the law enforcement hall and the recent infiltration by mysterious figures in black into the remnant Gu tower, Li Yuan had become acutely aware of the truth. As old Wang had said, where there are people, there will be strife. Grandfather, I am fine, Wang Zhaozhao said. her small face partially obscured by the thick black cloth, a bitter smile gracing her lips as she sought to comfort old Wang. I am a Gu master now. In the future, I will surely be as formidable as Brother Yuan, able to protect myself and make grandfather proud of Xiaozhao. You will undoubtedly succeed. Li Yuan replied with a smile. It was evident that old Wang often boasted of his granddaughter, speaking highly of her, so much so that this young girl, who had only recently met him, regarded him as her idol. Li Yuan chose not to inform old Wang about the infiltration of the remnant Gu Tower. This was beyond old Wang's capacity to resolve. A strong premonition stirred within him, foretelling that the mastermind behind the black-clad infiltrators would not rest easily and would surely return. As winter gave way to summer, 6 months slipped by unnoticed. During this time, the black-clad figures indeed reappeared, coming repeatedly 6 times, each time delivering provisions to the figure residing above. On one occasion of observation, Li Yuan discerned the truth. A python, devouring the figure clad in black, bore the eyes and head of a human, exuding an aura that was neither distinctly masculine nor feminine, rendering it a true monstrosity. Li Yuan was profoundly frightened, pondering whether that individual had indeed transformed themselves into a form of Gu. He dared not act recklessly, choosing instead to await an opportune moment. The orchestrator behind the black-clad figure, having witnessed the formidable prowess of the one above, continued to probe, demonstrating that both parties were in a state of equilibrium. This was a scenario that Li Yuan found most agreeable. Brother Yuan, it's time to eat, called a sweet voice from downstairs. Coming, Li Yuan responded, hastening down the stairs. After half a year, Wang Xiaozhao had adapted to her identity as a blind person, transitioning from her initial clumsiness to a state where she resembled any ordinary individual. Old Wang had fully embraced the lifestyle of retirement, entrusting all matters concerning the residual Gu Tower to Li Yuan, while the trivialities of daily life were managed by Xiaozhao. Brother Yuan, you've worked hard. Eat more vegetables, she said. Her demeanor now warm and generous as she eagerly served Li Yuan food and poured wine, her smile radiant. There is no need to be so polite. Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Brother Yuan treats me and Grandpa so well, we can only repay you through these small gestures. Wang Xiaozhao expressed her gratitude. However, she felt a tinge of regret for having had so few opportunities to meet Brother Yuan. She was almost forgetting what he looked like, her memory reduced to the phrase exceedingly handsome. Encountering you, lad, has been a blessing in the twilight years of the old man. Wang Lin chuckled, even suspecting that Li Yuan harbored feelings for his granddaughter, fearing that Xiaozhao might be tainted by dark energies, thus preventing her from working in the residual Gu Tower and shouldering all the burdens himself. What a diligent and earnest young man he was. Yet, at times, his stubbornness and lack of social grace showed. Once the feasting was concluded, Li Yuan returned to the residual Gu Tower, fortuitously meeting a disciple from Baishir Hall who arrived daily to deliver residual Gu. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Pot, 3rd rank 199-300, Realm, 3rd rank, Destined Gu, Chi Blood Gu. Revitalization Gu, there remained over 3 months until he could reach the 4th rank. Despite the passage of time, he had yet to successfully refine a single precious Gu, which indeed proved to be exceedingly rare. He understood all too well why old Wang worried for Xiaozhao. For a Gu master, a single precious Gu was immensely enticing. Senior brother, I've brought the residual Gu, a voice rang out from downstairs. Come in, he called. It had been nearly a year since Li Yuan joined Jiugo Mountain, and the disciples delivering Gu had changed twice. He had also graduated to the status of senior brother. Senior brother, you're busy cultivating Gu worms again. A charming young woman approached, carrying a Gu pot and occasionally stealing glances at Li Yuan. Indeed, Li Yuan replied tersely. Today, Baishir Hall has delivered 621 first-rank residual Gu, 99 second-rank residual Gu, 16 third-rank residual Gu, 3 fourth-rank residual Gu, and 1 fifth-rank residual Gu. Please verify and sign. Sister Lin Weiwei placed the pots beside Li Yuan. Li Yuan opened each pot, confirming their contents before signing on the record scroll. The first 3 transfers can remain here. As for the 4th and 5th, please take them upstairs. Understood, senior brother. Lin Weiwei stole another glance at Li Yuan and remarked, Senior brother, our hall master often praises you, saying that the Gu worms you cultivate and return are of exceptional quality, entirely unlike those extracted from the remnants. Thank you. Li Yuan responded with a dispassionate demeanor, showing little interest in this junior sister, unwilling to display any warmth lest it distract the young lady. Noticing his aloofness, the junior sister pouted slightly and ascended the stairs with the jar in hand. She cautiously pushed open the large door on the fourth floor and extended her hand to place the goo jar inside. Ah, help? Suddenly, a scaly serpent's tail ensnared the junior sister's arm, pulling her inside. Her scream abruptly silenced. Li Yuan's expression shifted dramatically downstairs. Chapter 14. The eruption. When Li Yuan cast his gaze upwards, he was met with an expanse of desolation. The main door was once again firmly shut. Had Lin Weiwei been consumed? Li Yuan was taken aback. This was distinctly different from the black-clad figure being devoured. That incident involved an intruder stealthily breaching the remnants of the goo building, leaving their allegiances shrouded in mystery, as if nothing had transpired. However, Lin Weiwei had been forcibly drawn into the room during her normal duties. This constituted a heinous act against a fellow disciple, an exceedingly grave matter. Such occurrences had never been witnessed before. How could this happen? Li Yuan felt a twinge of fear. Who knew if that individual had gone mad and might emerge to consume him as well? In matters concerning life and death, Li Yuan had always been candid. Regaining his composure, he swiftly leaped from the window. Simultaneously, an arrow pierced the heavens. Whoosh! Bang! The arrow exploded in the sky. Brother Yuan, what has transpired? Wang Zhao Zhao, who had been cultivating in the bamboo grove, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. There has been an incident, Li Yuan replied gravely. Lin Weiwei has been taken by the individual above. Does that esteemed elder truly consume people? Wang Zhao Zhao's face paled in fright. Summon old Wang to retreat a safe distance. Be prepared to flee at a moment's notice, Li Yuan urged, patting the girl's shoulder. At such a time, nothing was more crucial than preserving one's life. In less than a TS time, a dozen disciples donned in silver masks emerged from the bamboo grove. They were indeed the enforcers of the law hall. Before the enforcement team could utter a word, Li Yuan furrowed his brow and retreated behind them. What is the situation? Inquired the captain of the enforcement team. The esteemed elder guarding the upper floors of the goo building has encountered a disturbance and has dragged Lin Weiwei from the 100 Affairs Hall into the room. Li Yuan responded candidly. Has that elder gone mad? The captain of the enforcement team shuddered. That mysterious elder is a peer of the cave master. Having entered the 5th transition of goo master for quite some time, he is far beyond the capabilities of a mere 4th transition goo master. Quickly, summon the hall master. He commanded, then promptly released a reconnaissance goo, guiding it with a flute-s melody to ascend towards the goo building. As it neared the edifice, the reconnaissance goo suddenly exploded with a resounding bang. Disaster. The captain's complexion drained of color. Run. At the moment he opened his mouth, Li Yuan was already sprinting away. Swish, swish, swish. In the next instant, a torrent of serpentine scales erupted from the goo building, instantly turning the enforcement disciples in front into a veritable hive of wasps. Leather goo. Li Yuan seized a handful of leather goo and swiftly refined it. His skin hardened instantaneously, and combined with the regenerative powers bestowed by the rebirth goo, he withstood the onslaught of the serpent scales. Thankfully, old Wang and Zhao Zhao had already heeded his instructions and fled to the outskirts of the bamboo grove. Otherwise, their demise would have been inevitable. Begone, all of you. Flee. After the scales surged forth, a sharp voice, devoid of gender, emanated as an invisible wave from within the goo building. Huang Funan, you dare to frame me. You shall not end well. Ah. Li Yuan did not pause his steps, simultaneously gathering crucial intelligence. Huang Funan, so it is indeed that cave master. It appears that the previous agents in black were dispatched by Huang Funan, possibly infused with some potent substance that drove that individual to madness. Suddenly, the sound of bells echoed through the air. Brother Shi, you have succumbed to the magic of the goo. Before his arrival, his voice had already reached them. As a cloaked figure descended from the sky. Huang Funan, do you dare to frame me? The figure from the cursed goo tower seemed to be desperately suppressing something. Succumbing to goo magic, harming fellow disciples, slaughtering the enforcer corps, Shi Wuli, such heinous crimes of yours will not be forgiven, even by the elders of the 9th palace. Huang Funan declared coldly. Get lost. Shi Wuli shouted in fury, unleashing countless flying serpents from the tower, charging directly at Huang Funan. You are hopelessly obstinate. Instead of retreating, Huang Funan advanced, proclaiming, Today, as the master of this cave, I shall rid the sect of you, this abomination that is neither human nor ghost. He shook the bell, and a dozen corpse puppets surged forth. Li Yuan had managed to escape to a safe distance, observing from afar. Corpse puppets? Why do they resemble the agents in black from the cursed goo tower? As this realization dawned upon him, everything became clear. Those who had been consumed over the past 6 months were not living beings. but rather Huang Fu-Nan's corpse goo. Li Yuan finally saw Shi Wuli's true form. He had reverted to human shape, completely naked, his body entwined with serpents, with his arms transformed into snakes. He recalled the only goo on the associated with serpents, the heavenly dragon goo. The conditions for refining the heavenly dragon goo are even more stringent than those for the resurrection goo. The resurrection goo requires nurturing within the organs, fed day and night with the blood from the heart, enduring a decade of suffering akin to death before it can take form. The heavenly dragon goo, however, requires undergoing 9 rebirths. The manual for goo masters lacks specific details regarding the term rebirth, stating only rebirth, but it seems more akin to death. After 9 rebirths, even a cunning snake can become a heavenly dragon. How many times has Shi Wuli been reborn? Li Yuan could not discern, but it surely wasn't many. In the battle against Huang Fu-Nan, Shi Wuli was clearly at a disadvantage. His flying serpent goo was utterly overmatched by the corpse-controlling goo. Brother Yuan, who has arrived? Wang Zhozhao, unable to see, sensed a formidable presence. It is not a benevolent character. It's merely a case of dog-eat-dog, Wang Lin interjected, cursing vehemently. Ever since Huang Fu-Nan had coerced him with the truth goo, he had lost all faith in the sect's higher-ups. Oh, it is the master of the cave. Noticing her grandfather's displeasure, Wang Zhozhao immediately deduced the identity. Wang Lin squinted, noting that this was the first time he had witnessed a battle among 5-turn goo masters. It was indeed a spectacle. Although goo masters are limited to a single life goo, the subordinate goo have restrictions only in terms of type, not quantity. In battle, each displays their unique abilities. Grandfather. Wang Zhozhao inquired curiously, who is stronger, a goo master or a martial artist of the same level? Each has its merits, Wang Lin replied, acknowledging his limited experience, trying to impress upon the young Zhozhao. Overall, throughout the history of Tianyuan continent, numerous martial gods have emerged, but only a single goo immortal has ever existed. After a long pause, the commotion at the residual goo tower gradually subsided. The corpse goo controlled by Huang Fu-Nan had been devoured significantly, even losing an arm in the process, while Shi Wuli was nailed to the ground by several black rods, rendered immobile. Did Huang Fu-Nan actually emerge victorious? Old Wang seethed with frustration. Had he lost, Shi Wuli would have charged out, bringing calamity upon the entire 12 caves, which, for us, would have been a temporary misfortune. Li Yuan sighed resignedly. Indeed, Wang Lin lamented, Shi Wuli is an unpredictable element. Allowing him to remain in the residual goo tower could lead to our undoing one day. Under their watchful gazes, Huang Fu-Nan, with one arm raised, lifted the pin Shi Wuli and proclaimed loudly, "The calamity has been eliminated. The prohibitions are lifted. I entrust the 100 Affairs Hall to manage all subsequent matters." With that, he expelled a goo insect from his mouth. The flying wing insect, a 4th-tier mysterious goo, could transform into a pair of insect wings, granting its master brief aerial capabilities. Huang Fu-Nan soared away into the distance. However, Li Yuan furrowed his brow, for he had heard the echo of the reconnaissance goo. Within the residual goo tower, a small snake was voraciously consuming the remnants of goo. "How dare you touch my treasure?" Li Yuan could no longer contain himself. Unable to bully the powerful, must I not be able to handle the weak? Chapter 15. Exorcising Li Yuan did not recklessly charge back into the goo tower, but instead commanded the goo insects within to launch an assault on the small snake. Hiss! The snake flicked its tongue, its demeanor fierce and surprisingly anthropomorphic. Li Yuan was taken aback. Could this snake be a part of Shi Wuli's body? It must be eliminated. With a steely resolve, Li Yuan decided to take matters into his own hands. With the rebirth goo protecting him, he felt invulnerable to such trifling creatures. Meanwhile, within the Lord's residence, Shi Wuli, ensnared by Huang Fu-Nan's secret techniques, found himself bewildered. He had fallen into a trap set by Huang Fu-Nan. Realizing he could not prevail, he expelled his severely injured life goo from his body. He had long since merged himself with the flying snake goo. Even if his physical form perished, he could be reborn through the flying snake goo, provided he consumed sufficient nutrients. The goo insects in the goo tower, along with the vigorous youth and the young lady possessing rare goo, were all excellent sources of nourishment. Had he not feared Huang Fu-Nan's retaliation, he would have already devoured them all. Now that he was fully exposed, he felt no reservations. Soon, Shi Wuli sensed something amiss. Why were there so many intact goo insects in the goo tower, all converging to attack him? Was someone controlling them from the shadows? To manipulate goo with thought, one must at least be of his level. Killing him would be effortless, making such elaborate efforts unnecessary. What was happening? Just as he was deep in thought, a figure rushed in from outside. Was it that vigorous young man? Shiwuli felt a surge of joy. In his line of sight, the youth dashed forward with great urgency, as if eager to be reborn, charging straight at him. By consuming him, and then the girl with the rare goo, he could restore a significant portion of his strength and solidify his form. Perhaps he could even seize the opportunity to counterattack and eliminate the severely wounded Huang Funan. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. As Li Yuan approached, he suddenly spewed a drop of venom. Success. This was his life poison. A mere drop would render any goo master below the 5th rank powerless and at his mercy. Whoosh. The flying snake lunged forward, its fangs bared, aiming to sink into Li Yuan's neck. Got you. A large hand precisely grasped the snake by its 7-inch mark, while another hand firmly held its head down. Shiwuli? Where's my venom? Why is it not taking effect? He suddenly jolted, realizing too late that all the goo insects that had previously surrounded him were now obediently encircling the young man, as if paying homage to their supreme king. How could this be? The swarm of goo insects numbered at least 60 or 70 kinds. Not even a palace master could control them all. This was not a goo master. This was a goo immortal. Panic washed over Shiwuli as he desperately commanded his live-flying snake goo to thrash wildly, attempting to break free from Li Yuan's grasp. Oh, it still has some strength. Li Yuan tightened his hold on the snake's 7-inch mark, exerting even more force. No. Shiwuli was unwilling to accept his fate. Why did the venom still fail to take effect? He felt as though he were on the brink of death. The flying serpent emitted a piercing cry, exerting all its strength to break free from Li Yuan's grasp, and with a swift turn, it sank its fangs viciously into the latter's arm. Li Yuan, upon hearing that sound, widened his eyes in realization. Is that you, the true form? He exclaimed with a laugh. I have long since fused with the flying serpent goo. It is me, and I am it. You shall not die in vain. He sensed that the youth harbored a profound secret, one capable of upheaving the lineage of goo masters, and now it would all belong to him. Indeed, amid the seemingly insurmountable, a glimmer of hope emerged. A copious amount of venom coursed through the serpent's fangs and into the youth's body. This time, you shall fall. The words were abruptly cut off as Li Yuan seized the serpent's throat, pressing down firmly on its vital point. In a fit of anger, he employed a great strength goo. Crack. The serpent's bones shattered completely. No, this is impossible. The potency of the flying serpent's venom was enough to slay even a 6th-turn goo master. Why then did it have no effect on the youth before him? Shiwuli's consciousness grew increasingly blurred. In his final moments, he beheld the youth's eyes morph into a mesmerizing crimson and deep blue, a fleeting vision. He also glimpsed a pattern reminiscent of a centipede, like a decayed rope steeped in blood, its segments intertwined like ancient, mysterious chains. Exotic goo. Rebirth. As Li Yuan crushed the serpent's head, Shiwuli's true form, far away in the Huangfu residence, also ceased to exist. At the moment of his demise, Huangfu then abruptly opened his eyes. What is happening? Is he dead? His countenance darkened ominously. He had meticulously plotted against Shiwuli, intending to consume him and thereby ascend to the 6th turn, willingly sacrificing an arm in the process. Upon returning, he had even sealed away Shiwuli's senses and mobility through secret arts. Under such circumstances, how could the other party have perished without the means to take his own life? Was it due to severe injuries? Huang Funan was nearly driven to madness. To devour a living 5th-turn innate goo was a tremendous boon. If dead, it would lose its value significantly. Surely, he could not be feigning death? Huang Funan was unwilling to accept this. He began to scrutinize Shiwuli's corpse, suddenly realizing that the crucial innate flying serpent goo was absent from Huang Funan's possession. Instead, there were only ordinary flying serpents. A clever escape. A feigned death to evade capture. What a cunning Shiwuli. Bang. Huang Funan slammed his fist on the table in frustration, anger surging within him. Already gravely injured, he spat a mouthful of black blood. The serpent's venom had begun to spread within him, threatening his life. He had no choice but to seek a lesser alternative. In a moment of life and death, Huang Funan would stop at nothing. He pinned a note and controlled a messenger insect to fly out of the cave. The message was simple: bring that precious goo to my lair. Meanwhile, Li Yuan continued to examine the shattered flying serpent goo in his hands. Detected a mergeable goo worm. Would you like to synthesize? What is the situation? Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then, with a single thought, examined the original materials. 1-turn residual goo dragon pattern egg 29. Dragon pattern egg? Is this not the flying snake goo? Could it be on the verge of evolving into the dragon pattern goo? Upon contemplating this, Li Yuan couldn't help but feel a pang of apprehension. He peeled open the flying snake, and indeed, there lay an undeveloped snake egg, nearly on the brink of decay. The dragon pattern egg belongs to the mundane goo, but once hatched, it could be referred to as dragon pattern goo, thus elevating it to the status of a precious goo. Following this trajectory of evolution, if Shiwuli could endure for another decade or so, it is conceivable that an extraordinary goo, the celestial dragon goo, could indeed be forged, guided by compassion and the noble intent to aid the world and save the snake. Li Yuan could not bear to watch the snake egg perish. Synthesize it for me. Chapter 16. The tricolor what can be synthesized is not deemed bad. Synthesizing. Current synthesis materials. First transformation, residual goo dragon pattern egg 29. You have obtained first transformation common goo dragon pattern egg 9. Dragon pattern egg. When refined into a lifebound goo, has a slight chance of generating a dragon pattern on the goo master, enhancing fortune, and can transform into a subordinate goo to emit a faint dragon roar. This is quite disappointing. Let us continue synthesizing. Li Yuan felt dissatisfied. Selected raw materials, synthesizing. You have obtained second transformation precious goo dragon pattern goo 3, dragon pattern goo, when refined into a lifebound goo, has a 50% chance of generating a dragon pattern on the goo master, enhancing fortune, and can transform into a subordinate goo to heal injuries. Is this all? Li Yuan remained unimpressed. Although the dragon pattern goo is classified as precious, its true efficacy is rather limited. Its value lies in its minuscule chance of evolving into an exotic goo. What use is this meager fortune? Moreover, one must gamble on probabilities. Having been deeply affected by the toxic games of his past life, he could never afford to take such risks. 98%? What difference does that make from 0? Let us continue synthesizing. Selected raw materials. Synthesizing. You have obtained third transformation precious goo tricolor. Tricolor, an extraordinarily aggressive beast goo, can nurture 3 distinct colors of within its body and cannot transform into a subordinate goo. Extremely aggressive? Li Yuan's eyes brightened. This is splendid. Moreover, the tricolor is a relatively rare precious goo, capable of continuous evolution in the future. You are the one. Let us refine you into a lifebound goo. Currently, Li Yuan lacks offensive means, and the tricolor is just what he needs. As the light dissipated from the black jar, a small snake emerged, approximately 1 foot in length. Its body a warm white, with a few scales imbued with emerald green, crystalline blue, and fiery red hues. The little creature appeared rather adorable. Li Yuan observed the tricolor, noting that its head bore 2 small horns, resembling tender sprouts yet to fully emerge. Its eyes were round and lively, distinctly different from the cold and menacing flying snakes. Come now, showcase your abilities, Li Yuan commanded. The tricolor no longer crawled, it reared up halfway, a comically fierce expression adorning its face as it took a deep breath and then exhaled. A stream of crimson flame erupted from its mouth, landing upon the corpse of the flying snake. Sizzle soon, the remains of the flying snake were engulfed in flames. By the time the fire extinguished, not even ashes remained, as if it had transformed into nothingness. A capable little creature of obliteration. Li Yuan was pleased with this ability. He reached out to stroke the tricolor, inquiring if it could demonstrate the other 2 flames as well. The small python nodded humanely and opened its mouth again. This time, it expelled a crystalline blue flame, which, though fire, emanated an intense chill that froze the black jar. Bang! After 3 breaths, the black jar shattered with a resounding crash. It appeared to be ice. Yet in truth, it was a power that corroded and disintegrated from within. Quite impressive. Li Yuan chuckled. What about the last one? The little python aimed at the ground this time. A brilliant emerald flame erupted from its mouth, cascading onto the nearby potted plant. In an instant, the grass within began to grow vigorously. Catalytic growth? Fascinating. Li Yuan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Hiss hiss. The 3-colored fire python swayed its head, producing sounds. Li Yuan was taken aback. You possess talents as well? The 3-colored fire python nodded and raised its head once more, this time unleashing 2 distinct flames, one emerald and the other crimson. The crimson flame struck first, with the emerald flame merging into it. Whoosh! In that fleeting moment, the fire surged dramatically. The catalyzed crimson flame burned far longer than before, relentless and enduring. Ha 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 ha. Li Yuan laughed, impressed by its innate fusion technique. He caressed the scales of the 3-colored fire python and said, "From now on, you shall accompany me diligently. Let us give you a name. How about Little Kai?" Hiss. Hiss. Little Kai expressed its satisfaction. This highly spirited little Kai illuminated a different realm for Li Yuan. The world of sorcerers was far more exhilarating than he had ever imagined. Insect sorcery, beast sorcery, corpse sorcery, and even plant sorcery. So many mysteries awaited his exploration. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, someone rapped on the door. Li Yuan, a voice called from outside. It was Qi Xian, the master of the Baishir Hall. You've arrived. Li Yuan replied as he opened the door. Long time no see, Li Yuan. When Li Yuan passed the sorcerer assessment and joined the 12 caves, Qi Xian had praised him as a talented sorcerer. Has it been almost a year? Li Yuan inquired. Indeed, Qi Xian nodded, noting that this was only their second meeting. I've heard you've been cooped up in the remnant sorcery building, never taking a break. Don't you feel stifled? Not at all, I enjoy this lifestyle. Li Yuan smiled. Today's events were unexpected, but fortunately, you were lucky enough not to become that person's meal. Qi Xian remarked. Would you like me to send someone to help you tidy up the remnant sorcery building? No need. Li Yuan shook his head. The malevolent energy there is too intense. Ordinary folks wouldn't fare well. I'll handle it myself to avoid any complaints. You're quite considerate, working diligently without complaint. Qi Xian had not anticipated such a diligent individual to join their ranks. It's merely trivial. Li Yuan preferred to keep others away from his treasures. However, that individual has perished, and no one can manage the 4-turn and 5-turn sorcery in the remnant sorcery building. We must request personnel from the 9th palace. Qi Xian sighed. I'll need to trouble you to oversee it for now. If you're cautious, there shouldn't be any issues. Li Yuan's mind stirred, realizing an opportunity had arisen. Master Xian, I can manage it. I am now a 3-turn sorcerer with ample experience. Handling the remnants of 4 and 5-turn sorcery is no problem. You've reached 3-turn sorcery already? Qi Xian exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded, as he had not reported this advancement to the Baishir Hall. Goodness, that's remarkable. Truly remarkable. Qi Xian's gaze shifted as he appraised Li Yuan anew. Such a gifted and diligent young prodigy is destined to surpass his peers in the future. Perhaps he may even ascend to become the master of a cave. He could even serve as an elder within the esteemed 9th palace. It was the 12 caves that bestowed upon me my identity and a tranquil existence, allowing me to become a Gu master. Now, with the sect in peril and in need of capable individuals, it is my duty as a disciple to step forward. Li Yuan declared with unwavering righteousness. Very well, Qi Xian responded, his eyes brimming with admiration. Since you possess such confidence, I shall entrust the management to you. The remnants of the 4th and 5th transformations are exceedingly rare, and he believed that Li Yuan's innate talent would enable him to handle the situation adeptly. Most importantly, requesting personnel from the 9th palace to oversee matters would entail a deduction from the monthly allowances of all 12 caves administrators. If someone could step up, it would be all the more advantageous. Qi Xian found Li Yuan increasingly agreeable. Had it been any other disciple, they might have already begun to shirk their responsibilities or even requested a transfer, for no one could ascertain whether dangers still lurked in this place. After all, that individual possesses formidable strength, potentially harboring unexpected contingencies that even the cave masters could not foresee. Should Li Yuan encounter such a fate, it would lead to naught but a dead end. It is precisely for this reason that Li Yuan's exceptional qualities shine so brightly. Qi Xian mused to himself. A good person, a model of diligence, courageous, possessing a strong sense of responsibility, and so kind-hearted, considerate of his fellow disciples, taking on all the arduous and menial tasks. What a fine young man he is. Chapter 17. The battle with the 4th transformation Gu Master. As night fell, the members of the Baishir Hall departed after managing all affairs with due diligence. The Kanggu building returned to its former tranquility. Wang Zhao prepared a few simple dishes, and together with old Wang and Li Yuan, they enjoyed a modest drink in the Bamboo Grove courtyard. What? You intend to shoulder the substantial task of handling the 4th and 5th transformation remnants all by yourself? Li Yuan, have you lost your mind? Wang Lin exclaimed, visibly alarmed at the mention of the day's events. Why such a fuss? Li Yuan replied with an air of calm. Old Wang, we've known each other for nearly a year now. Do you still not trust me? I do trust you, Wang Lin teased. But I simply do not wish for you to toil so excessively, benefiting those treacherous scoundrels in the sect. How does that benefit them? Li Yuan questioned, puzzled. Are you truly unaware? Wang Lin retorted indignantly. In this situation, they must request personnel from the 9th Palace's inner sect to handle the matter, which would entail a deduction from all management's monthly stipends. The monthly stipend, which is the cultivation resources distributed to sect members by the Ninth Palace Gu Nest. Li Yuan chuckled. Ah, now it makes sense. No wonder Qi Xian agreed so readily. You can still find humor in this. Wang Lin protested, incensed. Unbeknownst to him, this situation aligned perfectly with Li Yuan's intentions. It's merely a trifling matter. Sometimes, a loss can be a blessing. I shall bear this burden, Li Yuan declared solemnly. Sighing, Wang Lin found himself at a loss for words. He could already foresee the tribulations this lad would encounter after his departure. After all, who among them had not once been a fiery, impassioned youth? Yet, after facing the trials of human nature, one inevitably evolves into a wily old fox. As the night deepened, Li Yuan concluded his tasks at the Kangoo building, locked the doors, and retired to his chamber for a deep slumber. Outside the bamboo grove, a shadow entered with a swaying motion. The cave master must be gravely injured to have sent me on this perilous mission to capture the blood Gu. That is a rare Gu, long recorded and reported to the Ninth Palace's inner sect. Should I perish, they will send someone to investigate. In that case, the blame will fall upon Shiwu Li, as there will be no witnesses to contradict it. Concealment insect. The shadow murmured to itself, summoning a lizard-like Gu insect, and soon after, it melded into the atmosphere, vanishing as if it had never existed. Navigating through the bamboo grove, its unseen gaze fixed upon the bedroom adjacent to the Kangoo building. It detected the presence of the blood Gu. It was said that a Gu master who had refined the blood Gu possessed heightened sensory abilities. Would they be able to perceive my presence? The shadow pondered, hoping to stealthily abduct the girl who had refined the blood Gu. If awakened, the only option left would be to eliminate all witnesses. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves. What the shadow did not realize was that the young man sleeping in the chamber had already opened his eyes. Li Yuan lay on his bed, gazing at the skylight, a heavy expression etched upon his face. What brings them here again? Will I never find peace? From the moment the shadow entered the bamboo grove, he had sensed its presence through the warning of his reconnaissance Gu. However, the figure soon vanished again. It must be the concealment insect. Throughout the past year, Li Yuan has diligently studied the manual of Gu mastery, becoming intimately acquainted with the myriad functions of various Gu insects. The invisibility bug enables a Gu master to conceal their form, allowing them to move as lightly as the wind, albeit still leaving traces behind. Employing comprehensive reconnaissance, Li Yuan successfully tracked the movements of his adversary. Is this directed toward Xiao Zhao? Initially, he assumed the intent was to seize Shi Wuli's life-bound flying serpent Gu, but it appears that is not the case. The concerns expressed by Old Wang have ultimately come to fruition. The blood Gu has drawn the attention of those with ulterior motives. Xiao Kai, rise and prepare for action. Li Yuan, not devoid of empathy, recalls the kindness bestowed upon him by Old Wang, whose goodwill he has always cherished. Thus, he cannot stand idly by while Xiao Zhao is imperiled. Invisibility bug? Who doesn't he possess a few? Summoning an invisibility bug, he too concealed his form and set forth. At that moment, a shadow approached the door, attempting to pry it open. Bang! Suddenly, the door swung wide. A massive fist erupted from within. Xiao Zhao, wake up. There's a thief. Li Yuan, do not slumber. The assailant was none other than Wang Lin. Li Yuan was taken aback. Indeed, Old Wang was a seasoned veteran, evidently having taken precautions and keeping vigil for Xiao Zhao. While Old Wang may lack formidable strength, his awareness was fully heightened. The shadow was caught off guard by Wang Lin's sudden strike, and the invisibility bug ceased to function, revealing its form. It's you? Wang Lin exclaimed, clearly recognizing the intruder. Ao Shuang, as the vice master of the battle guard hall, what is your intention in stealthily approaching here? Revealed, Ao Shuang ceased his concealment, sneering menacingly. Initially, only one needed to perish, but now I shall have to eliminate you all. Golden Armor Gu. Ao Shuang, the vice master of the battle guard hall, possessed a combat-oriented lifebound Gu. This was the 4-transformation profound Gu, Golden Armor Gu, which could coalesce a layer of golden energy around the Gu master's body, akin to golden armor. Die. Ao Shuang unleashed a punch. Although Wang Lin had the advantage of surprise, the disparity in raw power was insurmountable. His previous strike failed to inflict any harm on Ao Shuang. Bang! Wang Lin braced himself for the blow, being sent flying backward. Grandfather! While Xiao Zhao could not see, she sensed the impending danger. Xiao Zhao, flee. Depart with Li Yuan. Wang Lin understood that he was destined to perish today and could only hope that the two young ones might survive. Ao Shuang let out a cold snort, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, he shuddered. as a chilling sensation surged from his feet to the crown of his head, compelling him to retreat instinctively. In that fleeting moment, a crimson flame descended upon the very spot where he had been standing. The red fire crackled ominously, scorching the ground and creating a gaping hole. Should this flame make contact, it would undoubtedly leave no trace of him behind. Ao Shuang turned to see a youth. Upon the youth's shoulder coiled a stunning yet perilous tricolored serpent, exuding an imposing presence, its mouth agape in preparation to unleash flames. Beast goo? He was unfamiliar with this goo, but it was undoubtedly extraordinary, likely a rare one. Too rare goo? Following a tense moment, Ao Shuang felt a surge of exhilaration. The blood-eyed goo is offered to the cave lord, and this even more precious beast goo now belongs to him. The goo is impressive, but alas, it has fallen into the wrong hands. Ao Shuang abruptly turned and dashed towards Li Yuan. Li Yuan swiftly retreated, creating distance between them. In terms of speed, you still lag behind. Wind-chasing butterfly. 2 wind-chasing butterflies appeared beneath Ao Shuang's feet, exponentially increasing his velocity, yet he soon found himself bewildered. For instead of closing the gap with the youth, he found himself further away. His pupils constricted sharply. Surrounding the boy were a dozen wind-chasing butterflies. Truly a youth as swift as the wind, leaving him behind. During the chase, Shao Kai was gathering strength. The vicious python roared. A larger fireball hurtled towards Ao Shuang. But he had anticipated this and dodged with a swift movement. You cannot hit me. Ao Shuang taunted. With your strength, controlling so many goo is surely exhausting, isn't it? Let us see how long you can hold out. A slight smirk curved Li Yuan's lips. The small Kai coiled upon his shoulder unleashed another breath. This time a vibrant green flame. Ao Shuang evaded once more. I mentioned that the goo is commendable, but the person. Suddenly, his words were cut off as the flames behind him, which had nearly extinguished, surged violently, with some flames leaping onto his body. Like a parasite, they threatened to consume even the golden attire he wore. At this moment, Ao Shuang finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Chapter 18. A Ghost Story. Well done. Shao Kai. Li Yuan felt a surge of excitement. This was his first time fighting alongside Shao Kai. A remarkable bond seemed to form between them. Hiss. Shao Kai flicked her tongue, raising her head high, her gaze disdainful as she regarded Ao Shuang, who was engulfed in crimson flames, as if he were mere refuse. Damn it. Ao Shuang, having lived for decades, felt the sting of disdain for the first time from a snake. Not far away, Wang Lin was in a daze. Li Yuan, is he really that formidable? When did this kid acquire such an impressive fake goo? He has hidden it so well. After the initial shock, joy soon followed. This indicated that Li Yuan had the capability to protect himself, which meant that Wang Zhao, accompanying him, would also be safe. Wang Zhao subtly sensed this as well. Grandfather, is Brother Yuan going to defeat the bad guys? Yes, Wang Lin replied, though uncertainty lingered in his heart. The golden garment goo was a 4th-tier mysterious goo, not easily dealt with. The outcome remained uncertain. I underestimated you. In the bamboo forest, Ao Shuang, having made several attempts to extinguish the crimson flames on him, found it futile. It seems the only way to extinguish this fire is to kill you. Today, I'll let you witness what it means to be a 4th-tier mysterious goo master. With that declaration, Ao Shuang opened his mouth and expelled a golden goo worm into his hand, which emitted a sharp, prolonged cry. Streams of energy separated from the golden goo worm, cascading onto the subordinate goo. Are we beginning to fight for real? Li Yuan recognized the method. It was called Fate Goo Seizure Technique, an essential skill for every 4th-tier goo master and above. This technique consumed the essence of both the Fate Goo and the Goo Master to bestow greater power upon subordinate goo and the master himself. Overuse could deplete the Goo Master's lifespan. Arrow worm. Ao Shuang waved his hand, unleashing a dozen long, arrow-like worms. Once infused with the Fate Goo's energy, the arrow worms moved with incredible speed. Li Yuan struggled to react, but he had the insect sea tactic, blade and sword goo. He unleashed all his blade and sword goo, manifesting countless sword rays to counter the assault. Enough. Just then, a chilling voice echoed in Li Yuan's ear. Ao Shuang, using the cover of the arrow worms, became invisible and launched a surprise attack from the side. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ao Shuang's golden-fisted punches and the arrow worms closed in simultaneously. At such close range, Li Yuan was forced to retreat in a straight line, evading the golden punches but unable to dodge the arrow worm's onslaught. Bullhide goo. In a moment of haste, Li Yuan could only use bullhide goo to protect his vital points. Yet one arrow worm pierced through his throat. Well, I might as well die for now. Thud. Li Yuan's corpse fell heavily to the ground. A mere third-tier ordinary Gu master had a qualitative gap compared to a fourth-tier mysterious Gu master. To have pushed him to such a dire situation, Ao Shuang acknowledged him. With a sigh of relief, Ao Shuang approached the fallen Li Yuan, who had been struck in the throat by an arrow and showed no signs of life. At that moment, Ao Shuang sensed something and turned his head. The girl who had refined the blood ague was charging toward them. The young girl, unaware of when she had loosened the thick cloth covering her eyes, revealed a pair of crimson orbs, her entire being pulsating with a sanguine hue. As if draped in a shroud of blood, reminiscent of the technique employed by her innate golden robe. Was this the replication ability of the blood ague? Alas, you are far too feeble. Ao Shuang launched a powerful punch, the rushing wind effortlessly sending Wang Zhaozhao flying. He continued towards Li Yuan, his excitement palpable. Reaching out for the tricolored little python. Suddenly, the boy lying on the ground opened his eyes, and simultaneously, the small python did as well. With a whoosh, azure and emerald flames erupted simultaneously. At such a close distance, Ao Shuang had no time to evade. How could this be? In an instant, Ao Shuang was transformed into an ice sculpture, kicked aside by Li Yuan, toppling backward and shattering into countless pieces. The attacking methods still lacked sufficient strength. Although victorious, Li Yuan engaged in introspection. Little Kai's tricolored was indeed formidable, yet the lengthy preparation and cooldown rendered its accuracy severely lacking against skilled opponents. His triumph over Ao Shuang hinged solely on the disparity of information. Ultimately, it was the use of the revival Gu to feign death that allowed him to lower his opponent's guard, closing the distance unexpectedly to deliver the fatal blow. This also related to his own lack of combat experience, Li Yuan pondered. Brother Yuan. The anguished cry of Wang Zhaozhao pulled Li Yuan from his reverie. Tears of blood flowed down her face, painting a tragic picture. It's all right. Li Yuan gently patted the little girl's head, offering comfort. Li Yuan. A still shaken Wang Lin rushed over. That previous punch had nearly cost him his life, plunging him into despair. Incredible! You, young man, are invincible. In my decades of life, I have never witnessed a third-tier ordinary Gu master defeat a fourth-tier profound Gu master. Today, I am truly enlightened. Only at this moment did he realize that Li Yuan's talent surpassed his wildest expectations. If it were second tier against third tier, or fourth tier against fifth tier, he would not have been as astonished. But a third tier facing a fourth tier represented a crossing of a pivotal threshold, shattering the divide between the ordinary and the profound, a feat not attainable by mere talent. The mere mention of the innate profound seizing technique was enough to instill despair. All right, Li Yuan mused. He had triumphed through the sheer advantage of equipment, his technique still lacking in his own eyes, hardly deserving of praise. Old Wang. You mentioned that Ao Shuang is the vice master of the Battle Guard Hall, with no enmity between us. Why did he launch a nocturnal assault? Li Yuan inquired. I suspect it has to do with Huang Funan, Wang Lin replied, narrowing his eyes. After the battle with Shi Wuli, Huang Funan was gravely injured. Perhaps he sought to capture Xiao Zhao's precious Gu to compensate for his losses. It seems you had anticipated this, Li Yuan remarked with a sigh. Indeed. Wang Lin responded with a bitter smile. But what does it matter if I guessed? In the face of absolute strength, all is futile. Without you, we would have perished. Let us treat this as if nothing occurred. If Huang Funan orchestrated it. Reporting it would be pointless unless we could escalate it to the inner sanctum of the Ninth Palace. Should we leave? Depart from here? Wang Lin expressed concern over potential retaliation from Huang Funan. No need. Li Yuan shook his head, realizing that Huang Funan must have been gravely injured by Shi Wuli, which was why he dared not appear in person. And with Ao Shuang's demise occurring here, one could only speculate on his thoughts. Wang Lin suddenly understood. He would surmise that Shi Wuli had a hidden agenda and that it was indeed Shi Wuli who had slain Ao Shuang. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. As it stands, he will refrain from harboring any ill intentions for quite some time. Brother Yuan, what if Shi Wuli is truly still alive? Xiao Zhao murmured softly at that moment. By heavens! Old Wang shuddered suddenly. This is nothing short of a ghost story. Such unexpected occurrences are rare in this world. Li Yuan was unfazed. After all, the life-sustaining Gu of Shi Wuli had been personally disposed of by him, thoroughly obliterated beyond recognition. He was as dead as one could be. 3 days later, Qi Xian, the leader of the Baishir Hall, hurriedly arrived at Huang Funan's residence. Reporting to the cave master, the deputy master of the Zhanwei Hall, Ao Shuang, has gone missing. Inside the residence, Huang Funan weakly responded, his heart sinking as the grim reality dawned upon him. Shi Wuli. You are indeed still alive. Chapter 19. Time flies. Ao Shuang. A fourth Turangu master should have effortlessly captured Wang Zhaozhao. Yet, the unexpected demise left everyone perplexed. Aside from the possibility that Shi Wu Li had meticulously orchestrated a contingency plan, Huang Funan could conceive no alternative explanation. Surely, he could not have been vanquished by an elderly man and two youngsters from the remnant Gu Tower? A sense of urgent peril surged within Huang Funan. Should Shi Wu Li recover, his first course of action would undoubtedly be to exact vengeance upon him, and it would be Huang Funan who would meet his end. As time flowed swiftly, 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Li Yuan felt a profound sense of relief. It appeared that Huang Funan had sustained severe injuries, and, wary of Shi Wu Li, was deterred from returning to this place. This afforded him ample opportunity for growth. Once he ascended to the realm of a fourth Turangu master, he would no longer have cause for fear. To his knowledge, both Huang Funan and Shi Wu Li were fifth Turangu masters. Attaining the fourth turn status would grant him sufficient self-preservation. The day of his ascension would soon arrive. A virtual panel materialized before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, third turn 291-300, Realm, third turn, Life Gu, Vitality Gu, Revitalization Gu. Three-colored strange fire python. It has been nearly a year and a half since I joined the 12 caves. Time truly flies. Engaged with Gu day in and day out. He had almost forgotten what the outside world resembled. Brother Yuan. Brother Yuan. Suddenly, Wang Zhaozhao stumbled in, her voice laced with tears. What troubles you? Li Yuan inquired. Grandfather, he is nearing his end. Please, come see him, Wang Zhaozhao sobbed, her eyes brimming with tears. Sighing, Li Yuan immediately rose and hurried to the bedroom. When he had joined the remnant Gu Tower, old Wang was already advanced in years, and the malevolent energy of the tower had long ravaged his health. Coupled with the torture he endured in the enforcement hall and the blow he received from Ao Shuang 3 months prior, his condition had deteriorated rapidly. Half a month ago, old Wang had succumbed to illness, growing weaker with each passing day. Li Yuan had long anticipated this moment. Upon entering the room, he found old Wang thinner than ever, his breath faint, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. Li Yuan, you have come. Old Wang managed to muster a faint smile upon seeing him. Old Wang, Li Yuan replied, taking a seat beside the bed, silently observing him. As the saying goes, who among us is devoid of feelings? A wave of sorrow washed over him, though he felt powerless to alter fate. The cycle of life, aging, illness, and death awaited everyone, without exception. You appear increasingly spirited, vibrant, and full of life. It feels as though I see new beginnings in you, old Wang said with a smile. Then you must persist a little longer, Li Yuan offered, knowing he lacked the eloquence to offer comforting words. For he had not deeply contemplated the nature of life and death. He had shed tears only when his grandfather, the imperial physician, passed away. I wish I could. Old Wang responded with an unexpected openness. He had once believed himself unafraid of death, yet now, as he approached the end, he found himself yearning for life. Li Yuan, do you believe in fate? Old Wang suddenly asked. Occasionally, Li Yuan replied. He would not proclaim, my fate is in my hands, not in the heavens. Yet some occurrences undeniably seemed preordained by destiny. Ha! Wang Lin chuckled, his demeanor appearing to improve, and his speech became more fluid. You are better off than I am. In my youth, I never believed in fate, until I endured decades of hardship and came to realize my own mediocrity. I have never encountered formidable geniuses nor gazed upon anyone's resplendent brilliance. Your arrival has gradually made me comprehend that destiny indeed exists. With your exceptional talent, you ought not to be in the residue tower, yet this is fate, this is destiny. Li Yuan, you have allowed me to witness the talented and spirited version of myself that I once envisioned in my youth. Thank you. Wang Lin grew increasingly animated. Shaking off the dust, his eyes sparkling with clarity, Li Yuan recognized this as a sign of a fleeting resurgence. Old Wang, spare me the platitudes and share something of substance, he playfully chided. Ha ha. Wang Lin laughed heartily. You rascal. Initially, I thought you were merely honest and hardworking, fearing you might be taken advantage of. Now I see I was mistaken. You hide your cunning better than I do. Quite shrewd indeed. Well done. It is far better than being forced by the harshness of life to confront the world's realities. Yet, you still haven't spoken your true feelings? Li Yuan pressed, unrelenting. What feelings could I possibly have? Wang Lin replied, my only concern now is for Xiao Zhao. I wish to ask you to look after her. He had intended to say that he hoped to wed Xiao Zhao to Li Yuan, but the words caught in his throat. Li Yuan's talent foretold an extraordinary future, one where the vistas he would encounter would be far beyond what Xiao Zhao could experience. To have her by Li Yuan's side for a time was already a stroke of fortune for the Wang family. He dared not hope for more. Xiao Zhao is my sister. As long as I am here, I will ensure she is not wronged. You can rest assured, Li Yuan replied earnestly. The young girl dutifully prepared meals and washed clothes for him without complaint, even if old Wang did not voice his concerns. Li Yuan would take good care of Xiao Zhao. With your words, I am at ease, Wang Lin said contentedly. Now, go attend to your matters. And let me converse with my dear granddaughter. All right, Li Yuan nodded, casting a lingering glance at old Wang. Take care, he whispered silently in his heart, knowing this was a final farewell. There was no sadness as he had imagined, only a tinge of melancholy. Li Yuan departed the room. Wang Zhao knelt by the bed, her small hands tightly clutching her grandfather's larger ones. Xiao Zhao, what do you think of Li Yuan? Well, Brother Yuan treats me very well. He is a formidable Gu master, and I greatly admire him. Do you like him? Grandfather, what are you saying? Brother Yuan has already told me he regards me only as a sister. One should believe half of what men say, Wang Lin chuckled, in my youth. I also regarded your grandmother as merely a sister, yet I ended up marrying her. Wang Zhao's face flushed crimson. But Brother Yuan is so remarkable. I am just a fool and unworthy of him. Silly girl, Wang Lin replied. Some men do not choose their wives based on family background, talent, or looks. They seek a virtuous wife, for a virtuous wife brings prosperity. But, Wang Zhao's heart fluttered at his words. No more buts, Wang Lin laughed. Li Yuan is a dragon among men. Whether you can seize this opportunity depends on you. However, it is essential to remember that the bond between men and women unfolds naturally and cannot be forced. Ahem. As he spoke, Wang Lin suddenly coughed violently, expelling a considerable amount of blood. Grandfather, please cease your words and rest. Wang Zhao wept like a rain-drenched flower. Do not grieve. The cycles of life, birth, aging, illness, and death are experiences that every individual must endure. As long as you cherish the memory of your grandfather, he shall forever remain alive in spirit. Wang Lin extended his hand, revealing a frostworm nestled within his palm. This is my fateful Gu, the frostworm, which has bestowed upon me much fortune and aided my ascent to the realm of the third-tier Gu master. After all these years, it is on the brink of transformation. I intend to allow it to consume my heart for one final endeavor. After my grandfather's passing, you must open my chest and retrieve the frostworm, presenting it to Li Yuan. Its subsequent metamorphosis will yield a fourth-tier Xian Gu. Wang Lin was acutely aware that the Xian Gu was far beyond Xiao Zhao's capability to control, yet for Li Yuan, it would undoubtedly be a significant favor. This was indeed the sole path he could lay out for his granddaughter. Chapter 20. The departure of old Wang as night fell. A sorrowful wail echoed from within the house. Old Wang had indeed departed. Li Yuan felt a profound sense of desolation. Upon exiting the dilapidated building, he found Xiao Zhao already carrying old Wang's remains out of the chamber. Elder brother Yuan, grandfather has left us, she wept profusely. Let us bury him on the back mountain, Li Yuan said solemnly. My grandfather rests there as well. This way, the old man will have company and not feel too solitary. This was a funeral arrangement old Wang had long prepared for himself. Indeed, in the vicinity of the Jiogong mountain range, the funerals of ordinary families are typically conducted with simplicity, adhering to the principles of nature. Following her grandfather's wishes, Wang Zhao proceeded to the back mountain, dug a grave, placed the coffin within, and erected a tombstone. Thus, old Wang's life came to a close. Grandfather, may you rest in peace. Wang Zhao wept at the graveside for an extended period, until deep into the night, while Li Yuan stood beside her, burning paper money and some spirit paper goo, which were essentially mock talismans crafted from paper. This was a unique custom of the Jiogong mountain area, considered a grand farewell. Old Wang, you once saw in me the embodiment of a brilliant and spirited self from the realm of dreams. Today, I have burned these many spirit goo for you. May you become a Gu immortal in the underworld. Li Yuan murmured, pouring 3 cups of yellow wine as a farewell to old Wang. 7 days later, while Li Yuan was still asleep, a knock at the door roused him. Elder brother Yuan, I have something to give you. It was Wang Zhao at the door. Li Yuan dressed swiftly and opened the door to find the young girl holding a jade box. Xiao Zhao, what brings you here so early? Did you not sleep a wink? He inquired. I wanted to spend more time with grandfather. Throughout the 7 days, Wang Zhao had vigilantly kept watch at her grandfather's grave. Her figure visibly weakened. Were it not for the resilience of a Gu master, she might have collapsed from exhaustion. Elder brother Yuan. This is something grandfather entrusted me to give to you. The girl presented the jade box. What is this? Li Yuan asked as he accepted it and lifted the lid. Within lay a cocoon, large yet not round, resembling a heart woven from white silk. A chill emanated from the cocoon, a sensation that felt inexplicably familiar to Li Yuan. Reminiscent of old Wang's fateful goo, the ice silkworm, though with some differences. Before his passing, grandfather had let the ice silkworm consume his heart, hoping to catalyze its final metamorphosis after decades of companionship. Now, I do not know if it has successfully transformed. I am simply following grandfather's wishes and delivering it to you, elder brother Yuan, Wang Zhao explained, her sorrow overwhelming her once more as she began to weep. Oh, old Wang, Li Yuan sighed, reflecting, in comparison to you, I am still too young. Even in death, you are mindful of me. Worried that I might not care for your precious granddaughter adequately? This final gift is indeed rather burdensome. He sensed that the ice silkworm had indeed completed its transformation, fulfilling old Wang's lifelong ambition. The successful transformation into the fourth-tier goo, the ice heart goo, would be of no use to Xiao Zhao. It could only be tamed by him. Old Wang, was this also part of your design? Li Yuan mused with a bitter smile. Had it been merely a third-tier goo, he would have entrusted its care to Xiao Zhao. Very well, I shall accept it. Li Yuan closed the jade box and put it away. If he hadn't, old Wang might have been unable to sleep peacefully, likely coming to him in a dream that night. Wang Zhao let out a sigh of relief. Brother Yuan, I still need to make a trip to the Baishir Hall to return my grandfather as disciple token. When someone passes away, their identity must be erased. And these trivial matters are handled by the Baishir Hall. I shall go now. Li Yuan gently patted the young girl on the head. Yu Haven Tea slept for several days. Now that old Wang's seventh day has passed, and he is at peace below, you must take care of yourself. Well, all right then. Wang Zhao, feeling somewhat timid, had always relied on her grandfather to handle the monthly affairs at the Baishir Hall. And she was unfamiliar with the place. Thank you, brother Yuan. After expressing her gratitude, she returned to her room and fell asleep immediately. Li Yuan then took the token and left the Kanga building. As he walked, a sudden realization struck him. It was indeed his first time venturing outside the small bamboo grove surrounding the Kanga building, and he had no idea where to go. Not even knowing the location of the Baishir Hall. He had been spoiled by old Wang. Eventually, he followed a disciple heading to the Baishir Hall and found his way there. Upon reaching the attic, the master of the Baishir Hall, Qi Xian, was engrossed in his duties when he caught sight of a familiar figure and stared in astonishment. Li Yuan? What the hell? This is unexpected. In his memory, Li Yuan had joined the 12 Ks for over a year and had never set foot in the Baishir Hall. Everything had been handled by old Wang. After the incident with Shiwu Li, who had gone mad and attacked people, he had specifically inquired about Li Yuan, only to learn from old Wang that Li Yuan was a reserved individual, disinclined to socialize, spending his days amidst the bugs, rarely stepping outside. Qi Xian hurried down the stairs. This young genius certainly deserved a personal welcome. Li Yuan, what brings you here? Master Xian, Li Yuan said, cupping his hands in respect. Old Wang has passed, and I am here to return the identity token. Old Wang has passed? Qi Xian paused, but then felt it was only natural and did not express much sentiment. Please hand me the token. He took the token from Li Yuan's hands. Li Yuan, the affairs of the Baishir Hall are quite demanding. Forgive me for not being able to mourn for old Wang, but I would appreciate it if you could raise a cup in his honor. Of course, Li Yuan understood this was merely a formality, after all. How many truly mourned the deceased? By the way, Li Yuan, there is another matter I must convey to you. Qi Xian continued, in due time. King Kanglin will be visiting the 12 caves. He will be touring each hall, and since old Wang is no longer with us, you must represent the Kanga building in receiving him, ensuring you do not breach etiquette. In his eyes, Li Yuan was merely a Navi youth. Should he speak out of turn and offend King Kanglin, the consequences would be dire. King Kanglin? Li Yuan had only a vague impression of him, knowing he was a prince of a different surname from the Dian dynasty before its collapse, ruling over the Kanglin region adjacent to the southern wilderness. It seems you are quite unaware of the outside world, Qi Xian remarked. Let me enlighten you, so you do not misjudge the situation. After the Dian dynasty fell apart, the 5 kings began to jointly govern the various regions outside of the Dian Central Plains: King Qian, King Han, King Yu, King Ying, and King Kanglin. Aside from the King of Kanglin, the other 4 monarchs subtly harbor intentions of establishing their own realms. The king of Kanglan remained steadfast in his loyalty to the royal family of Deqian, actively seeking the direct descendants of the imperial lineage in hopes of supporting a new emperor's ascension. With a resigned smile, Qi Xian expressed his predicament. The direct bloodline of the Deyin royal family has long since perished. Even if some survived, their chances of reclaiming the throne are non-existent, relegated instead to becoming mere keys for various factions to unlock the treasures of the martial deity. These matters stirred memories buried deep within Li Yuan's heart. He had never forgotten the enmity of his grandfather, the imperial physician, and his kin, yet now he found himself with scant power and influence. Revealing his identity would be tantamount to courting death. Time, he believed, was the most formidable weapon for his vengeance. Seizing the moment, Li Yuan inquired, Master Xian, you mentioned that the 5 kings have claimed regions beyond the Central Plains. Who then governs the Central Plains now? Chapter 21 The curtain rises. I had thought you were truly indifferent to everything, remarked Qi Xian with a smile as Li Yuan took the initiative to inquire. In today's world, no one can remain unscathed. Gaining a deeper understanding of the prevailing circumstances is hardly a detriment. Who knows? One day we might find ourselves ensnared in it. Even the 9 Palaces mountain would be caught up. A sense of urgency washed over Li Yuan. He did not wish for this place to be disturbed. If it were merely a conflict among various lords vying for power, it would naturally have little impact on the 9 Palaces mountain. The greatest threat lies in the demonic beings that infiltrate our borders. Amidst the chaos, these demons wreak havoc, devouring the innocent and growing ever stronger. Sooner or later, they will become an insurmountable calamity. As Qi Xian recounted the affairs of the outside world, Li Yuan realized the gravity of the situation. Otherwise, even those residing deep within the mountains would not be so well informed. Qi Xian sighed, stating that the Order of the Central Plains is currently maintained by an organization known as the Night Owl. Night Owl? Li Yuan had never heard of it. The Night Owl is a martial deity that was established by the founding emperor of Deyin, obeying the decrees of successive emperors. The entire organization comprises formidable warriors, and each Night Owl king has reached the level of martial emperor. What exactly is the level of a martial emperor? Li Yuan's understanding of martial practitioners was exceedingly limited. Gu masters have 9 transformations, while martial practitioners possess 9 grades. Ascending to the 9th grade signifies one is a martial emperor. Beyond that is the martial deity, corresponding to the Gu immortal. Qi Xian elaborated. Understood. Li Yuan had long abandoned any illusions regarding martial arts. It is the existence of the Night Owl organization that has tenuously stabilized the Order of the Central Plains, preventing Deyin from collapsing rapidly amid the absence of leadership. Enough talk. It serves no purpose. Those matters and those individuals are far removed from us. The state of the world is beyond our influence. It will be a long time before it truly reaches here. Let us cherish this tranquil moment, Qi Xian said, patting Li Yuan on the shoulder. Remember what I said. When King Kanglan arrives, be sure to observe the proper etiquette. Do not prostrate yourself, but do not be neglectful either. 2 days later, Li Yuan sat on the 4th floor of the remnant Gu Tower, a data panel materializing before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Pot, 4th Transformation 0800, Realm, 4th Transformation, Life Gu, Qi and Blood Gu, Rebirth Gu. 3-color odd fire python, Gu House, none, traits, decomposition function unlocked. You can decompose high-level Gu insects into lower-level ones, rearranging and recombining them for new synthesis. Today, he officially stepped into the realm of a 4th Transformation Xiangu Master. Li Yuan also noticed an additional line of data on the panel. What is a Gu House? He had neither seen nor heard of such a thing, and it wasn't even recorded in the Gu Master Manual. However, the decomposition function proved useful. Previously, he was unable to synthesize high-level remnant Gu, but with this function, he could now decompose high-level Gu insects and use the rare materials obtained from them to synthesize in new directions. Thus, the probability of producing rare or even extraordinary Gu would significantly increase. With a thought, Li Yuan descended to the 5th floor to retrieve several 5th Transformation remnant Gu. Selected raw materials, 5-turn remnant Gu, colorful clothing dumpling 2. Begin decomposition. The black pot shook incessantly, emanating a kaleidoscope of light. The colorful clothing dumpling is a unique form of mystic Gu, resembling a mass of colorful slime, capable of absorbing the forces of the 5 elements. Once refined into a life-bound Gu, it enhances the affinity between the Gu Master and the elemental powers. Decomposition complete. You have obtained 6 3-turn common Gu, colorful clothing silkworm 6, colorful treasure liquid 1, Can treasures also be decomposed? Li Yuan was elated. He recalled the previous scene of synthesizing the exotic Guri birth goo, where the key factor was the 1,000-life centipede that had mistakenly ingested longevity grass. Had the decomposition function been available earlier, he could have extracted the longevity grass from the centipede's body, implying that his options could have expanded significantly. Onward. Selected raw materials, 5-turn remnant goo, corpse controlling goo 1. Decomposition complete. You have obtained 3-turn common goo. Enslavement goo 3. Bewilderment water 1. This item is indeed of the underworld. Li Yuan had a profound impression of the corpse controlling goo. It was Huangfu Nan's life-bound mystic goo, capable of controlling dozens of corpse puppets simultaneously in the hands of its master. Onward. Li Yuan activated the frenzy decomposition mode. You have obtained 3-turn common goo. Youth-preserving goo 3. Revitalizing liquid 1. You have obtained 3-turn common goo. Young energy goo 3. Gunpowder 1. You have obtained 3-turn common goo. Wind-chasing butterfly 3. Spirit grass 1. You have obtained. After an entire day, Li Yuan had decomposed a substantial portion of the 5-turn remnant goo, reserving part for the sect inspection. It was time to synthesize. The dazzling array of treasures and new goo creatures filled Li Yuan with delight. The more peculiar the materials, the closer he drew to miracles. Synthesize. Selected raw materials, youth-preserving goo, wind-chasing butterfly, enslavement goo, add colorful treasure liquid, spirit grass. Begin synthesis. You have obtained the stunning butterfly, 4-turn mystic goo. Once refined into a life-bound goo, enhances the goo master's appearance and grace, making them fair and beautiful, particularly suited for women. As a subordinate goo, it serves only for aesthetic purposes, lacking combat capability. Li Yuan was perplexed. Is this not a beautiful trinket? Primarily, he felt sufficiently handsome and deemed it unnecessary to enhance his looks, believing it better to leave a chance for others. Continue synthesizing. This synthesis would take 7 days. After 7 days and nights of relentless effort, a delightful and uplifting voice resonated in his ears. You have obtained the 4-turn precious goo, illusory robe, 4-turn precious goo, assists the goo master in concealing their presence and form, altering their appearance. This function can also be applied to other targets and cannot be refined into a subordinate goo. Unfortunately, it is not a combat-type precious goo, Li Yuan sighed. However, the illusory robe aligns well with my needs, facilitating tasks and intelligence gathering. Acquiring a precious goo is no easy feat. Let us refine it. The form of the illusory robe resembles that of a slug, plump and white. It crawled onto Li Yuan, its colors gradually shifting, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment like a chameleon. Intriguing. The slug transformed that flower pot into a black jar, Li Yuan commanded. With a soft coo, the slug leaped into action, swiftly landing atop the flower pot. In an instant, the flower pot was influenced by the slug, metamorphosing into a pitch-black jar, indistinguishable from a genuine black jar by both scent and touch. Such remarkable camouflage. He then instructed the slug to shape a tree into the likeness of a human, achieving the same convincing effect. This truly lived up to the esteemed reputation of the rare goo. Li Yuan stretched lazily, satisfied that another phase of his objective had been accomplished. The next task was to gradually cultivate the remaining innate goo to the 4th transformation. There was still ample time. 5 days later, Li Yuan received news from the Baishir Hall. The king of Kanglan had confirmed his intention to visit the 12 caves, with Li Yuan appointed as the representative of the Remnant Goo Pavilion to host the occasion. Chapter 22. The king of Kanglan Li Yuan was not fond of entertaining outsiders. However, with the departure of the old king and the overwhelming social anxiety of Xiao Zhao, it fell upon him to undertake this task. If the words of the hall master were to be believed, then the king of Kanglan could indeed be regarded as a remarkable minister of his era. While several other vassal kings chose to forsake the Dayan imperial family in favor of establishing their own dominions, the king of Kanglan remained steadfast in his support of Dayan. A commendable stance in these tumultuous times. Regrettably, Dayan had long since become a mere shadow of its former self. Even if I were to step forward now, it would not alter the reality. Only by vanquishing the malevolent forces could we hope to truly resolve the calamity at hand. Li Yuan was determined not to make a misstep that would lead to total ruin. Furthermore, his lineage had been severed from birth, raising doubts about his status as a direct descendant of the Dayan imperial family, a matter not to be settled by mere declaration. Brother Yuan, do you think the king of Kanglan has come here to court the support of the 9 palaces Goo nest? Is war about to spread to the mountains? Xiao Zhao inquired anxiously. She harbored a deep aversion to warfare, as it had cruelly snatched away her parents, leaving her adrift. With her parents gone and her grandfather also departed, the only person she felt truly connected to now was her brother Yuan. The thought of war returning was unbearable. "Fear not," Li Yuan replied with a smile. "What is destined to happen is inevitable. All we can do is diligently cultivate ourselves and strengthen our own abilities." As they conversed, a group of individuals approached along the mountain path beneath the bamboo grove, chatting and laughing. Upon closer inspection, Li Yuan discerned a man leading two children, a pair of dragon and phoenix twins, approximately 7 or 8 years of age. The man was draped in a blue python robe, embroidered with 9 five-clawed pythons, exuding an aura of authority and unyielding strength. The 9 five-clawed pythons symbolized the highest rank among nobles, placing him on par with princes of royal blood, thus affirming the king of Kanglin's status and might. A formidable presence indeed, Li Yuan thought, his expression turning serious. This individual was undoubtedly the most powerful he had encountered thus far, surpassing even the master of the 12 caves, Huang Funan. In terms of spirit and vitality, Gu masters were inherently inferior to martial artists, especially considering that the king of Kanglin ranked among the most elite of warriors. Even from a distance, Li Yuan felt an instinctual pressure emanating from him. In this world, martial prowess ultimately reigned supreme. To many in the outside world, the path of the Gu master was deemed a niche practice, inferior even to the 3 teachings, regarded as a sideline art reliant on external objects. Before long, the king of Kanglin and his entourage arrived at the small bamboo grove in front of the remnant Gu tower. Li Yuan bowed respectfully, acknowledging the king. No need for formalities. The king of Kanglin, Xiao Yuan, smiled as he regarded Li Yuan. "Your 12 caves certainly boast a few remarkable talents. Your Highness, you flatter us." Hall Master Qi Xian replied with a smile. "This disciple is Li Yuan, the steward of the remnant Gu tower, and indeed possesses commendable talent. Li Yuan, please proceed to introduce the remnant Gu tower to His Highness," Qi Xian instructed. "Your Highness, please," Li Yuan said, maintaining a posture of humble dignity. "Very well." Xiao Yuan nodded, stepping into the bamboo grove. Qi Xian followed closely behind, his heart racing with trepidation, fearful that Li Yuan might inadvertently offend the king of Kanglin with an ill-chosen word. "Wow, a butterfly! Such a beautiful butterfly!" Suddenly, the young princess exclaimed, joyfully darting forward to chase a lovely butterfly flitting through the bamboo. "Princess, be careful!" Qi Xian, feeling anxious, hurriedly called out. This was the 12 holes, teeming with Gu worms. The princess, still young and untrained, could not afford any misstep. Even his 10 lives would not suffice to atone for a mistake. "It's fine. Let her play." Xiao Yuan dismissed the concern, believing that mere low-level Gu worms posed no threat to his daughter. Hao Navi, the young lord of Kanglin, however, scoffed with an air of maturity. Despite being descendants of Xiao Yuan and twins, the personalities of the princess and the young lord were starkly different. Li Yuan paid little heed to their antics. He guided Xiao Yuan and his entourage through the remnants of the Gu building, briefly explaining the process of cultivating and transforming the Gu. It was indeed troublesome. No wonder others claimed that the path of the Gu master was trivial. "What a farce," Xiao Shitzi remarked. "Liar, you must not be disrespectful," Xiao Yuan admonished. "Oh, come on," Xiao Shitzi, not daring to defy the young lord of Kanglin too much, stuck out his tongue and dashed out of the Gu building. Li Yuan remained unfazed by the children's remarks. They belonged to entirely different worlds, and naturally, their ways of speaking differed greatly. Xiao Shitzi had the liberty to express himself freely. "Xiang Zhangzhu, please forgive my child's impudence." Li Yuan unexpectedly heard Xiao Yuan apologize. Qi Xian complimented. "The young lord speaks without restraint and with candor. We understand. Besides, he is not wrong. The path of the Gu master is indeed trivial. I believe there is great potential in the lineage of Gu masters." Xiao Yuan sighed softly. Liar and Qin'er's mother was a Gu master. Qi Xian, why didn't you mention this earlier? Qi Xian felt immensely awkward. Even someone well-versed in social nuances like him was at a loss for words. Who could have known that the long-deceased Kanglin princess was a Gu master? Li Yuan remained composed, internally speculating that the Kanglin princess was likely no ordinary Gu master. It was no wonder the 9 Palaces Gu nest consented to Xiao Yuan's visit, even hinting at a collaborative intent. Perhaps it had much to do with the late Kanglin princess. Thus, I hold a keen interest in the lineage of Gu masters. Many of their abilities cannot be replaced by martial artists, Xiao Yuan remarked with a smile. Half an hour later, the group exited the Gu building. Upon stepping outside, they spotted the young lord and princess engaged in a heated dispute in the bamboo grove. Their faces flushed as they argued fervently. Martial artists are the strongest. Gu masters are the strongest. Martial artists are super invincible. Gu masters are the absolute strongest. I want to become a martial god and make all Gu masters practice martial arts. I want to become a Gu immortal and command all martial artists to eat cilantro. The young princess and young lord stood on opposite sides, posturing dramatically, shouting at each other. It was a contest of who could speak longer and louder. Watching this pair of lively children, Li Yuan could not help but chuckle. It had been quite some time since the once quiet Gu building had seen such commotion. You two have had enough, Xiao Yuan said with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Regardless of whether you wish to be a Gu master or a martial artist, you must first lay a solid foundation and study diligently. In the future, let your strength speak for itself. Arguing is futile. Humph. The young princess and the young heir each let out a soft huff, turning their heads away. Let us proceed. It is time to visit the next hall. Xiao Yuan stepped forward, grasping one of them in each hand. Your Highness, please take care. Li Yuan let out a sigh of relief, finally seeing them off, inwardly praying that this prince would not return. However, the group had scarcely taken 2 steps when they came to a halt once more. The young princess, Xiaoqiner, turned back repeatedly, her little legs seemingly frozen in place, leaving 2 long trails in the earth beneath her tiny feet. Qiner, do you have something to say? A child's thoughts are seldom concealed, her large, watery eyes fixed intently on a certain spot in the bamboo grove. Xiaoqiner pursed her lips in determination. Father, I wish to have that butterfly. Chapter 23. The Role of Beautiful Waste. Xiaoqiner raised her delicate hand, pointing towards a bamboo stalk. The crowd followed the direction indicated by the young princess and beheld a vibrant butterfly perched upon the bamboo. What a stunning butterfly! Xiao Yuan was somewhat taken aback, instantly comprehending his daughter's sentiments. The butterfly resting on the bamboo measured approximately half a foot in length, its wings unfurled like a beautiful scroll, seemingly embodying all the splendor and wonder of the world. The base color of its wings was a profound and deep blue reminiscent of the midnight sea, adorned with wisps of ethereal purple radiance. A fleeting glimpse was all it took to leave an indelible impression, especially for a little girl whose heart brimmed with innocence, making it irresistibly alluring. Master Qian, is this butterfly also a Gu worm from the residual Gu tower? Xiao Yuan inquired. Qi Xian found himself momentarily speechless. Judging by its aura, it indeed appeared to be a Gu worm, yet the 12 caves should not cultivate such creatures. It must have been a residual Gu that underwent erroneous evolution during its cultivation. Realizing Qi Xian's lack of expertise in this matter, Xiao Yuan decided to escort his daughter back. Li Yuan, is this butterfly one you have raised? Yes, Li Yuan nodded. This butterfly was precisely what he referred to as the beautiful waste, the Jingong butterfly, exquisite in appearance yet utterly devoid of utility. Brother, could you sell it to me? Before Xiao Yuan could respond, the young princess, Xiaoqiner, spoke up. If the princess desires it, please take it, Li Yuan said generously. After all, it was merely a beautiful waste, of no value to him. Mother said that we should not take others' possessions without offering something in return, Xiaoqiner asserted earnestly. Name your price, Xiao Yuan chuckled. Qiner is right. This butterfly is clearly extraordinary. It must have required considerable effort and resources to cultivate, and we cannot accept it without compensation. Li Yuan replied. I just casually raised it. There is no need for hesitation. If you wish for something in exchange, simply state it. Xiao Yuan assumed Li Yuan was reluctant to make a request due to his status. The prince had misunderstood. What Li Yuan lacked was merely time. Very well, Xiao Yuan said, retrieving a token from his waist. When you have made your decision, you may present this token to me or seek out others in the Kanglan domain. They will assist you as well. Okay. Li Yuan no longer hesitated. The Prince of Kanglan was open to exchanges, and he decided to go with the flow. Taking the token, Li Yuan gestured, and the Jinghong butterfly flitted gracefully towards him, landing on the young princess's shoulder. It is truly beautiful, Xiaoqiner exclaimed joyfully, dancing with delight. Thank you, big brother. You are a good person. May you live a long life. May the princess's good words be a blessing. Li Yuan was amused. Goodbye, big brother. With the Jinghong butterfly in her possession, Xiaoqiner left, her heart brimming with satisfaction. Li Yuan watched as the group vanished at the edge of the bamboo grove, releasing a long sigh. Let us hope it's not a goodbye for long. If we meet again, it will likely be amidst the flames of war. Time flows like a river. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. The Kanglan prince had not returned to the 12 caves, alleviating Li Yuan's concerns for the time being, as the tranquil life of the residual Gu Tower continued unabated. Li Yuan reveled in this serene existence. Glancing at the panel each day, Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 4th Transformation 381-800, Realm, 4th Transformation, Life Gu, Blood Chi Gu, Rebirth Gu, Tricolor Exotic Fire Python. Illusory Robe, Gu House, None. I have been refining Gu in the southern wilderness for nearly 2.5 years. With Xiao Zhao by my side, engaging in conversation, sharing meals, occasionally chatting, and discussing the path of Gu Masters, solitude was kept at bay. As spring faded into autumn, the seasons changed, and life continued as usual. Brother Yuan. One day, while Li Yuan was engrossed in refining Gu, Wang Zhaozhao excitedly rushed in. You broken through to the 3rd transformation realm of Gu Masters? Li Yuan discerned the truth at a glance. What a thing. You could at least pretend not to know and take a guess. She pouted. I forgot. I promise to do better next time, Li Yuan chuckled. As he gazed at the gradually maturing young woman, memories of old Wang surfaced. The precious Gu, Ice Heart Gu, gifted by old Wang before his demise, was still nurtured by him, intended for Xiao Zhao in the future. Poor old Wang had spent his entire life trapped at the 3rd transformation, never crossing the threshold of the mundane and the extraordinary. Xiao Zhao, having just turned 18, had already attained the 3rd transformation. An undeniable gulf lay between them. Brother Yuan, thank you. Wang Zhaozhao understood very well the source of her achievement today. Without Brother Yuan's guidance in cultivating the blood-eye Gu, his mentorship in her practice, and the resources he provided, she would have never reached her current heights. You thank me again? Li Yuan teased. Then I must express my gratitude to you as well. Wang Zhaozhao was taken aback. Thank me for what? Thank you for doing the laundry, cooking for me, keeping me company, and enjoying the scenery together, Li Yuan stated earnestly. But those are merely trivial matters, she replied. Indeed. Just small things. The young woman stood in the wind, momentarily lost in thought, before breaking into a smile. Li Yuan shifted the subject. Focus on your training. The 4th transformation realm is a significant threshold, and transcending the divide between the mundane and the extraordinary is no easy feat, yes. Wang Zhaozhao was not arrogant. Her grandfather had spent his life ensnared at the 3rd transformation, never crossing the threshold into the extraordinary. She was determined to surpass him. Brother Yuan, what is your realm? This was the first time Wang Zhaozhao had inquired about Li Yuan's realm. Since the day she joined the remnant Gu Tower, Li Yuan had been a figure of mystery and strength in her eyes, a Gu master who never flaunted his prowess. She admired him, setting him as her goal, revering him like a deity. We are both climbers of the mountain, Li Yuan did not explicitly state. Wang Zhaozhao ceased her inquiries, silently vowing to keep pace with Brother Yuan. Another night passed. After a prolonged period of silence, the reconnaissance Gu unexpectedly emitted a warning signal once more. Li Yuan, lying in bed, opened his eyes. He was not taken aback. He had anticipated this day and had long prepared to face it, even while nestled in a tranquil life. One must envision the most perilous scenarios. To remain vigilant in peace and to prepare for rain before it falls, these were the principles Li Yuan had established for himself in survival. Outside the small bamboo grove, 6 shadowy figures stealthily infiltrated from various directions. It appears that Huang Funan has sustained grave injuries, leaving him at the end of his tether. Over a year has passed without recovery, and he can only control 6 corpse puppets. Previously, Li Yuan had witnessed Huang Funan effortlessly commanding more than a dozen corpse puppets to engage in battle with Shi Wuli. However, I have now mastered the art of life-stealing, and even in the face of the pinnacle that is Huang Funan, I harbor no fear. Li Yuan contemplated this internally. Nevertheless, he expressed his respect for Huang Funan, deciding to take on the guise of the 6th brother, opting for stealth rather than direct confrontation. Slug quickly transformed into the flying snake Gu, an embodiment of both love and hate for Huang Funan. Li Yuan concealed himself by the bedside, utilizing the illusory robe to completely obscure his presence and that of the 3-color exotic fire python. Simultaneously, he transformed the quilt on the bed into the likeness of the flying snake Gu. Before long, a pair of green, glistening eyes appeared outside the window, catching sight of the flying snake in the moonlight. Shi Wuli, you are indeed still alive. Huang Funan's murderous intent surged. It turns out you have usurped the body of a disciple from the cursed Gu Tower to survive. He recalled the name of that disciple, seemingly Li Yuan, who possessed commendable talent. Li Yuan, today, this master shall avenge you. May you rest in peace and witness my successful refinement of Shiwuli and the blood I gill. Chapter 24. The Trap and the Deadly Corpse Puppet Array. Huang Funen ceased to conceal himself, bellowing with a fierce intensity. 6 corpse puppets simultaneously burst through the walls, each brandishing a chain smeared with black corpse oil. Shiwuli, you cannot escape. In an instant, the 6 chains swiftly ensnared the entire bed. Huang Funen lunged forward, his hand striking like a dagger, forcefully aimed at the head of the flying serpent. With a sickening squelch, the serpent's head exploded upon impact. Huang Funan's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the anomaly. There was no way Shiwuli could lack the ability to resist and be so easily slain. Suddenly, a barrage of sharp spikes shot towards him from all directions. Paralysis. Paralysis goo. Caught off guard, Huang Funan was struck by the paralysis goo, rendering his limbs numb. He hastily commanded his innate corpse-controlling goo to inject the corpse oil into his body, alleviating the numbing sensation. At that very moment, he perceived an imminent danger. Raising his gaze abruptly, he beheld a small snake. The perilous yet alluring creature opened its mouth, conjuring a crystal blue flame. Rare goo. Tricolored ethereal fire python. Huang Funen recognized the type of the diminutive creature, dread flooding his senses. Shiwuli, you have actually succeeded in your metamorphosis. He was engulfed in shock and despair. With a whoosh, the crystal blue flame struck Huang Funan, soon joined by a verdant flame, amplifying the inferno, searing his skin while encasing his organs in frost. Huang Funan emitted a horrific scream. Hidden in the shadows, Li Yuan was astonished, indeed. The cave master was remarkable, still able to cry out in such agony, without instantly turning into an ice sculpture. I shall perish. You shall not survive either. With his final command, he unleashed his innate goo, merging it into a colossal corpse puppet, fully aware that this action would seal his own fate. Yet, he could no longer afford to ponder the consequences. The moment he beheld Shiwuli's rebirth, he recognized his defeat was inevitable. Boom. In the next instant, his body erupted in multiple places. Skin, brain, eyeballs, lungs, intestines, flesh, all disintegrated into a fine mist, with only fragments of organs clinging to the jagged remnants of his bones. How can he still be alive? Li Yuan was astonished. Indeed, a fifth-turn goo master possessed extraordinary capabilities. The fusion of man and goo was no trifling matter. Huang Funan was left with but half an eyeball dangling in its socket, rolling about until it caught sight of the bed, causing it to tremble violently. The exploded head of the flying serpent had vanished, leaving only a quilt with a puncture and a plump, pale slug wriggling beneath the bed. Rare goo. Illusion. Luoi. He uttered fragmented, nearly inaudible sounds. The remnants of his mind could no longer allow Huang Funan to contemplate further. As he frantically crawled towards the illusion Luoi, Shao Kai, unleash another blast. Li Yuan's thoughts stirred, prompting Shao Kai to expel flames once more. This time a crimson blaze engulfing Huang Funan. It hurts. I am in such pain. Scorched by the crimson fire, Huang Funan's senses dulled. Abandoning his pursuit of the illusion Luoi and redirecting his charge towards Shao Kai, Li Yuan was compelled to reveal himself, gently retreating with Shao Kai. He observed Huang Funan with an air of calm composure. There was no further action required. The crimson flames would soon consume Huang Funan entirely, leaving nothing in their wake. You are not. She. The dying Huang Funan finally grasped the truth. Indeed. Li Yuan nodded. I am not Shiwuli, but rather the harbinger of death, here to exact vengeance for an old friend. Any words of regret should be uttered in the underworld. With a sharp crack. Huang Funan's spine was severed, and his head rolled onto the ground. He could no longer recall. Who was this man? Who was his old friend? Were they akin of some corpse puppet? The crimson flames extinguished his final thoughts. Huang Funan, die. Li Yuan remained unfazed. Shao Kai, clear the scene. Ensure it is immaculate, leaving no trace behind. With shrewdness and a fortuitous advantage, Li Yuan effortlessly secured victory against a heavily wounded foe, finding this much easier than vanquishing Ao Shuang. The vexing dilemma for Li Yuan was that with the cave master deceased, the Ninth Palace would undoubtedly investigate. Would they trace the incident back to him? It seemed unlikely. He cast a glance at Shao Kai, who was diligently erasing all evidence, confident that he would not be exposed. Without proof, it could not be deemed his doing. It would merely be classified as Shiwuli's act. Quite reasonable. Li Yuan departed, stepping outside to peer into Xiao Zhao's chambers. The young girl was in a deep slumber. He had previously set up a sound-blocking talisman, ensuring that all disturbances were curtailed. with no intention of letting Xiao Zhao learn of these events. He awaited the moment when the sect would discover the cave master's absence and appoint a new one. To this day, Li Yuan was unaware of the exact location of the Ninth Palace's inner sanctum. He only knew that within the vast mountains of the southern frontier, the influence of the Ninth Palace's Gu nest was widespread. He recalled when he first entered the sect, Qi Lin had mentioned that each palace had 72 caves. This meant that within the southern frontier's 10,000 mountains, there were a staggering 648 forces akin to the Ninth Palace's 12 caves. Perhaps this was the foundation of the Ninth Palace's Fade of seclusion, a false retreat, hiding away. True seclusion lies in invincibility, where one can act at will. No wonder that amidst the tumult of dynastic changes and the emergence of martial prowess, the Ninth Palace's Gu nest has endured for millennia. Li Yuan pondered. If the 12 caves were affected by the flames of war, should he relocate deeper into the mountains to remain undisturbed? If given a choice, he would prefer not to leave. Having spent 2.5 years refining Gu in the ruined Gu Tower, it was the place he had called home the longest in this lifetime. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a resounding chime echoed from the main peak. Could it be a death knell? Li Yuan nearly forgot that in the Tianyuan continent, there could exist similar entities to soul lamps or life tokens, capable of revealing the demise of the cave master, Huang Funan. The cave master has fallen. All disciples of the 12 caves remain vigilant. The cave master has fallen. All disciples of the 12 caves remain vigilant. A bird known as the Yue, a beast Gu, soared high in the sky, announcing the news to the peaks of the 12 caves. Suddenly, the door to the adjacent chamber was violently flung open. Li Yuan had removed the seal on the insect. And within the confines of the room, Wang Zhaozhao was jolted awake by the sound of the transmission. The master of the cave has perished? Her delicate frame trembled. Disbelief etched across her features. Brother Yuan, did you hear that? The master has died. She felt no sorrow. Rather, a sense of elation enveloped her. If grandfather were to learn of this, he would surely rejoice, wouldn't he? Li Yuan chuckled. Old Wang is just behind the mountain. He undoubtedly heard it, and is likely applauding. Suddenly, Wang Zhaozhao sensed a flicker of firelight emanating from Li Yuan's abode. Brother Yuan, is there a fire in the house? Not to worry, Li Yuan replied nonchalantly. It's merely Xiao Kai practicing her fire breathing. No need for concern. Oh, Wang Zhaozhao realized. Xiao Kai is truly diligent. If even the insect is so industrious, how can she find the time to rest? Chapter 25. The Elder of the Ninth Palace. On the 10th day following the demise of Huang Funan, individuals from the inner gate of the Ninth Palace arrived. Among them was an esteemed elder of the 8th Transformation Realm, accompanied by 2 disciples of the 5th Transformation Realm, who commenced a thorough investigation into the cause of Huang Funan's death. Their routine examination swiftly led them to the residual Gu loft situated in the small bamboo grove. The overseer of the loft, a 3rd Transformation Gu master named Li Yuan, was assisted by a 2nd Transformation Gu master known as Wang Zhaozhao, the very disciple who had refined the rare blood IQ. The law enforcement team had conducted their inquiries and found no irregularities. Accompanying the elder from the Ninth Palace in the pursuit of clues was Qi Xian, the master of the 100 Affairs Hall. Li Yuan was a diligent and honest individual, devoted to his work and methodically crafting Gu, and was certainly not one to contravene the sect's regulations. Qi Xian held a favorable impression of Li Yuan. The young man was exceptionally capable, sparing Qi Xian the need to request personnel adjustments from the Ninth Palace, thus averting the unfortunate reduction in monthly allocations. A 3rd Transformation Gu master? The elder of the Ninth Palace furrowed his brow. It appears that your 12 caves have been remiss in reporting. Qi Xian was taken aback, pondering the elder's insinuation. The elder, with a half-smile, remarked, from my perspective, the 2 individuals in the residual Gu loft are clearly a 4th Transformation Gu master and a 3rd Transformation Gu master. Ah? Qi Xian exclaimed, astonished. They have both broken through? And yet, they did not inform me. There is no need for alarm. The elder of the Ninth Palace chuckled lightly. A mere 4th Transformation Gu master and 3rd Transformation Gu master are hardly capable of eliminating Huang Funan without leaving a trace. Qi Xian speculated that Huang Funan had likely fallen victim to a higher-tier Gu master or martial artist. Otherwise, with Huang Funan's capabilities, he would not have been utterly defenseless. They meticulously examined the residence of Huang Funan, discovering not a single trace of battle, which attested to the extraordinary skill of the true perpetrator lurking in the shadows. However, the talents of the 2 disciples were commendable, making them worthy of cultivation. The elder of the Ninth Palace was not particularly concerned about Huang Funan's death. The The investigation was merely a formality. Conversely, the discovery of two promising candidates brought him greater joy, rendering the journey worthwhile. Summon them forth, the elder commanded. Understood. Qi Xian felt elated. Should Li Yuan and Wang Zhaozhao earn the elder's favor and be accepted into the inner gate of the Ninth Palace, his position as the master of the 100 Affairs Hall would yield substantial merit and rewards. He hastened to the residual Gu loft. Li Yuan, when did you ascend to the fourth transformation realm? You didn't mention it. Qi Xian's enthusiasm was notably heightened. It has only been a short while since my breakthrough, Li Yuan replied, a sense of dread welling within him. For he had not anticipated the elder of the Ninth Palace to discern his realm so swiftly. Fortuitously, he had not utilized the illusionary Luo garb. Otherwise, he would have risked exposure. Elder Yu Hengchuan from the Ninth Palace specifically requests to meet with you and Wang Zhaozhao, Qi Xian said, patting Li Yuan on the shoulder. Make a good impression. If you garner the elder's approval and join the inner gate of the Ninth Palace, your future will be boundless. Thank you, Master Qi, Li Yuan replied with a respectful gesture before calling for Xiao Zhao, and together, they followed Qi Xian into the bamboo grove to meet Elder Yu Hengchuan of the Ninth Palace. Elder Yu scrutinized Li Yuan, his brow gradually furrowing as he inquired, how long have you been with the 12 caves? 2.5 years, Li Yuan responded. Your talent is quite remarkable, qualifying you for initiation into the inner sanctum of the Ninth Palace. What is your innate Gu? The blood vitality Gu. What? Yu Hengchuan exclaimed, bewildered. Why did you not exchange it for a more promising Gu before becoming a fourth-tier Gu master? Such a prodigious talent paired with a blood vitality Gu is akin to a divine general riding a dog, effectively crippling oneself. The innate Gu is akin to a second life for a Gu master. The potential of a Gu master largely hinges on the potency of their innate Gu. I believe the blood vitality Gu is quite decent, Li Yuan replied. Decent my foot. Yu Hengchuan retorted fiercely. You do not truly believe the foolish notion that there are only useless Gu masters, not useless innate Gus, do you? Observing the furious Yu Hengchuan, Li Yuan was slightly taken aback. Wasn't he here to investigate a case? How had the atmosphere shifted so drastically? Never mind. Yu Hengchuan sighed. Having stepped into the fourth tier, it is no longer possible to change your innate Gu without extraordinary circumstances. There is no point in discussing it further. Your potential now depends on whether the blood vitality Gu can undergo further evolution. If it does not evolve, your career as a Gu master will be stunted before reaching the 6th tier. After finishing his remarks, he turned to Wang Zhaozhao. How long have you been with the 12 caves? 2 years. Your talent is barely passable, but your innate blood-eye Gu is commendable. If you wish, I can offer you a chance to study in the inner sanctum of the Ninth Palace, the elder said calmly. Qi Xian, standing nearby, was frantically signaling. But upon recalling that Wang Zhaozhao is blind, his hopes dwindled. How could this foolish girl still be hesitating? I wish to remain in the 12 caves. In the Remnant Gu Pavilion, after a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Zhaozhao declined. If she left, the Remnant Gu Pavilion would be left with only Brother Yuan alone. At least her presence offered companionship for meals and conversations. Oh, Yu Hengchuan was somewhat surprised. He had noticed that the girl harbored feelings for Li Yuan, which was why she was reluctant to depart. He reflected on his own past. Once, he had emerged from the mountains, joining the 36 caves of the Ninth Palace. Alone and directionless, traversing many wrong paths, he had stumbled and collided with numerous obstacles before achieving his current status. This was also the reason he wished to afford lower-tier disciples an opportunity. Yet, he understood that a person's obstinacy is often difficult to alter, in their youthful arrogance. They tend to believe they will never regret their future choices. So be it. Each path is unique. Yu Hengchuan had provided an opportunity and would not impose further. You too, alas. Qi Xian was exasperated. Had the reward just flown away? Elder Yu, please take care. Li Yuan remained unfazed. After walking a few steps, Yu Hengchuan paused, flicked his hand, and tossed several scrolls into Li Yuan's grasp. These are some insights on nurturing Gu from this elder, a gift for you. If you can evolve the blood vitality Gu, you may return to me, and I shall accept you as my personal disciple. The disciple expressed gratitude to Elder Yu. Li Yuan bowed in thanks. Regardless of the circumstances, this was a stroke of good fortune. Soon, the figures of Yu Hengchuan and his entourage vanished at the end of the small bamboo grove, having walked quite a distance. A disciple of Yu Hengchuan suddenly spoke up. Elder, the residual Gu Tower appears quite suspicious. The buildings bear marks of having been repaired after a battle, indicating that a fierce conflict may have transpired here. Yu Hengchuan maintained his usual demeanor and inquired, what are you implying? The disciple hesitated for a moment before whispering. Could it be that Huang Funan was harmed by Li Yuan and Wang Zhaozhao? A cold chuckle escaped Yu Hengquan's lips. Your imagination is quite vivid. Even if what you say were true, it would still be Huang Funan's own fault. If he cannot even defeat a disciple, how can he claim to be a cave master? His death would be justly deserved. Yu Hengquan was not an inflexible man. As long as Li Yuan did not rely on Shi Wuli's parasitic abilities and genuinely killed Huang Funan through his own prowess, he would choose to remain oblivious. Rather than seeking accountability, he saw potential in Li Yuan. The two disciples fell silent, understanding that the elder's actions were guided by his own rationale. Chapter 26. The evolutionary direction of the natal gu. After leaving the small bamboo grove, Yu Hengquan never returned. Li Yuan diligently studied the insights on raising gu that Yu Hengquan had bestowed upon him. The scroll contained Yu Hengquan's unique perspectives on gu nurturing, as well as his cultivation philosophy and an analysis of the metamorphosis and evolution of gu insects. This was in stark contrast to the gu master manual distributed by the sect, which merely offered rudimentary knowledge. Indeed, nurturing gu is a skillful endeavor. As Li Yuan gazed at the densely packed notes, a sense of admiration welled within him. The gu master manual merely presented a simplistic direction regarding the evolution of gu insects, with scant details on the intricacies of nurturing them through transformation. In contrast, Yu Hengquan's notes were obsessively detailed, a veritable treasure trove of information. This was precisely what Li Yuan sought. While other gu masters imposed stringent requirements concerning the environment, time, materials, and other factors, Li Yuan only needed a correct direction. What he lacked were experience and raw materials. The rest he could navigate with shortcuts. Life can sometimes be unexpectedly fortuitous. Yu Hengquan's arrival had proven to be a stroke of serendipity for him. To his surprise, upon meticulously reading Yu Hengquan's insights, Li Yuan discovered that it mentioned the evolutionary direction of the Qi blood gu. The Qi blood gu is one of the most common first-tier gu insects. Its commonality implies a low difficulty in cultivation and a complete lack of rarity, which also translates to a lamentably low potential for evolution and virtually no chance of metamorphosis. Yu Hengquan had conducted numerous experiments, all resulting in failure, yet he recorded a rough cultivation direction that held the highest possibility of evolution. According to Yu Hengquan's theory, the Qi blood gu could evolve into a giant gu, or even a pansian gu, which seemed like a fantastical notion. While some gu masters had succeeded in evolving into giant gu, the pansian gu is purely theoretical. After thoroughly digesting the insights, Li Yuan sought out Qi Xian and requested his assistance in procuring various medicinal herbs and spiritual grasses. Qi Xian expressed great regret over Yu Hengquan's previous visit, but was nonetheless enthusiastic towards Li Yuan, no longer viewing him merely as a junior disciple, but rather with a hint of flattery. Within a week, Qi Xian personally arrived at the small bamboo grove, carrying a sack filled with materials. Li Yuan, I have gathered all the materials you requested. As an outstanding disciple of the sect, I will provide them to you at cost price. Thank you, Home Master Xian. Li Yuan replied with a cupped fist in gratitude. Though life remained as tranquil as ever, the elevation in status brought about by his burgeoning strength was palpable. Li Yuan, with such an abundance of materials, has Elder Yu's insights inspired you to prepare for the evolution of your natal Qi blood gu? Qi Xian inquired. He could sense that Yu Hengquan held a particular admiration for Li Yuan, having promised that if Li Yuan could achieve the evolution of his natal Qi blood gu, he would take him on as a personal disciple. It was well known that Yu Hengquan was in the prime of his life, with prospects for advancement and the potential to attain a position of prominence within the sect. To become a disciple of Yu Hengquan would be an extraordinary opportunity. Indeed, Li Yuan affirmed with a nod. He has become rather conspicuous now. If he continues to use the basic blood Qi gu as his life gu, it is bound to arouse suspicion. The evolution of the blood Qi gu aligns perfectly with his intentions. Put in more effort, Qi Xian smiled and said, I am certain you will succeed. I await your good news. After gifting the materials, Qi Xian, with great tact, refrained from further interruption. Li Yuan carried a sack full of materials into the remnant gu building and closed the door behind him. The data panel emerged. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Pot, for transformations 452-800, Realm, for transformations, Life gu, Blood Qi gu, Revitalization gu, Tricolor Exotic Fire Python. Illusionary Robe, Gu House. None. As he opened the sack, a dazzling array of precious materials spilled forth, which Li Yuan meticulously sorted. Select raw materials, Life, Blood Qi gu. Add Yang Enhancing Grass, Blood oysters. Begin synthesis. Your lifeblood Qi Gu has received a slight enhancement. A mere slight enhancement? Li Yuan realized the challenge ahead. Once more. Add sea oysters. Add fire tiger gallbladder. Add blood elephant flesh. Begin synthesis. Your lifeblood Qi Gu has received a modest enhancement. A mere increment. Utterly failing to meet Li Yuan's expectations. Not enough. Again. Black pot. Reveal your limits to me. Synthesize. 3 months passed. Li Yuan had exhausted his family fortune. A new storm had arisen. He was in dire need of funds. Theory ultimately remains theory, whereas reality delivers a heavy blow. It was exceedingly difficult. In that moment, Li Yuan truly understood why Gu masters opted to exchange for a potential life Gu before stepping into the realm of 4 transformations. The evolution of ordinary Gu was simply too arduous. He had bypassed countless steps of nurturing, cultivating, and feeding, yet after 3 months, he had achieved nothing. What of other Gu masters? They might need 3 years, or even 30, to attain similar results. Li Yuan decided to temporarily abandon his efforts, planning to save money and gather some crucial materials before embarking on another synthesis experiment. Money flowed like water, while saving demanded one's very life. Before he knew it, another half-year had quietly slipped away. Li Yuan was dismantling a 5 transformation remnant Gu when he heard the sound of a youthful voice calling from downstairs. Big brother, are you there? Li Yuan paused. The voice seemed somewhat familiar, yet he could not immediately recall its owner. It was not until he opened the door and saw a girl in a light yellow dress that he suddenly remembered. It was the little princess Xiao Qiner from the Kanglan domain. He glanced around. Neither the Kanglan king Xiao Yuan nor the heir Xiao Lai was present. Only Xiao Qiner and a formidable-looking female guard had come. Big brother. Upon seeing Li Yuan, Xiao Qiner waved vigorously, calling out loudly. I have met the little princess. Li Yuan said, cupping his hands in respect. What brings you here unexpectedly? Jingong is gravely ill. Please, big brother, save it. Xiao Qiner exclaimed. Holding a flower basket filled with exotic blooms, within which the Jingong butterfly lay, barely clinging to life. Let me have a look. Li Yuan said as he took the basket, astonished within. He believed that Xiao Qiner merely took a fleeting interest in the beautiful butterfly, Jingong, and would soon tire of it. To his surprise, the little girl genuinely cared for the creature. Big brother, is Jingong unwell? Xiao Qiner asked, her large, watery eyes filled with concern. Li Yuan assessed the situation and retrieved the butterfly from the flower basket, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. The butterfly was not seriously ill. It simply struggled to adapt to the variety of exotic flowers in the basket. In the future, dear little princess, please refrain from placing so many peculiar blooms together. Oh, is that so? Xiao Qiner pouted. It's all my father's fault for bringing me such wretched flowers. He nearly caused Jinghong's demise. In her frustration, she tossed the flower basket onto the ground. Li Yuan remarked, this is truly not the fault of King Kanglan. The flowers in the basket are precious and quite valuable. However, Jinghong, being a beautiful but delicate creature, could not bear such a fortune. He infused the butterfly with his spiritual energy for a while. Soon, Jinghong regained its vitality and perched upon Xiao Qiner's shoulder. Wow, big brother, you are truly amazing. Xiao Qiner exclaimed, her face radiating admiration. I want to become a powerful sorcerer like you. You certainly can, little princess, Li Yuan replied with a smile. Esteemed princess, this is not a suitable place to linger. We must return, the female guard reminded. All right, Xiao Qiner said reluctantly. Big brother, I must take my leave. Thank you for healing Jinghong. Turning to the female guard, she instructed, sisterly, please pay the consultation fee to big brother. There's no need, Li Yuan waved his hand. If the little princess no longer wants this flower basket, consider it payment for my services. The female guard, Li Ruoqian, halted her hand. Realizing that this man had a discerning eye, the basket of rare flowers was worth far more than mere currency. Big brother, if you like it, take it. Xiao Qiner said, waving her small hand dismissively, her demeanor that of a little heiress, unconcerned about the value. I have one more request, Li Yuan suddenly proposed. A brilliant idea forming in his mind. He turned to the female guard. This matter will require your assistance, Miss Li. Chapter 27. Transformation. The Giant Spirit Gu. Li Ruoqian's demeanor was cool and her brows slightly furrowed. Could this individual be afflicted with some grave illness? Are we that familiar? Just as she was about to reprimand him, she witnessed Li Yuan produce an item from his waist that rendered her speechless. Miss Li, he said, the king of Kanglan bestowed upon me this token, stating that in times of trouble, I could seek your assistance. Is it valid? The item he revealed was the very token the king had used to exchange for the stunning butterfly over a year ago. Today, it had indeed come into play. His Majesty's word is as solid as a mountain. It is certainly valid. Li Ruoqian nodded in acknowledgement. Li Yuan continued, I seek some medicinal herbs and spiritual treasures. Yet my avenues are blocked, leaving me without recourse. I kindly request your assistance, Miss Li. By now, Li Yuan had come to the realization that to cultivate rare goo and extraordinary goo, mere synthesis of residual goo would not suffice. It was imperative to incorporate rare treasures to seize any chance of success. That is no issue, Li Ruoqian replied placidly. Simply provide me with the list. Very well. Li Yuan had prepared the list in advance and handed it to her. Once the items on the list are procured, personnel from the royal residence will deliver them. Given the current intense state of warfare, resources are scarce, so it may take some time, Li Ruoqian explained. Is the situation truly that dire? Li Yuan realized he had been somewhat oblivious to external circumstances for a while. Most of the southern frontier has been affected. Should the cities of the southern regions fall to the rebels and demons, chaos will inevitably engulf the Jiogong mountain range. Li Ruoqian expressed her discontent. As for the matter of collaboration, the upper echelons of the Jiogong Gu Nest have yet to provide the king with a definitive response. Even at this juncture, they still seek to remain uninvolved, unafraid of being completely devoured by the demons. Having spoken her mind, she then recognized her impropriety in confiding such thoughts to Li Yuan and chose to refrain from further commentary, departing with the young princess. It seemed there was no escaping the impending turmoil. From mere fragments of conversation, Li Yuan had sensed the urgency of war. Before long, the Jiogong mountain range would certainly be affected. Presumably, they would not allow the demons to rampage unchecked, necessitating aid to either the king of Kanglan or the stationed troops in the southern regions to combat the demons, regardless of the storms that may come. Enhancing one's strength remained paramount. Li Yuan picked up the flower basket discarded by the young princess. Wealthy families truly were different. He could not identify all the flowers, recognizing only 2 or 3, which were worth more than all his possessions combined. It reminded him of a past life, where the earnings from a lifetime of labor paled in comparison to the interest accrued in a single day on someone else's bank card. Having been reborn as a prince, he found himself once again reduced to the status of a beast of burden, merely a trifling matter of hardship. The system had an additional advantage. It could discern materials. Li Yuan cast the exotic flowers and herbs into the black pot, and a virtual frame appeared before him. Dragon bloodgrass, a rare treasure that grows in the burial grounds of true dragons. Heavenly frost flower, a blossom that flourishes atop the snow-capped peaks of the far north. Star moon vine, thriving solely on the nourishment of stars and moonlight, found in the unique depths of primordial forests. It appeared the young princess truly adored the stunning butterfly. Had it not been for her profound affection, the king of Kanglan would not have dispatched someone to craft such an invaluable flower basket. Could it be that I have become somewhat dark-hearted? Such a thought fleetingly crossed Li Yuan's mind. What a jest! As a mere underling, how could I possibly foster pity for an illustrious sovereign? That would be sheer folly. Rather, I should contemplate how to enhance my strength, ensuring my survival in the impending conflict. Perhaps for them, crafting this floral offering is but a trivial task. Black cauldron. Commence synthesis. Select raw materials. My vitality blood goo. Add dragon blood herb. Star moon vine. Li Yuan refrained from incorporating all the rare herbs, for a mixture of differing attributes would render the evolution of the vitality blood goo uncontrollable. It might even lead to a phenomenon of positive and negative cancellation. This was wisdom he had previously gleaned. Currently synthesizing, your vitality blood goo has metamorphosed, evolving into the 4-turn rare goo, giant spirit goo. The giant spirit goo, known by the divine name giant spirit, embodies the strength of mountains and the flow of rivers. This goo allows the goo master to temporarily elevate their vitality, wielding power that can rend mountains and rivers, much like a giant spirit. Has it truly transformed? Li Yuan was astonished. It had succeeded on the first attempt. The ample nourishment from numerous herbs had laid the groundwork, and now the addition of a precisely suitable rarity had facilitated this seamless metamorphosis. Yet, why was it the giant spirit goo? According to the records in Yuheng Chuan, the evolution of the vitality blood goo was towards the giant goo. Although giant spirit and giant differ by merely a letter, the former is evidently superior to the latter, perhaps a high-end variant. Li Yuan's vitality was already abundant. With the metamorphosis of the vitality blood goo, it had become even more extraordinary. Let us test it. From the black cauldron, a blood-red goo insect emerged. The giant spirit grew measuring the size of a palm, adorned with hard wings and sharp antennae. Giant spirit, activate, Li Yuan called out. The giant spirit goo resonated with him, infusing his body with vital energy. His muscles began to swell dramatically, rising prominently. Boom! In the next instant, even his robe was torn asunder with a resounding crack. His hair stood on end, vitality coursing through him, forming a blazing crimson aura that surged and crackled around him. This is astonishing. Li Yuan felt as though he could fell 100 bulls with a single punch. He unleashed a powerful blow. Bang! A fierce wave of energy erupted. Resembling a dragon, carving a long trail upon the ground, shattering walls and crashing into the distant bamboo grove. With a cacophony, bamboo fell in droves, reduced to splinters. Had he possessed such power during his confrontation with Huang Funan, there would have been no need for cunning. A single punch could have rendered him to a mere heap. The overflowing vitality evidently influenced Li Yuan's thoughts, leading him to embrace a more forceful approach to conflict. Just as Li Yuan reveled in the exhilarating surge of power, the doors of the Remnant Gu Tower were suddenly flung open. Brother Yuan! Wang Zhaozhao rushed in. Brother Yuan, are you all right? As she spoke, she made to rush toward him. Wait. Li Yuan's body stiffened, his expression awkward. In his first application, he had lost control. His garments had been completely obliterated, leaving him in a state of undress. Fortunately, Xiao Zhaozhao was blind. Otherwise, the sight of his vitality surging like a dragon would have been laid bare. I am fine. Li Yuan gradually calmed his breath, the bulging muscles slowly subsiding, returning to a well-defined yet not overly inflated state. He had just encountered a minor disruption while cultivating his vital energy and had failed to maintain control. But all was well now, Li Yuan explained. Oh. Wang Zhaozhao took a few steps forward before abruptly halting. I thought there was an enemy attack. It nearly frightened me to death. I'm relieved you're unharmed, Brother Yuan. With that, she blushed and fled. Li Yuan, bewildered, exclaimed, What on earth? Why are you blushing like a boiled crab? Wait. Suddenly, he sensed something. Could it be that this girl possessed the ability to see certain truths? Chapter 28. Rising turmoil due to the matter concerning the blood ague. Li Yuan had perused medical texts. There exist various types of blindness. Some individuals merely experience blurred vision, perceiving a world that is not entirely engulfed in darkness. Enough of this. Li Yuan ceased his preoccupation, deeming it not of great significance. He now awaited the arrival of medicinal herbs from the Kanglan royal manor. His innate blood chi gu had already evolved into the formidable four-turned giant spirit gu, yet he remained unsatisfied, striving to further accelerate the evolution of all his innate gu. With the exception of the resurgence gu, which required no immediate enhancement, both the tricolor and the slug illusion robe, two rare gu, still possessed the potential for further evolution. The wait was interminable. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Instead of the anticipated arrival of Miss Pear, Li Yuan was met with the most unwelcome news. Qi Xian, the master of the Baishir Hall, hurried up the mountain to deliver the tidings. Li Yuan, he urged, prepare yourself. War may be imminent. Has the upper echelon of the Ninth Palace agreed to collaborate with the Kanglan King? Li Yuan inquired. Not yet. But it is on the horizon, Qi Xian replied gravely. Just now, the Ninth Palace dispatched a new cave master, relieving the Battle Guard Hall Master of his interim duties. This new cave master brings alarming news. Last night, all members of the 16th cave were slaughtered, leaving no survivors. Qi Xian's words cast a heavy pall over Li Yuan's spirit. The implications were painfully clear. The flames of war had reached the Jiogong mountain range. And the enemy was wholly unafraid of this sacred ground of Gu masters that had endured for millennia. They were deliberately provoking a confrontation. Is it the work of demons? Li Yuan queried. Not entirely, Qi Xian elucidated. An investigation by the elders of the Ninth Palace has uncovered traces of martial artists. Are they colluding with the demons? Li Yuan was taken aback. Indeed, Qi Xian confirmed. Currently, 3 factions vie for control over the southern frontier. Kanglan King Xiao Yuan, the Ghost King Ling Yu, and the Southern General Yifeng, who serves the imperial family. Presently, we cannot discern friend from foe. The Ninth Palace has ordered the remaining 71 caves to be on high alert. Once war is declared, it shall be a fight to the death. No one relishes the prospect of war, yet when pushed to the brink, the Jiogong Gu nest has no choice but to retaliate. I understand, Li Yuan replied, then asked, Master Qi, what is the cultivation level of the new cave master? A 6-turn Xiangu master, Qi Xian reassured him. There is no need for excessive concern. A 6-turn Gu master can contend with a 6th-rank martial artist, the so-called minor grandmaster in the eyes of the populace. In the minor grandmaster realm, one grasps the essence of masters, categorizing them as a formidable presence in their own right. Li Yuan had yet to engage in combat with martial artists. He was uncertain if he could overcome an opponent of a higher rank, yet he held unwavering confidence in his invincibility within his own tier. Very well. I have conveyed all I wish to share. Exercise caution in the coming days, Qi Xian advised. It would be prudent for you and Xiao Zhao to take turns keeping watch at night. Should the alarm bells ring, swiftly converge at the main peak. Do you comprehend? Understood, Li Yuan nodded. After Qi Xian departed, Li Yuan relayed the news to Wang Zhaozhao. Having endured the hardships of a fugitive life, Wang Zhaozhao felt little fear. Instead, she devoted herself even more diligently to her training. Li Yuan was uncertain how long such tranquility could endure. A data panel materialized before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 4th Transition 784-800. Realm, 4th Transition, Innate Gu, Giant Spirit Gu, Rebirth Gu, 3-colored Strange Fire Python. Illusionary Robe, Gu House. None. In just half a month, he would reach the 5th transition as a Gu Master. Time. I require time. With the elevation of his realm, the demand for raw materials increased. Merely synthesizing with low-grade residual Gu was no longer sufficient to meet his needs. High-grade residual Gu was exceedingly rare. And to concoct more powerful and rare Gu, he would need to engage in constant trial and error, necessitating an abundance of precious and exotic materials to compensate. On the very day that Li Yuan was poised to ascend to the 5th transition, an unexpected visitor arrived at the small bamboo grove. The newcomer was the newly appointed master of the 12 caves, named Pei Luoqing. Junior brother Li Yuan, I should have visited you sooner. But recent tumultuous events kept me occupied until today, he declared. Li Yuan was taken aback by the new master's demeanor. Why was he directly addressing him as junior brother? Ha ha ha, Pei Luoqing chuckled, sensing Li Yuan's confusion. Yu Hengchuan is my teacher, but I am not a disciple of Elder Yu, Li Yuan replied, perplexed. He had only met Yu Hengchuan once, during which the elder praised him and shared some insights on nurturing Gu, but they had not formed a deep connection. Do you not understand? Pei Luoqing countered. The teacher holds you in high regard. He merely feigns aloofness. He has a penchant for such pretense. Ah? Li Yuan was somewhat bewildered. Pei Luoqing continued with a smile. You think he is being selective? In truth, he speaks highly of you. Initially, I was quite skeptical. However, after arriving here, I was convinced. The teacher was right. You are indeed a prodigious talent. Li Yuan responded. You flatter me, master. No. Why am I regarded as a prodigy? This made him anxious. Had Yu Hengchuan and Pei Luoqing discerned something? Not at all, Pei Luoqing remarked. If I am not mistaken, junior brother, your Gu control technique has already reached the level of controlling Gu with thought, has it not? Upon entering the bamboo grove, I sensed the multitude of reconnaissance Gu monitoring us. Such youth, yet capable of commanding an immense number of subordinate Gu, your mental strength must have long attained the sea realm. Upon hearing these words, Li Yuan suddenly realized, yet he felt a twinge of fear. No wonder Yu Hengchuan had been excessively friendly that day. He had evidently perceived Li Yuan's control over countless reconnaissance Gu. Fortunately, the Gu he had deployed externally were solely reconnaissance Gu. Had Yu Hengchuan discovered that he commanded over 100 types of subordinate Gu, he likely would have apprehended him on the spot for dissection. I have been sufficiently cautious, yet my limited experience and lack of understanding of more formidable beings nearly led to my downfall. I must exercise greater caution in the future. Li Yuan silently reflected on his cautious existence, recognizing the profound transformation that must occur in the mental strength of a 6th transition Gu master, akin to that of a minor martial arts master, in order to perceive the reconnaissance Gu he had laid out. This also implies that similar reconnaissance methods become ineffective against more formidable opponents, necessitating an upgrade of the corresponding subordinate Gu. Master of the Cave. How is the realm of mental power classified? Given the circumstances, Li Yuan asked directly. You may simply call me senior brother. Pei Luoqing responded with enthusiasm, stating that mental power falls within the realm of intention, and in various cultivation systems, one must reach the 6th rank to perceive it with clarity. First Gu Masters. Mental power is of paramount importance. It directly determines the number of subordinate Gu one can control and the upper limit of the strength of one's inherent Gu. The realms are classified into 4, river, sea, domain, and abyss. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit that although I am a 6th transition Gu master, my realm of mental power is merely at the river level, inferior even to you, junior brother. Chapter 29, Comprehensive upgrade of the bamboo grove. After engaging in extensive conversations with Pei Luoqing, Li Yuan experienced a sudden enlightenment. Although he possessed the ability to control puppets without limitation through the black jar, it did not diminish the significance of cultivating one's mental fortitude. In summary, my junior brother, your innate talent in spiritual matters is remarkable, and your aptitude for puppet crafting is also commendable. This indicates that the path toward becoming a master puppeteer has already been largely paved for you. Pei Luoqing genuinely envied him. The teacher appointed me as the leader of the 12 caves, primarily to shield you from the disturbances caused by demons and to ensure your well-being. Thank you, Brother Pei. Li Yuan expressed his gratitude. This was a genuine act of care that he appreciated deeply, and he vowed to remember this kindness. Why not stay at my residence? Pei Luoqing offered. I sincerely appreciate your kindness, but I have grown accustomed to residing here, and wouldn't want to disrupt your tranquil cultivation. Li Yuan politely declined. What a jest. This is his stronghold. He would never consider abandoning it. Very well then. Pei Luoqing did not press further. Should you encounter any uncertainties in the realm of puppetry, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. Do not worry about being a bother. I will certainly not hold back. Li Yuan replied with a smile. Ever since his strength had increased and his talents had emerged, it seemed as though the entire world had grown more amicable. Once Pei Luoqing departed, Li Yuan returned to the ruined puppet tower. A data panel materialized before him. Puppeteer, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 5 turns 0-1500, Realm, 5 turns, Destined Puppet, Giant Spirit Puppet, Resurrection Puppet, Tricolor Exotic Fire Python. Illusory Robe, Puppet House, none. Upon noticing the absence of a puppet house, Li Yuan slapped his forehead. How had he forgotten this? He should have inquired about it with Brother Pei. Nevertheless, there would be ample opportunities in the future. For now, he resolved to synthesize a 5-turn puppet. With a clear objective in mind, he prioritized cultivating puppets that could conceal their presence and be used for reconnaissance in battle. Select original materials. 4-turn reconnaissance puppet. 4-turn concealment puppet. 4-turn tracking puppet. Commence synthesis. Typically, reconnaissance puppets, concealment puppets, and tracking puppets fall under the category of mortal puppets, with ordinary puppeteers capable of cultivating them up to 3 turns at most. To achieve 4 turns, a transformation and evolution are imperative. Li Yuan, however, had transcended this limitation through the black jar, enabling mortal puppets to reach 4 turns, albeit without a qualitative change, rendering their overall efficacy minimal. Essentially, they remained low-tier mortal puppets, easily detectable by puppeteers or warriors with formidable mental prowess. Thus, it was crucial for Li Yuan to ensure that the reconnaissance, concealment, and tracking puppets completed their evolution to attain a level that could evade mental perception. You have acquired a 5-turn profound reconnaissance puppet, as anticipated. The outcome of the first synthesis aligned with Li Yuan's expectations. Merely relying on low-tier mortal puppet fusion to elevate their rank was insufficient to alter their essence. Select original materials. 4-turn reconnaissance puppet X3, add 7 color flower, add moonshadow leaf. Utilizing rare and precious materials for synthesis implied a substantial expenditure of resources. Li Yuan, having been living a frugal life in the mountains, truly had limited finances. Commencement of synthesis. You have acquired the 5th transformation, Moonlight Bug. The Moonlight Bug, when refined into a life-bound insect, augments the combat prowess of the Goo Master under the moonlit night. When transformed into a subordinate insect, it can conceal itself within the moonlight, surveying a designated area. Note: all abilities of the Moonlight Bug are contingent upon moonlight. Shall it be refined into a life-bound insect? Success? Fortune is indeed favorable. The probability of synthesizing profound goo with rare treasures is not insignificant. Tonight, the full moon shines brightly. Li Yuan released the Moonlight Bug, attuning his mind to gather his spirit. A hazy scene unfolded in his mind, a miniature representation of a bamboo grove and the remnants of the Goo Tower. It seemed as though his consciousness could extend along the moonlight, perceiving all that lay before him. One Moonlight Bug equated to dozens of reconnaissance insects. Indeed, it was a qualitative transformation, akin to placing a diminutive heavenly eye above the bamboo grove. The surrounding area beyond the grove could be monitored, rendering all things visible. Its limitation, however, lies in its sole utility during moonlit nights. Further refinement is necessary. One solitary Moonlight Bug is far from sufficient to provide Li Yuan with the sense of security he desires. Select raw materials: 2 4th transformation sealing insects, 1 4th transformation tracking insect, add antenna vine, add gathering spirit stone. Commencement of synthesis. You have obtained the 5th transformation ant nest bug, the ant nest bug. A reconnaissance insect, when refined into a life-bound insect, creates an infinitely proliferating nest, with the quantity based on the goo master's own spiritual power. When transformed into a subordinate insect, it can monitor a designated area, albeit with diminished feedback. Intriguing. Li Yuan retrieved the ant nest from the dark vessel. Within the nest resided but a single ant, the queen, approximately the size of a finger segment. He positioned the nest in the bamboo grove and provided the queen with sustenance. Before long, the queen birthed a swarm of diminutive ants, scurrying in all directions. These ants were not classified as goo insects. Li Yuan discovered that he could only control the queen. Any information regarding the movements of the ant colony could only be relayed through her. The feedback mechanism was indeed more complex, with communication being notably weaker. However, it possessed a remarkable advantage. The tiny ants, not being defined as goo insects and lacking the goo master's aura, would remain undetected by foes. This was precisely what Li Yuan required. Onward. Select raw materials, commencement of synthesis. In the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. Li Yuan, ever the pragmatist, developed 5 varieties of reconnaissance insects that could monitor without being perceived by spiritual forces, saturating both the interior and exterior of the bamboo grove. They could function under various conditions, be it day or night, clear or rainy. Naturally, the notion of remaining undetected is relative. Whether it would prove effective against goo masters or warriors of the 6th transformation and above remains uncertain. Outside the 10,000 Great Mountains, Kanglan Army's encampment. A guard hurriedly entered the command tent. "My lord, we have received a response from the 9th Palace. They are willing to cooperate with us, but they have one stipulation." "What stipulation?" inquired Prince Xiao Yuan of Kanglan. You may read it for yourself." The guard hesitated before handing over the letter. Xiao Yuan took it, glanced at its contents, and suddenly felt a surge of anger. This is utterly outrageous. The demands of the 9th Palace require him to send his daughter to the mountains as a hostage. The guard smiled wryly, observing that the 9th Palace still harbors lingering resentment over the demise of the late princess. Indeed, Xiao Yuan sighed deeply. His wife was originally the saintess of the 9th Palace, the heir to the next palace master. The two met by chance and fell in love at first sight. Subsequently, the princess, dissatisfied with the 9th Palace's seclusion that left the people of the southern frontier in peril, resolutely abandoned her identity as the saintess and chose to follow him into battle, vanquishing demons and monsters. A decade ago, she bore him a pair of children. 7 years prior, in an effort to protect the citizens of a city during an evacuation, she led the army into battle against the demons, ultimately perishing in the struggle. "My lord, how shall we respond to this matter?" the guard inquired softly. "Allow me to contemplate," Xiao Yuan replied, seated in his chair, his expression weary. Before her demise, his wife left behind a blood-written letter, beseeching him for 2 promises. First, to expel the demons and save the people of the southern frontier. Second, to care for their children. Yet now, fate compels him to make an impossible choice. Chapter 30. The transaction with the Kanglan royal mansion father. "Father." Just as Xiao Yuan was deep in thought, his 2 children burst in. "Father, I am indignant." The young princess, Xiao Qiner, puffed up her cheeks in frustration. "Why do you only teach Xiao Lai martial arts and not allow me to learn the art of Gu?" The heir, Xiao Lai, replied smugly. "The teacher has said that Gu masters are but a trivial path. Who told you not to practice martial arts?" Xiao Qiner stamped her foot in protest. "How can you speak so recklessly? Since I am not allowed to learn, I will certainly become more powerful than you, a mere martial artist, once I master Gu techniques." Thus, the debate over the superiority of Gu arts versus martial prowess was a daily occurrence between the young prince and princess. Typically, Xiao Yuan would pass it off with a smile, but today he felt unusually troubled. "Qiner, do you truly wish to learn the art of Gu?" he asked, his voice trembling. "Of course." Xiao Qiner raised her chin defiantly. "I want to become as formidable a Gu master as Brother Li Yuan. I aspire to be a Gu fairy like Mother, the greatest in the world." "Humph," Xiao Lai scoffed. "Aside from Mother, all Gu masters are cowards, hiding away in the mountains. Only martial artists and soldiers can traverse the battlefield and save the world." "Nonsense," Xiao Qiner retorted, "as a Gu master, I too can slay demons and rescue the people." Their argument continued unabated. "Qiner, let me ask you this. If I were to send you to the 9 Palaces Gu nest to learn the art of Gu, and you could not stay by my side, would you resent your father?" Xiao Yuan inquired. "For a long time?" Xiao Qiner asked earnestly. "Yes," he nodded. uncertain of how long this turmoil would last. Would it endure until the direct bloodline of the Dayan royal family returned? Until a new martial deity was born? Or until this land was entirely consumed by hell, becoming a paradise for demons? Who could foresee? I. Xiao Qiner hesitated. She couldn't bear to part with her father, but her yearning to learn the art of Gu was profound. She aspired to become a heroine like her mother one day. Father, once I grow powerful, I will definitely come back to find you, she thought, convinced that if she became a remarkable Gu master, she would reunite with her father soon. Xiao Yuan's expression was complex, his heart aching. So, have you made your decision, Qinu? Yes, she affirmed with a nod. Then allow me to test you. If you pass this trial, I shall permit you to truly study the art of Gu, if you are agreeable. The thoughts of a child are often so straightforward and innocent. Naturally, Xiao Yuan could not simply acquiesce. He needed to ascertain that Qiner genuinely cherished this path before sending her to the Nine Palaces Gu nest. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to her. What trial? Xiao Qiner inquired. Your father will send you to the Nine Palaces mountain for 2 months. During this time, no one will attend to you. There will be no servants to cater to your needs, no delicacies or amusements. After 2 months, if you do not regret your decision, then I shall grant you permission, he proposed. As the princess of Kanglan domain, Xiao Qiner had been raised in luxury, surrounded by adoration, and thus tended to view the world through an overly rosy lens. Much like the young heir Xiao Lai, who brazenly declares his intent to vanquish demons and save the world. He remains blissfully ignorant of the harsh realities and formidable challenges that life presents. Naturally, Xiao Yuan must consider all possibilities. If Qiner possesses an iron will and unwavering determination, then allowing her to enter the Ninth Palace under the guise of a hostage to learn the art of sorcery may not be a detrimental decision. Excellent, Xiao Qinu exclaimed. Her spirit ignited with a sense of grand ambition, her small frame brimming with energy. Father, please take me to the 12 caves, she boldly proposed. The 12 caves? Xiao Yuan momentarily struggled to recall their location. It refers to the 12 caves where brother Li Yuan resides, Xiao Qiner clarified. The name Li Yuan rang a bell for Xiao Yuan, as his daughter frequently mentioned him, the young sorcerer who had gifted her the stunning butterfly of surprise. Very well. Xiao Yuan acquiesced. Having a familiar face present would ease Qiner's adaptation. A completely unfamiliar environment would indeed be too daunting. Yay, Xiao Qiner rejoiced, dancing with delight as she made a playful face at Xiao Lai. Hee, I'm going to become a sorcerer. Humph, Xiao Lai scoffed. It's merely a trivial pursuit. Only cowards aspire to such things. Xiao Qiner retorted with a huff. Just wait. Once I emerge from the mountains, we'll see who truly excels. The two resumed their playful rivalry. 3 days later, Li Yuan was inspecting his newly constructed sorcerer's fortress, thoroughly satisfied with the comprehensive and meticulous defenses he had established. Suddenly, a warning from the sorceress insects echoed in his mind. An outsider was swiftly approaching the small bamboo grove. Within 3 breaths, the visitor had arrived at the ruined sorcery tower, shattering Li Yuan's previously buoyant mood. It became evident that mere reconnaissance was futile in the face of overwhelming power. Direct combat prowess stood as the foremost priority. Fortunately, the visitor was not a foe. Miss Li Yuan greeted with a smile. I have brought what you requested. Li Ruoqian replied, placing a large wooden chest upon the ground, filled with the rare treasures Li Yuan had previously asked the Kanglan royal palace to procure. Thank you, Li Yuan said, bowing slightly as he produced a pouch of coins. This is your reward. The token from the Kanglan king served merely as a means to facilitate transactions. The principal payment was still his responsibility. No need, Li Ruoqian waved her hand. Our palace happens to have a request, which we can use to offset your reward. What is it? Li Yuan inquired, wary. What kind of task could possibly be beyond the capabilities of the Kanglan royal palace that they would seek his assistance? Do not be alarmed, Li Ruoqian smiled. The prince wishes to have the little princess stay with you for 2 months, to experience the life of a sorcerer in the mountains. Ah? Li Yuan was taken aback, reminded of a variety show from his previous life. Why would a perfectly good princess forsake her status to experience life in the mountains? It seemed absurd. I believe you will often seek rare treasures in the future. And with the Kanglan royal palace's support, your endeavors will be much easier. This arrangement is beneficial for you, Li Ruoqian asserted. Haha, Miss Li makes a valid point. Li Yuan conceded, acknowledging her reasoning. Subsequently, he mentioned that he might require Li Ruoqian's assistance for many matters, with the only cost being the stay of the young princess for 2 months, a rather advantageous arrangement. Thus, it was decided. Li Ruoqian remarked that shortly The young princess would make her way up the mountain on her own, and there was no need for excessive concern. She could act freely. No problem? Li Yuan nodded in agreement. In a fleeting moment, Li Ruoqian vanished from sight. Such swiftness, Li Yuan marveled. Feeling a greater sense of pressure than from senior brother Pei Luoqing, perhaps she was nearing the realm of a 7th-grade martial artist. He had gained some understanding of the martial arts cultivation system. A 6th-grade martial artist is referred to as a minor master, while a 7th-grade martial artist is deemed a grand master, capable of condensing the indestructible blood of a master and achieving limb regeneration. This indicated that the Kanglan royal mansion harbored numerous formidable individuals. Before long, Li Yuan noticed a petite figure appearing at the edge of the small bamboo grove, bearing a double burden and panting. Li Yuan Gij, are you there? Chapter 31. The Golden Journey of the Little Princess as she traversed the winding mountain path. Xiaoqiner found herself breathless. Yet, she did not succumb to despair. Instead, with her hands firmly planted on her hips, she bore an expression of pride and determination. Little Princess, Li Yuan greeted her with a smile that radiated the joy typically reserved for welcoming the god of wealth. Huff, huff, Li Yuan Gij. I am not a child anymore. Here, I am not a princess. You may call me Qiner, she replied, panting. Children grow swiftly. Li Yuan vaguely recalled that when he first met Xiaoqiner, her height barely reached his thigh. Now, she stood taller than his waist. Her features had matured, losing their childish softness, and were beginning to embody the essence of a blossoming young lady. Allow me to carry your luggage, Li Yuan offered. Absolutely not. Xiaoqiner firmly rejected him. My father instructed me not to burden others and to be self-reliant. Only then can I become an exceptional Gu master. Li Yuan thought to himself, your father is merely a martial artist. What does he know about the intricacies of Gu cultivation? Then let us proceed, he said, choosing not to meddle further. He allowed Xiaoqiner to carry her own luggage as they made their way through the bamboo forest, arriving at the quarters beside the residual Gu tower. Who is there? Upon hearing the commotion, Wang Zhao rushed over. The little princess of the Kanglan region, Xiaoqiner. Li Yuan introduced. Qiner, this is my junior sister, Xiao Zhao. You shall share a room with her from now on. Greetings, Sister Zhao. Xiaoqiner cheerfully exclaimed, exuding an air of humility. Greetings, little princess, Wang Zhao responded, her voice tinged with apprehension. This was her first encounter with someone of such significant stature, and she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Just call me Qiner, Xiaoqiner insisted, resolutely determined to hone her abilities and demonstrate her commitment to her father. The following day, Xiaoqiner awoke with dark circles under her eyes, her smile completely absent. Good morning, Li Yuan Gij. Good morning, Sister Zhao. She greeted weakly, her lack of rest evident. The onset of her Gu master journey had met with its first substantial setback. Would you not rather sleep a while longer? Li Yuan inquired with a smile. I shall not sleep. I wish to observe your Gu refining, Xiaoqiner declared, fighting against her drowsiness, yawning repeatedly. Watch Xiao Zhao practice instead. My Gu techniques are far too profound for you to grasp, Li Yuan stated seriously. Both Wang Zhao and Xiaoqiner wholeheartedly believed him, viewing Li Yuan as a master of the Gu arts. The process of refining Gu is intricate and demanding, requiring not only patience and meticulousness but also courage. One must refrain from recklessness in ordinary times yet dare to take risks at critical moments. With a bold effort, even a residual Gu can transform into a precious rarity. Wang Zhao explained as she practiced, recounting the incantations that Li Yuan had previously imparted to her. Xiaoqiner squatted nearby, struggling to comprehend, yet nodding earnestly as if she understood. Sister Zhao, how long does it take to refine a Gu? She inquired. Quickly, it may take several days. Slowly, it could stretch to several months, and in the most protracted cases, it may take 10 or 20 years, Wang Zhao replied. It takes that long? Xiaoqiner's expression fell instantly, for this was far from her expectations. Should it not be that a single note from a flute could summon countless Gu, and a shake of a bell could rally an army? This is the very embodiment of the Gu master that Xiaoqiner envisions. Wang Zhao chuckled. What you speak of is a Gu immortal, not a Gu master. One must not aspire too high in the art of Gu refining. It is essential to begin with the cultivation of the first Gu. However, you are still young and can only learn the nurturing process. You cannot refine your life Gu just yet. Familiarize yourself with the procedures, seek inspiration, and absorb the knowledge contained within the texts. The day you truly become a Gu master is still many years away. The girl's innate constitution has yet to fully develop, and her spirit is not sufficiently stable. Hastily refining her life Gu could lead to backlash. But I wish to become a Gu master quickly, Xiaoqiner pouted. Sister Xiao, is there any way to break this limitation? Indeed, Wang Zhaozhao replied, but such methods are known only within the inner sanctum of the Ninth Palace. And the conditions are exceedingly stringent. I see, Shao Qiner's eyes sparkled. Father said that if I stay here for 2 months, he would send me to the Ninth Palace for study. Then I shall soon become a Gu master. Hooray! Wang Zhaozhao was momentarily taken aback. Although the young princess was already quite approachable, her words fell upon her like a chasm, as if something so near was yet so far away. What she pursued throughout her life was something the young princess possessed innately in abundance. Li Yuan, seated nearby, felt little impact. Rather, he found it rather normal. From the outset, Shao Qiner had come to gild her identity, and now the transformation had brought about a stark contrast for the humble Wang Zhaozhao. A month later, Shao Qiner had adapted to life on the mountain, much to Li Yuan's astonishment. The young princess had not once thrown a tantrum or uttered a word of regret. On the contrary, her demeanor grew increasingly earnest, no longer restless. Even without refining her life Gu, she diligently learned to cultivate foundational Gu insects, recording her insights, which earned her Li Yuan's newfound respect. He recalled the words of King Kanglin, who mentioned that the young princess's mother was a Gu master. Perhaps it was her mother's legacy that instilled a profound love for the Gu path within Shao Qiner. The young princess's ascent to the mountains had also revealed many intricate details to Li Yuan, allowing him to form a rough prediction of the impending situation. It was likely that the collaboration between King Kanglin and the Ninth Palace's Gu nest was about to commence. The former was a staunch supporter of the Dian imperial family, while the latter represented an ancient power with a lineage spanning thousands of years, a sacred ground for Gu masters. Once the two sides joined forces, stabilizing the southern frontier would not prove difficult. However, whether they could expel the demons and quell the unrest would depend on the circumstances in other regions. The world was far from being swayed by the southern frontier alone. In the dead of night, Li Yuan was startled awake by the ominous signs of the ant nest Gu. He sat up abruptly. Has it finally arrived? Since the day of the massacre in the 16th cave of the Ninth Palace, he had known that chaos would inevitably sweep through here. Months of apprehension had materialized into reality. It had indeed come. Li Yuan took a deep breath, focusing his spirit, and accessed the information relayed by the ants that spread across the 12 caves through the ant nest Gu. The feedback that appeared in his mind was vague. Yet these indistinct signals were sufficient for him to infer countless pieces of information. Thousands of demons and warriors are gradually converging upon the 12 hollows. Is it truly a collusion between humanity and the demons? Li Yuan was astonished. This would undoubtedly complicate and exacerbate the state of affairs across the land. Contemplating this, he could not suppress a derisive chuckle. Regardless of the time or place, there will always be individuals who, for the sake of their own gain, betray their homeland, and even their own kind, becoming traitors to their race. Surely, they can withstand this, can't they? Li Yuan sensed that among the unexpected visitors, 2 powerful auras stood out, one emanating from the demon faction and the other from a human warrior. Outside a small bamboo grove, a towering tree stood majestically. Leaning against its trunk, Li Ruoqian, who was resting with her sword in hand, suddenly felt a presence and abruptly opened her eyes, her sharp gaze fixating on the distance. Demons? Had they truly found their way here, seeking to assassinate the princess? Chapter 32. The Invasion of Demons. The leader of the crocodiles, the mightiest among the 12 caves, is a 6th-tier Gu master. Together, we can eliminate him in 3 swift moves. In the shadows beyond the mountains, a young man clad in a dark robe converses with a demon possessing the body of a human and the head of a crocodile. Very well, the crocodile demon chuckled. As per our usual agreement, the body shall belong to me, while the Gu worms are yours. My brethren will ensure the area is sealed off. Let us aim to conclude this within half an hour. Strike. At the moment the crocodile demon finished speaking, a vast white canopy began to manifest in the sky above the 12 caves. It was a multitude of white silk threads, impenetrable and completely sealing off the space. Boom, boom, boom. In the next instant, a deep bell tolled across the mountains of the 12 caves. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The demons are coming! The demons are here! The frantic warnings echoed from the sky, only to be abruptly silenced as a silk thread pierced through the body of the messenger. The demons surged into the 12 caves. And Li Yuan had anticipated this, having prepared himself by observing the scene outside the small bamboo grove through his Jiao Weigu. This was not Li Yuan's first encounter with demons. He had witnessed them several times during his escape, and after arriving at Jiogong Mountain, he had gradually begun to forget. The invading demons were far more ferocious than he remembered. humanoid in shape, yet exhibiting distinct beastly traits, their bloodthirsty and violent presence palpable. Rumbling sounds erupted from the main mountain. Li Yuan focused his gaze and beheld an enormous entity shrouded in white mist, resembling a colossal infant, towering at least 10 zhang high. Brother Li Yuan, what is that? At that moment, Wang Zhaozhao and Shao Qiner also emerged. The little princess's eyes filled with shock as she gazed at the gigantic infant. Goo. Li Yuan recalled a book he had read that described a rare type of plant goo known as the ginseng infant goo. The primary material for crafting this goo was the millennium-old ginseng fruit, which required nurturing with a ginseng tree for 6 years to successfully refine. It was named so because of its resemblance to an infant. The book lacked illustrations, only providing a simple description, resembling a giant baby, standing 10 zhang tall, perfectly aligning with Li Yuan's current sight. It seems I need not worry. Sensing the terrifying aura of the ginseng infant goo, Li Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Additionally, with Li Ruoqian suppressing the formation, the adversaries would struggle to conquer the 12 caves. However, Li Yuan turned his gaze towards the end of the bamboo grove. Small trouble still loomed. The demons were advancing towards the small bamboo grove. Qiner, demons are approaching. The upcoming scene may be rather gruesome. Would you like to retreat inside? Li Yuan inquired. No, Shao Qiner replied, her small hands trembling. I am not afraid. And you? Zhao? Li Yuan asked again. Even if it leads to death, I wish to stay with Brother Yuan. Wang Zhaozhao's tone was somber, her demeanor resolute in the face of peril. Not to that extent, Li Yuan chuckled wryly, bemused by the girl's thoughts. 16 caves have been obliterated, with none surviving. Brother Yuan, can we truly evade this calamity? Wang Zhaozhao spoke bitterly. The situation is different. Li Yuan raised an eyebrow, gazing ahead. What is different? Wang Zhaozhao queried. Because of the roar. The tiger's roar in the bamboo grove drowned out Li Yuan's voice. Damn it. After finally attempting to cast a spell, he was interrupted, leaving Li Yuan quite displeased. Shao Kai, take him down. After much anticipation, Shao Kai opened her mouth and spewed forth a ball of crimson flames. Just as the tiger demon attempted to evade, it felt its feet ensnared. Before the demon ascended the mountain, this place was a tranquil bamboo grove. Now that the demon had arrived, it had transformed into a hopeless trap. Various types of cursed insects were present: binding insects, soul-confounding insects, lethal sword insects, self-destructing chaos bugs, shadow-stealing death manises, and the 5 poison dream butterflies, an abundance of cursed creatures. Damn it! The tiger demon, ensnared by the binding insect, could only emit another roaring sound wave in an attempt to shatter Shao Kai's crimson flames. In the next moment, the crimson flames pierced through the sound wave and directly entered the tiger demon's mouth. The 3 accompanying wolf demons were stunned by the sight, watching helplessly as the tiger demon's abdomen was incinerated, leading to its immediate demise. A 4th-tier demon beast perished just like that? This cursed master's skills are remarkable. Let's all attack together and swiftly eliminate him. A human warrior, donned in a conical hat and face mask, shouted from a distance, obscured in a cloak of black, rendering his features unidentifiable. The 3 wolf demons received the command and immediately split into 3 directions, charging toward Li Yuan. Li Yuan stood still, a smile gracing his lips. Bang! After 2 breaths, 1 wolf demon was pierced through the skull by a lethal sword insect, its brains obliterated, resulting in instant death. 3 breaths later, the 2nd wolf demon lost its head to a mannish strike. After 5 breaths, the remaining wolf demon burst out of the bamboo grove but collapsed to the ground moments later, its body rotting away. The human warrior, protected by the 3 wolf demons, approached swiftly. Divine Windblade. He bellowed, die for me. The long blade, moving faster than visible sight, swiftly swept past Li Yuan's head, severing it from the body. A 5th-tier cursed master? Merely a display of trickery. In a direct confrontation, he could not withstand a single strike. It was high time for a change in the southern lands. What followed was pooh. His words were abruptly cut off as the warrior's pupils constricted, unable to fathom the sight of a fist piercing through his chest, along with the head that had inexplicably transformed into it on the ground. An illusion. No. It was a legitimate curse technique. Behind him, a detached voice emerged. Li Yuan withdrew his bloodied arm, contemplating that he could have easily dispatched this 5th-tier warrior with a single punch in a direct confrontation, yet he opted for caution. He adhered to the principle of never give a chance if you can take them down from the shadows. It was more in line with Li Yuan's philosophy to approach his enemies with a heart of deceit from behind. Thud. The corpse fell to the ground. Shao Qiner, who had retreated far away, witnessed this scene and, with her eyes glazed over, could no longer contain herself, leaning against the wall and violently retching. I told you to stay hidden. Li Yuan was unbothered by the distress he caused Xiao Qiner, born into a royal family. She would inevitably have blood on her hands in the future. Such skirmishes were merely trifles. Brother Li Yuan, this is too. Ugh. Xiao Qiner spoke a few words before succumbing to another bout of nausea. Wang Zhao, momentarily lost in thought, suddenly burst into tears and threw herself into Li Yuan's embrace, having braced herself for a battle of life and death. Yet, nothing transpired. All the demons and traitorous warriors were effortlessly dealt with by her elder brother Yuan. The sensation was akin to having prepared for the loss of everything, only to awaken and find it was merely a dream. You should keep one to practice on, Li Yuan remarked with a smile. While he occasionally trained with Xiao Zhao, it was vastly different from actual combat. He hoped she could confront dangers independently when alone. Hiss. Hiss on his shoulder, Xiao Kai incessantly flicked its tongue. Li Yuan paused, understanding what Xiao Kai meant. You wish to feast on the demons? Chapter 33. The blood and qi render me arrogant. The flesh and blood of the demons seemed to possess a potent allure for Xiao Kai. A sudden epiphany struck Li Yuan. The primordial materials he had been fervently seeking lay before him. To the demons, humanity is but sustenance, while to humans, the myriad treasures found on these creatures are rare and invaluable. With a mere thought, Li Yuan summoned the ants concealed within the bamboo grove, which converged like a stream of black water, transporting several demon corpses. Xiao Kai leaped down from Li Yuan's shoulder and eagerly began to feast upon the carcass of the tiger demon. Just as Li Yuan intended to dissect the demon's body, the Zhaoyue Gu issued another warning. More demons were ascending the mountain. Could there be further surprises in store? Rarely had Li Yuan felt such elation. This evening was akin to discovering a hidden treasure. Had it not been for the demon invasion, he might never have contemplated this direction. Before long, two demons emerged from the small bamboo forest, one a python demon, the other a spider demon, both exuding a formidable aura far surpassing that of the deceased tiger demon. Unexpectedly, there remained a formidable opponent hidden here. The python demon's upper body was human, while its lower half was a massive serpent tail over 10 feet long. Let us resolve this quickly, the spider demon urged. Under normal circumstances, with our strength, we could obliterate the 12 caves within half an hour without leaving a single survivor. Yet, it appears reinforcements still linger in the 12 caves. You control the situation. I shall dispatch him within 30 breaths. The python demon's gaze pierced through the bamboo, landing upon Li Yuan. She and her spider sister were formidable partners, having vanquished countless Gu masters of late. Very well, the spider demon nodded. Sister, fight to your heart's content. I will handle the Gu insects. My webs particularly relish those pesky little bugs. With a swift motion, the python demon sprang into action. Her form incredibly agile as she wove through the bamboo growth. The spider demon, brimming with confidence, remained stationary, manipulating a torrent of silk that surged like a white tide, intercepting numerous Gu insects as the python demon advanced. However, after 3 breaths, her expression shifted, and she communicated urgently. Sister Snake, we must act swiftly. This Gu master is unusual. What is the matter? The python demon inquired. The quantity and variety of Gu insects here are overwhelming. There may be several. No. Dozens. No? It's... The spider demon's tone grew increasingly frantic. Suddenly, she was silenced, as a massive, hardened bamboo insect Gu was forcefully thrust into her mouth, rendering her incapable of coherent speech, only able to emit muffled whimpers. You talk too much. The python demon realized something was amiss, and surged forth with all her might, breaking free from the bamboo forest and darting towards Li Yuan like an arrow released from a bowstring. Li Yuan's gaze burned with intensity as he sank his body low, establishing a solid stance, white vapor billowing around him as his skin gradually reddened, resembling a furnace turned incandescent, his innards roaring with power. Great spirit. At the moment the python demon lunged toward him, Li Yuan executed a straightforward yet powerful uppercut. Let me take flight. Clang. With a precise strike, his fist collided against the jaw of the serpent demon, propelling it skyward in a perfect arc. How could a mere human shaman possess such formidable strength? Was he truly a shaman or a warrior? The serpent demon, in a state of panic, found itself completely uncontrollable as it ascended. Li Yuan leapt into the air, seizing the serpent demon's tail, momentarily hovering before channeling all his strength into his arm and forcefully hurling it downward. Crash! The serpent demon, akin to a long whip, was slammed to the ground, creating a massive crater and causing blood to splatter. Yet, that was not enough. Li Yuan maintained his grip on the serpent demon's tail, swinging it in circles, raining blows upon the ground, with serpent blood showering the surroundings. After countless rotations, he finally released his hold. The serpent demon lay near death, its once alluring face now a grotesque mess, blood and flesh in disarray. Li Yuan was not yet satisfied. He had only exerted 50% of the power of the giant spirit goo. He estimated that 70% would cause his muscles to swell and tear his clothing, while a full 100% would ignite a fiery aura around him, hair standing on end, rendering him utterly ferocious. Even his combat instincts would be influenced by the overwhelming power. 50% was just right, enough to bewilder the enemy without causing serious harm. You are not human. The serpent demon gasped in terror as it gazed at Li Yuan. Indeed, I am not human. I am the progenitor of all demons. With that proclamation, Li Yuan stepped forward and crushed the serpent demon's skull beneath his foot. The spider demon lurking in the bamboo grove witnessed the entire scene, its fear surpassing that of the serpent demon, struggling desperately yet restrained by the relentless swarm of goo insects, unable to move an inch. Li Yuan approached the spider demon, pointing at the white canopy woven from spider silk above. Did you create that? Muffled cries escaped the spider demon, its mouth stuffed, rendering it incapable of speech. Never mind. It's a bit dangerous to leave your mouth unstuffed. I shall explore myself. Li Yuan unleashed a punch, his heated arm piercing through the spider demon's chest, grasping its pounding heart and squeezing with all his might. Boom. The internal organs shattered, and the spider demon met its demise. Li Yuan disengaged from the fusion with the giant spirit, observing the gaping wound in the spider demon's chest, immediately engaging in profound post-battle reflection. The extraordinary combat prowess of the giant spirit goo had been validated, yet its flaws were starkly evident. Perhaps the surging vitality had clouded his mind, prompting him to utter somewhat brash remarks during the battle, his approach becoming less cautious. While not entirely dismissive, he acknowledged a degree of arrogance. In this overwhelming display of dominance, he deemed the giant spirit goo valuable despite its imperfections. However, in battles of equal strength or when facing a superior foe, those shortcomings would be magnified. Henceforth, he resolved to wield it with greater caution. Seizing this rare opportunity, Li Yuan conducted an experiment, drawing conclusions in his mind. Another aspect that captured his attention during this battle was the forms of the demons. They were not mere beasts but humanoid creatures, possessing distinct human characteristics. He observed deliberately. The internal organs of the spider demon bear a striking resemblance to those of humans, sharing 7 parts in common. What, then, are these demons? This question merits profound contemplation. The battle in the small bamboo forest has reached its conclusion, and Li Yuan gazes towards the main peak, where the fighting is also drawing to a close. And the demons begin to retreat. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Before her chamber, Xiao Qiner witnessed the entire spectacle. Though she could not comprehend it, she was profoundly moved. It seemed as if she beheld the most perfect incarnation of a shaman in her mind. The bloodied figure of Li Yuan indelibly etched into her memory at that moment, both fearsome and alluring. Wang Zhaozhao felt somewhat bewildered. Not only was she unable to participate in the battle, but even the very essence of conflict left her feeling utterly powerless. We are both climbers. She recalled Li Yuan's words, which had once inspired her. Yet in this moment, she realized that Brother Yuan had become a deity she could only aspire to admire. Half an hour later, 2 figures arrived together at the small bamboo forest. Upon witnessing the multitude of demon corpses scattered across the ground, Pei Luoqing and Li Ruoqian both gasped in astonishment. Chapter 34. The Fifth Life Gu Junior Brother. Have you ascended to the realm of the Fifth Order Gu Master? Pei Luoqing exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded, revealing nothing but the truth. There was no need for concealment regarding one's cultivation level. Displaying one's talents judiciously could serve as a means of self-protection. However, the existence of multiple life gus was a secret that must never be disclosed. Ah, junior brother, your talents are indeed extraordinary. The master did not misjudge you. Pei Luoqing remarked with a smile. Li Ruoqian had discerned this long ago. Otherwise, she would not have dared to place the young princess in Li Yuan's company to intercept the strongest among the demon forces. Nevertheless, Li Yuan's prowess had exceeded her expectations. The aftermath of the battle in the bamboo grove indicated a one-sided massacre, with Li Yuan single-handedly overpowering a throng of demons. The demons lay vanquished, while Li Yuan's attire bore only minor stains. The two sides were clearly not on the same level. Brother Pei, Miss Li, Have you ascertained the origin of these treacherous warriors? This was the question that weighed heavily on Li Yuan's mind. He sensed that someone was attempting to muddy the waters, dragging the 12 caves into turmoil, which would inevitably force him to participate in the ensuing conflict. There are some hints, yet nothing concrete. Pei Luoqing shook his head. Li Ruoqian interjected. Due to the massacre of the 16th cave of the 9th palace, they have harbored suspicions against our lord, and relations have soured significantly. The Kanglan royal house has been investigating this matter, hoping to uncover the true culprit through this opportunity. Li Yuan had also entertained doubts regarding the Kanglan king. He was known for his esteemed reputation and was beloved by many in the southern wilderness. Yet who truly knew his character? At least, Li Yuan had not delved deeply enough to trust him without reservation. Answers will soon surface, Pei Luoqing declared. I extend my gratitude to Miss Li. Without your presence, the 12 caves would have surely faced dire consequences. I merely provided a touch of embellishment, Li Ruoqian replied with a gentle smile. With Brother Pei's strength, delaying until reinforcements arrive should pose no challenge. This assessment surprised Li Yuan. It appeared that Brother Pei's capabilities were far beyond those of an ordinary 6th-order Gu master, reflecting the high regard in which Yu Hengchuan held him. After a brief exchange, Li Ruoqian departed to comfort the young princess. Pei Luoqing surveyed the corpses of the demons strewn across the ground. Junior brother, do you require my assistance in disposing of these demons? There is no need. Li Yuan replied with a smile. Brother Pei, the materials from these demons can be utilized for refining goo, correct? Indeed, Pei Luoqing nodded, but you must exercise caution. The essence within these demons is quite volatile and can be difficult to control. Rest assured, I will be careful, Li Yuan declared, undaunted. Regardless of the demon's nature, he would subdue them all within the black vat. I will report this matter to the 9th palace. The master will likely return, so be prepared, Pei Luoqing advised. He will surely be pleased and might even confer upon you the title of direct disciple. Li Yuan felt indifferent towards the notion of being a direct disciple. However, if sufficient benefits were to arise, he would certainly welcome it. As Pei Luoqing and Li Ruoqian departed, Li Yuan instructed the Ant Legion to carry several demon corpses into the residual Gu Tower. The corpse of a martial artist was taken away by Pei Luoqing, who compensated him with a 5th-tier demon's body. The question of whether demon corpses could be utilized for refining goo had become an urgent curiosity for Li Yuan. He meticulously processed the demon corpses with a keen blade, categorizing the useful from the useless. Selected raw materials: 1 4-turn jumping bug, 2 4-turn killing bees. Added heart of the mountain wind tiger demon. Added fangs of the greenwood wolf demon. Commencing synthesis, you have obtained the 5-turn mysterious goo. Tiger sting bee king goo. The tiger sting bee king goo. An exceptionally aggressive goo insect, when refined into a master goo, could assist the goo master in consolidating the majestic aura of the tiger king, instilling fear in 100 beasts. When transformed into a subordinate goo, it could unleash a tiger sting attack. Would you like to refine it into a master goo? It was indeed confirmed that demon corpses could be utilized to concoct goo insects, which was a delightful discovery. A single synthesis had produced a 5th-tier mysterious goo of commendable quality. However, as a master goo, it fell short of expectations. Adhering to a principle of better to be selective than hasty, Li Yuan insisted that all master goo must possess substantial potential. The tiger sting bee king goo evidently lacked in that regard. Selected raw materials: 1 4-turn thousand threads goo, 2 4-turn demon spider goo. Added gallbladder of the thread-pulling demon spider. Added scales of the beauty python demon. Commencing synthesis, you have obtained the 5-turn mysterious goo. Human-faced demon spider. The human-faced demon spider, a peculiar class of goo insect, when refined into a master goo, could aid the goo master in manifesting 8 venomous spider spears for combat assistance. And when transformed into a subordinate goo, it could emit bizarre sound wave attacks. Would you like to refine it into a master goo? Despite both being 5th-tier mysterious goo, the human-faced demon spider was evidently superior to the tiger sting bee king goo, yet Li Yuan remained unsatisfied. The human-faced demon spider bore an unsettling resemblance to a weapon of an arch-villain. Encouraged by the successful synthesis of the tiger sting bee king goo and the human-faced demon spider, which demonstrated a favorable probability of synthesizing goo from demon corpses, Li Yuan resolved to take a bold gamble. He prepared to invest the most precious parts of the demon corpses, along with the materials brought by Li Ruoqian, in a singular venture. Tiger brother, wolf brother, snake sister, spider sister, though I have slain you, I implore you to grant me a rare goo, Li Yuan silently prayed. Selected raw materials: 5-turn mysterious goo. human-faced demon spider, added spinning device of the thread-pulling demon spider, added gallbladder of the beauty python demon, added soul of the mountain wind tiger demon, added brain core of the greenwood wolf, added king heartgrass. The spinning device is the most vital organ of the spider, secreting silk and enabling the body to adapt and evolve within its environment. The gallbladder of the snake speaks for itself. The soul of the mountain wind tiger and the brain core of the greenwood wolf are both exceedingly precious, while the king heartgrass stands out as the most valuable among the materials brought by Lady Li. Li Yuan committed all of these into the synthesis. A bold gamble. Commencing synthesis. You have obtained the 5-turn rare Gu, queen of the silk spinning. Success. Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance, indeed. Taking a bold gamble was a stroke of wisdom. The queen of silkworm, an all-encompassing creature, possesses the ability to poison foes, ensnare enemies with webs, and manipulate corpses. The silk it emits can replicate the characteristics of any living being, forge prosthetic limbs, and stitch internal organs, among other capabilities. It is noteworthy that it cannot be refined into a subordinate worm. This was the first time Li Yuan encountered the term all-encompassing in relation to a synthesized worm, highlighting the exceptional value of the queen of silkworm. Even the resurgence worm does not enjoy such a distinction. From the dark vessel, a diminutive spider emerged, no larger than a thumb, its body translucent and shimmering like crystal, exuding an enigmatic glow. It gracefully climbed onto Li Yuan's hand, each step reminiscent of a dancing sprite, embodying elegance. The silk it spun flowed in vibrant hues, resembling a winding river leading to a fairy tale realm. A faint sound escaped the queen of silkworm, nearly inaudible, which Li Yuan deciphered through mental feedback. It seemed to express a desire for gentle affection, akin to a playful request for a pat on the head. How curious that you bear the title of queen yet engage in such endearing antics, Li Yuan mused with a smile. Since you exhibit such spirit, I shall bestow upon you a name. You shall be called Wumei. Chapter 35. Master and disciple fifth sister, Li Yuan called softly. The queen of silkworms nuzzled against his arm with delight. Hiss, hiss. Little Kai, feeling a pang of jealousy, also pressed against Li Yuan, unwilling to be outdone. Alas, it seems I am destined to be accompanied by insects and beasts throughout my life. The bond between a Gu master and their destined Gu is akin to that of bloodkin, while outsiders may regard these insects as fearsome to a Gu master. The destined Gu is the closest companion, a reflection of one's very essence. Yet, Li Yuan's other half in life encompasses more than that of most Gu masters. 7 days later, Yu Hengchuan ascended the small bamboo grove once more, this time alone, without even the company of Pei Luoqing. Li Yuan, we meet again. Yu Hengchuan greeted with an expression of calm. Greetings, elder, Li Yuan responded with a respectful bow. Has your destined blood Gu undergone evolution? Yu Hengchuan inquired, recognizing at a glance that the vitality emanating from Li Yuan was exponentially stronger than during their last encounter. Not only would it surpass that of warriors of the same rank, but even formidable beasts would struggle to match it. The elder's notes had provided Li Yuan with invaluable insights, enabling him to find a shortcut to complete the evolution of his blood Gu. This was no mere flattery. Yu Hengchuan's teachings had indeed saved Li Yuan from numerous detours. Otherwise, even with a synthesis system, he would have squandered considerable resources and time to achieve such progress. May I have the honor of observing it? Yu Hengchuan asked. Li Yuan gestured, and the giant spirit Gu emerged from his garment. Upon seeing the Gu, which was nearly the size of a palm, of vibrant crimson in hue with sharp antennae, Yu Hengchuan was taken aback. Isn't this the giant Gu? This is. The elder's composure faltered, astonishment overwhelming him. You have actually cultivated the giant spirit Gu? Is it called the giant spirit Gu? Li Yuan mused, impressed by the elder's breadth of knowledge. Indeed, he recognized even the giant spirit Gu. Remarkable, Li Yuan. Yu Hengchuan praised. The giant spirit Gu has been extinct for a millennium. I never imagined you would bring it back to life. You are truly a prodigy in the path of Gu. Your generous words flatter me, elder. This modest achievement is also due to your guidance, Li Yuan replied with a smile. When I departed last time, I made a promise. If you could facilitate the transformation of your blood Gu, I would take you as my direct disciple. I have come this time to fulfill that promise. Yu Hengchuan's heart raced with excitement, though he maintained a facade of calm. Li Yuan, do you wish to become my disciple? Li Yuan hesitated before responding. Yu Hengchuan understood. Such a talent rightfully possessed the privilege of choice. Elder, may I inquire if there exists a remnant Gu pavilion within the 9th Palace's inner sect? Li Yuan asked. None. Yu Hengchuan shook his head. In the 9th Palace's inner sect, remnants of goo are virtually non-existent. Even if they did exist, they would be dealt with by the goo masters themselves. High-tier goo, even if remnants existed, would not circulate outside. Li Yuan lamented inwardly. If only the Ninth Palace's inner sect had a remnant goo pavilion, he could have shifted his strategy. If there is nothing to gain, then there is no need to take such great risks. After all, the Ninth Palace is teeming with experts. Should one venture there and have the secret of the multiple life goo discovered, one might not even know how they met their end. The 12 caves are indeed more suitable for him. Do you enjoy staying in the remnant goo pavilion? Yu Hengchuan inquired in surprise. Yes. I find companionship with goo quite delightful, Li Yuan replied earnestly. Yu Hengchuan chuckled. If you have an affinity for goo insects, you could always visit the goo breeding garden of the Ninth Palace. No, Li Yuan countered. The goo breeding garden is under strict control by the sect. If I were to recklessly synthesize, I would surely fail to meet expectations. It lacks the freedom that the remnant goo pavilion offers. For me, nurturing the remnant goo is far more challenging. From the flaws of the remnant goo, I can uncover the true essence of the goo path. Ambitious and courageous. Yu Hengchuan expressed his admiration for Li Yuan even more. If you become my direct disciple, you may stay here and enjoy all the privileges that come with being a direct disciple. Like you, I have risen from humble beginnings and understand how rare it is to find a talent such as yours among the 72 caves of the outer sect. In you, I see a reflection of my former self. Yet, you shine brighter than I did at your age and possess a greater potential to ascend to the pinnacle of the goo path. I do not wish for you to take unnecessary detours that would squander your time on the road to greatness. Yu Hengchuan's words were heartfelt. Li Yuan pondered deeply, sensing Yu Hengchuan's sincerity. While his statements were undoubtedly true, he needed to weigh the pros and cons. Li Yuan, Yu Hengchuan continued, some truths may sound harsh, but they are nonetheless genuine, and I have shared them with you. The path to the pinnacle of the goo path can only be found by joining the inner sect of the Ninth Palace goo nest. You will eventually have to join it. By becoming my direct disciple, I can promise you everything you desire while allowing you complete freedom. Li Yuan recognized the necessity of having a supportive background, and becoming Yu Hengchuan's disciple seemed a wise choice. Yu Hengchuan fell silent, allowing Li Yuan the space to contemplate. After a long while, Li Yuan fetched a pot of tea, pouring a cup to offer to Yu Hengchuan. Master, please enjoy this tea. Ha. The tension on Yu Hengchuan's face finally eased as he burst into hearty laughter. Very good. Excellent disciple. This is truly wonderful. His joy was heartfelt. My legacy, my path, has finally found someone to inherit it. Yu Hengchuan sighed deeply, looking to the heavens. Master, you are in the prime of your life. You can still traverse the snow to reach the mountain's peak, Li Yuan said with a smile. No, Yu Hengchuan shook his head. I have taken too many detours to witness the scenery at the summit, which is precisely why I am eager to take you as my disciple. As your master, I fear you may be distracted by the flowers halfway up the mountain and lose your way to the summit. One who travels 100 miles must not falter at 90, Li Yuan. You have already accomplished much in the 72 caves of the outer sect. Yet the true path of the goo master has only just begun. Indeed, you speak the truth, master, Li Yuan smiled. May I inquire about the benefits of becoming a direct disciple of the Ninth Palace? This was the matter that truly concerned him. Certainly, Yu Hengchuan extended a finger. There are 3 benefits of being a direct disciple. First, the monthly allowance from the sect far exceeds that of the 72 caves of the outer sect. Secondly, all direct disciples are granted the opportunity to enter the secret realm of immortal insects to select a treasure once. Thirdly, direct disciples may comprehend the advanced principles of insect manipulation and learn the art of refining insect dwellings, knowledge that is beyond the reach of ordinary insect masters. As Yu Hengchuan extended his fingers one by one, Li Yuan's gaze grew increasingly bright, filled with an insatiable yearning for progress, particularly the term insect dwelling, which he had tirelessly sought to understand within the pages of books, yet found no mention. Master, what is an insect dwelling? Chapter 36. Those who travel 100 miles are halfway through the long-sought answer laid before Li Yuan, stirring a wave of excitement within him. The goo house is a secret art unique to high-ranking goo masters. Yu Hengchuan explained, you may perceive it as a dwelling constructed of goo insects, serving as both a nest for these creatures and a sanctuary for the majority of goo masters. Please enlighten me, teacher, Li Yuan said thoughtfully. You must understand that exotic goo are exceedingly rare. A goo master without an exotic goo as their life goo finds themselves at a disadvantage compared to martial practitioners of the same realm as they ascend in rank. The techniques and skills of formidable martial artists are manifold and innumerable, augmented by divine weapons. How can a Gu master contend with them relying solely on a single life Gu? Only with the Gu house. By centering on the life Gu, one can construct an army of Gu insects that move in accordance with one's will. This is the essence of the Gu house. Much like the ant king commanding its legion, you can direct the entire army of ants. However, the construction of a Gu house is far more intricate than that of an ant colony. For each Gu within the house can provide feedback akin to that of a life Gu, thereby enhancing the Gu master's own power. Yu Hengchuan explained patiently. Li Yuan gradually comprehended. It is akin to your life Gu, the giant spirit Gu. By using it as the core to construct your Gu house, you could command hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of lower-tier Gu. Each of these lower-tier Gu can provide you with feedback, and the enhancement you gain rivals that of martial arts converging with the heavens, delivering a devastating blow to lower-tier Gu masters and martial artists alike. It is the difference between a frog in a well and the moon in the sky. Without reaching that level, it is hard to fathom such power. Li Yuan felt a surge of fervor at these words. Although he could command countless subordinate Gu, the feedback they provided was negligible, failing to augment his own strength. Even though he could muster an army single-handedly, he remained vulnerable to the might of stronger opponents. Teacher, what are the requirements for refining a Gu house? Li Yuan inquired. Generally speaking, only an 8-turn Gu master has the potential to refine a Gu house, much like in martial arts, where only an 8th-rank martial saint can converge with the heavens. A select few extraordinarily gifted 7-turn Gu masters may have the opportunity to create miracles. 3 conditions must be simultaneously met. First, one's mental strength must reach the domain level among the river, sea, domain, and abyss. Second, the life Gu must not be a foundational insect, but possess numerous lower-tier Gu, such as the giant spirit Gu having lower-tier variants like the giant Gu and blood chi Gu. Third, the Gu control heart technique must attain the level of resonating with the heart. Yu Hengchuan articulated the stringent prerequisites for refining a Gu house, noting that those who could satisfy all 3 conditions were predominantly 8-turn Gu masters. Teacher, what does it mean to resonate with the heart? Li Yuan realized just how much he still did not understand. If he did not join the 9th Palace's inner sect, relying solely on his own exploration, he feared he would face considerable setbacks. You, who know so little, have managed to reach this point through sheer effort and talent. That is truly remarkable, Yu Hengchuan remarked. A golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond. When it encounters a storm, it transforms into a dragon. Li Yuan is a rough gem, destined to shine with extraordinary brilliance. Your words flatter me, teacher, Li Yuan replied, feeling a bit bashful. There is no need for humility. Yu Hengchuan chuckled, saying, My master heard from the head of the 100 Affairs Hall that you have not stepped outside the residual Gu Tower since your initiation. You only ventured out once, to return the token upon the passing of the esteemed elder. I understand the sweat and effort you have dedicated. Accepting Li Yuan as a disciple was not a hasty decision. I had conducted thorough investigations beforehand. Fleeing from a distant land, carrying your grandfather's remains upon your entrance, and maintaining unwavering focus for many years, all for the sake of the esteemed elder. What I perceive in you, Li Yuan, extends far beyond mere talent. Your character and diligence are what I value most. The disciple feels ashamed. Li Yuan truly feels that shame. Enough of this hesitance. A young man should embody vigor and not be overly mature. Yu Hengchuan grew increasingly appreciative, handing Li Yuan 2 ancient texts bound in gold and jade, along with several thick volumes. One ancient text contains advanced Gu mastery techniques, while the other reveals the secrets of crafting Gu dwellings. You may peruse them at your leisure. These books are my notes and insights, providing guidance and direction for cultivating high-level Gu insects. Thank you, Master, for bestowing these books, Li Yuan said, bowing his head with gratitude. For him, this was the key to unlocking the door to a new world, truly significant. The feeling of having a mentor seemed quite pleasant. I already have 2 direct disciples. You will be the 3rd. Pei Luo Qing is the 2nd, and there is also an elder sister. Fate will bring you all together in due time, Yu Hengchuan informed him. Understood, Li Yuan replied. Due to the recent turmoil in the southern frontier, I cannot linger here for long. If you have any uncertainties regarding Gu cultivation, you may consult your senior brother Pei, Yu Hengchuan advised. All right, Li Yuan nodded. Master, have the true culprits behind the massacre of the 12 caves been identified? Nearly, Yu Hengchuan replied calmly. Once confirmed, the elders of the 9th Palace will take action personally, annihilating their entire clan to honor our fallen comrades. He rose, standing with hands clasped behind his back, letting out a deep sigh. The 9th Palace Gu nest has remained dormant in the mountains for too long, allowing some to forget the days when the Gu masters dominated the southern frontier. It is time to remind them. The ninth palace goo nest has never been a trifling matter. Its placement deep in the mountains is not out of fear of worldly conflicts, but rather for the cultivation and survival of goo masters. The methods by which goo masters eliminate witnesses are far more terrifying than those employed by martial artists. As the master and disciple conversed, they reached the edge of the bamboo grove. "Take care, master," Li Yuan waved farewell. Yu Hingchuan chuckled helplessly. "You truly are reluctant to step beyond this bamboo grove, even accompanying me only this far." "That is because the disciple is eager to delve into your insights on nurturing goo," Li Yuan replied with a smile. "Indeed, you articulate better than your senior sister," Yu Hingchuan remarked, taking his leave, his figure vanishing in the blink of an eye. Upon returning to the residual goo tower, Li Yuan eagerly grasped the ancient texts bound in gold and jade. His desire for progress was fervent. Wu Mei and Xiao Kai, equally restless, crawled out from the black jar, settling on his shoulders, rubbing against him affectionately. Li Yuan could sense that Wu Mei genuinely enjoyed clinging to him. Little Kai, consumed with jealousy over fifth sister, was more driven by possessiveness. Contemplating this, Li Yuan couldn't help but chuckle softly as he turned his attention to the first volume of the ancient text Jade Classics, which contained the advanced techniques of controlling goo. Within the advanced techniques of controlling goo, the text elucidated the fourth realm of resonance of the heart and the fifth realm of selflessness and liberation from goo. Following the methods of enticing goo with flavor, controlling goo with objects, and commanding goo with thoughts. What constitutes the resonance of the heart? Li Yuan pondered intently. The book stated that heart resonance is the ability to perceive the emotions of one's life goo, its joys, sorrows, and passions, treating the goo as the most intimate of companions. Akin to life itself, communication transcends words, allowing mutual understanding in thought, achieving complete harmony in action. Is this truly the essence of heart resonance? Li Yuan tilted his head to glance at little Kai, and then at fifth sister, both of whom conveyed their joy to him. Teacher, the realm of heart resonance does not seem so elusive after all. Chapter 37. The realm of mental power. Perhaps it is due to the inherent spirituality of both Xiao Kai and Wu Mei that Li Yuan Kai possesses a remarkably clear perception of their emotional responses, discerning their joys, angers, sorrows, and delights. In contrast, the feedback from the giant spirit goo and the reviving goo is considerably weaker. The giant spirit goo only conveys emotions during battle, incessantly echoing, "Fight. We must fight." This captures the essence of its message. The reviving goo, on the other hand, only stirs when he is injured, silently providing him with vitality to heal his wounds and endure damage. The slug illusionary garment exists somewhere in between. If one were to describe it, it would be akin to an ultimate slacker who is reluctant to work but compelled to do so, always appearing lethargic. Li Yuan contemplated that if he wished to construct the goo dwelling, he must center it around the three-colored fire python and the pan-silk queen goo. As for the highest state of the heart technique, no self, no goo, there are no specific records. It must be comprehended through personal insight. Even a 9-turn goo master may not attain the mindset of no self, no goo. For now, Li Yuan chose not to dwell on it. The second requisite for constructing a goo dwelling is the possession of domain realm mental power, which is essential to withstand the boundless feedback that the goo dwelling provides. Without reaching the domain realm mental power, one cannot control multiple goo with a single thought, nor can they harmonize the goo's intentions, thus rendering the construction of a goo dwelling impossible. This should not pose a challenge for me. Li Yuan practiced goo refinement daily, controlling numerous subordinate goo, which inherently sharpened his mental power. He began to follow the mental power cultivation methods recorded in the advanced goo master heart technique, gradually seeking to comprehend the mental realm. The sensation of entering the mental world through self-thought was incredibly wondrous. It felt as though he had arrived in a secluded sky garden where a gentle breeze caressed him, and his body and mind felt ethereal, embracing the essence of freedom. Li Yuan observed that his mental world resembled an expansive ocean, perpetually expanding. At the end of his consciousness, sea lay endless mountains and rivers. According to the advanced goo master heart technique, when the sea encompasses the mountains and rivers, it signifies that one's mental power has entered the domain realm. It appeared that my mental state was still some distance from the domain realm. However, I should be able to reach it before stepping into the 6th-turn realm. With a thought, Li Yuan summoned his data panel. Goo Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 5-turn 73-1500, Realm, 5-turn, Mental Power, Mid-level Sea Realm, Destined Goo, Giant Spirit Goo, Reviving Goo, 3-colored Fire Python, Illusionary Garment. Pansilk Queen Goo, Goo Dwelling, None. To reach the 6th-turn realm, It would require over 4 years of refinement, a lengthy maturation period for the still youthful Li Yuan. Fortunately, he had already adapted to such a life and felt no significant turbulence within his heart. In the blink of an eye, another half-month had passed. Li Ruoqian reappeared in the small bamboo grove, seeking out Li Yuan. The time for the princess to hone her skills in the mountains had concluded, and the prince instructed me to escort her back in preparation for entering the inner gate of the ninth palace. Xiao Qiner was never truly in the same world as Li Yuan. Her departure was anticipated. Li Yuan held a favorable impression of the young princess, for she genuinely cherished the art of Gu and had devoted both sweat and passion to it. Brother Li Yuan, by the next time we meet, I shall be a true Gu master, Xiao Qiner exclaimed. She relished her life in the small bamboo grove, feeling a tinge of reluctance yet brimming with anticipation for her journey into the inner sanctum of the ninth palace, where she hoped to transcend age limitations through secret methods and become a genuine Gu master. When we meet again, the princess will undoubtedly be an exceptional Gu master, Li Yuan encouraged. My aspiration is to be as formidable as Brother Li Yuan. Since the night of the demon invasion, having witnessed Li Yuan's fierce battle against the fiends, Xiao Qiner admiration for him had reached unparalleled heights, forever etched in her memory. You must surpass me, Li Yuan chuckled. Absolutely. I will surpass Brother Li Yuan, Xiao Qiner declared with a determined fist. Princess, it is time for us to depart, Li Ruoqian interjected, feeling little sentiment, aware that children, in their innocent purity, often inhabit different worlds, and perhaps they would not meet again. In a lifetime, for many, the first encounter may indeed be the last farewell. Miss Li, I have one more request, Li Yuan called after her. What is it? Li Ruoqian raised an eyebrow. Miss Li, I wish to inquire how the bodies of the demons slain during the Kanglan army's battles are typically handled, Li Yuan asked. Those of value are preserved, either for medicinal or nutritional purposes, Li Ruoqian replied. Could I purchase some of the useless demon bodies? To Li Yuan, the demon corpses represented treasure. If the Kanglan royal house were willing to collaborate with him, it would yield an inexhaustible bounty. Of course, Li Ruoqian nodded. What will you offer in exchange? Gu, Li Yuan stated, the only asset he possessed. Most of the soldiers in the Kanglan army are warriors, with only a handful of Gu masters. Your Gu is of no use to us, Li Ruoqian dismissed him without hesitation. Not so, Li Yuan smiled. The art of Gu has boundless applications and can indeed be beneficial to you. As he spoke, he opened his palm to reveal a small crimson insect. This is the Qi blood Gu. It can aid in replenishing one's vitality, which is crucial for warriors, is it not? Can non-Gu masters use it? Li Ruoqian's interest was piqued. Once tamed by a Gu master, even ordinary commoners can utilize it. How many can you provide? As long as the Kanglan royal house can continuously supply me with demon bodies, I can produce an endless supply of Qi blood Gu. Really? Absolutely, I assure you. Li Yuan affirmed with conviction. Li Ruoqian's demeanor became serious. This matter cannot be decided by me alone. I shall consult with the prince upon my return. I appreciate your assistance, Miss Li, Li Yuan said, clasping his hands together as he offered her a jade vial. Here are some tamed Qi blood Gu, which anyone can use to swiftly replenish the vitality of the soldiers on the battlefield. Please let the Kanglan king give them a try. Very well, Li Ruoqian nodded. I will provide you with a response as soon as possible. Half a day later, Li Ruoqian returned to the Kanglan army camp with Xiao Qiner. Father, I am back. Xiao Qiner danced with joy, exclaiming, Father, I have completed the trial. You shall send me to the ninth palace, shall you not? Sighing, Xiao Yuan gazed at his innocent daughter, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Father, why do you sigh? Are you having second thoughts? Xiao Qiner pouted indignantly. No. Xiao Yuan shook his head repeatedly. It is simply that I am reluctant to see you embark on this journey. Do not worry, Father. Once I become the most formidable Gu master, I shall return to aid you in conquering the world and vanquishing all evil, Xiao Qiner declared proudly. Indeed, Qiner shall undoubtedly become the greatest Gu master. As he spoke, Xiao Yuan retrieved a gourd, crouched down, and solemnly placed it into his daughter's hands. Qiner, this is the treasured gourd left by your mother. Keep it with you, and remember, only upon reaching the ninth palace may you unveil its secrets. Chapter 38. The Awakening of the Southern Lion, the precious gourd left by my mother? Xiao Qiner was astonished. Father, what lies within the gourd? I do not know. Xiao Yuan replied, shaking his head. Years ago, after my wife fell in battle, she bequeathed this gourd to me. In her blood-written message, she instructed me to burn her remains and place her ashes within this gourd, to be buried in the scorching sands. Should one day Either Lai or Qiner choose to embark on the path of a Gu master. They are to receive this gourd as a gift. Today, her last wishes have come to fruition. A profound melancholy enveloped Xiao Yuan's heart. He believed his wife would never harm Qiner. As the former saintess of the Ninth Palace, she had been cherished by the sect and adored by her elders. Thus, whatever she left behind would undoubtedly be of great benefit to their daughter. Perhaps this was fate. The following day, after the midday feast, the king of Kanglan personally bid farewell to his daughter, escorting Xiao Qiner deep into the Jiugong mountain range. Uncertain of when they would meet again, upon returning to the military camp, Li Ruishan finally spoke. "Your Highness, I have a matter to report." "Speak." Parting from his daughter left Xiao Yuan feeling lost and burdened with guilt. Although he was aware that the Ninth Palace would treat his daughter well in light of his late wife, she would ultimately enter the mountain under the title of hostage. Li Yuan from the 12 Caves proposed a collaboration with the Kanglan royal household. "Seeking our assistance and providing him with demon corpses," Li Ruishan informed. With thoughts of his daughter, Xiao Yuan recalled Li Yuan's name but thought little of it. Isn't Li Yuan merely a minor steward from the 12 Caves? Does he truly think he can partner with the Kanglan royal household? Without indulging in further discussion, Li Ruishan presented a jade vial to him. "Your Highness, this contains the blood goo that Li Yuan has tamed, which can provide vitality to our soldiers at any time." And then, Xiao Yuan was aware of the blood goo's utility, yet it hardly qualified as a basis for collaboration with the Kanglan royal household. Li Yuan claimed that as long as the Kanglan royal household continually supplied him with demon corpses, he would reciprocate with an inexhaustible supply of blood goo. Li Ruishan explained. "Can a mere steward possess such capabilities?" Xiao Yuan frowned, skepticism evident in his expression. Li Yuan exhibited considerable talent. Having achieved the rank of a 5-turn Gu master at the tender age of 20, recently accepted as a direct disciple by Elder Yu Hengchuan of the Ninth Palace. Even Yu Hengchuan was impressed by his aptitude. It appeared he possessed an extraordinary spiritual force, capable of controlling an immense number of subordinate Gu, and had cultivated a rare Gu that had not appeared for a millennium. In the future, he might ascend to a prominent position within the Ninth Palace. Not long ago, demons and a group of treacherous warriors launched an assault on the 12 Caves, where 2 5th-tier demons and a 5th-grade warrior simultaneously charged into the small bamboo grove where Li Yuan was located. The outcome was, all the demons perished, while Li Yuan emerged with merely a slight stain on his clothing. Li Ruishan reported all the intelligence regarding Li Yuan truthfully. Could Li Yuan truly be so remarkable? Xiao Yuan's eyes brightened, no longer underestimating him. With such potential as a Gu master, coupled with his mentor, Yu Hengchuan, being a formidable figure, he indeed possessed the qualifications for collaboration with the Kanglan royal household. Initially, let us embark on a tentative collaboration. I shall provide a portion of the demon corpses to him, and if it proves beneficial to the Kanglan army, we can deepen our partnership at a later time. Xiao Yuan nodded in agreement. If it is merely a superficial matter, then you shall be responsible for its implementation. Understood, Li Ruoqian replied with a bow. There is another matter that requires your investigation. It pertains to the direct bloodline of the Dian royal family, which has recently shown some promising leads, Xiao Yuan continued. Li Ruoqian was taken aback. Is it true that a direct descendant of the royal family still exists in this world? I had always believed it to be a ruse concocted by the Night Owl Guard to stabilize the situation. Truth and deception are often intertwined. Who can truly discern? Xiao Yuan sighed lightly. Even if it were false, the matter concerning the martial god-esque treasure and the unification of the realm would undoubtedly influence the tides of the world. Li Ruoqian inquired, "My lord, does the rumor specify which prince or princess has survived?" "It is said to be the young prince, born of the esteemed Nguefei, from the northernmost Ice Plains tribe." Xiao Yuan replied, frowning. During the tumultuous upheaval that ravaged the Dian royal family, the Night Owl's people arrived too late, managing only to rescue the young prince. However, they were subsequently ambushed by demons, resulting in the deaths of the Night Owl guards tasked with safeguarding him. The young prince was then hidden away, lost to the world ever since. In the depths of the mountains, at the 12 Caves, the residual Gu Tower stood. 2 months swiftly passed. Li Yuan reclined in a rocking chair, basking in sunlight, relishing an unusual moment of leisure, with Xiao Kai and Wu Mei comfortably nestled upon his shoulders. He referred to this process as cultivating a rapport with his innate Gu, preparing for the construction of the Gu dwelling to come. Li Yuan recalled a film from his previous life, in which the gambling sage cultivated a bond with Mahjong by sleeping alongside it each day. Were Xiao Kai and Wu Mei not far more sentient than mere tiles? Indeed, the reasoning seemed sound. Now, even during slumber, Shao Kai and Wu Mei would insist on sharing his pillow, each claiming a side. Suddenly, Li Yuan furrowed his brow, sensing an impending presence. Senior brother Pei is coming. Shao Kai, Wu Mei, quickly hide. Whoosh, whoosh. The three-colored ethereal fire python and the queen of silk spiders swiftly dove into the dark vessel, concealing their presence. Li Yuan found the situation rather amusing. Why did it feel akin to a clandestine escapade? Ultimately, his lack of strength rendered their nurturing of the innate goo somewhat disreputable. In a moment, Pei Luo Qing's figure appeared amidst the bamboo grove. Junior brother, he called out. Within moments, he approached. Junior brother, I bring you good news. We have identified the traitorous factions colluding with the demons to assault the various caves. Have you uncovered the details? Li Yuan inquired eagerly. Yes, Pei Luo Qing affirmed. The traitors are the three largest sects of the southern border, the Wind and Snow Sword Manor, the Heavenly Blade Cliff, and the Star and Moon Palace. Li Yuan was astonished. Why would they conspire with demons? These three powers are ostensibly the most formidable in the southern border. Yet they remain perpetually suppressed by the Nine Palaces Goo Nest. Perhaps they seek to exploit this opportunity to challenge the status of the Nine Palaces Goo Nest. Pei Luo Qing speculated. Or perhaps the demons have offered them sufficiently tempting terms, compelling them to risk extermination for a chance at success. Yet they seem to have forgotten that the Nine Palaces Goo Nest is unforgiving, and from the moment the truth is revealed, there will be no respite. Pei Luo Qing spoke with a grave demeanor. Li Yuanming understood. So it seems the Nine Palace Goo Nest is preparing to initiate a vengeful campaign? Indeed. Pei Luo Qing nodded, stating that the Nine Palace has issued a decree to eliminate all members of the three major sects and to annihilate all their enterprises. They will not cease until the three sects have been utterly eradicated, leaving not even a single intact worm behind. If they strike, it will be an act of complete annihilation. Why provoke them, you ask? Li Yuan also recognized that, concerning the entirety of the Nine Palace Goo Nest, he could no longer remain an outsider. Senior brother, what instructions do you have? Pei Luo Qing replied sternly. According to the ancestral teachings of the Nine Palace Goo Nest, when disciples of the sect are maliciously slaughtered by external forces, both the Ninth Palace and the 72 caves under its jurisdiction must participate in the campaign of vengeance. From the palace master to the disciples, none are exempt. This mission will be conducted by a lottery system. Those selected must partake in the action. Should they return victorious, their monthly stipends will be doubled, and they will receive commendations. However, if they perish in battle, their lineage will be granted a separate family tree, eternally safeguarded by the Nine Palace. Chapter 39. Drawing the life and death lots. Li Yuan, an outsider, yet familiar with the myriad customs of the Jiugong mountain range, learned that the origin of the Jiugong Goo Nest lay within a prominent clan bearing the surname Qi. This family had dwelled in caves for generations, placing immense importance on the concept of bloodline and kinship. In such an environment, the allure of the family tree was ineffably powerful, rendering many unable to resist its pull, even to the extent of taking pride in the sacrifices made by their clan. It is precisely for this reason that the Jiugong Goo Nest has endured for millennia, remaining steadfast through the rise and fall of dynasties, ever present in its formidable stance in the world. Li Yuan, however, felt only a fleeting resonance with this notion. Yet, he could fathom the terrifying destructive power and unwavering resolve of such a cohesive group when they acted in unison. Pei Luo Qing remarked with a smile. We are both outsiders. According to tradition, if the number of willing participants from the clan is insufficient, we must draw lots as well. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. He was not entirely devoid of emotion. Having received the grace of the 12 caves, he harbored a certain attachment to this land. When the time came to act, he would not hesitate. The drawing of lots will take place tomorrow at the Baishir Hall. Remember to bring Xiao Zhao along, Pei Luo Qing instructed. The following day, Li Yuan and Wang Zhaozhao rose early. This marked Li Yuan's second departure from the remnant Gu Tower in the bamboo grove. The first was for old Wang, and this time it was for his fallen comrades who had met a gruesome fate at the hands of demons and traitors. Upon arriving at the mountain where the Baishir Hall was located, he found the area outside the hall teeming with people. Li Yuan quietly stood in line among the crowd. Few within the 12 caves knew him. Only a handful of disciples who frequently delivered Gu to the remnant Gu Tower recognized him. Before long, Pei Luo Qing appeared, personally presiding over the drawing ceremony. Esteemed brothers and sisters of the 12 caves, I thank you for gathering here at the Baishir Hall to honor our departed brethren, Pei Luo Qing said, bowing deeply with his arm wrapped in white mourning cloth. Today's drawing ceremony consists of two types of lots. The life lot, which remains within the sect, and the death lot, which calls for leaving the sect to avenge our fallen brothers and sisters and bring back their noble souls. Now, I invite the heads and stewards of each hall to step forward as we commence the drawing. The first to draw was the Battle Guard Hall. As the foremost combat hall of the 12 caves, naturally taking the lead, a palpable tension enveloped the crowd. The first to draw was the Hall Master of the Battle Guard Hall, who reached into the wooden box and retrieved a slip of paper, presenting it to Pei Luoqing. "Chi Huan, Death Lot," Pei Luoqing announced. "Ha ha ha. I cannot escape it." Chi Huan laughed heartily, seemingly indifferent to the outcome. Subsequently, the 3 Vice Hall Masters approached in turn. 2 drew death lots while 1 drew a life lot, the latter exhaling a sigh of relief. Half an hour later, the 300 members of the Battle Guard Hall had completed their draws, 100 death lots and 200 life lots. After the drawing, the members of the Battle Guard Hall moved to the back, where someone greeted Li Yuan. "Li Yuan, long time no see." Li Yuan turned to recognize the speaker. "Qi Lin. Indeed, it has been a while." When he first arrived at Jiogong Mountain, it was Qi Lin who had guided him through the Gu Master examination. In the past, Qi Lin had appeared mysterious and powerful in Li Yuan's eyes. Now, he seemed rather ordinary. "I drew the death lottery, and I wonder how your fortune will fare," Qi Lin remarked casually. "I'm fine with it," Li Yuan replied nonchalantly. "Are you still working at the Remnant Gu Tower?" Qi Lin inquired once more. "Indeed," Li Yuan nodded. Qi Lin chuckled. "You truly have a knack for enduring solitude. Your vitality seems quite robust. Have you not yet changed your primal Gu? You must have entered the realm of a 3rd transformation Gu Master by now. The vitality Gu is quite commendable." Li Yuan smiled in agreement, suddenly beset by a poignant sense of transience. After conversing for a while, Qi Lin departed with the Battle Guard Hall, and Li Yuan wished him good fortune at parting. The lottery ceremony continued. Each faction completed their draws in succession, resulting in an approximate ratio of 70% life tickets to 30% death tickets. Next up was the Remnant Gu Tower. After a lengthy wait, it was finally Li Yuan's turn. In contrast to the other factions, the Remnant Gu Tower was scant, consisting solely of Li Yuan and Wang Zhaozhao. Li Yuan reached into the wooden box, casually feeling around, and retrieved a slip of paper. Wang Zhaozhao stood behind him, even more anxious than he. Pei Luoqing announced, "Li Yuan, life ticket." Upon finishing, the head of the 100 Affairs Hall marked the roster with a tick. Next was Wang Zhaozhao. With apprehension, her small hands trembled slightly as she took a slip from the wooden box and handed it to Pei Luoqing. "Wang Zhaozhao, death ticket." "A death ticket?" Wang Zhaozhao murmured. Not out of fear of death, but because it implied a prolonged separation from her elder brother Yuan. A sense of melancholy inevitably washed over her. After all, since her arrival in the mountains, she had never left the small bamboo grove, never spent a night elsewhere, always by Yuan's side. The sudden prospect of parting was bittersweet and deeply unsettling. "It's all right, little Zhao," Li Yuan gently patted the girl's back. "The tasks assigned by the Outer Sect's 72 caves are not complex. The opponents are merely the industries and affiliated forces of the 3 major sects in various locales. With your abilities, you shall have no issue." "Yes," Wang Zhaozhao nodded. "I will return soon. If elder brother Yuan finds it difficult to wash and cook, he can hire a clever girl to assist in the small bamboo grove." Throughout the long years, she had remained by Yuan's side. How could she not be aware of his charm? All those sisters and junior sisters who came to deliver remnants of Gu could not help but cast glances at him. It was only Yuan who, immersed in the path of Gu, paid no heed. If she were to leave, would there truly be another girl to take her place? To be by Yuan's side, sharing the seasons together? The thought inevitably brought her sorrow. A hint of a smile graced Li Yuan's lips. He could discern the young lady's concerns at a glance. How could he be expected to invite other young girls to the mountain? "I am quite nostalgic," Li Yuan chuckled. "Food prepared by others never quite satisfies. And having strangers around feels rather uncomfortable. You should return soon." All right. Wang Zhaozhao's heart blossomed with joy, as it was rare for Li Yuan to utter such heartwarming words. "There is one more thing." Li Yuan pondered and resolved to prepare some means of self-defense for Wang Zhaozhao. Although she was quite capable, her lack of practical experience could easily lead to misfortune. "Zhaozhao, tonight I shall present you with a gift." "What gift?" Wang Zhaozhao contemplated. "It's a secret." What else could Li Yuan bestow but the enchanting Gu worms? After the drawing ceremony concluded, dusk had settled in. Upon returning to the bamboo grove, Li Yuan immediately retreated into the residual Gu Tower, preparing to tame some extraordinary Gu worms for Wang Zhaozhao. In her chamber, Wang Zhaozhao sat before the mirror. gently unveiling the black satin that had shrouded her eyes, and cautiously extracted the wooden box concealed within her cabinet. Inside the box lay no extraordinary treasures, merely the rouge and powder that every woman utilizes. At this moment, she harbored but a singular thought: to present her finest self in receiving her brother Yuan's gift. Chapter 40. Who am I? As night descended, Li Yuan emerged from the remnants of the residual Gu Tower after hours of toil. The luminous moonlight worm gathered the moonbeams, casting a soft and bright glow upon the small bamboo grove beside the chamber, akin to a grand lantern. Beneath this gentle illumination lay a table abundant with exquisite dishes and fine wines, accompanied by a graceful young maiden, her head bowed in modesty, resembling a flower shyly poised to bloom. In this splendid moment, amidst the beauty of the moonlit night and the enchanting presence of the maiden, Li Yuan found himself momentarily entranced. Did this young lady perhaps misinterpret the situation? Xiao Xiao, when did you acquire that attire? I have never seen you wear it before. Over the long passage of time, Li Yuan and Wang Zhao had donned the unremarkable uniforms of the 12 caves, exchanging them for washing and wear. He seldom paid heed to such superficial matters. Yet today, upon a sudden glance, he was struck by the realization that the once naive girl who ascended the mountain 4 years prior had transformed. As her features matured, she blossomed into a charming beauty. With improved living conditions, her physique had flourished, shedding the pallor of youth for a more vibrant and fair complexion, her demeanor now radiating an extraordinary elegance. The only lingering flaw was her eyes, which could only fully open in the throes of battle, rendering her somewhat less animated. Brother Yuan. Wang Zhao sensed Li Yuan's gaze upon her, causing her to blush further. I have had this dress for quite some time, but never found the opportunity to wear it. It is truly beautiful, Li Yuan praised. Really? Wang Zhao's eyes sparkled with joy. Do you truly like it, Brother Yuan? Who could resist such a lovely sister? He replied with a smile, producing 3 jade vials from his robe and placing them into her hands. With the impending task ahead, I have crafted these 3 types of goo for you. They will recognize only your essence, serving you alone. The first vial contains 3 reviving goo, which can mend your wounds and dispel toxins with each use. The second vial holds 3 shadow sword goo. If deployed at the right moment, they can deliver a fatal blow to any warrior below the 6th rank. The third vial contains the winged goo and the golden garment goo, which can aid in your escape during critical moments. As the vials settled into her hands, a mixture of youthful infatuation and an indescribable fervor surged within her, causing her heart to feel heavy. Tears cascaded down her cheeks as she abruptly embraced Li Yuan. Brother Yuan, thank you. Though these gifts were not what Wang Zhao had yearned for, they undeniably reflected the concern of one she admired. What more could she desire? For what? Li Yuan teased. When I first ascended the mountain, I was utterly destitute, lacking even a coffin or gravestone for my grandfather. Without hesitation, old Wang provided me with the funds for the coffin. At that time, I did not hold back in accepting it. When you venture outside, be resolute and a bit brazen. Honest individuals often find themselves taken advantage of. Yes, Wang Zhao nodded earnestly, committing Brother Yuan's words to memory. That is good. Li Yuan assisted the young maiden in settling onto a stool. We must not waste the fine food and wine after tonight. It may be 2 or 3 months before I can savor your cooking again. The following morning, after bowing 3 times before the grave of old Wang in the back mountains, Wang Zhao tearfully bid farewell to Li Yuan and embarked on the path beyond the Jiogong mountain range. Those who sought refuge from the ravages of war were once again compelled to depart due to the very conflicts they sought to escape. This profoundly instilled in Li Yuan the realization that in a tumultuous world, there exists no everlasting sanctuary. The only unchanging truth lies in the continuous enhancement of one's own strength. Half a month later, Qi Xian, the leader of the Baishir Hall, ascended the mountain and handed a list to Li Yuan. It was a roster of disciples who had perished in the line of duty during missions outside the 12 caves. A wave of emotion surged within Li Yuan as he contemplated the weight of the list. He had grown accustomed to the company of a friend who shared meals with him, washed his clothes, and alleviated his boredom. And now he felt a profound emptiness in her absence. As he opened the roster and scrutinized it closely, he finally exhaled in relief, thankfully. Zhao's name was not among the fallen. However, he did come across another familiar name, Qi Lin, the individual who had once guided him into the mountains to partake in the Gu Master trials, had met his end during a mission to eradicate a faction of the Wind and Snow Sword Manor. There was no sorrow, merely a sense of contemplation. Another half-month passed, and the second list of the deceased arrived. Once again, Zhao's name was absent, which brought Li Yuan joy. Should all go as anticipated, The skills he had imparted to her would suffice for any tasks befitting an outer disciple. On that day, a distinguished guest arrived at the small bamboo grove, bringing with them a substantial number of demon corpses, over 100 in total. Li Yuan, the blood-raising goo you have cultivated is remarkably effective. The prince has agreed to collaborate with you. Here are 120 demon corpses in exchange for 600 blood-raising goo. Is this acceptable? Li Ruoqian personally led the convoy of demon corpses up the mountain to negotiate with Li Yuan. Certainly, Li Yuan responded with enthusiasm. With a single demon corpse and a few inconsequential blood insects, he could produce a considerable quantity of blood-raising goo, leaving the rest as pure profit. For him, apart from the expenditure of time, it was a transaction with no cost. You aren't bargaining? Li Ruoqian asked in surprise. Cultivating goo of such quality should not be an easy feat, should it? Li Yuan realized he had underestimated the situation. It seemed the Kanglan royal mansion also perceived great value in the arrangement. Had he known, he would have negotiated a higher price. The Kanglan army fights against the demons to protect the southern border, and I too benefit from this. If the prince has set this price, let us proceed thus. Li Yuan stated earnestly. Such resolve. Li Ruoqian rarely displayed a smile, but when she did, a gentle dimple appeared, and her striking features were softened with a hint of femininity. Henceforth, I shall ensure that the logistics team of the Kanglan army selects high-quality, well-preserved demon corpses specifically for you. Thank you. Miss Li, Li Yuan clasped his fists in gratitude. There is no need for thanks, Li Ruoqian replied. This is merely business. If you treat us with sincerity, the Kanglan royal mansion will undoubtedly reciprocate. Ah, indeed, Li Yuan felt a bit awkward. Prepare yourself. Li Ruoqian continued. Recent conflicts have intensified, and the situation is escalating. Many demon corpses will be sent your way. I hope you can continuously provide us with blood-raising goo. The situation has escalated once more. Li Yuan was taken aback. What has transpired? It is due to a single individual. Li Ruoqian's expression turned grave. Who? Li Yuan inquired with curiosity. The world is rife with turmoil. The demon lord, various princes, and martial artists from the rivers and lakes are all involved, yet none dare to claim supremacy. Who possesses such formidable influence? Merely one person could incite a rise in hostilities? It is none other than the fabled and lost direct lineage of the Dayan royal family, the last remaining bloodline. His bloodline is the key to unlocking the treasures of the martial god. It is the stabilizing anchor for the realm. Everyone covets him, Li Ruoqian stated with solemnity. Does the Dayan royal family truly have a direct bloodline still surviving in this world? Li Yuan felt a stirring within. Indeed, Li Ruoqian nodded, revealing that this individual is the young prince born to the esteemed concubine and during the royal family's great calamity over 20 years ago. Li Yuan. No. The young prince born to concubine and whom all the heroes pursue. Then who am I? Chapter 41. The Queen's Li Yuan was taken aback to find himself embroiled in the unfolding drama. The young prince spoken of by Li Ruoqian was evidently not him. Could there be a false young prince? Li Yuan pondered deeply, and a sudden flash of insight struck him. Over 20 years ago, his mother, the noble consortin, had entrusted the physician with sending him away from the palace to evade the royal blood calamity. In a desperate bid to save him, the physician had sacrificed his own lineage, exchanging it for that of his own grandson, allowing the latter to perish in his stead. Thus, to the outside world, the physician's grandson was the true young prince, while only Li Yuan possessed knowledge of the truth. Was it possible that the physician's grandson had not died but had instead been saved? Li Yuan speculated. He turned to Li Ruoqian, calmly inquiring, Miss Li, was it not said that all the direct descendants of the Dayan royal lineage perished? How could another young prince suddenly emerge? Might he be an impostor? More likely than not. He is genuine, Li Ruoqian replied. The various factions are not fools. They would not engage in a bloody conflict over a mere false prince without substantial evidence. It is rumored that during the blood calamity, the night owls arrived late but managed to rescue that young prince at a critical moment. However, those night owl guards were subsequently hunted down by demons and perished, leaving the young prince concealed in an undisclosed location, his whereabouts unknown. After the calamity, the leaders of various demons proclaimed that the Dayan royal bloodline had been extinguished, a claim that even the Night Owl King believed to be true. It was only recently, after the Night Owl King slayed a demon lord and probed his memories, that he discovered the young prince might still be alive. Li Yuan inhaled deeply. Could it be that the physician's grandson truly had a chance of survival? He recalled the jade pendant left to him by the physician during his final moments, the aged and raspy voice echoing in his ears. Yuan, Remember this. You are not my grandson. Your true identity is that of a Dayan prince, your mother being the revered lady of the extreme North Ice Plains, consorting. Of 16 years past, you must survive. Within this pendant lies a drop of the blood of the founding emperor, which, when combined with potent elixirs, may allow you to regenerate the roots of a martial deity. You must vanquish the demons, restore the Dayan, and avenge your mother. After joining the 12 caves, Li Yuan immersed himself in the art of Gu, never contemplating the activation of the pendant or the refinement of the ancestral blood. He wondered, after exchanging blood with the physician's grandson, was his own lineage still viable? Could the physician's grandson, who had been forced to accept the royal bloodline, unlock the treasures of the martial deity? The situation had become increasingly perplexing, compelling Li Yuan to grapple with questions he had never considered before. The transmission of royal bloodlines was a complex matter. Not all descendants of the founding emperor were deemed part of the royal lineage. Only those children born after the emperors ascended the throne and underwent the ancestral blood baptism were considered direct descendants. Only they possessed the power to access the treasures of the martial deity. This meant that offspring born before the emperor's ascension or those sired by other princes were ineligible to inherit the royal legitimacy. It seems that meticulous planning is imperative. The esteemed physician saved his life, and even the physician's grandson could be considered as one of his saviors. This entangles him in a web of blood feuds, leaving Li Yuan no choice but to intervene. Time is of the essence, so I shall refrain from further elaboration. The gentle voice of Li Ruoqian brought Li Yuan back from his reverie. We have departed, hoping that upon our return, we may acquire the promised 600 blood Qigyu. Miss Li, do take your time. Watching Li Ruoqian's retreating figure, along with the corpses of demons strewn across the ground, Li Yuan took a deep breath. There is nothing I can change at this moment. Amidst the various lords and demon overlords, to meddle would lead to certain demise. I must remain composed. I possess the singular means to turn the tide, which requires time to mature. I cannot recklessly court death. Once calm, Li Yuan began to address the demon corpses. The majority of the demon bodies delivered by the Kanglan army were of the 3rd rank or below. There were only 6 from the 4th rank and 2 from the 5th. The most precious, however, was the remains of a 6th rank demon, its heart excised. After instructing the Ant Legion to categorize and arrange the demon corpses, Li Yuan began to process the invaluable remains of the 6th rank demon. Sizzle Shaokai and Wu Mei both emerged. Do you wish to partake? Li Yuan inquired. The 3-colored fire python and the Queen of Silk both possess immense evolutionary potential and require constant nourishment of rare materials to facilitate their transformation. Choose for yourselves. When it comes to Shaokai and Wu Mei, Li Yuan never holds back, allowing the 2 little ones to indulge in a veritable feast. Sizzle given Li Yuan's permission. Shaokai and Wu Mei leaped down from his shoulders, landing upon the demon corpses, each selecting their desired parts. Shaokai chose the demon's gallbladder, while Wu Mei skillfully extracted the demon's brain matter with her silk. Very well, go eat off to the side. I shall commence with refining Gu, Li Yuan said with a smile. Shaokai shook her head, carrying the demon's gallbladder to a nearby clearing, then opened her mouth to unleash crimson flames. The gallbladder crackled as the bile boiled. What is this? Li Yuan's curiosity was piqued. Once the crimson flames subsided, the exterior of the gallbladder vanished, and the bile condensed into a golden stone the size of a thumb. Gallstone? A term sprang to Li Yuan's mind. Clearly, this was not merely a gallstone. It very well could be a treasure. Shaokai, clutching the golden stone, leaped back onto Li Yuan's shoulder, twirling in circles as if to boast, or perhaps to provoke Wu Mei. Li Yuan picked up the stone, examining it closely. He could sense the powerful energy contained within, reminiscent of a term he had encountered in a novel in his past life, Jindan, or golden elixir. Cultivators refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, condensing it into the Jindan within their Dantian. Perhaps demons possess a similar method of cultivation? How shall I utilize it? Should I synthesize it? Li Yuan attempted to stimulate the golden stone with Gu Dao's mystical energy, but to no avail. At that moment, he observed Wu Mei returning the previously extracted brain matter to the demon's skull, her 8 spider legs deftly maneuvering the silk with remarkable speed, as if performing a meticulous surgery. Sister Wu first stitched together the demon's brain with silken threads, then crafted a bionic heart, ultimately mending the demon's lifeless body. Indeed, the Queen of Silk Spiders is a versatile creature. Due to Sister Wu's excessive attachment, Li Yuan nearly overlooked the true nature of the Queen of Silk Spiders. Its threads possess the remarkable ability to emulate any characteristic of life. With a thunderous boom, the restored demon rose to its feet. It was a black bear demon, towering over Tu Zhang, resembling a small mountain when standing. Its eyes glowed like burning bronze furnaces, brimming with vitality. At first glance, it bore no resemblance to a corpse. Under Li Yuan's watchful gaze, the black bear demon slowly knelt, prostrating itself in homage, a deep, thunderous voice emanating from its abdomen. The black bear pays homage to its master. Chapter 42. The Sweet Yet Fierce Fifth Sister. Is there another way to play? A novel idea unfurled in Li Yuan's mind. The true essence of the Spider Queen's goo seemed to unveil itself at that very moment. His Shao Kai flicked her tongue. Feeling overshadowed, the fifth sister swiftly returned to perch on Li Yuan's shoulder, even using spider silk to sketch a hehehe expression. Sticking her tongue out at Shao Kai, Li Yuan was both amused and exasperated. Where had she learned such antics? Let us not quarrel. Fortunately, both Shao Kai and the fifth sister possess uncomplicated minds, and their occasional jealousy does not disrupt the overall situation, or else Li Yuan would truly be troubled. Fifth sister, how many of these demon corpses can you control? What is the extent of your control? After exhaling a copious amount of spider silk to mend the black bear demon, the fifth sister appeared considerably weakened, indicating a limitation on the number she could manage. Chirp chirp. Li Yuan grasped the gist. The fifth sister could control at most 2 demon corpses of a rank 1 tier above her own, while she could manage 10 corpses of the same tier. As for those of lower ranks, hundreds or even thousands would pose no challenge. With the fifth sister by my side, could I not single-handedly command an army? The fifth sister could be my sweet companion, as well as the queen of a demon legion. His Shao Kai was not pleased. No more squabbling, Li Yuan soothed. Shao Kai, both you and the fifth sister have your unique merits. You are both my most cherished goo. No sooner had he spoken than another strand of spider silk shot forth, ensnaring a golden stone extracted from the black bear demon and embedding it into the demon's brow. The demon's aura surged in response. Li Yuan's smile blossomed. Shao Kai, see? Your worth is now evident. In the future, your collaboration with the fifth sister will surely forge the mightiest demon army. Henceforth, they delineated their tasks. Shao Kai, your keen sense for treasures will allow you to extract valuables from the demon corpses. Fifth sister, focus on controlling the more powerful demon bodies to create puppets. I shall continue refining goo. Before long, a month had passed. During the period at the Baishir Hall, 2 death lists were delivered, neither of which included Xiao Xiao's name. However, the duration of the task extended beyond Li Yuan's expectations, potentially dragging on for several more months. Li Yuan also received crucial news. The Jiugong Gu Nest officially announced a partnership with the Kanglin King. This signified that the Jiugong Gu Nest would no longer shun the world, facing demons directly, leaving Li Yuan with increasingly scarce time for silent development. Not long after, the Fengshui Sword Manor, the foremost power in the southern Jianghu, was besieged and breached. From the manor's lord, a legendary sword saint, to the elderly, young, ailing, and even household pets within, none were spared. All properties under the Fengshui Sword Manor were liquidated. The orchestrators of this operation were the masters of the 3rd and 6th palaces of the Jiugong Gu Nest. The following day, the Xingyue Palace, another major force within the southern Jianghu, relinquished their mountain gate and relocated their entire sect to the impregnable territory of Tiandao Cliff. Soon after, the master of the 1st palace personally struck down a demon lord, sending shockwaves through the major factions and officially announcing the Jiugong Gu Nest's emergence into the world. The relentless stream of news left Li Yuan contemplative. In times of turmoil, even the leaders of major factions have fallen one after another. What significance does my existence hold? The martial sage stands at the 8th rank within the realm of martial arts, while the Lord of Demons is an honor bestowed only upon those of the 8th-tier demons. Such formidable beings have succumbed in succession, evoking a profound sense of lament. It is no wonder that all aspire to the treasures of the martial god. Li Yuan has come to a deeper understanding of the allure of the martial goddess treasure. Once powerful individuals acquire it, they need not become martial gods. Merely stepping into the 9th rank to achieve the status of martial emperor would suffice to secure their invincibility. I wonder if the master of the 1st palace has entered the 9th transformation realm? In the path of martial arts, the Night Owl King is likely the pinnacle of the present age, though the demons appear to lack a common ruler. Those who once managed to trap the Night Owl King and subsequently slaughter the royal family must certainly include 9th-tier demons. Each path, poison, martial arts, and demons, has its own peak. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Li Yuan gazes upward, recognizing that he has merely taken his first steps in this journey. 3 months passed. Li Yuan received news from the 100 Affairs Hall, stating that the campaign against Tiandao Cliff and the various industries of the Star Moon Palace had reached a conclusion, and the tasks of the 72 outer disciples had been completed. The inner disciples of the 9 palaces would soon launch a full-scale assault on Tiandao Cliff and the Star Moon Palace. It seems that Xiao Zhao will return shortly. During this time, Li Yuan had forged a legion of demon corpses, commanded by 2 6th-tier demons, 10 5th-tier demons, and 300 4th-tier demons, creating an exceptionally lavish assembly. Li Yuan personally tested the combat prowess of his corpse legion. The combat power of the corpses is approximately 70% of their original forms. They lack flexibility and adaptability, acting solely on instinct, yet they are impervious to pain and undaunted by death. However, the abundance of demon corpses has made the small bamboo grove feel rather cramped. Li Yuan pondered whether he should request Brother Pei to expand the bamboo grove. After much contemplation, he decided to wait until the returning disciples completed their tasks before making the request, lest he appear overly detached. As anticipated, 3 days later, he received further intelligence from the 100 Affairs Hall. The 12 disciples who had ventured into battle would return the following day, and all hall masters and administrators were summoned to descend the mountain to welcome the returning disciples and to honor the fallen by providing them with a proper burial. Junior brother, I have held the position of cave master for quite some time now, but aside from the last time we drew the life and death lots, I have not seen you leave the bamboo grove. You truly possess remarkable patience for solitude. I thought that with Xiao Zhao away these past few months, you might seek some amusement, yet it seems I have underestimated you, Pei Luoqing teased as they made their way down the mountain. With Xiao Zhao absent, you still have the company of the insects, do you not? Initially, Li Yuan found it somewhat challenging to adapt, especially during the first few days after Xiao Zhao's departure when he felt an emptiness within, which was quite uncomfortable. However, he grew accustomed to it over time. Ah. Pei Luoqing chuckled. Your words remind me of the master of the 7th palace. Why is that? He, like you, spends his days in the company of insects, wandering alone, yet one day he undertook a momentous act that shook the heavens and moved the spirits. What was it? He wed his destined insect. Alas, how shocking! Li Yuan exclaimed, utterly astounded. Such matters were indeed unprecedented. Pei Luoqing laughed heartily. Had you not been accompanied by Xiao Zhao, I would genuinely fear that you might one day engage in such antics. Intrigued, Li Yuan inquired, what is the life-bound goo of the 7th palace master? Is it a humanoid corpse goo? If that were the case, it could be somewhat comprehensible. Pei Luoqing whispered. Unfortunately, his life-bound goo takes the form of a serpent. Li Yuan blinked. Is the palace master surnamed Su or Xiao? Pei Luoqing paused. Did you perchance glimpse the surname of the 7th palace master in the notes provided by the teacher? Indeed, it is Su. Chapter 43. The past of the princess of Kanglin. Li Yuan's knowledge did not originate from the notes of his minor, Yu Hengchuan. The tale of the serpent, as told by Su, was once renowned, deeply imprinted in the hearts of many. Senior brother, he inquired, is it conceivable that after the evolution of one's innate goo reaches a certain threshold, it might assume human form under the influence of a goo master? Hiss, Pei Luoqing narrowed his eyes, casting a meaningful glance at Li Yuan. Junior brother, your thoughts tread a perilous path. Please don't misinterpret my words, Li Yuan teased. I am merely curious about the story of the 7th palace master. Theoretically, it is indeed possible, Pei Luoqing replied with a smile. When the second goo immortal emerges in the Tianyuan continent, this theory may find validation. Li Yuan found himself speechless. Listening to his words was akin to absorbing profound wisdom. Amid their casual conversation, they had arrived at the foot of the mountain. In the distance, not a single figure was visible. It seemed they would have to wait a while longer. Pei Luoqing sat down on the ground and added, by the way, have you heard about the affairs of the Kanglin princess? No, Li Yuan shook his head. Hasn't the young princess been sent to the 9th palace's inner sanctum to study goo techniques? Has something gone awry? Indeed, there has been an incident, Pei Luoqing remarked. The reason the Kanglin king was able to forge an alliance with the 9th palace's goo nest is largely due to that young princess's efforts. Is the young princess truly so capable? Li Yuan questioned. Xiaoqiner is merely a girl of about 10 years, while she does possess some talent in the goo arts. She is not yet of age to refine her innate goo. What influence could she possibly exert on the 9th palace's goo nest? This story is one I recently learned from my senior sister, Pei Luoqing explained. It seems my senior sister, whom I have yet to meet, has substantial connections and is well informed. Indeed, Pei Luoqing chuckled. My senior sister revealed to me certain secrets from the past. It turns out the previous saintess of the 9th palace was the princess of Kanglin. Li Yuan was taken aback. When he heard the Kanglin king mention that Chiner's mother was a goo master, He had speculated that the princess must have strong ties to the Ninth Palace's Gu nest. Little did he expect that the princess of Kanglan was indeed the saintess of the Ninth Palace. What does it mean to be a saintess? Only those confirmed to inherit the position of palace master are bestowed with such an honor. It is said that the previous saintess was exceptionally gifted. A Gu prodigy who appeared once in a millennium, yet she fell in love at first sight with the Kanglan king and pledged herself to him. During her time with the Kanglan king, she witnessed the suffering of the people in the southern wilderness and vowed to eradicate the demons and save the populace from calamity. She petitioned the Ninth Palace's Gu nest to intervene, yet to no avail, ultimately departing due to ideological differences. Looking back now, it seems the princess of Kanglan was indeed correct. Had the Ninth Palace's Gu nest acted sooner, perhaps the situation in the southern wilderness would not have deteriorated to such an extent. It was only when disaster struck that they began to raise their banners in protest. Pei Luoqing lamented. Li Yuan suddenly comprehended and asked, what does all this have to do with the young princess? Because the young princess recently inherited the innate Gu of the princess of Kanglan, which is the third ranked on the. Pei Luoqing elucidated. The third ranked on the is the heart's inquiry Gu? Li Yuan recalled. The conditions for refining the heart-questioning Gu are exceedingly stringent, setting aside the realm of cultivation. The most crucial aspect is that the Gu master must lead a life devoid of guilt. Perhaps it is precisely this principle that has forged the courageous and passionate princess of Kanglan, who detests evil and boldly stands against it, living without regrets. Indeed, Pei Luoqing's eyes gleamed with admiration. Perhaps the moment the princess of Kanglan refined the heart-questioning Gu, her fate was sealed. Unwavering in her purity despite any person or circumstance that might tarnish her essence. Li Yuan remarked solemnly. Does this imply that the young princess has embarked on the path of the former holy maiden? If not, the Nine Palaces Gu nest would hardly relent. And cooperation with the Kanglan king might be delayed for a considerable time. Pei Luoqing sighed. Senior brother, I have another question. Li Yuan, puzzled, inquired why the heart-questioning Gu could persist through the ages. Shouldn't it have vanished with the princess of Kanglan? That remains uncertain. Pei Luoqing shook his head. While the combat prowess granted by the heart-questioning Gu is rather modest, it ranks third on the list of extraordinary Gu, perhaps for unique reasons. Indeed, Li Yuan replied, recalling the documented applications of exceptional Gu with great clarity. The heart-questioning Gu's combat effectiveness is lackluster compared to other primary battle Gu. It even pales in comparison to some rare Gu. Yet, it possesses an exceptionally formidable and mystical function. The heart-questioning Gu enables the Gu master to attain clarity of mind. At the moment of refinement, it allows the Gu master to bypass the initial 3 stages of the heart-controlled Gu technique, reaching the level of resonance of heart. It also endows the Gu master with extraordinary mental strength. Due to this clarity and exceptional mental acuity, communication between the Gu master and other Gu becomes remarkably effortless. And the ascent in realm occurs with astonishing swiftness, sufficient to command numerous subordinate Gu in battle. Consequently, the possessor of the heart-questioning Gu is hailed as the most promising candidate to step into the realm of Gu immortals. Junior brother, do not dwell on it. Pei Luoqing laughed. For individuals like us, refining the heart-questioning Gu would only lead to self-destruction. Such opportunities are typically beyond the grasp of ordinary people. Haha, Li Yuan chuckled. He could not deny that he could not achieve a state of guiltlessness, yet if the opportunity arose, he would certainly seize it and refine it instantaneously. For he would not suffer backlash. After a lengthy conversation, the sky had grown late, the sun descending, casting a golden hue. Yet the figures of the 12 cave's disciples remained absent. Could something have happened? Pei Luoqing furrowed his brow, swiftly instructing the patrolling disciples to investigate further afield. Before long, a returning scout reported hurriedly, his expression frantic. Master of the cave, trouble brews. The nearby roads have been obstructed. Did you discern which faction is responsible? Pei Luoqing inquired. It appears to be the army of King Yu, the scout replied. King Yu? Pei Luoqing narrowed his eyes, realizing that the old schemer had indeed taken action. He knew he would not remain idle while the Kanglan king and the 9 Palaces Gu nest cooperated. Li Yuan, having some understanding of the situation in the southern frontier, recalled hearing about the ongoing struggle for control between the Kanglan king and King Yu for years, marked by constant friction. Was it now time for them to completely tear apart the facade? Pei Luo spoke coldly. Perhaps the collusion between the 3 major factions of the southern wilderness and the demons was instigated by King Yu. What shall we do now? Li Yuan inquired. We must hold our ground until reinforcements arrive, Pei Luo replied. Recently, both the 9 Palaces Gu nest and the Kanglan army have focused their efforts on the battlefield against the demons and the three factions. And we did not anticipate that King Yu's forces would take advantage of this to launch a surprise attack. The vast majority of entrances outside the Nine Palace Mountains are jointly guarded by the Kanglan army in the inner gate of the Ninth Palace, making it impossible for King Yu's main forces to infiltrate. It appears that only a portion of his soldiers managed to stealthily enter through certain gaps. We can withstand this. As the leader, Pei Luo, with clarity of mind, promptly issued orders. All members of the 12 caves are to heed my command and return to the mountain immediately. Ensuring a vigilant defense, Li Yuan remained silent, following the team back to the mountain. It seemed the time had come to deploy the Demon Corps army. Chapter 44. The Lone Battle of the Minor Master. Upon returning to the bamboo grove, Li Yuan immediately mobilized all of his Gu insects, laying down an intricate web of defense. With my current strength, I can put up a fight against a 6th-grade warrior. 7th-grade warriors are not as common as cabbages. In a passive position with insufficient intelligence, Li Yuan was uncertain of the strength of the ambushing force sent by King Yu, and could only respond to incursions as they came. If it became impossible to hold the line, he could utilize the camouflage abilities of the slug illusion robe to make his escape. His chirp even Fifth Sister and Shao Kai grew solemn. Fifth Sister commanded the Demon Corps puppet army to lie in ambush underground or in the trees. Li Yuan employed the sealing breath goo to conceal the aura of the corpse puppets while his own body, too, was hidden in the shadows by the power of the slug illusion robe. The attack by King Yu's troops came too suddenly, and this was the best arrangement he could muster. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, a deep bell tolled across the 12 mountains. I wonder how Xiao Zhao is faring. Li Yuan worried that Xiao Zhao might encounter King Yu's forces. Should she come across a 6th-grade warrior, her life would be in grave danger. He could only pray, as his own safety was paramount, and he was temporarily unable to venture beyond the mountains in search of her. At that moment, a talking bird flew in, delivering a message. Li Yuan, the cave master, has decided to abandon the outposts on the various mountains. Should the outer defense line fall, all disciples will retreat to the main peak. You are to go to the main peak for defense. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan immediately sensed a shift in the situation. The pressure from King Yu's forces had compelled senior brother Pei to abandon the mountain outposts entirely. Tell the cave master that I must defend the remnant Gu Tower. Li Yuan could not leave. This was his base, and if he could not hold it, the main peak would likely succumb as well, leading to the same disastrous outcome. Understood. The talking bird executed its orders without hesitation and departed. Half an hour later, violent commotion erupted from the 2 outer defense lines at the mountain gate, signaling the onset of battle. Through the moonlight insect, Li Yuan observed the scene at the mountain gate while dispatching a group of killer bees, sword and blade Gu, and bewitching insects to launch a surprise attack on King Yu's troops. Unfortunately, the adversary was too formidable. A throng of warriors surged with overwhelming vitality, and ordinary Gu insects were obliterated before they could even approach. Each warrior was a seasoned veteran, rigorously trained, far beyond what the 12 Caves battle guard could compare to. The defense line crumbled in less than a cup of tea's duration. However, Li Yuan had at least gleaned crucial intelligence from the encounter. The situation was dire. The strongest among King Yu's contingent was perilously close to the 7th-grade realm, perhaps even on the threshold of Grand Masterhood. Additionally, 3 other 6th-grade minor masters accompanied them. This was a truly elite force. No wonder they had circumvented the Kanglan army's defenses and penetrated so deeply into this area. Kill. The battle erupted with a thunderous roar at the main peak. Li Yuan caught sight of Pei Luoqing's signature Gu, a massive entity resembling a gigantic infant. Shrouded in white mist, the ginseng infant Gu. He longed to admire such a wondrous plant Gu up close, but reality did not permit it. As a squad from King Yu's army was already advancing toward the bamboo grove, I will do my utmost to draw the enemy's fire for my senior brother. The principle of mutual dependence between lips and teeth was firmly etched in Li Yuan's mind. Should the peak be breached, he would find himself fleeing like a stray dog, abandoning the small bamboo forest. The hunt commenced. With a mere thought, Li Yuan unleashed the ambush lying in wait along the mountain path, the first to strike being the self-destructive 5 poisons insects. A multitude of these insects detonated, forcing the ascending soldiers to shield their noses and cover their eyes. What sorcery is this? How could so many poisonous insects explode at once? There must be a plethora of Gu masters hidden within this mountain. Summon the captain at once. The soldiers quickly recognized the gravity of the situation. But it was too late. With Li Yuan's current capabilities, slaying a squad of soldiers lacking a 6th-grade warrior leader was akin to slaughtering chickens and ducks. A mere distraction for 1 or 2 6th-grade warriors would be sufficient to alleviate some pressure from the peak. Given the total number of subordinate Gu I had arranged in the small bamboo forest, combined with the corpse puppet army, even if 1,000 or 2,000 soldiers approached without a 6th grade or higher warrior leading them, I could eliminate them all. This was Li Yuan's confidence. And it was also the reason he was unwilling to abandon the small bamboo forest. Departing from this place would mean leaving behind many Gu, a self-inflicted severance. Soon, another small team arrived at the foot of the small bamboo forest, accompanied by 2 6th grade warriors. This revealed the dire state of the main Peak-S battle, which had not exerted significant pressure on the Yuan army, allowing for the immediate dispatch of 2 6th grade masters. This was likely my first direct confrontation with martial arts masters, Li Yuan thought, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Faced with opponents who had grasped the essence of mastery, the stealthy attacks of low-tier subordinate Gu seemed feeble and unlikely to succeed. They could only serve to stall the other soldiers. The 2 6th grade masters advanced with relentless momentum, their murderous intent palpable, easily making their way up to the small bamboo forest. As anticipated, Li Yuan was not overly surprised. After all, he was merely a 5th transformation Gu master, and the strength of subordinate Gu was limited. To contend with 6th grade masters, he had to rely on his innate Gu, which truly showcased a Gu master's formidable prowess. Hidden in the shadows, he enveloped himself in a swirling cloak of slug illusions, rendering him undetectable even to 6th grade masters. What is going on? The 2 6th grade masters, advancing up the mountain, were taken aback. Scanning their surroundings, they found not a single figure on the mountain. Yet the path was teeming with Gu. Even 5th grade warriors had been ambushed. Be cautious, Big Hammer, one of the masters warned. The 2 masters positioned themselves back to back, preparing a defensive stance. These Gu masters are mere tricksters. They shatter upon contact. The master known as Big Hammer grunted, Old Sheen. Cover me while I unleash my sound wave technique to dispel this mystery. Understood. Old Sheen, whose true name was Qin Shu, had endured countless battles and was rarely confronted with such peculiarities. He dared not underestimate his opponent, feeling a tinge of fear. How could so many Gu masters conceal their presence from him? Judging by the sheer number of insects below, there were surely at least 100 Gu masters concealed here. Why, then, could he not see a single one upon ascending the mountain? Lion's roar hammer. In contrast, Big Hammer Ding Taizan was far more robust. Wielding a pair of hammers weighing thousands of pounds, he leapt high into the air, then brought them crashing down to the ground with immense force. Bang! An intangible wave of air stirred the dust and swept up the fallen leaves, causing ripples to erupt upon the ground. At that moment, a colossal black bear demon descended from the sky, raising its hand to deliver a fierce blow to Ding Tiashan's head. Just as Qin Shu intended to intervene, he was repelled by a large stone. The assailant was a monkey demon. Black Bear Commander. Brother Monkey. Ding Taizan exclaimed in astonishment. Had they not been slain by the Kanglan army? How could they possibly appear here? They were likely transformed into corpse puppets. Qin Shu's expression darkened. Our intelligence has suffered a grave miscalculation. There is not merely 1/6 turn Gu master in the 12 caves. Prepare for a desperate fight. Chapter 45. The corpse puppet Legion. Li Yuan seemed to have uncovered an extraordinary secret. The Black Bear Commander? Brother Yuan? It appears that the true mastermind orchestrating events from the shadows is King Yu, with the 3 major sects merely serving as scapegoats thrust into the limelight. In their relentless pursuit of control over the southern frontier, they resort to any means necessary. Perhaps King Yu had long since devised this plan. First, covertly uniting the 3 sects with demons to massacre the disciples of the 72 outer sects, then framing King Kanglan for the chaos, inciting a rift with the 9 palaces. Should the framing fail, he could still ally with the demons to maintain competitiveness. Li Yuan felt that his conjecture was highly plausible. One could only surmise that a person like King Yu would be indifferent to immediate outcomes. Victors write history, and as long as one prevails, that suffices. Was it not advantageous to join forces against the demons? Li Yuan found this perplexing. Or perhaps, in King Yu's eyes, the havoc wrought by the demons was insurmountable. And the trend of each faction claiming territory to become sovereign, coexisting with demons, was the inevitable course? Squeak Fifth Sister sensed the fury bubbling within Li Yuan. The attacks from the Black Bear Demon and the Ape Demon intensified, temporarily suppressing the 2 minor masters, Qin Shu and Ding Taizan, who had taken the initiative. Li Yuan understood that this was merely a fleeting advantage. Once the adversary became accustomed to the puppet demon's attack patterns, the threat it posed would diminish significantly. Ultimately, the task of delivering a fatal blow rested upon him. He had but one chance for a surprise attack and must first eliminate one of them. His gaze settled upon the giant wielding the hammer. The oaf's vigilance was evidently inferior to that of his counterpart, increasing the likelihood of a successful ambush. Under the cover of the illusory slug garb, Li Yuan held his breath and concentrated, stealthily approaching. The small color plate on his shoulder, aware of his intent, began to gather energy. Concurrently, Fifth Sister exerted her strength, deliberately exposing a weakness in the Black Bear Demoness defenses. Black Bear Commander, your corpse has been desecrated. Allow me to liberate you. Ding Qiashan's eyes gleamed with determination as he seized the moment, wielding his twin hammers. The essence of a master converged, akin to the roar of dragons and tigers, crashing down upon the Black Bear Demoness form. Bang! He believed that this strike would reduce the Black Bear Demoness body to a gory mess. Little did he anticipate that the interior of the Black Bear Demon was woven with dense white threads. At the moment of impact, those threads erupted, ensnaring his hammers. A profound sense of peril surged from his feet straight to the crown of his head, causing Ding Taizhan to feel an icy chill enveloping him, his very core trembling. From the shadows, two flames emerged, one crimson, the other emerald, intertwining as they spun toward him. The explosive sound shattered the silence. Quick to react, Ding Taizhan opened his mouth to roar, exhaling a series of air circles in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames. Yet, his efforts were in vain. The dual-colored flames struck his arm like a festering wound, refusing to be quelled. The anguished cries reverberated throughout the small bamboo grove. As the illusory garb unraveled, Li Yuan's assault followed in rapid succession. With the giant spirit puppet empowering him, he delivered a punch that surged forth, muscle swelling, hair standing on end. His blood igniting in a fiery aura that enveloped his entire being, causing his garments to shred from the cuffs. Thud! With no restraint, his fist, like a torrent, pierced through Ding Taizhan's chest. Clang! A pair of massive hammers crashed to the ground. From the moment Li Yuan struck until Ding Taizhan was slain. In the blink of an eye, Qin Shu realized it was too late for rescue, especially with a sixth-tier corpse puppet entangling him. The hammer! Qin Shu's complexion turned ashen. It's your turn now. Li Yuan's gaze was icy. Qin Shu understood that his fate was precarious. And a bitter smile surfaced on his face. To think there are two sixth-tier Gu masters lying in wait here. Did you anticipate King Yu's actions all along? 2. Li Yuan paused, then comprehended. In the eyes of his adversaries, they likely believed another Gu master controlling the corpse puppet lurked in the shadows. You guessed correctly. But you will still die. Li Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, intending to impose psychological pressure on his opponent, rendering them hesitant and making the kill easier. After exchanging blows for several rounds, Qin Shu's body collapsed with a resounding thud, his skull crushed under the foot of the ape demon. With a sigh of relief, Li Yuan finally relaxed. A sixth-tier minor master was indeed formidable, had he not held the advantage of terrain and executed a surprise attack. Today would likely have resulted in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, at the main peak, Pei Luoqing was engaged in a fierce battle, controlling the Ginseng Infant Gu against the leader of King Yu's army. The towering Ginseng Infant Gu, over 10 zhang high, continuously absorbed the strength of the surrounding forest to replenish itself, effectively withstanding the assault of a semi-great master. It's tougher than a turtle shell, Pei Luoqing thought. Where are Ding Taizhan and Qin Shu? Why are they taking so long to clear out those insignificant hills? Growing impatient, Zhao Ting, the thousand-house commander of King Yu's army, remarked, this is the outer perimeter of the 9 palaces Gu nest. Prolonged delays could lead to unforeseen consequences. They must have encountered a formidable opponent, one subordinate suggested. Are you implying the intelligence was faulty? Zhao Ting frowned. Even if there is another 6th-tier Gu master, with their combined strength, they should have resolved it. Could a mere 12K be hiding an army? At that moment, a soldier rushed in, flustered. Commander Zhao, it's dire. Both Lord Qin and Lord Ding have perished in battle. How is that possible? Zhao Ting's expression changed drastically. What transpired? We encountered an obstruction while searching a bamboo peak. A junior flag officer leading the ascent was swarmed and killed by a multitude of Gu insects. After receiving a distress signal, Lords Qin and Ding rushed to aid him. Shortly after, the fighting ceased, yet the two lords did not descend. They must have been ambushed by the enemy, the soldier recounted the events. The intelligence was indeed erroneous. Zhao Ting's expression darkened ominously. The 12th cave must still conceal 2 6th-tier Gu masters, deliberately stalling our main force to pick us off one by one. We have a traitor among us. The 9 palaces Gu nest must have been aware of our intelligence and lured us into a trap. We must retreat. Shocked, Zhao Ting dared not linger any longer and ordered an immediate withdrawal. Pei Luoqing's eyes sparkled with determination as he bellowed. The 12th cave is not a place you can enter or exit at will. He had already surmised that Li Yuan was behind this. Oh, junior brother. Just how deep have you concealed your true strength? 2 6th-rank minor masters were so effortlessly dispatched by you? The other Gu masters from the 12 caves were equally bewildered. Who possessed such formidable prowess, aside from the cave master, to eliminate 2 minor masters with such ease? Could it be that the inner sanctum of the 9 palaces had long been orchestrating this? With this thought, the morale of the 12 caves surged. Attack! Under the leadership of Pei Luoqing, the clarion call for counteroffensive sounded. The ginseng infant Gu, though lacking in offensive capabilities, excelled in defense and entanglement. The floor of heaven and earth is at my command. The essence of the sun and moon flows into my being. The vegetation within the mountain forest transformed into a verdant torrent, continuously infusing the ginseng infant Gu. The colossal ginseng infant positioned itself, effectively blocking the main road down the mountain and leaving only a narrow path. This action was taken to prevent the forces of the King of Ghosts from severing their thoughts and mounting a desperate counterattack. Lu Baihu, you and your brothers retreat first. I shall hold the rear. Zhao Ting was compelled to intervene and obstruct Pei Luoqing. Unbeknownst to him, an old sixth had quietly approached the foot of the main peak. Chapter 46. The retreat of the enemy and the search for Xiao Zhali Yuan concealed himself in the shadows, guarding the descent from the mountain. The royal army, a contingent of 1,000, was left with merely a half-step grandmaster and a minor grandmaster, rendering the rest of the forces incapable of posing any significant threat to him. Naturally, Li Yuan was unwilling to squander such a splendid opportunity. Regrettably, the approaching figures were all human rather than demons. Otherwise, it would have been an extraordinary windfall. Before long, he spotted a group descending the mountain, approximately 400 strong. His gaze zeroed in on 100 households within the throng, the sole remaining 6th-grade minor grandmaster. This individual was quite cunning, hiding amidst the crowd, thus denying Li Yuan the chance to launch a surprise attack. He would have to first disrupt their formation with the demon puppet army. Li Yuan did not deploy the entirety of his puppet forces, but instead sent forth 2 6th-tier corpses, the Black Bear and the Ape Demon. 5th Sister, take action. With a thunderous roar, the seal on the venomous insect was lifted, and the 2 demon puppets surged forth from the ground. The Black Bear's immense claws swept across, instantly claiming the lives of 7 or 8 soldiers. Meanwhile, the Ape Demon lunged directly at the remaining minor grandmaster. Commander Black Bear? Brother Ape? Lu Baihu's eyes widened in disbelief. You have been transformed into corpses? Being a minor grandmaster, his perception was keen, and he quickly discerned the truth. It appears Ding Taizhan and Qin Shu have also perished at your hands. With fury, Lu Baihu bellowed, swinging his blade as the essence of a true grandmaster radiated from him, attempting to uncover the Gu master manipulating the corpses from the shadows. Yet, he sensed nothing. His anxiety mounted, feeling as though unseen eyes were fixated upon him. The other soldiers of the royal army were being swept away by the Black Bear and devoured by the countless Gu insects, their anguished cries echoing through the air. What skill is it to hide in the dark? Come out and chat, Lu Baihu shouted, but no one responded. Li Yuan remained quietly lurking, observing the enemy's performance. Without absolute certainty, he would not make a move. What if he were to be counterattacked? After all, he had previously relied on feigning weakness to turn the tables on his adversaries. As a cunning rogue himself, he assumed his opponents were all the more treacherous. As time slowly slipped by, an increasing number of soldiers from the royal army fell to the Black Bear and the innumerable Gu insects. Lu Baihu's psychological defenses crumbled step by step. After lying in wait for an extended period, Li Yuan finally found his opportunity. With a swift motion, he and Xiao Kai executed a synchronized attack, as if they were 2 halves of a single entity, requiring no words. With a resounding thud, the crimson fire carved a path, and a fist imbued with the surging flames of vitality struck, piercing through Lu Baihu's chest. Lu Baihu's eyes bulged in shock. Commander Baihu is dead. The remaining soldiers of the royal army, witnessing this, discarded their armor and fled in panic. Leave none alive, Li Yuan commanded. The area was already saturated with his Gu insects. Those who had witnessed his prowess would not escape and must perish here. After a considerable time, the forest fell silent. Li Yuan raised his gaze to the towering peaks, still not having ascended to the main summit. A half-step grandmaster was not easily dispatched, and it was likely that he would risk more than he could gain. Moreover, the opponent was unlikely to be detained for long. An hour later, Pei Luoqing arrived at the small bamboo grove. While the others from the 12 caves presumed that the 9th palace had orchestrated this victory, he, as the cave master, understood that this was a genuine and lethal ambush. Without Li Yuan, the 12 caves would likely have faced annihilation. Junior brother, you truly concealed your strength, he mused. gazing at the largely unscathed bamboo grove, filled with astonishment at the prowess of his disciple. Could it be that eliminating martial artists of a higher rank was as effortless as plucking flowers? Brother, you flatter me. I am merely someone who fears death and enjoys setting a few traps in this small grove. I never anticipated they would prove useful, Li Yuan replied, neither denying nor confirming the implication. Pei Luoqing's lips twitched. Are you certain it was merely a few? Let us not dwell on these details, Li Yuan countered. Did we manage to capture the leader of the Yuan army? No, Pei Luoqing shook his head. I could not stop a half-step grandmaster from escaping. Li Yuan furrowed his brow. Surely, this is no ordinary army? Indeed, Pei Luoqing nodded. They are the elite forces known as the Qingyo Guard under the command of the Yuan. I failed to recognize them initially, which nearly led to a grave mistake. That explains it, Li Yuan mused. It made sense that a battalion of 1,000 men would be led by a half-step grandmaster. They were, after all, the personal guard of the Yuan. Pei Luoqing sighed. Thanks to you, we have narrowly escaped disaster. The brothers from the other caves, however, are likely facing dire circumstances and may suffer great losses. This incident effectively severed the ties between King Kanglin and King Yu, propelling them into an irreconcilable conflict. The situation in the southern frontier had become starkly clear. Yet who would ultimately emerge victorious remained uncertain. Junior brother, I must attend to sect matters. You should rest well, Pei Luoqing said. Sensing that Li Yuan was unharmed and refraining from further inquiries. Safe travels, brother, Li Yuan appreciated the boundary maintained by his senior. He preferred such interactions over incessant questioning, which felt intrusive and discourteous. The following day, with the lifting of the ban, Li Yuan received notice to proceed to the Baishir Hall to mourn for the fallen comrades. Even Shi Xian, the hall master, had perished in this battle. They're all gone, Li Yuan reflected, feeling a pang of sorrow. Among the few he had come to know in the 12 caves, the 3 he initially encountered, Qi Lin, Shi Xian, and Old Wang, were all deceased. Upon his arrival, he had thought the mountain life was tranquil, but he had not anticipated the capriciousness of fate. Some things could not be evaded. In the afternoon, after the morning ceremony concluded, Li Yuan chose not to return to the small bamboo grove, but instead headed towards the outer defenses of the 12 caves. To this day, Xiao Xiao had not returned, indicating that she may have encountered some insurmountable force. If she had been slain by the Qingyu Guard, there should have been a corpse left behind. Thousands of reconnaissance insects, under Li Yuan's mental command, soared in all directions. He sat atop the mountain, gazing into the distance. What does the world outside look like? I seem to have nearly forgotten. A data panel materialized before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 5th Transformation 257-1500, Realm, 5th Transformation, Mental Power, Late Stage of the Sea Realm. Innate Gu, Giant Spirit Gu, Revival Gu. Tricolor Strange Fire Python, Illusory Robe, Queen of Silk Gu, Gu House. None. His mental power has now reached the late stage of the Sea Realm, enabling him to rival the majority of 7th Transformation Gu Masters, allowing him to control reconnaissance Gu to probe vast distances. As dusk approached, Li Yuan felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, but he finally made a significant discovery. He sensed the presence of the Gu insects, particularly the revival Gu he had specifically left for Xiao Xiao to heal her wounds. Following the trail of energy, the reconnaissance Gu navigated through the shadowy underbrush, ultimately uncovering Xiao Xiao in a damp pit. At that moment, Xiao Xiao lay on the brink of death, covered in blood, with one arm severed and unconscious. The revival Gu was barely sustaining the flicker of life within the young girl. Chapter 47. 2 years have I truly perished? It seems that only in death can I return to the little cabin and be reunited with Brother Yuan. Upon awakening once more, the familiar warmth enveloped Wang Zhaozhao, leaving her momentarily entranced. Yet, why does this feeling seem so tangible? Perhaps Brother Yuan has indeed saved me? She pondered, then raised her arm and pinched herself firmly. Oh, that stings. Is this not merely a dream on the brink of death? But soon, she was struck with confusion. Hadn't my arm been broken? Why is it whole again? The young girl chuckled at herself. Indeed, it must be a dream. It turns out dreams can inflict pain as well. Creak. At that moment, the sound of a door opening echoed. Wang Zhaozhao inhaled the familiar scent once more, just as she intended to open her bloodshot eyes for a glimpse. A voice halted her. You have not fully recovered. Refrain from using the blood I Gu to spy. Rest well, Brother Yuan. Wang Zhaozhao momentarily froze. Then elation surged through her. I am not dreaming. I am alive. I found you in a pit, and thankfully, your willpower held strong. Otherwise, I would have joined Grandpa and your grandpa in a game of landlord. Li Yuan chuckled. What is landlord? Wang Zhaozhao inquired. It is a three-person card game from my hometown, Li Yuan replied earnestly. I seem to have never heard Brother Yuan speak of his hometown before. Wang Zhaozhao suddenly realized. There is nothing much to say. If the opportunity arises, I shall take you there, Li Yuan said as he approached the bedside. Upon hearing Brother Yuan would take her back to his homeland, Wang Zhaozhao's heart fluttered with joy, and she obediently opened her mouth. A few drops of a liquid with a metallic taste fell into her mouth, flowing down her throat and gradually warming her once cold body. Brother Yuan, what have you fed me? A secret elixir. Li Yuan's blood, refined with the revitalizing goo, possesses restorative and nourishing properties. Wang Zhaozhao asked again, Brother Yuan. Wasn't my arm broken? Who healed it? A distant cousin of mine, Li Yuan replied. Cousin? Wang Zhaozhao exclaimed. Where is she? Less talk, more rest, Li Yuan instructed. Offering no further response. All right then. The young girl, feeling a bit aggrieved, closed her mouth. Life continued as usual. Wang Zhaozhao's return merely restored the routine, providing companionship for Li Yuan during meals, conversations, and moments of distraction. Following the Qinzhuai raid, the Zhougonggu nest and the Kanglan army intensified their patrols, denying the demons and the Ghost King any opportunity for intrusion. Time flowed on. Many new faces appeared in the 12 caves, collaborating with the Kanglan prince's residents. Li Yuan's business flourished, acquiring numerous high-quality demon corpses and embarking on a frenzied synthesis spree. By incorporating the eyes of the toad demon, you have synthesized the 5-turn bloodthirsty toad goo. By adding the gall of the dog demon, you have created the 5-turn sky dog gall goo. By including the crystal core of the stone demon, you have forged the 5-turn rock goo. By adding day after day of synthesis, Li Yuan fervently explored the path of goo insect evolution and metamorphosis. Gradually, he replaced all of his subordinates' low-tier goo with high-ranking alternatives, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. During this time, he requested Pei Luoqing to renovate and expand the small bamboo grove. Pei Luoqing gladly acquiesced to his request. Seizing this opportunity, Li Yuan constructed a dedicated goo breeding garden for himself, beginning the cultivation of higher-tier goo, as well as gathering more synthesis materials for future needs. Under Li Yuan's guidance, Wang Zhaozhao also ascended to the realm of 4-turn goo master, mastering the blood-eye goo with remarkable skill. This tranquil and beautiful life continued for 2 years until Yu Hengchuan visited once more. Upon seeing this esteemed mentor again, Li Yuan sensed that he had aged considerably. Master, he greeted respectfully. Although their encounters had been few, Li Yuan had always held deep respect for the teachings he had received from him. Li Yuan, I have been exceedingly busy these past years and have had little time to instruct you. I hope you harbor no resentment toward me, Yu Hengchuan sighed. The gratitude I owe my master is etched in my heart, and there is certainly no resentment, Li Yuan replied earnestly. Have you thoroughly reviewed the notes I bestowed upon you? Yu Hengchuan inquired. Indeed, master, Li Yuan affirmed, not only have I read them, but I also conducted cultivation experiments based on your proposed directions for evolution, achieving an accuracy of over 70%. Yu Hengchuan was astonished. You tried all the experiments? Yes, Li Yuan nodded. Excellent, excellent. Li Yuan, I truly did not misjudge you. With your innate talent and your unwavering dedication to the path of goo, unperturbed by outside distractions, you are destined to stand at the pinnacle of this craft. To take you as my disciple is the greatest fortune of my life. Yu Hengchuan exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Master, you overstate my abilities. It is only by standing on your shoulders that I am able to see further. Li Yuan humbly replied. Li Yuan, could you show me the goo insects you have cultivated according to my notes? Yu Hengchuan asked, his hands trembling with anticipation. Please wait a moment, master. Shortly thereafter, Li Yuan brought forth numerous black jars. Inside these jars were the goo insects he had synthesized based on Yu Hengchuan's insights. All unrefined and in no danger of revealing any clues. Yu Hengchuan opened each jar one by one. As he beheld the goo insects he had nurtured, it was as if he glimpsed a path leading to the pinnacle of his dreams. He had once laid the foundation, yearning to catch a glimpse of the extraordinary goo rankings, but had been blinded by a single leaf, losing himself and tumbling down that path, forever left to lament the mountains beyond his reach. Li Yuan, have you ever considered cultivating an extraordinary goo? Yu Hengchuan suddenly asked. Of course, Li Yuan smiled. To cultivate an extraordinary goo is the dream of every goo master. Even though I already possess one, the resurrection goo, I yearn for all my innate goo to evolve into extraordinary forms. The master once endeavored to cultivate an extraordinary goo, nearly achieving success, only to lose himself along the way due to unforeseen circumstances, ultimately leading to failure. Yu Hengchuan sighed deeply. In truth, the notes and insights he provided to Li Yuan were deliberately altered, guiding him toward a different path. Should Li Yuan lack the ability to contemplate, be inflexible, or possess no perseverance, and merely adhere to the notes he had pinned, the outcome would inevitably be failure. If that were the case, Li Yuan would not be worthy of cultivating the extraordinary gu, nor would he utter the words he spoke today. However, Li Yuan proved otherwise. Diligently studying all of his notes, incorporating his own understanding, and achieving results that far surpassed his expectations, shining 100-fold brighter than he had in his own time. Li Yuan, henceforth, I shall impart to you the true knowledge, how to cultivate an extraordinary gu. The anticipation for this day had lingered far too long, and Yu Hengchuan was even more eager than Li Yuan himself. Do you know? In the realm of gu masters, there exists a saying, to aspire to the 9th transformation, one must possess an extraordinary gu. To become a gu immortal, one must rank among the top 3 in the extraordinary gu list. The vigor and spirit of Yu Hengchuan had noticeably elevated, resonating with authority. This left Li Yuan feeling somewhat uneasy, as if he were receiving a solemn entrustment from an elder. Master, are you in good health? Li Yuan inquired with concern. Yu Hengchuan trembled slightly, taken aback. He had not anticipated that Li Yuan would observe so keenly at such a moment. Most ordinary gu masters would have been too preoccupied with the notion of extraordinary gu to notice anything else, likely yearning to acquire the methods for its cultivation immediately. Yet here was Li Yuan, concerned for his well-being. Such a disposition in a disciple, endowed with innate talent, was rare. Perhaps he would never encounter another like him throughout his lifetime. Chapter 48. The secret method of cultivating exotic gu. My health is well, Yu Hengchuan remarked with a smile. However, I sustained injuries from demons during a recent conflict and require a period of recuperation. Master, what is the current situation in the southern frontier? Li Yuan inquired, having been out of touch with the outside world for quite some time. Since the moment of the King of Ghosts revealing his dagger, the rift with the King of Kanglan has deepened, resulting in a stalemate where neither side can gain the upper hand. There has been no significant defeat or victory reported from either faction, indicating that the war will persist for an extended duration until a pivotal event occurs. Thus, excessive concern is futile. The conflict has remained intense, yet following the initial bloodshed, large-scale battles have ceased. Only minor skirmishes continue along the borders of both territories. In this grand struggle, even a seasoned 8th rank gu master like myself lacks the power to influence the outcome of the war. Ultimately, the fate of the world rests in the hands of a select few 9th rank individuals. Enough of external matters, Yu Hengchuan stated. That is not your concern. It is not yet your time to engage in the front lines, young genius. In his heart, he had already identified Li Yuan as the future backbone of the 9 Palaces gu nest. Yes, master. Yu Hengchuan then prompted, now tell me, what is the gu ranked 9th on the exotic gu list, and what abilities does it possess? It is the dream silkworm, Li Yuan replied without hesitation. Once refined into a master gu, the gu master can control their dreams and alter others' memories through the silken cocoon. Correct, Yu Hengchuan nodded. What I intend to teach you is indeed the dream silkworm. Generally, after entering the 4th rank profound realm, a gu master finds it challenging to switch their master gu. However, this limitation does not apply to exotic gu. Exotic gu represents the lifelong pursuit of countless gu masters and wields an unimaginable suppressive power over all gu. I shall forever cherish your kindness, master. Li Yuan understood the daunting challenge of synthesizing exotic gu on his own. Years of refinement had made him acutely aware of reality. Absent a fortuitous encounter, even with the capacity for limitless synthesis through the black pot, he would be unable to acquire exotic gu. The birth of the revival gu was purely accidental, exhausting all his luck. With guidance, however, the scenario changes. Li Yuan possesses the ability to bypass the lengthy processes and achieve results directly, significantly reducing the time that ordinary gu masters expend on cultivation. Some gu require months, years, or even decades to nurture. How many years does one have in life? The vast majority of gu masters lack the opportunity for trial and error. But Li Yuan has countless opportunities. Cultivating any exotic gu demands immense patience, extraordinary perseverance, and indispensable talent. Even so, there is no room for error. Any minor misstep could lead to a complete collapse, resulting in total failure. Yu Hengchuan's tone grew exceedingly grave. I shall remember your words, Li Yuan responded earnestly, listening attentively. My master was once too proud in his youth, which led to failure during a crucial step in cultivating the dream silkworm, leaving behind indelible consequences. This has destined me to forever remain outside the 9th rank gu master realm, Yu Hengchuan lamented bitterly. He recounted the events to Li Yuan, revealing that during a nurturing session, he had been overly eager for success and, by employing secret techniques to stimulate the silkworm pupa, he encountered a backlash. The unformed silks of the dream silkworm infiltrated his mind, injuring his consciousness, thus stunning his mental prowess and severing his path to the realm of 9 transformations. What a pity, sighed Li Yuan. Had his master exhibited a little more patience, perhaps success would have been within reach. Indeed, in his youthful arrogance, he had once believed himself invincible, ultimately paying the price for his hubris and ignorance. Yu Hengchuan felt a deep regret. The mistakes of his youth had morphed into an obsession within his heart. It was precisely this realization that made him appreciate how rare it was for a talent as young as Li Yuan to possess such remarkable composure. Seemingly born for the art of Gu. Unlike martial arts, which emphasize an indomitable spirit and the courage to confront formidable foes, the path of Gu requires a steady and methodical approach. Bring me paper and ink. I shall impart to you all my insights on nurturing the dream silkworm. Originally, Yu Hengchuan intended to observe Li Yuan for a while longer, but this injury made him acutely aware that if he did not impart his true teachings soon, a lifetime of effort would be buried without recognition, leaving him unable to rest in peace. Li Yuan had already performed admirably, consistently surpassing his expectations, and was the only one among his 3 disciples with the potential to cultivate the dream silkworm. Please, master, share your wisdom. At this moment, Li Yuan was resolute. Retrieving paper and ink, eager to listen intently, Yu Hengchuan sat upright and began to narrate. The methods for nurturing the dream silkworm had long been lost to time, and the master had searched through countless ancient texts, piecing together fragments of knowledge, and after 30 years of practice, had gleaned a few true insights. First and foremost, the foundational Gu insect for nurturing the dream silkworm is the illusory soulworm. The Gu master must prepare a vast number of illusory soulworms, feeding them with various herbs such as cloud lotus seeds, purple lotus, and red mushrooms, among others. They must nourish one batch with a single herb while simultaneously mixing different herbs for another batch. Building upon this foundation, one must cultivate the following profound Gu, which are: once the profound Gu are formed, another black jar must be opened to nurture 3 classes of precious Gu, specifically. The most crucial step, which I refer to as the 9 transformations of illusion, necessitates that the unformed dream silkworm transforms into a pupa, then into a moth, lays eggs, and subsequently hatches into silkworms. This process requires at least 9 cycles. Each cycle spans 3 years, meaning this single step alone demands 27 years, after which the dream silkworm can truly take shape, qualifying as an extraordinary Gu. Yu Hengchuan dedicated an entire day and night to detailing this process, while Li Yuan listened with rapt attention, for the first time experiencing the arduous nature of cultivating an extraordinary Gu. To say it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens would not be an exaggeration. No wonder, throughout the extensive history of Gu masters, only 33 types of extraordinary Gu have emerged, most of which have left only their names behind, with no methods of cultivation documented. Perhaps some extraordinary Gu are destined to flicker briefly in history, never to be cultivated again. In the past, the master himself had been too eager for results, unaware of the necessity for cyclical transformations, and at the 6th transformation, he could no longer resist the temptation to refine the unformed dream silkworm. It was only upon embarking on genuine action that I realized the vast distance I still had to traverse. I surmised that it would require at least 9 transformations to connect the dream silkworm with the essence of the Gu master. Yu Hengchuan imparted his lifelong teachings to Li Yuan without reservation, demonstrating complete selflessness. The disciple vowed not to disappoint his mentor's expectations. Li Yuan felt the weight of this responsibility. It was a substantial legacy. You are capable of achieving this, Yu Hengchuan remarked, visibly relieved and wearing a smile. In truth, this is merely our 3rd encounter, and the bond between us as master and disciple is yet to be deeply forged. I have not bestowed upon you much, nor do I seek anything in return. What weighs on me is the unwillingness to see my lifelong efforts fade into obscurity, so you need not bear excessive pressure. While human endeavors lay the groundwork, the ultimate success lies with fate. Should you succeed one day, bring the dream silkworm to my grave, and I shall find no regrets in either realm. There is no need for such pessimism, master, Li Yuan replied with a smile. Before your ascension, I will ensure the dream silkworm is nurtured. Wherever the extraordinary Gu may be, simply point me in the right direction. The rest will be paved with my diligence and effort, supplemented by a touch of ingenuity to achieve success. Chapter 49. The Reappearance of the Young Prince's Clue. Your heartfelt intention is enough to satisfy me, remarked Yu Hengchuan, dismissing Li Yuan's words as mere jest. Master, do you still have any materials for cultivating the dream silkworm? Li Yuan inquired. None left, Yu Hengchuan replied with a shake of his head. After a devastating failure years ago, he had been so distraught that he destroyed all materials for cultivating the dream silkworm and had not dared to touch them since. It took him a long time to emerge from that shadow, unwilling to see his lifetime of effort buried, and he eventually began to take on disciples, hoping that his lifelong aspirations might blossom in the youth. Gathering materials can be a gradual process. Time is still on our side, Yu Hengchuan said with a smile. Li Yuan felt it prudent to say no more. Master, it is time for you to depart. With a soft sigh, Yu Hengchuan added, if I do not return from this battle, remember to seek out your senior sister in the 9th Palace Inner Gate once you step into the 6 Transformations realm. She will guide you into the immortal Gu secret realm, which presents a rare opportunity for Gu masters to alter their fates. Ensure you seize it wisely. Li Yuan had always remembered the matter of the immortal Gu secret realm. Yet he refrained from mentioning it since he had no immediate intention of visiting the 9th Palace Inner Gate. This matter required utmost caution. Should he venture there, it might reveal that he had refined the multiple life Gu. Li Yuan planned to wait until his mental strength reached the domain realm before heading to the 9th Palace Inner Gate and entering the immortal Gu secret realm. Master, are there any extraordinary Gu in the immortal Gu secret realm? Li Yuan asked. Yes, Yu Hengchuan replied with a smile, a millennium ago. A Gu master obtained an extraordinary Gu in the immortal Gu secret realm, which propelled him to great heights. Li Yuan sighed. Once every few thousand years? What difference does that make to zero? The birth of extraordinary Gu was inherently rare, the immortal Gu secret realm, being the place where that Gu immortal attained enlightenment, was capable of nurturing extraordinary Gu, along with countless precious Gu, Yu Hengchuan explained. A bold thought emerged in Li Yuan's mind. What if he were to conduct large-scale synthesis using the precious Gu within the immortal Gu secret realm? He had long contemplated the idea of using all precious Gu as raw materials for synthesis, but without the necessary conditions, he could only lament. I understand, Master, Li Yuan said, refraining from further questions and keeping his expectations close to his heart, preparing to invest his efforts and sweat in the immortal Gu secret realm. A few days after Yu Hengchuan's departure, the people of the Kanglin Wangfu delivered another batch of demon corpses. However, Li Yuan did not see Li Ruoqian. He sought out the 100-man captain escorting the demon corpses. Brother, may I ask why Miss Li is absent today? General Li has accompanied the prince into battle. The captain replied. Is there some great matter unfolding? Li Yuan pressed. Not long ago, Master Yu Hengchuan came here injured, imparting the secret methods for cultivating the extraordinary Gu, almost as if entrusting his legacy. At that moment, Li Yuan sensed that momentous events were on the horizon. Li Ruoqian's absence further solidified his inner suspicions. In the past, every escort of demon corpses had been led personally by Li Ruoqian. Now that she had been reassigned, it was evident that the situation had become exceedingly urgent. It is said that the last surviving young prince of the Diyin dynasty has revealed a glimmer of hope concerning the treasure of the war god, which has piqued the interest of many heroes across the land. The captain remarked, has the young prince truly appeared? This is undoubtedly one of the few matters capable of stirring Li Yuan's heart. Who knows? The captain shrugged, it is not our concern. In my opinion, it would be better for that young prince to emerge soon, regardless of who claims the treasure of the war god or who ascends to power. The swift conclusion of this war is what the people desire most. Whether in victory or defeat, the common folk suffer. Let it all be destroyed. The Tianyuan continent. The soldiers, evidently weary, expressed their dissatisfaction. Observing this, Li Yuan refrained from further comment, recognizing the futility of altering the present circumstances. Even if the treasure of the war god were to be unveiled, it might not herald the rise of a new war god, but could instead escalate the conflict, intensifying its ferocity. After some discussion, Li Yuan handed a list and several black jars to the captain. Brother, these are the materials I require for my next step in crafting Gu. I kindly ask you to procure them swiftly, as they are of great importance to me. The jars contained the Gu insects for this transaction. The list detailed the materials necessary for nurturing the extraordinary Gu known as Dream Silkworm. Once the team tasked with transporting the corpses of the demons departed, a data panel materialized before Li Yuan. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 5th turn 1031-1500, Realm, 5th turn, Mental Power, Grand Perfection of the Sea Realm, Inborn Gu, Colossal Spirit Gu, Revitalization Gu. Tricolor Exotic Fire Python, Illusionary Robe, Queen of the Silk Spiders Gu House, none. Time slipped away, and he was but a step away from the domain realm. He anticipated a breakthrough before entering the sixth turn. It would be the opportune moment to venture into the inner sanctum of the nine palaces and enter the secret realm of the immortal Gu. As the situation grew increasingly chaotic, Li Yuan felt a heightened sense of urgency. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. One evening, Pei Luoqing hastily paid a visit. "Senior brother, what is the matter?" Li Yuan inquired. "The master is in trouble." Pei Luoqing had never been this anxious, even when facing the Qingyu guards surrounding the mountain. The master was injured by a demon, and that demon devoured his unborn Gu. Only the ninth palace master intervened to keep the master barely alive. "Is it that serious?" Li Yuan gasped. The fears he had harbored had ultimately come to fruition. In such a state, even if the master survives, he would be reduced to a mere shell. Unable to tread the path of Gu any longer, Pei Luoqing sighed. For one who had once been on the brink of reaching the pinnacle, such a fall from grace would be unbearable, more painful than death itself. "Where is the master now?" Li Yuan asked. "He has been sent to the inner sanctum of the nine palaces. Senior sister sent a message, instructing us to await news until the master regains consciousness." Pei Luoqing replied. "Despite the dire circumstances we face, is there any update regarding the young prince's emergence?" Li Yuan had been closely monitoring this matter. "None." Pei Luoqing shook her head. "I now harbor some doubts that the phenomenon caused by the young prince at Kunlun's dragon vein 6 months ago was merely a fabrication. Perhaps someone is deliberately orchestrating this situation. Otherwise, with so many formidable warriors converging in that region, and even the Night Owl King personally attending, how could they possibly fail to uncover the whereabouts of the young prince?" As he spoke, a self-deprecating smile crossed his lips. "However, when it comes to the divine treasure of the martial god, even if it were a mere fabrication, no one is inclined to withdraw. They are determined to fight to the bitter end." "Indeed," Li Yuan sighed. Pei Luoqing cursed vehemently, expressing her disdain for these greedy scoundrels. Failing to recognize that such treasures belong to others' ancestors, do they truly believe they are worthy of them? If I were the young prince of Dian, I would choose to remain hidden for eternity, secretly honing my skills until I became invincible, and then pursue the martial god's treasure. Chapter 50. The Evolution of Little Kai Jr. Brother, do you believe what I said is correct? Absolutely, Li Yuan replied earnestly. I also believe the young prince would think the same. I have a premonition that it won't be long before the younger generation is summoned to the battlefield for their trials, Pei Luoqing reflected. Once the war escalates to a certain level, the manner of engagement will no longer be a mere gamble with life and death. Instead, everyone will be compelled to take up arms. Junior brother, focus on your training, Pei Luoqing advised, patting Li Yuan on the shoulder. Strive to ascend to the sixth transformation before the great conflict begins, so you may possess a measure of self-defense amidst the chaos. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded, sharing the sentiment. The sixth transformation would signify elite status among the foremost factions, rather than being mere cannon fodder. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. The Kanglan army sent another batch of demon corpses, along with the materials Li Yuan needed to cultivate the dream silkworm. Little Kai, fifth sister. It's time to get to work. During this time, Little Kai had refined numerous treasures from the demon corpses. Fifth sister had bound several demon bodies with silk threads, sealing them in an underground storage. Once Li Yuan entered the sixth transformation, fifth sister's potential would also rise accordingly. At that juncture, these preserved demons could be unleashed to form a more formidable army of puppets. His Little Kai leaped atop the largest demon corpse. It was a serpent demon with 3 heads, but each head was riddled with holes, pierced by sharp weapons, and the most precious crystal core had already been extracted. In the face of such circumstances, Li Yuan realized that to acquire treasures, he must rely on the extraction of waste. Little Kai swiftly burrowed into the serpent demon's body, and after a flurry of activity, emerged with a gallbladder. Another gallbladder? Li Yuan chuckled. Is there truly an abundance of treasures within the demon's gallstones? This gallbladder was tricolored, dripping with murky bile that exuded strong corrosive and toxic properties, capable of eroding the very ground upon which it fell. Little Kai opened her mouth and spat out the tricolored gallbladder. As the flames subsided, a peculiar stone the size of a chicken egg was revealed. His Little Kai circled around the strange stone, eyes wide with longing, yet hesitant to touch it. Do you wish to consume it? Li Yuan interpreted Little Kai's thoughts but sensed an instinctual fear. His Little Kai nodded fervently. That's quite simple, Li Yuan smiled. Scooping up Little Kai and tossing her into the black jar, along with the extracted peculiar stone. Selecting original materials. Your fateful Gu, the tricolored fire python, has been infused with the hellish tricolored stone, commencing synthesis. Typically, Li Yuan preferred allowing Little Kai to consume rare treasures for her evolution, yet it carried certain risks. Utilizing the black jar could eliminate the process and ensure greater safety. After a while, your fateful goo, the tricolored fire python, has completed an evolution and has transformed into the five-colored fire python. Li Yuan gazed intently. Little Kai emerged from the black jar. Her appearance exhibited no significant changes, save for the addition of a few iridescent scales and slightly more pronounced small horns atop her head, previously resembling unbroken buds yet to pierce the earth. They have now emerged from the soil, manifesting as diminutive serpentine forms. Indeed, evolution has taken place. The years of nurturing have not been in vain. The metamorphosis of Xiaokai was not an instantaneous event. It had previously consumed numerous treasures, rendering this evolution a natural progression. With a hissing sound, Xiaokai returned to Li Yuan's shoulder and exhaled a plume of black flames. The flames descended upon a distant tree, and the leaves visibly withered at an astonishing pace, akin to the late autumn, swiftly shedding their vitality, followed by the rapid desiccation of the trunk. Could it be that one can infuse deathly energy into living beings? Li Yuan grasped the potency of the black fire. With a hissing sound once more, Xiaokai proudly lifted its head and unleashed a torrent of white flames upon a flying insect. In an instant, the insect emitted a buzzing noise, frantically colliding with the tree. And within moments, it succumbed to its demise. It induces madness in living beings, plunging them into a frenzy? Li Yuan comprehended immediately. Xiaokai undoubtedly excelled as an offensive beast spirit, aside from its minimal feedback to the Goo Master and the need for preparation before attacks. Its other offensive capabilities were nothing short of exceptional. Quite impressive indeed. Li Yuan felt a deep sense of satisfaction, particularly with Xiaocai's potential for further evolution, enabling it to continuously provide him with formidable support, while Xiaokai showcased its prowess. Fifth Sister diligently toiled to create a demon mummy. It seemed imperative to seek an opportunity to procure the corpses of seventh-tier demons. Li Yuan contemplated. Once he ascended to the sixth transition, the Spider Queen Goo would be able to control seventh-tier demon corpses, representing a significant enhancement in combat strength. However, acquiring seventh-tier demon corpses proved exceedingly challenging. Previously, he had brazenly broached the subject with Li Ruoqian, only to be met with an unyielding rejection. Demons, by nature, place immense emphasis on the evolution of their physical forms, and upon reaching the seventh tier, they evolve to an entirely new level. One could say they are treasures in their entirety. Seventh-tier demons are equivalent to seventh-grade Grandmaster warriors. Grandmaster warriors can condense indomitable blood, capable of regrowing severed limbs and exhibiting endless resilience in battle. Seventh-tier demons possess similar abilities. The flesh and blood of such entities are considered strategic resources, and even ordinary warriors would find them highly beneficial. However, acquiring them through purchase seemed impossible, considering that high-tier Goo insects hold no value for warriors, and he possessed no other treasures to exchange for demon corpses. Li Yuan felt distressed. Unable to buy or fight for them, he could only hope for a miracle. Suppressing his distractions, he redirected his focus toward cultivating materials akin to dream silkworms. Let it commence. Teacher, your 30 years of dedication. Let us see how soon your disciple can assimilate it. Select raw materials. Common Spirit Illusion Insect 10086. Begin synthesis. You have obtained a first transition Common Goose Spirit Illusion Goo 3362. Once more. Select raw materials Spirit Illusion Goo. Add Violet Essence. Add Red Mushroom. Begin synthesis. You have obtained a fourth transition Mysterious Goo Great Nanny Goo. Great Nanny Goo, when refined into a Life Goo, can assist the Goo Master in enhancing mental strength. As a subordinate Goo, it can trigger a hallucinatory explosion, sending enemies to meet their Great Nanny. Such a Goo exists? Li Yuan was utterly astonished. The naming of any Goo worm carries with it a unique history. The Goo Master who designated the name Tai Nai Goo must have undergone a thrilling saga. Furthermore, merely possessing the Xian Goo is far from sufficient. To cultivate a dream silkworm, one must first nurture 3 essential precursor precious Goo. Without fulfilling these preliminary conditions, one cannot advance to the stage of illusory Dream 9 transformations. Select original materials. Commence synthesis. The location of the Dian Dragon Vein. Kunlun Void. The mountains stretch endlessly, shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial realm beyond the mortal plane. On the borders of Kunlun Void, various factions are entrenched: the Night Owl Guards, the Kanglin King, the Yu King, the Qin King, the Han King, the Ying King, and the Grand General of the nation. Today, nearly all prominent figures of the realm have converged here, united by a singular aim: to locate the long-missing Dian Little Prince. Chapter 51. Kunlun Void. Half a year ago, The dragon vein of Kunlun Void manifested extraordinary signs, heralding the imminent return of the true dragon to the mortal realm. Additionally, the Night Owl King's slaying of a demon lord unveiled the long-buried secret that the young prince, born of the late concubine, and still lives. Consequently, various factions concluded that the last direct bloodline of the Dayan imperial family, that very young prince, resides within Kunlun Void. Alas, the vastness of Kunlun Void spans 6 prefectures, straddling multiple territorial borders, making it beyond the dominion of any single entity. No one possesses the capability to monopolize this coveted prize. Thus, a consensus among the factions was reached. Armies would refrain from entering Kunlun Void, maintaining their posts at the borders, allowing only those of the 8th rank and above to venture within for reconnaissance. As for who might locate the young prince, it would be a matter of individual prowess. In a small village nestled within the mountains, a robust young man with dark skin hurried along a muddy path, carrying bundles of firewood. Dog Egg, you've helped your mother chop so much wood, truly a diligent child. Villagers praised him as he passed, envious of Widow Chin for having such a fine son. Uncles, aunts, good morning. Dog Egg greeted the villagers enthusiastically, his stride swift, soon vanishing around a bend in the muddy path. Mother, I'm back, he shouted from a distance. Strangely, today, no one responded. Normally, upon his return from chopping wood, his mother would be waiting at the gate. Mother, I've returned. Dog Egg called out several more times, yet silence lingered. How odd. The youth furrowed his brow, pondering if his mother had fallen asleep. He set down the firewood and hurried into the house, only to be met with a gruesome sight, a pool of blood trailing from the main room into the bedroom. Mother! Dog Egg's heart raced as he dashed into the inner room, where he beheld the headless corpse of a woman lying in a pool of blood. And on the bed, a grotesque demon. The creature, a towering figure with a dog's head, stood at 9 feet tall, a knife hanging from its waist. Demon! Demon! The sight terrified Dog Egg, and instinctively he sought to flee. Mother! No. Mother, I will avenge you. In an instant, his eyes reddened, reason drowned by an overwhelming fury. Ah, dog demon, return my mother's life. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. To slay this dog demon and avenge his mother. You little creature, there's a peculiar scent about you. Consuming you would surely be a delightful affair, sneered the dog demon, as the young man charged forward. The demon merely raised a hand and nonchalantly waved it, sending Dog Egg hurtling back against the wall. What a foolish and ignorant mortal. How laughable and tragic your bravery is. Come now, let your vitality swell a bit more. Let your flesh and bones meld more fully. Only then will the flavor be exquisite. The demon licked its lips, as if savoring a dish about to be served. Coughing, the youth staggered to his feet, spitting blood, and glared fiercely at the demon before charging once more. You, return, my mother's life. His mind was a blank slate, consumed by a singular, overwhelming desire to rend the demon dog before him into 1,000 pieces. Yes, that was it. Anger surged within him. The demon dog cackled, with a sudden burst. The young man was sent flying once more. Again, the demon dog beckoned with a flick of his hand, deliberately stepping on the corpse of the headless woman, provoking the young man further. He rose again, only to collapse anew. Rise. Fall. This cycle repeated countless times, as he fought like a wild beast, seemingly incapable of exhaustion. After a considerable time, the demon dog finally furrowed his brow. You, my boy, are quite tenacious. According to his experience, a mortal in such circumstances would have long since been rendered immobile, helplessly watching their loved one's corpse being consumed. To him, that would have been a delectable feast. Enough. The demon dog unsheathed his blade, deciding to forego the game to avoid any mishaps, and promised a swift end. With that, he stepped forward, his figure flickering, and arrived before the young man, swinging his sword violently towards the latter's neck. As the blade sliced through, he beheld a headless body. But that headless figure was not the young man's. It was his own. Me? How did I die? The final sight that met his eyes was a tall man entering the room, draped in a black cloak and wearing a bronze mask. Thud. The young man collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon. His eyes were vacant, staring blankly at the imposing figure before him. Merely a glance from this godlike man caused the demon dog's body to disintegrate. It was as though a deity had descended. God, if he were a deity, could he resurrect my mother? The first absurd thought to emerge in the young man's mind was this. Just as he intended to kneel and beseech the divine for his mother's salvation, he witnessed the godlike man kneel first. Your humble servant, Night Owl, pays his respects. Your Highness. Night Owl, Your Highness? What did it mean? The young man was bewildered, torn between the impulse to kneel and an invisible force that held him aloft. What are you saying? Night Owl bowed his head, his tone grave. 23 years ago, during the blood calamity of the Dian royal family, the direct bloodline of Dian was slaughtered by demons, and the Night Owl Guard fell victim to a demonic plot, arriving too late to rescue. The royal house was left in ruins, and the Night Owl Guard managed to save only you, who had just been born. Later, those who rescued you were pursued by demons, forced to hide you away, sacrificing themselves to lure the enemy, ultimately perishing in battle. You were lost to us, and we have searched for you ever since. Fortunately, heaven has favored Dian, allowing the Night Owl to find you here in Kunlun Void. For the sins of the Night Owl, I would gladly die 1,000 deaths. I dare to implore your highness to return to Longdu, ascend the throne. And once Dian is stable and peace reigns, the Night Owl will offer his life in atonement, repaying the grace of the dragon. The tall man kept his head bowed, his voice deep, leaving the young man unable to discern the expression beneath the mask. Even in the mountains, he understood the tumult of the world. He believed the Dian dynasty had long ceased to exist, never realizing he was one of the roots of that chaos, the last living descendant of the Dian bloodline. But he had no desire to be an emperor. He only wished for his mother to live once more. Can you save my mother? The young man asked cautiously. The minister feels utterly powerless. The Night Owl shook his head. In truth, he had discovered this place on the very first day the dragon vein anomaly manifested, sealing it completely and observing from the shadows. Had he wished to intervene, he could have done so long ago, yet he understood that if he were to sever the prince's distractions and incite his wrath, the prince would forever remain an ordinary individual, constrained by his vulnerabilities, unable to become the sovereign who commands the world. Only by eliminating all ties here could the prince be liberated from his burdens, truly restore the great yin, quell the chaos, and bring peace to the realm. A self-deprecating smile graced the young man's lips as he trembled to his feet, approached the corpse of the woman, covered her with a blanket, and shouldered the lifeless form as he stepped outside. 7 days later, the young man completed his mother's funeral rites. He sat before her grave, feeling as though his insides had been hollowed out. Life became a haze, and his heart wandered aimlessly. Your Highness, it is time for us to depart. The Night Owl spoke. As long as you do not ascend the throne, the world will remain divided, and the demons will persist, bringing calamity upon us at every turn. No, the young man replied, shaking his head. I am incapable of anything. I could not even protect my own mother. How could I possibly stabilize the realm? Chapter 52. The young princely Qingshu, you are the sole direct descendant of the Dian imperial family, the Night Owl intoned solemnly. Only your ascension to the throne can lend legitimacy to your reign, compelling the feudal lords to bow in submission. I am unworthy, the youth replied, shaking his head. Your claim to the throne surpasses mine, or one might simply declare another as the rightful heir to the imperial lineage. Why cling to the aspirations of a mere insignificant being such as myself? My rise to power? How absurd. How presumptuous. What am I, a puppet emperor? Ha ha ha. He dismissed the thought of pursuing such an unattainable dream. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged forth, causing the young man's countenance to change drastically as if 2 mountains bore down upon his shoulders. In the past, the founding emperor, in humble attire, wielded a 3-foot-long sword, rising amidst chaos to establish the dragon vein at Kunlun and laying the foundations of the Dian dynasty for a millennium. The Taizong emperor, through both civil and military prowess, enacted benevolent governance, ensuring the populace thrived and the dynasty flourished. Each successive emperor dedicated themselves tirelessly to fortifying the realm and its people. Yet, your Highness remains mired in personal entanglements, neglecting the stability of the realm and the welfare of the common folk. What face do you have to present to the esteemed ancestors of the Dian dynasty? The Night Owl admonished coldly. Ha ha, the youth shrugged and scoffed. You see, this is the fate of one lacking strength. You profess fealty and address me as your Highness, but what then? If even you do not submit to my authority, how can I expect the world to do so? Ridiculous. What do I care for imperial ancestors? What do I care for world peace? I have never enjoyed even a fraction of the imperial family's grace. I only know the helplessness of watching my mother perish before my eyes. Should I ascend, I would only bring suffering to the world, he lamented. I shall teach you martial arts, your Highness, the Night Owl offered. You possess the bloodline of a martial deity. Even if you have missed the prime age for cultivation, you can still shatter your shackles and reach the pinnacle of martial arts. You merely wish to make me a puppet, the youth retorted, never believing that an ordinary individual could command the willing submission of celestial masters and martial emperors. The request for his ascension was merely self-serving. Your Highness, the Night Owl has been loyal to the imperial family for generations. Upholding the will of the founding emperor with unwavering resolve, the Night Owl stated earnestly. The youth fell silent, and the Night Owl chose to accompany him in quietude. Perched atop a hill, the youth gazed at the sparsely populated village below his true homeland. Here resided his beloved mother, the girl he adored, the kindly neighbors who often lent him aid, and countless charming children. He did not wish to safeguard the world, but rather to preserve this remaining beauty. After a prolonged silence, the youth suddenly inquired, "If I refuse your request, will the village be drenched in blood? Not just this place, but the entirety of Dian. Every inch of territory painstakingly earned by the Li family ancestors," the Night Owl replied. The youth posed another question. "What was my original name?" "Li Qingxiu." The Night Owl answered. The youth murmured softly, "Could you tell me the meaning of this name?" The Night Owl spoke. "With the legacy comes a profound responsibility, akin to the gentle warmth of the spring sun. I hope, Your Highness, that you will inherit the throne and govern the nation with benevolence, bringing warmth and prosperity to the people. Yet, I have accomplished nothing." The youth's expression betrayed a hint of bitterness. To achieve greatness lies within the present. As long as Your Highness calls out, it is not yet too late. The Night Owl's tone softened slightly. "Promise me one thing, and I shall accompany you." The youth turned his gaze toward the figure cloaked in shadows, the face obscured by a bronze mask, and in that moment, he felt no fear, realizing that immortals might be no more than this. "What is your request, Your Highness?" The Night Owl maintained his calm demeanor. From the moment the young prince was born, his fate was sealed, destined to bear the burden of restoring the Dian dynasty, an inescapable destiny. "Please help me protect this village, ensuring that no harm befalls its residents. My mother has endured too much in her lifetime. My lifelong wish is simply for her to enjoy a peaceful slumber. Can you do this?" the youth implored. The Night Owl nodded, assuring, "I promise that from this moment forth, no one in this village shall suffer from the clutches of demons or the chaos of the world. While safeguarding a village is within my grasp, only you can protect the realm." Upon uttering these words, both stood, resolute. "Very well." The youth inhaled deeply. "From this day onward, I am no longer Qin Godin of Xiaofeng village, but Li Qingxiu, the one needed by this world." The Night Owl knelt on one knee, bowing deeply, his voice resonating like thunder. "I, Night Owl, humbly welcome Your Highness back. Where shall we go next?" Li Qingxiu inquired. "To meet the various lords and nobles," the Night Owl replied, rising and positioning himself behind Li Qingxiu. Though Li Qingxiu was already robust, the Night Owl towered over him, resembling an indomitable titan. The two exited Xiaofeng village, one leading and the other following. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from Kunlun, as if the very earth trembled, gathering winds and clouds, heralding extraordinary phenomena. The myriad heroes searching for the young prince sensed an ominous portent, their expressions shifting as they hastened back. By the time they arrived, a mysterious figure had appeared before the grand army of Night Owl guards, brandishing the banner emblazoned with the character for Yin, a weary youth previously unseen in these lands. Now sat astride a warhorse adorned in armor, personally led by the Night Owl King, acknowledged as the pinnacle of martial prowess. Thus, the youth's identity became evident, the sole bloodline of the Yin royal family, the young prince born to the esteemed consort in 23 years prior, Li Qingxiu. Had he truly been found? In this moment, the expressions of the lords and nobles were a tapestry of complex emotions, torn between joy and apprehension. The return of the rightful royal lineage promised the potential for unity across the realm, the prospect of ending turmoil, and the quelling of demonic chaos. Yet, they would once again be reduced to subjects, bowing their heads in submission. Who among them could savor the carefree life of a prince? While the demonic turmoil was dire, what impact did it have on their lives? They could even thrive amid the chaos, relishing in their gains. Now, all of this was destined to be shattered. "You there! Greet His Highness! Why do you delay in your reverence?" The Night Owl King surveyed the feudal lords, his voice cold as he spoke. "Your Highness, we pay our respects." Under the formidable pressure exerted by the Night Owl King, the lords dared not oppose him and had no choice but to comply, preferring not to be the one to stand out. "Your Highness, now that you have returned, we implore you to manifest the extraordinary vision of the Kunlun Void Dragon Vein, thereby announcing it to the world and instilling fear in the demons." At this moment, the National General Baichen interjected. "Indeed, we beseech Your Highness to reveal the vision of the Kunlun Void Dragon Vein, to consolidate the national fortune and calm the hearts of the people." The other lords echoed the plea. Li Qingxiu appeared bewildered, entirely unsure of how to proceed. The Night Owl King spoke once more. The manifestation of the dragon vein is not a trivial matter. It cannot be approached so hastily. Your Highness has only just returned and has yet to partake in the welcoming ceremonies and ancestral rites. This matter requires further deliberation and should be undertaken on an auspicious day. With this, the feudal lords, each harboring their own thoughts, could only lower their banners and cease their requests. In the southern wilderness, within the Jiugong mountain range, the 12 caves, and a small bamboo grove, Li Yuan was immersed in the joy of nurturing the dream silkworms, fervently synthesizing in hopes of catching up to his mentor's 3-decade journey, a formidable task indeed. Suddenly, the Zhari insect issued a warning. Li Yuan furrowed his brow. Is senior brother Pei here? It seems he is in urgent need of my assistance. Could it be that the master has awakened? Chapter 53. The fluctuation of the mind and a new breakthrough, brother. The winds of change are upon us. Pei Luoqing arrived in haste. Li Yuan immediately surmised. Has the young prince been located? Indeed, Pei Luoqing replied. Not long ago, various factions ventured to Kunlun Su. And now, we finally have results. The Night Owl King has found the young prince. Li Yuan concurred. So it seems the royal family will have a leader. And peace will be restored to the realm? It is not that simple. Pei Luoqing shook his head. Whether the young prince can ascend to become the sovereign of the world is not solely up to the Night Owl King. What then constitutes such a determination? Li Yuan inquired. The Kunlun Foshan ceremony, which involves worshipping heaven and earth, resonating with the dragon vein, and verifying one's true identity, Pei Luoqing stated gravely. Only by earning the recognition of the great yin dragon vein can one be regarded as legitimate. Otherwise, who can tell if the young prince is merely an impostor arranged by the Night Owl King? That makes sense, Li Yuan nodded, though a sense of worry crept into his heart. Even if the physician's grandson were to change his bloodline and bones, it is unlikely he would gain the acknowledgement of the great yin dragon vein. If the bloodline of a millennium-old dynasty and the legacy of a martial deity could be so easily supplanted, it would have been eradicated long ago. The essence of the royal bloodline is likely what the physician bequeathed to him, the drop of ancestral blood sealed within the jade pendant. This indicates that the true identity of the physician's grandson will inevitably be revealed, and when that time comes, he may face the wrath of the Night Owl King. Who uncovers the truth? Brother Pei, do you know when the Fengshan ceremony will be held? Li Yuan asked again. It has not yet been determined. However, I have heard that the Night Owl King has already returned to the imperial capital with the young prince to welcome him and select an auspicious day. Once the date for the Fengshan ceremony is set, it will undoubtedly be proclaimed to the world. At that time, all factions within the Great Yin will attend, including the 9-palace Gu Nest. Pei Luoqing was well informed. How long do you think it will be until the Fengshan ceremony takes place? Li Yuan's expression remained calm as he engaged in casual conversation. At least half a year, perhaps even longer, Pei Luoqing speculated. Why is that? Li Yuan sought clarification. There are numerous reasons. Firstly, the Fengshan ceremony can only be conducted by an emperor who has ascended the throne. The young Prince Li Qingshu is an exception and will face more resistance. Secondly, the ceremony is complex and requires extensive preparations, especially in an era plagued by demons and turmoil, where one must be vigilant. Yet, this is not the most crucial reason. The most significant factor is that the young prince was merely an ordinary person before being found. He cannot withstand the immense power of the Fengshan ceremony and will need time to cultivate. Pei Luoqing explained the rationale. That makes sense, Li Yuan sighed inwardly. It seemed that the physician's grandson had not fared well over the years, struggling through the mire of the mundane world, much like himself. Pei Luoqing smiled. If the young prince truly possesses the bloodline and essence of a martial deity, along with the protection of true dragon fortune, he will progress swiftly in his cultivation. By the way, he suddenly recalled, once the Fengshan ceremony is held, all those who traveled to Kunlun Su to pay their respects and offer support will receive a baptism of fortune. This is a moment of universal celebration and an exceptional opportunity, as all nations will come to pay homage, regardless of the dynasty. Every emperor upon ascension would summon the 9 palaces Gu Nest. Perhaps you and I might also be granted a spot. If not for the unfortunate events befalling our teacher, he would undoubtedly have fought for such opportunities for them. However, the current circumstances are uncertain. After spending considerable time in the mountains, it was for the first time that Li Yuan felt a yearning to venture out. He wished to behold the benefactor who had been forsaken by the grand physician, the very one who had saved his life. The truth, it seemed, was rather cruel. As the sole bearer of this knowledge, Li Yuan found his emotions difficult to articulate. From a mere mortal in the countryside to the sovereign of the realm, only to have his true identity revealed and discover himself as a discarded pawn? Such dramatic upheaval was profoundly heart-wrenching. Could the other truly endure this? Inwardly questioning himself, Li Yuan hesitated to claim he could withstand it. If given the chance, he resolved to seek him out. A man of honor must act when necessary, and there were matters he felt compelled to address. Once Pei Luoqing departed, he made his way to the back mountain, arriving before the tomb of the Grand Physician. "Grandfather, may heaven bless you. Your beloved grandson has not perished. All these years, as I fled from danger, I can only imagine the torment you endured in your heart, and both my mother and I owe you a debt of gratitude. Please rest in peace. I will ensure that your true grandson, my brother, remains safe." Kneeling before the grave, he bowed solemnly. It had been long since his heart had experienced such intense turbulence. In that moment, an ineffable sensation surged within him, as if tumultuous waves were rising in his consciousness, battering against the boundaries of the mountain sea realm. The sea of awareness traverses mountains and rivers. It is the domain of existence. Thunderous roars echoed. The sea of awareness rumbled incessantly as Li Yuan calmed his mind, sitting cross-legged in introspection. Within the realm of his consciousness, that vast ocean of spirit stirred up astounding waves, transcending the mountain's barriers, uniting the rivers with the sea, transforming into a completely new domain. After a lengthy pause, Li Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, a virtual panel materializing before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 5 transitions 1233-1500. Realm, 5 transitions, Mental Power, Initial Stage of Domain Realm, Destined Gu, Titan Gu, Revitalization Gu, Colorful Exotic Fire Python. Illusionary Robe, Queen of Silk Spiders Gu, Gu House. None. He had broken through. Li Yuan had not anticipated achieving such a breakthrough in his mental realm under these circumstances. Transitioning from the great perfection of the sea realm to the initial stage of the domain realm, considerably faster than he had anticipated. Was this the significance of a clear mind? At that moment, he began to comprehend the remarkable efficacy of the heart-seeking Gu, ranked 3rd on the exotic Gu list. The young princess of Kanglan, Shaoqiner, blessed by the heart-seeking Gu, would likely progress with remarkable speed. With a deep exhale, Li Yuan released a breath of stale air and bowed once more before the Grand Physician's gravestone. "Grandfather, thank you for guiding me through the abyss." This timely breakthrough fortified Li Yuan's confidence with the mental power of the domain realm. Even formidable beings of the 8th or 9th realm would find it challenging to discern his true nature. Certain endeavors would now be far more feasible. Upon returning to the Remnant Gu Tower, Li Yuan immediately retrieved the text bestowed upon him by his teacher, Yu Hengchuan, which contained the secret methods for crafting Gu houses. The conditions for refining a Gu house are threefold. One must achieve a mastery of spiritual power at the domain level, resonate with one's innate Gu through the heart, and possess a sufficient quantity of lower-level Gu. Presently, he meets all 3 criteria. According to my master's teachings, a 7th turn Gu master capable of refining a Gu house is regarded as a prodigy in the realm of Gu. Is it not rather extraordinary that I, at merely the 5th turn, have reached this juncture? Chapter 54. Constructing the Gu house. Li Yuan held the book in his hands, engrossed in its contents. He had fulfilled all the prerequisites for refining a Gu house, yet the endeavor of building a complete Gu house remained a monumental task. The time required to construct a Gu house was extensive. The higher the quality, the longer the duration. Much like his mentor's Gu house, which took a full 12 years to complete, there were numerous instances of projects spanning 2 to 3 decades. Although I can significantly reduce the time required for constructing the Gu house, accomplishing it before the Fengshan ceremony presents considerable challenges. Li Yuan, undeterred by the obstacles, recognized that any enhancement, however minor, would bolster his confidence in the current circumstances. The foundation of my Gu house will center around the colorful fire python and the silk weaver queen Gu, with the hope of yielding delightful surprises. In addition to greatly enhancing the feedback to the Gu master, constructing a Gu house possesses another remarkable advantage: the ability to cultivate spiritual materials. These so-called spiritual materials are equivalent to rare treasures of heaven and earth. However, since they are not birthed by the cosmos, the predecessors of the Gu path designated them as spiritual materials. Different Gu houses yield varied spiritual materials. Li Yuan searched the book extensively but found no records detailing the spiritual materials produced by a Gu house centered around the silk weaver queen Gu and the colorful fire python. Accounts of rare Gu are scarce, and those concerning Gu houses are even fewer. I hope to generate some valuable spiritual materials, which I could sell for a higher-tier demon corpse. The lack of funds has evidently become a lifelong adversary for Li Yuan. The generation of spiritual materials is profoundly linked to the quality of the goo house and the type of the master goo. For instance, the master goo of Yihengchuan is the butterfly mirage, primarily designed to create illusions and confound opponents. When a goo house is constructed around this core, the produced spiritual material is known as awakening water, which enhances mental acuity and temporarily boosts comprehension. Awakening water is not only beneficial to goo masters, but is also regarded as a treasure by martial artists, thus commanding a handsome price in the market. I am uncertain what my goo house will yield. Li Yuan felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation. If I could produce a spiritual material akin to awakening water, I could escape poverty and embark on a significant venture. Regardless, I shall attempt to construct the goo house. Xiao Kai and Wu Mei, come here. With a gentle call, Xiao Kai and Wu Mei immediately flew over, landing on Li Yuan's shoulders. Which of you is willing to become the core for constructing the goo house first? Hiss, chirp. Both little creatures eagerly expressed their willingness, brimming with excitement. Indeed, Li Yuan sighed, realizing that having both together was unfeasible. Their master would be drained. He had only just entered the early stage of the domain realm, and constructing a goo house was already at his limit. How about this? Let us play rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins gets to go first. Agreed? No cheating, and certainly no sulking. Li Yuan could only coax the two little ones as if they were children. Hiss, chirp. Xiao Kai and Wu Mei readily agreed. I will count to 3, and then you start. 1, 2, 3. Begin. As the words fell, the serpent tail of the little twisted, transforming into a fist-like shape, while also expelled a fist-shaped silk ball. It was a draw. Let us continue. Li Yuan announced with resignation. The two little creatures made their moves once more, and yet again, both revealed the same gesture. Again, for the third time, the two little ones displayed scissors. This cycle repeated for over 10 rounds, with both consistently choosing the same option. Could it be? Li Yuan pondered with a dawning realization. They were both raised by the same master, thus unable to break the stalemate. Regardless of whether it was, or their intimacy had reached a level of soul resonance. With one heart, how could one prevail? It appeared they could only be drained dry, unable to determine a victor. Li Yuan could not allow and to engage in a fight, as it would likely lead to trouble, injuring their camaraderie and damaging their relationship. How difficult it was to maintain balance. Li Yuan chuckled wryly. As they were all his own, he could only endure this, considering it a form of mental fortitude. A slower pace was of no concern. He quickly came to terms with it. Select original materials. Common little red snake 99. Begin synthesis. You have obtained a first-order common goo. Little fire python 33. Although the colorful was cultivated by Li Yuan through the dragon pattern egg and some treasures. The lower-order goo that was most closely related to its bloodline was the little fire python. A high bloodline affinity between the lower-order goo and the main goo increases the success rate of constructing a goo house. Once more, select original materials. Common little spider 99. Add early spring grass. Begin synthesis. You have obtained a first-order common goo. Lingxi spider 33. The Lingxi spider is also one of the lower-order goo insects of the pan-silk queen goo, possessing a relatively high bloodline affinity. Let us commence. Li Yuan led into a newly developed area in the bamboo grove expansion, which he had kept concealed, accessible only to himself. It was an ideal location to temporarily place the goo house. Sitting cross-legged, eyes slightly closed, and concentrating intently, Li Yuan resonated his mental strength with the colorful and the pan-silk queen goo. Before long, he felt as though he had entered a wondrous spiritual realm. More accurately, it was two extraordinary spiritual worlds, and the dual focus was rapidly depleting his mental energy, proving quite laborious. The first step in constructing the goo house was to strengthen the connection between the main goo and the lower-order goo. Unifying all goo hearts and intentions was essential to create the house. The concept of a house originates from home in ancient times. When goo masters were still struggling in their early endeavors, they treated all goo insects as family. Only family could dwell under one roof. After a considerable time, the marvelous spiritual world began to shift, and the consciousness of a small fire python coalesced and manifested within this realm. Simultaneously, in the real world, a small fire python began to actively construct its nest. It expelled a mysterious substance, akin to drifting dust, nearly invisible to the naked eye, until more and more small fire pythons appeared to join in the construction process. The dust coalesced into soil, revealing some tangible results. On the other side, the spirit weaver spider was also constructing its nest, with both nests taking the form of burrows that continuously delved into the earth. Li Yuan gradually became immersed in this endeavor. Time passed without his notice. When he finally regained awareness, he found his consciousness depleted, a wave of fatigue washing over him, rendering him somewhat ethereal and precarious. Upon focusing his gaze, he observed that the pest houses on either side had only progressed by roughly a foot, with around 80 goo insects engaged in the construction on each side. A glance at the nearby hourglass revealed that 3 days had already elapsed. It meant that it took him a full 3 days and nights to establish merely a foot of the pest house and assimilate a few dozen goo insects. Indeed, it was a formidable challenge. The critical issue was that as the construction advanced, the number of goo insects increased, leading to greater consumption of mental energy. Even Fifth Sister and Shao Kai had grown weary, resting upon his shoulders. Truly, it was a monumental undertaking, one that could only be accomplished with gradual perseverance. Chapter 55. The Young Deity in Miao, the grand capital of Dian, Tianan City. After enduring the calamity of bloodshed in previous years, the Night Owl King regrouped, leading the Night Owl Guards and various station troops to reclaim this land from the clutches of demons. Within the imperial palace, a young man draped in a python robe was fiercely executing punches and kicks, drenched in sweat. Beside him, the towering figure of the Night Owl King, adorned with a bronze mask, stood immobile, resembling a statue. After a considerable time, the young man withdrew his fists, unleashing waves of energy that surged from within him, stirring the trees in the courtyard. This young man, a rustic villager named Chen Godin, was brought back by the Night Owl King from Kunlun Void, and he was the sole living heir of the current Dian royal family, the young Prince Li Qingxiu. Indeed, Your Highness possesses remarkable talent and aptitude. Within merely 7 days, he has ascended to the second rank of Qi Drawing Realm, mastering the first layer of the Tremor Heaven Divine Fist. The Night Owl King praised. I have fulfilled my promise. Now, will you not teach me the true essence of your knowledge? Li Qingxiu inquired calmly. Since returning from Kunlun Void, his thoughts have been singularly focused on vanquishing demons to spare humanity from suffering and avenging his mother. All of this required absolute strength. It is my duty as your minister, the Night Owl King replied, his tone laced with amusement. In the Tianyuan continent, martial prowess reigns supreme. Regardless of the cultivation systems of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, or the evolutionary paths of demons, or even the esoteric arts of goo, talismans, and formations, none surpass the martial path. The 9 ranks of martial arts are as follows. First rank, body refinement. Second rank, Qi drawing. Third rank, spirit gathering. Fourth rank, cocoon breaking. Fifth rank, freedom. Sixth rank, minor master. Seventh rank, grand master. Eighth rank, martial sage. Ninth rank, martial emperor. Beyond the 9th rank lies the realm of the martial deity. In years past, the founding emperor ascended to the position of martial deity, sweeping across the realms, garnering respect from all nations and driving demons beyond the borders, who refrained from entering for a millennium. The Night Owl King patiently elucidated the history and foundational concepts of martial arts to Li Qingxiu. The founding emperor established 3 divine martial arts: the Tremor Heaven Divine Fist, the Heavenly Transformation Sword, and the Heavenly Dragon Fortune Technique. The Tremor Heaven Divine Fist is the simplest to learn, with a lineage preserved within the Night Owl Guards to guard against unforeseen circumstances. The Heavenly Transformation Sword, however, is exclusive to emperors of each generation, requiring His Highness to ascend the throne and personally seek the inheritance deep within the ancestral grounds. As for the Heavenly Dragon Fortune Technique, it is an ethereal method that converges and suppresses the fortune of the dynasty, comprehensible only to the most exceptional martial artists. Yet it is fundamental to the revival of Dian. The Night Owl King elaborated extensively and demonstrated the Tremor Heaven Divine Fist several times for Li Qingxiu. I understand. Li Qingxiu reflected thoughtfully. The Night Owl smiled, saying, Your Highness, with your keen intellect, you shall soon step into the 4th rank of cocoon breaking, at which point you may return to Kunlun Void to conduct the Foshan ceremony and manifest the dragon vein. Indeed, Li Qingxiu nodded, his expression grave. Whenever he recalled the despair of his mother being devoured by demons, and thought of the countless others suffering similarly, his heart ached. His mindset had evolved from initial grievances, rebelliousness, and self-destruction to a realization that he must take action. Yet, at times, he found it all quite absurd. He could not even defend a small mountain village, nor could he save his own mother. Yet after merely a few days of martial training, he harbored the delusion of safeguarding vast mountains and rivers, the realm and its people, and rescuing all under heaven. It was utterly laughable, though his heart was engulfed in confusion. The young man's fists and feet remained in motion, his mind swirling with the evolution of combat techniques. the Night Owl King quietly departed. Soon, he arrived at a tower, where in an elegant chamber, a veiled woman clad in a blue robe sat, her skin as exquisite as ice and jade, exuding an aura of coldness. "Have you discerned the truth, Lady Simi?" the Night Owl inquired, gazing into the distance, where he could see the youth, Li Qingxiu, practicing martial arts in the courtyard. "I cannot see clearly," the woman replied, shaking her head. She was an Miao, the new Lady Simi from the extreme North Ice Plains tribe, summoned by the Night Owl King to assist in locating the only descendant of her elder sister, who perished in the royal blood calamity years ago. "Is there any trace of his bloodline?" and Miao asked. Years ago, her elder sister had entered the royal family through a politically motivated marriage to save their tribe, a decision that had left their father burdened with guilt. Had it not been for her sister's sacrifice, the extreme North Ice Plains tribe would have been annihilated long ago. Now that the tribe had reclaimed its totem and grown strong, her sister could never return home, and even her only bloodline had been lost. Thus, when the Night Owl King sought her assistance, and Miao did not hesitate and promptly agreed. "Little Linner, you must still be alive, right?" Linner was the affectionate term the people of the extreme North Ice Plains tribe used for children. Yet, as she gazed at the distant young prince, Li Qingxiu, and Miao felt no sense of familiarity, her intuition told her he was not her sister's child. However, she had to proceed with caution and verify the bloodline. Even if he were not her sister's offspring, he undoubtedly represented the sole lead in her quest to find little Linner, and she could not afford to overlook it. This is his blood. Collecting the blood of an ordinary person was a trivial task for the Night Owl King, yet he too had to exercise caution. The grand ceremony of Fengshan was of utmost importance, with various lords and demons awaiting that day. Should he return with anything less than the true dragon's son, it would be a catastrophic blow to the Dian royal family. And Miao received the transparent jade vial containing the blood, examining it with great care. Qilin treasure technique. Manifest. She swiftly formed hand seals, her movements fluid, as an ice-blue Qilin emblem appeared at her brow, radiating a brilliant light. The luminescence cascaded into the jade vial. Simultaneously, a series of blurred images emerged in Lady Simi's mind. They were two infants, their bloodlines in essence exchanged under the cover of night through secret techniques. In that moment, Miao understood. During the royal blood calamity, her sister had sought a substitute to save little Linner, swapping his bloodline in essence to mislead the demons. This meant that while the young prince before her was an impostor, little Linner had indeed escaped that calamity and must still be alive. Fate had been unkind, and Linner had suffered greatly. "Linner, your aunt will surely find you." For in Miao, merely knowing that her sister's child still lived was the greatest solace. "Lady Simi, what is the matter?" A voice, deep and cool, pulled Miao back from her reverie. The gaze of the Night Owl King was as piercing as the sun, instilling a profound sense of oppression in Miao, causing her heart to race and compelling her to instinctively reveal the truth. Yet, at the very moment the thought was about to escape her lips, she forcibly quelled it. Should I divulge the truth, the young prince, who had taken Linner's place, would undoubtedly face death. He was utterly innocent, abandoned by his own parents, and unwittingly forced into a new existence. Moreover, he had saved Linner's life, and to now subject him to the bitter consequences would be excessively cruel. Fate plays its tricks, and what was intended as a sacrificial performance took an unexpected turn. No one could have anticipated that both the true and false princes still existed in the world, rendering certain matters exceedingly complex. And Miao steadied her emotions and spoke with composure. "Night Owl King, this matter contains complexities that warrant careful deliberation." Chapter 56. Spiritual Substance After Careful Deliberation. Even the Fate Keeper could not discern the truth. The Night Owl King furrowed his brow. He was aware that the Fate Keeper of the extreme North Ice Plains possessed the art of bloodline tracing and had specifically summoned Miao from the farthest reaches of the north. Yet, she could not ascertain the veracity of the situation. The young prince's bloodline was peculiar, and I dare not draw conclusions. Perhaps we should wait until he matures a bit further. And Miao deliberately spoke in vague terms, hesitant to declare a definitive yes or no. Since the Night Owl King had invited her, he must have sensed something amiss, speculating that the young prince was not the true dragon heir, yet lacking means to verify it. The impending ceremony of Fengshan was of great significance, affecting the realm, and time was of the essence. The Night Owl King spoke gravely. "Regarding the Fengshan matter, I possess a method that could address our urgent needs." And Miao was resolute in her determination to save the ill-fated substitute prince, viewing it as an act of virtue for her sister's child. "How so?" inquired the Night Owl King. "By creating a fade, We can deceive the lords and various demons, stabilizing the current situation, and Miao replied. Impossible. The gravitas of the Foshan matter does not permit deception at such heights. If he is indeed a false prince, yet ascends the throne, it would irrevocably sever the Leaf family's bloodline. Ascending the throne is simple, but abdicating is fraught with difficulty. The Night Owl King firmly rejected such treachery, which he deemed utterly unprincipled and outrageous. The times have changed. We must stabilize the situation. For only then can the great fortune of Dian endure. Otherwise, the people's hearts will scatter, and the dragon vein will dissipate. And Miao found the Night Owl King's thoughts inscrutable. This acknowledged pinnacle of martial prowess, did he genuinely wish to uphold the Dian royal family? Or was he merely performing for the sake of the divine martial treasure? She leaned towards the latter. I beseech the Night Owl King to ponder this carefully. And Miao lacked the power to sway his actions. She had spoken her piece and turned to depart. As she vanished into the distance, the Night Owl King fell into contemplation. It appeared that this young prince was most likely an impostor. Could it be that there had been a ruse involving a substitution, with the genuine prince having been smuggled out of the palace long ago? Such a scenario was not beyond possibility. The once favored consort and was no ordinary character. To be appointed as the fate keeper of the extreme North Ice Plains was no trivial feat, far surpassing the delicate court ladies of the inner palace. Perhaps when the blood disaster occurred, Consort had already sensed something was amiss, orchestrating the substitution of the young prince's bloodline and roots, deceiving all to smuggle him out of the palace. The Night Owl King sought the truth from the minutiae of the past. If all was as he suspected, then in Miao's actions were to safeguard the life of the substitute prince. After all, it was an act of saving grace. Thus, everything fell into place. Given the Night Owl King's temperament, anyone daring to impersonate the bloodline of the great ancestor martial god, regardless of the reasoning, would face execution. He would not allow mere personal connections to jeopardize the millennial foundation of Dian. And Miao was certain that as long as she did not explicitly acknowledge it, he would not dare to harm the substitute prince, especially since this substitute was the only lead to the true heir. The hidden scene from the blood disaster of yesteryear now unfolded slowly in the Night Owl King's mind. Come forth. In an instant, several figures entered the chamber. The Night Owl King spoke coolly, instructing the 36 departments of Tianluo to thoroughly investigate all intelligence regarding Consort Un and her confidants. Submit within 7 days. Over the years, the demons have ravaged numerous ancient texts and secret scrolls in the imperial capital. It is exceedingly difficult to trace back to the origins of past events. Only the Night Owl Guard possesses such capability. It seems the Foshan ceremony must be postponed, unless absolutely necessary. The Night Owl King is reluctant to allow an unidentified substitute prince to ascend the throne, as it could potentially lead to irreparable calamity, even causing the already precarious Dian to completely collapse. Time flows swiftly. Each day, Li Yuan immerses himself in the intricacies of constructing the Gu house, tirelessly conducting research. At last, it has been accomplished. In the stillness of the night, Li Yuan emerges from his tense mental state. Before him, 2 small nests have been forged. The former is slender and elongated, while the latter is broad, filled with spider silk. This Gu house is constructed around the core of the multicolored fire python and the silk queen Gu. A data panel materializes before his eyes. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Pot, 5th Transformation 1490-1500, Realm, 5th Transformation, Mental Power, Mid-Domain Stage, Destined Gu, Giant Spirit Gu, Resurrection Gu, Multicolored Fire Python, Illusionary Rope. Silk Queen Gu, Gu House, Multicolored Fire Cave 1000 Gu House, Silk Mysterious Realm 1000 Gu House Outputs, Celestial Fire. Revitalizing Essence, my relentless toil has not been in vain. The rewards from the Gu House are indeed boundless. The completion of the Gu House has significantly enhanced Li Yuan's own power, elevating his mental realm to the mid-domain stage. In terms of the breadth of his consciousness, he is no less formidable than some seasoned 8th realm experts. Consequently, he no longer fears having his secrets discerned. More importantly, the outputs of the Gu House are remarkable. Li Yuan meticulously examines the wondrous applications of the treasures produced by the 2 Gu Houses. Celestial Fire, a flame condensed from the energy of the great sun in the heavens. It can be used to forge precious artifacts or to attack enemies, once unleashed. It resembles a radiant sun, burning endlessly. Revitalizing Essence, a healing essence formed from the convergence of the world's spiritual energy and the essence of insects and beasts, possessing the ability to restore life. The treasures produced by the 2 Gu Houses are far from ordinary. Their only drawback is the meager yield. It takes a full month to produce a strand of celestial fire, and a drop of revitalizing essence. This is already the pinnacle of what Li Yuan can achieve. To increase production, he must elevate the grade of the gu house, which requires persistent effort over time. The grades of gu houses are classified as 1,000 gu house, 10,000 gu house, 100,000 gu house, and million gu house. The difficulty of refinement escalates dramatically with each level. According to the records in the book gifted by his teacher, Yu Hengchuan, several seasoned palace masters have barely reached the 100,000 gu house tier. The million gu house? Perhaps it exists only in legends. That is far beyond my reach. Li Yuan does not dwell on this thought for him. The most pressing matter at hand is to accumulate wealth, gather raw materials, and enhance his combat power. He can seek opportunities to sell the celestial fire. If fortune smiles upon him, he might fetch a high price, possibly exchanging it for a 7th-tier demon corpse. The revitalizing essence he intends to reserve for his teacher, Yu Hengchuan. The teacher, whom he had met only thrice, treated him kindly and bestowed upon him numerous opportunities, and within his capabilities, he would not neglect them. In just 10 days, he would be able to step into the realm of the 6th transition. At that time, he would have the chance to venture into the inner sanctum of the 9 palaces. Li Yuan had been eagerly anticipating the immortal gu secret realm. The seemingly endless precious gu, if he could synthesize them all, how delightful that would be. He would awaken from dreams with laughter. Failing to produce even a single extraordinary gu would be a disservice to such an opportunity. Chapter 57, the 6th transformation in the blink of an eye. 10 days had passed. Li Yuan awoke from his slumber, invigorated and refreshed. A data panel materialized before him. Guam Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 6th transformation 1-3000. Realm, 6th transformation, Mental Power, Mid-stage Domain Realm, Destined Gu, Titan Gu, Resurrection Gu, Tricolor Fire Python, Illusory Robe. Queen of Silk Gu, Gu House, Colorful Fire Cave 1000 Gu House, Silk Mystical Realm 1000 Gu House. Time truly flies. It has been over 7 years since he joined the 12 caves. This number is quite remarkable. There is even a saying about the 7-year itch between couples. Yet, Li Yuan remained within the 12 caves for a full 7 years, never once stepping outside, with his outings from the small bamboo grove being few and far between. It was time to venture outside. However, this expedition would not lead him into chaos, but deeper into the mountains. After a brief preparation, Li Yuan departed the small bamboo grove and made his way to the summit of the 12 caves. Junior brother? Pei Luoqing's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing Li Yuan, as if he had seen a ghost. No way, you actually left the mountain? He had never encountered such a steadfast young man, with no wife or children. Staying in one place for 7 years truly demonstrated remarkable endurance. Brother, I have attained the 6th transformation, Li Yuan said with a calm smile. Ah? Pei Luoqing was taken aback. The 6th transformation? So soon? Not particularly rapid, Li Yuan chuckled. Pei Luoqing teased, in comparison to the most illustrious prodigies in history. It may not be fast, but certainly it surpasses my own progress. You flatter me, brother. Li Yuan's strength did not lie merely in the speed of his breakthroughs, but in the multiplicity of his destined gu. Are you here to seek me out in preparation for entering the inner sanctum of the 9 palaces and the mystic realm of immortal gu? Pei Luoqing inquired. Indeed. Li Yuan nodded. This matter should be addressed promptly. I have long harbored aspirations for it. Ha ha ha. I understand completely, Pei Luoqing laughed. Back in my day, I was eager to plunge into the mystic realm of immortal gu the moment I achieved a breakthrough. What a splendid place it is, albeit a one-time opportunity. His ginseng infant gu reached such an extraordinary level precisely because he had found suitable materials in the mystic realm, completing an evolution. Brother Pei, when shall we set out? Li Yuan asked with impatience. Today is feasible, Pei Luoqing replied, nodding. I will make arrangements within the sect, and we shall depart in the afternoon. Very well. The brothers reached a mutual agreement. Upon returning to the small bamboo grove, Li Yuan shared a meal with Wang Zhaozhao. Zhaozhao, I must step out for a while. Over the years, they had been inseparable, having only parted during the turmoil in the southern frontier when the 12 caves drew life and death lots. This marked their second separation. I am going to the inner sanctum of the 9 palaces, Li Yuan stated calmly. Brother Yuan, you have stepped into the 6th transformation. Wang Zhaozhao exclaimed in delight. Li Yuan had mentioned this milestone to her before. She had been mentally prepared for it, knowing that with Brother Yuan's talent, a breakthrough was inevitable. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded and advised her to take good care of herself during this time. In case of any crisis, she must not venture outside but remain in the small bamboo grove for her safety. I understand, Wang Zhaozhao replied, ever obedient. Then I shall take my leave." In the afternoon, Li Yuan shouldered his pack and hurried away to rendezvous with Pei Luoqing, marking the first time in 7 years he departed from the 12 caves. The Jiogong mountain range stretched for miles, tranquil and natural. Yet, at this very moment of stepping out into the world, Li Yuan felt little sentiment. The surroundings were filled with verdant hills, offering no significant distinction. He had long since grown accustomed to it. The mountain path was rugged and arduous. As night approached, Li Yuan followed Pei Luoqing to a mountain gate. "Where's this?" he wondered, for the inner gate of the Jiogong was evidently not so close. 13th cave, Pei Luoqing replied. "At this pace, it will take ages to reach the inner gate. If we encounter thick fog in the mountains, we might very well lose our way. I'll borrow a traveling treasure." With that, he took a deep breath, cupping his hands around his mouth, and shouted, "Brother Yang, come out for a chat." Suddenly, a large black eagle appeared in the sky, swooping down to land before them. A one-armed man dismounted from its back, his striking features and flowing hair exuding an air of nonchalance. "Brother Pei, what brings you here?" "Brother Yang," Pei Luoqing smiled. "Allow me to introduce my master's newly acquired disciple, Li Yuan. Today, he has broken through to the 6th transformation, and I intend to take him to the inner gate of Jiogong." "Of course, no problem," Yang Chong, the one-armed man, replied warmly. "Young disciple Li Yuan looks quite youthful. It's astonishing to see he is already a 6th transformation Gu master. Truly admirable. Thanks to the guidance of my master, I have been fortunate to achieve this breakthrough." Li Yuan humbly responded, "It's getting a bit late. Why not rest for the night at the 13th cave and set out for the inner gate tomorrow?" Yang Chong suggested, eager to forge a connection with Li Yuan. "Thank you, but I must decline," Li Yuan politely refused. "My master is gravely injured, and I wish to see him first." "Very well then," Yang Chong acknowledged, recognizing the gravity of the situation. "I wish both of you a safe journey, and may you discover extraordinary Gu in the realm of immortal secrets." "Thank you, Brother Yang." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Yuan and Pei Luoqing mounted the eagle and departed. Soaring through the night sky on the majestic creature was far swifter than their frantic run along the mountain paths. At last, they could catch their breath and engage in casual conversation atop the eagle's back. "Brother Pei, do you know anything about our senior sister?" Li Yuan inquired. Having heard of her existence but never having met her, he sensed that their master held great trust in her, delegating many responsibilities to her. "Familiarity is a stretch, but I know her well enough," Pei Luoqing chuckled. "Rest assured, our senior sister is quite warm and not the frosty type who keeps people at arm's length." "What is her cultivation level?" Li Yuan asked further. "She is a 7th transformation Gu master. In truth, she is one of the most talented individuals in the Jiogong Inner Gate, a prominent figure among our younger generation. She once had the potential to become the next palace master. However, upon the arrival of the young lady from the Kanglin clan, all hope seemed to vanish." Pei Luoqing lamented that perhaps our lineage was never destined to produce a palace master. The Heartquery Gu, ranked 3rd on the list of exotic Gu, held the greatest potential for achieving the status of Gu Immortal, rendering any Gu master utterly uncompetitive against it. It was then that Li Yuan recalled that the young lady, Shaoqiner, was also within the inner sanctum of the 9th palace. After years of absence, he wondered how far she had progressed after refining the Heartquery Gu. Yet, being a palace master offered little benefit. Even the position of cave master was exhausting, and the meager monthly stipends hardly facilitated grand endeavors. Pei Luoqing preferred a life of leisure and freedom. His role as the master of the 12 caves was born out of necessity during wartime, as well as a directive from his mentor to safeguard the still developing junior disciple. Now that the disciple had entered the realm of the 6th transformation, he could seek a suitable moment to step down. 7 days later, after traversing formidable mountains, a great eagle descended upon a peak. Pei Luoqing inhaled deeply. Ahead lay the inner sanctum of the 9th palace, ensconced in a maze that required a token for entry. "Follow me," he beckoned. Chapter 58. The inner gate of the 9 palaces nestled deep within the mountains. The 9 palaces are shrouded in layers of intricate illusions. As long as the internal structure remains intact, the legacy of the 9 palace Gu nest will persist indefinitely. Li Yuan followed Pei Luoqing into the thick fog, occasionally catching glimpses of flying creatures and roaming beasts, rare herbs, curling smoke from kitchens, and bustling figures. Countless scenes intertwined, shifting unpredictably, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. He felt a profound sense of awe. Before such an ancient power that has thrived for millennia, one feels as insignificant as a mayfly. His previously restless heart was instantly calmed. A 6th-turn Gu master? What significance does that hold against the superpowers that dominate the Tianyuan continent? It is essential to recognize that the nine-palace Gu nest is merely a behemoth in the southern wilderness. Similar dominant forces exist in the northern region, eastern wilds, and western domains, not to mention the long-established mysterious factions in the central plains. Survival. The imperative is to endure. After a considerable time, navigating through the bewildering maze, the two finally emerged from the dense fog. This is the place. Pei Luoqing pointed to a narrow valley fissure and stepped inside, with Li Yuan following closely. Initially quite narrow, it soon opened up after a few dozen steps, revealing a clear expanse. Rows of houses came into view, with smoke wafting from chimneys, exuding a palpable sense of earthly warmth. Li Yuan's eyes sparkled. For the first time, he beheld a true paradise beyond the mundane world. The inner gate of the ninth palace was quite different from his expectations, yet it resonated with his preferences. You should like it here. Pei Luoqing discerned Li Yuan's thoughts. Indeed. However, the abundance of strong individuals here draws attention. Li Yuan cannot remain for long, otherwise he would have moved here with his mentor years ago. Let us proceed to meet the senior sister and the master. Traversing the pastoral path, immersed in the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, they arrived at a quaint farmhouse where Pei Luoqing finally halted. Master, senior sister, Pei Luoqing called out from outside. I am back. No response came from within. Is the senior sister not home? Li Yuan murmured. She is here. Pei Luoqing smiled and shouted again. Junior brother has returned as well. Bang. In the next instant, the doors swung open. Li Yuan barely caught sight of a red figure darting out, swiftly reaching him and seizing his arm, pulling him into the house. Hey, senior sister. I haven't. Puff. The wind lifted the hem of her red dress, revealing a long, snow-white leg that swiftly kicked Pei Luoqing out as he attempted to follow. Bang. The door slammed shut once more. Li Yuan? What is happening? Who am I? Where am I? Junior brother Li Yuan, greetings. A soft, alluring voice pulled him back from his bewilderment. Before him stood a woman clad in a vibrant red dress. She was graceful, exuding an array of charm. Her captivating peach blossom eyes seemed capable of stirring one's heart. The snug red fabric accentuated her enviable curves, while the hem revealed a glimpse of her long, snow-white legs. Her raven hair was elegantly styled high, adorned with a red jade hairpin that shimmered gently in the sunlight, harmonizing beautifully with her attire. Yet, this strikingly sensual woman felt somewhat out of place amidst the tranquility of this paradise. Master, senior sister? Li Yuan recalled his senior brother Pei mentioning that the eldest sister, Ning Hongyu, was quite warm-hearted. However, her enthusiasm was somewhat different from what he had envisioned. You are quite handsome, junior brother, Ning Hongyu remarked with a smile as she scrutinized Li Yuan. Eldest sister, is senior brother Pei all right? Li Yuan asked awkwardly, momentarily perplexed by Ning Hongyu's meaning. He won't perish, Ning Hongyu chuckled. The life bug that Pei Luoqing nurtures, when released, behaves like a wild boar, wreaking havoc on the exotic flowers and plants in my courtyard every time it visits. Ah, I see, Li Yuan replied, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation, realizing that senior brother Pei was not as serious as he appeared. Junior brother, do you have someone you hold dear? Ning Hongyu inquired further. Li Yuan was taken aback, thinking that compared to senior brother Pei, the eldest sister seemed to be even less conventional. No, he answered honestly. No? Ning Hongyu's eyes brightened. That's splendid. Eldest sister. What about the master? Li Yuan, unable to withstand her piercing gaze, quickly shifted the topic. Inside the room, still in a state of unconsciousness, with only a faint glimmer of life, Ning Hongyu responded, turning to him. Come with me. All right. Following Ning Hongyu into the room, Li Yuan beheld Yu Hengchuan lying on the bed. Upon their reunion, Yu Hengchuan's hair had turned completely gray, resembling the withered tendrils of a tree, and his face bore no trace of color. Master, Li Yuan called softly as he approached the bedside. Yu Hengchuan's fingers twitched slightly, a testament to his lingering consciousness. Though he could no longer control his body, Ning Hongyu explained, after being brought back, the master consumed some treasures meant for healing, but to no avail. More precious healing elixirs are exceedingly rare, especially in these tumultuous times, making it difficult to procure them for the master. After all, even if Yu Hengchuan were to recover, he would have no connection to the art of Gu, destined to live out his years as an ordinary mortal. Sister, I have brought a potion that may aid the master in his recovery. Li Yuan produced a small green vial. Inside the vial was the precious revitalizing essence produced by the Gu house, Pan Si Xianjing. Ning Hongyu's eyes sparkled as she uncorked the small jade bottle and inhaled its rich vitality, recognizing it as a rare elixir. You are quite thoughtful, junior brother. Without inquiring about the origin of the elixir, she diluted it and gradually administered it to Yu Hengchuan. Before long, Yu Hengchuan's parched skin began to regain its suppleness and radiance, with some of his hair darkening visibly, a clear indication of rejuvenation. What a miraculous medicine! Ning Hongyu exclaimed, astonished by the potion's efficacy, which surpassed her expectations. No wonder the master has always spoken highly of you. In the lead-up to the great battle, Master Yu Hengchuan had repeatedly urged her to support the junior brother, facilitating his entry into the immortal Gu secret realm. Even the quota for the Fengshan Grand Ceremony had been arranged. It is likely that the master will awaken before long, Ning Hongyu sighed in relief. That is wonderful. Li Yuandao. Having been unable to enter the sixth transformation realm until now, I regret not visiting my teacher sooner. This medicine, if effective, serves as a token of my heartfelt intentions as a disciple. Ning Hongyu inquired, are you planning to wait for the teacher to awaken? Or shall we venture into the immortal Gu secret realm first? Let us proceed to the immortal Gu secret realm, Li Yuan responded. I possess only a single drop of reviving spirit nectar, which has already been consumed. Remaining here serves little purpose. It is better to resolve my concerns sooner rather than later. Agreed, Ning Hongyu nodded. I will promptly request permission from the palace master. You should rest here for 3 days in preparation for entering the immortal Gu secret realm. Li Yuan cast a glance at his senior sister, recalling the peculiar questions she had posed earlier, which stirred a sense of unease within him. Why are you so anxious? Are you afraid I might devour you? Ning Hongyu teased. Perhaps a little, Li Yuan admitted with a nod. In the realm of Gu masters, there are many strange individuals. Who knows what lies beneath the guise of beauty? Fear not, for I am neither a monster nor a fiend, Ning Hongyu replied with a radiant smile. Dear junior brother, tonight we shall engage in a candlelit conversation. Once you gain insight into your senior sister's heart, your fears will surely dissipate. Chapter 59. The true affection Gu under the cloak of night, Pei Luoqing, having endured a day locked outside. Vowed never to disturb the exotic flora within the courtyard before being granted entry to savor a warm meal. Senior sister, your treatment is rather biased, Pei Luoqing teased. You serve Li Yuan with dishes and pour him wine, leaving me in a most uncomfortable position. Then keep your distance. Ning Hongyu retorted. Your shamelessness rivals that of a pig. I should be grateful I haven't struck you. Senior sister, you wouldn't genuinely have feelings for your junior brother, would you? Pei Luoqing exclaimed in astonishment. Huh? Li Yuan spluttered, wine splashing onto Pei Luoqing's face. How did I become part of this conversation? Indeed. Ning Hongyu raised her elegant neck with pride. Your junior brother is handsome and gifted. Who wouldn't be fond of him? Pei Luoqing, taken aback, soon nodded in agreement. It makes sense. One should not let good fortune slip away. I support this union. Li Yuan was bewildered. What is this? Is my lifelong commitment decided in a mere exchange of words? Senior sister, second senior brother, please, do not jest. Li Yuan had no intentions of marriage. Burdened as he was by blood feuds that entangled him too deeply, it felt premature to speak of love. I'm not joking, Pei Luoqing blinked innocently. Do I appear to be jesting? Li Yuan was truly at a loss, wondering if there was any truth to this. All right, I shall cease the jesting. Ning Hongyu stated. In truth, it pertains to my life Gu. What is your life Gu, senior sister? Li Yuan's mind raced through countless names of Gu worms. Yet he could not pinpoint one that aligned with Ning Hongyu's current condition. True affection Gu, Ning Hongyu revealed. The name of true affection Gu resonated profoundly. Li Yuan was well aware of its reputation. This Gu is celebrated as one of the rarest, closely resembling the exotic Gu, with 2 possible evolutionary paths. It could evolve into the 3rd-ranked Asking Heart Gu or the 11th-ranked Red Dust Gu. True affection Gu bestows the Gu master with unwavering focus. While it may not enhance mental strength as rapidly as Asking Heart Gu, it possesses a unique quality. It enhances the master through feedback received from their partner. I understand now, Li Yuan finally comprehended. Ning Hongyu sighed. Finding a truly loving partner is no easy feat, let alone the fickleness of human hearts. Should my beloved's affections wane, my life would be forfeit. This was the fatal flaw of true affection Gu. To transform it into its complete form, the Gu master must find a genuinely loving partner, merging their essences to refine the Gu. After its refinement, the master must remain bound to the partner. If betrayal occurs, the partner may suffer some injury, yet the demise of true affection Gu would bring a devastating fate upon the master. This meant that while Ning Hongyu gained power, she simultaneously relinquished control over life and death to her partner. Indeed, it is not an easy path. Li Yuan wholeheartedly agreed. Were he in her position, he would never dare to cultivate such a life gu. Ning Hongyu smiled and said, I often hear my master praising you, and his flattering words seem endless. I must confess that I have entertained certain thoughts. I dare not label it as love at first sight, but your qualities truly resonate with my heart. You are the first man to stir my emotions. If you are willing, perhaps we could attempt to get to know each other better. Her sudden declaration nearly caught Li Yuan off guard. It was not that he minded her forthrightness, but rather that he was genuinely uninterested in such matters. As fellow disciples, there would be ample opportunities for interaction in the future. He preferred to adhere to the whims of fate and follow his heart. Li Yuan replied, haha. That is a reasonable perspective. Ning Hongyu, undeterred by any embarrassment, perceived no shame in expressing her intentions to someone who piqued her interest. Li Yuan, too, remained unperturbed. As a gu master, he understood the profound impact of one's life gu on their psyche. It was commendable that the senior sister maintained clarity and discernment, remaining unmarried and not succumbing to the allure of power. Even when he activated his giant spirit gu, he found himself influenced by the overwhelming vitality, often speaking in a boastful and arrogant manner. Thus, he held a certain admiration for his senior sister. Now, let us return to the main topic. Ning Hongyu straightened her posture and began to discuss the important matters regarding the immortal gu secret realm. Indeed, Li Yuan sat up attentively, eager to listen. The possibility of acquiring an additional exotic gu hinged upon this information. 3,000 years ago, the only gu immortal of the Tianyuan continent attained enlightenment deep within the Jiogong mountain range, opening the gate to the gu path. Divine light cascaded from this gate, manifesting in the place of enlightenment, thus becoming the immortal gu secret realm we know today. This realm is the only place in the world capable of nurturing rare and even exotic gu in abundance. It is the very foundation of the Jiogong gu nest legacy. Ning Hongyu elaborated. Li Yuan listened intently, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Although referred to as a secret realm, the immortal gu secret realm is essentially an isolated island situated in the center of a vast lake within a great mountain. To this day, remnants of the gu immortals will linger on the island, making it inhospitable for ordinary individuals. The mental fortitude of a sea realm expert can only sustain them on the island for 7 days. After that, they must depart, or they will be overwhelmed by the gu immortals' will and meet a tragic end. As for the fortunes one might encounter within those 7 days, that is entirely dependent on one's own destiny, Ning Hongyu solemnly explained. Thank you for the reminder, senior sister. I will certainly keep it in mind. 7 days provided ample time for Li Yuan to accomplish many endeavors. Senior sister, I have another question. If I were to discover numerous rare treasures within the immortal gu secret realm, would the sect impose penalties upon me? What a thought. Ning Hongyu laughed. Finding even a few rare treasures would be quite an achievement. The immortal gu secret realm is not a mere garden for your picking. Pei Luoqing added a cautionary note. Junior brother, do not be excessively greedy. Historically, none have returned with more than 5 treasures. Many have come back empty-handed. If anyone could harvest freely, the immortal gu secret realm would have long since been depleted, unable to continuously yield treasures for 3 millennia. I understand. Li Yuan etched her words into his memory. At the same time, his harvest undoubtedly surpasses that of an ordinary gu master. It is all gain. Here is the map for you. Ning Hongyu produced a parchment, which delineated the rough terrain of the solitary island, marked locations abundant with treasures, and indicated several areas that were strictly off-limits. Will anyone accompany us? Li Yuan inquired further. It is possible. The other 8 palaces have pathways leading to the island, and they may send individuals in. If you encounter anyone else, remain vigilant, Ning Hongyu advised. After all, what transpires within the immortal gu secret realm is entirely unknown to the outside world. One must always guard against potential threats. Understood, Li Yuan replied, his expression brimming with excitement. He had overlooked the preceding words and only retained the phrase, the outside world remains completely unaware. Chapter 60. Entering the secret realm of immortal gu. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Yu Hingchuan's condition visibly improved. The mobility of his limbs increased significantly, indicating that his consciousness was gradually awakening and he would soon fully regain consciousness. It seemed that the effect of the resurrection spirit saliva was remarkable, and in this era of turmoil, it would undoubtedly fetch a considerable price, Li Yuan pondered. After visiting his master, senior sister Ning Hongyu led him away from the 9th Palace region. The secret realm of immortal goo was situated within the collectively governed territory of the Nine Palaces. Li Yuan had roughly discerned the layout of the goo nest in the Nine Palaces, with the second to ninth palaces encircling the secret realm of immortal goo, sealing off the 8 directions. The first palace was centrally located, perched on the edge of a vast lake. This arrangement ensured that the secret realm, a sacred site for goo masters, would remain undisturbed by external forces. 6 hours later, they arrived at the mist-shrouded border of a lake. Dense fog obscured the view, rendering the reality indistinguishable. As far as the eye could see, aside from the land behind them, everything else was a sea of white. The sound of rolling waves echoed continuously. To call it a lake would be an understatement. It resembled an ocean. Junior brother, does this not appear magnificent and awe-inspiring? Ning Hongyu inquired with a smile. Li Yuan marveled at the breathtaking scene hidden within the heart of the 10,000 great mountains in the southern frontier. I never expected such a vast and grand sight. A sea concealed within the mountains, truly astounding. Are you prepared? Ning Hongyu asked solemnly. Remember, after the spirit turtle goo transports you to the island, it will wait for you for a maximum of 10 days. If you do not return by then, it signifies your demise, and the spirit turtle goo will return here to convey the final message. Remember, only take what you can handle on the island. Do not let greed mislead your way home. Both I and the master will be waiting for your safe return. With that, she stepped forward and embraced Li Yuan. Sister, I will remember. Li Yuan nodded earnestly, vowing to return safely. Good, Ning Hongyu replied, igniting the token in her hand. In no time, a massive turtle, measuring 2 zhong in length, emerged from the lake. The token to summon the spirit turtle goo was jointly controlled by the 9 palaces and was the sole means of entering the secret realm of immortal goo. Go. Ning Hongyu waved her hand. Farewell, sister. Li Yuan stood upon the turtle's back, and as the spirit turtle goo submerged into the lake, he quickly vanished into the mist. Junior brother, you must return safely, Ning Hongyu prayed. She had taken a liking to this little junior brother. He was talented and possessed a pleasant demeanor, and she did not mind pursuing a connection with him. After all, to ascend to a higher realm, finding a true companion was essential. Otherwise, she would be forever bound to this level. Amidst the mist, he pressed forward, waves howled, and a cold wind swept through. Seated upon the turtle's back, Li Yuan could no longer discern the cardinal directions. Simultaneously, he felt an increasingly potent pressure. Was the residual will of the goo immortal truly that formidable? It had persisted for 3,000 years without dissipating. Li Yuan was astonished. This only heightened his anticipation as he retrieved the map gifted by his senior sister. The map detailed 3 forbidden areas on the solitary island and 5 regions abundant with rare treasures. Before long, the pace of the spirit turtle slowed, revealing the indistinct contours of a solitary island amidst the vast, white mist. The secret realm of the immortal goo had arrived. A torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, invigorating Li Yuan as he spread his arms wide and inhaled deeply, feeling refreshed. He leaped off the turtle's back and landed upon the rich, fertile soil, only to be met by the oppressive will of the goo immortal, which incessantly drained his vitality. After a moment of contemplation, he assessed that, given his strength, remaining here for 10 days should pose no issue. Unlike a typical 6-turn goo master, his mid-domain mental prowess rivaled that of an 8-turn goo master. So enduring for 10 days was certainly feasible. However, even if he could withstand the duration, he would ultimately have to depart. Otherwise, if the spirit turtle left, and he found himself stranded on the island, he would eventually face a dire fate. Time was of the essence. Thus, he set forth into action. As Li Yuan expanded his mental reach, he discovered that his perceptive range was severely limited by the thick fog, allowing him only to observe within a radius of approximately 100 meters. Should an unforeseen event arise, he might not react in time. The white mist severely diminished the utility of his map, compelling him to navigate primarily by instinct and key landmarks in search of opportunities. This search consumed a considerable portion of the day, and it was not until nightfall that Li Yuan stumbled upon a colossal tree, so grand that it would require dozens of individuals to encircle its trunk. This was one of the 5 renowned zones known for yielding precious treasures. This location was called Giant Tree Ridge, historically noted for producing 6 types of rare goo and 11 varieties of treasures suitable for nurturing goo insects. Li Yuan had long since memorized all pertinent details. To the right of Giant Tree Ridge lay the perilous, infamous graveyard of the living dead. Little Color, 5th sister. Come forth, Li Yuan called softly, and the vibrant fire python and the spider queen goo, both hidden within his garments, emerged. The two little creatures appeared quite exhilarated, their expressions enraptured, seemingly enchanted by their surroundings. Little color, can you scent any treasures? The vibrant fire python possessed an exceptional sensitivity to treasures, a fact he had verified while refining the corpse puppet legion. With a soft hiss, Little Color nodded, tilting her head to indicate a certain direction. Following Little Color's guidance, Li Yuan discovered a cluster of 10 or so bright red wild fruits nestled among the bushes. Selected raw material, his intent locked onto the prize. And a system prompt promptly appeared. Dream Raspberry. Grows beneath the dream tree, containing potent toxins, yet offers remarkable nourishment for serpentine creatures. A splendid find. Li Yuan mused as he instructed Little Color to gather all the raspberries. Selected raw material, destined goo, vibrant fire python, infused with dream raspberry to expedite the process. Li Yuan utilized the black jar to hasten Little Color's evolution. Your destined goo, vibrant fire python, has experienced a significant mental transformation, becoming more sentient. With a delighted hiss, Little Color still lacked the ability to articulate human speech, yet communication with Li Yuan had become remarkably effortless, allowing him to easily discern her thoughts. She conveyed, "Master, I am so happy. Please feel free to command me." Given the remarkable properties of the dream raspberry, Li Yuan pondered whether he could also refine the dream tree itself. Gazing upward, his eyes traced the towering trunk, which appeared to reach into the heavens, with branches and leaves hidden far above, illustrating just how majestic the dream tree truly was. If this were to be refined, it might just ascend to the heavens. With an inexplicable sense of anticipation, he concentrated his thoughts. Select original materials. This is a proprietary item and cannot be accessed or synthesized. Li Yuan was taken aback. Who is the master of the dream tree? The lingering will of the goo immortal? Ah, it is futile to force what is not meant to be. Li Yuan reassured himself. Shao Kai, continue the search. Thus, he and the two goo embarked on an exhaustive quest in the area of the Great Tree Ridge, tirelessly collecting and refining the treasures of the island. After an entire day and night, they unexpectedly detected the aura of a rare goo. Has it arrived? Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with clarity. This was precisely the purpose of his journey here, with 3 rare goo and a plethora of similarly unique treasures. Could they be synthesized into an extraordinary goo? The long-awaited enigma was on the verge of revelation. Chapter 61. Encounter in the dark passage. Li Yuan encountered a rare goo, a golden cicada adorned with 4 wings. The evolutionary trajectory of this goo was remarkably evident. The common goo was the day cicada goo. The mysterious goo was the 2-winged golden cicada goo, and the rare goo was the 4-winged golden cicada goo. It could further evolve into the extraordinary 6-winged golden cicada goo, outlining a nearly linear evolutionary path with stringent and singular conditions. Regardless of the circumstances, he resolved to capture it. With a swift step, Li Yuan seized the 4-winged golden cicada goo, swiftly suppressing it. The unknown goo before him was akin to fish on a cutting board, easily manipulated. Continuing his search, he confined the 4-winged golden cicada goo within a black jar and proceeded onward with Shao Kai and Wu Mei. After another night, the trio discovered a second rare goo at the edge of the giant tree ridge. This peculiar plant goo, named the Vitality Goo, originated from the tendrils of the dreaming tree. After detaching from its host, influenced by the secret realm of the immortal goo and the will of the goo immortal, it transformed into an extraordinary plant goo, named for its resemblance to human meridians. Once refined into a personal goo, it could enhance the strength of human meridians, allowing goo masters finer control over their bodily channels. Without hesitation, Li Yuan placed the Vitality Goo into the black jar, still in pursuit of the final one. On the morning of the 4th day, Li Yuan encountered the 3rd rare goo. This goo, associated with the earth element, took the form of a pangolin that, sensing danger, frantically burrowed underground. Where do you think you are going? With time running short, Li Yuan could not allow the earth goo to escape. He exerted his strength and arrived at the spot where the pangolin was digging, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! The ground collapsed under his strike. To his surprise, Li Yuan discovered a hidden passage beneath the surface, previously unnoticed. Cautiously following the dark passage for a short distance, he felt an increasing sense of danger. Perhaps it was best to retreat. The underground passage was rife with uncertainty, and his mental perception was limited to a mere 10 meters, rendering it exceedingly perilous. Trusting his instincts, he turned to leave. Just then, he glimpsed a dazzling burst of colorful light deep within the darkness. Was that the aura of the dreaming tree? The dreaming tree was undoubtedly a remarkable artifact, stirring Li Yuan's curiosity. Wu Mei commanded a few flying insects and bats to venture inside. His cautious nature compelled him to remain vigilant, even when faced with treasures on par with extraordinary Gu, opting not to delve too deeply himself. If the situation proved too hazardous, he would prefer to forego it altogether. With a chirp, the queen of silk spiders Gu showcased its prowess, directing the flying insects and bats into the dark passage. Before long, the resplendent, vibrant light flashed once again. Through the resonance of thought with Wu Mei, Li Yuan gained clarity about the scene deep within the passage. A myriad of intertwined roots, akin to meticulously woven colored lights, shimmered with a dreamlike brilliance. What astonished Li Yuan further was the presence of a massive coffin lurking beneath the intricate roots, appearing ominous and eerie under the flickering glow, as if something sinister were watching from the shadows. To venture forth or to retreat, Li Yuan found himself in a quandary. A unique energy reverberated in that place, where the bats and flying insects controlled by Fifth Sister could not venture further. To uncover the truth, one could only proceed personally. This was the sacred ground of the Gu Immortal. Could it possibly conceal the remains of others? Were those buried here friends or relatives of the Gu Immortal? Li Yuan contemplated. Entering could lead to being ensnared by strange forces, a foreboding omen from years past. Just as he was about to abandon his quest, movement echoed from the entrance of the hidden passage. Had another arrived? Li Yuan recalled his senior sister mentioning that members from the other 8 palaces occasionally sought opportunities within the mystic realm of immortal Gu, and he was astonished to encounter them in reality. Senior brother, is what the teacher said reliable? Is the corpse of that sword immortal truly interred here? A melodic voice resonated within the dark passage. Would the teacher deceive us? Responded another deep voice. Suddenly, the two figures, feeling the presence of Li Yuan standing at the edge of the dark passage, startled and nearly resorted to violence. Are you a disciple from the 9th palace? One of the men queried, regaining his composure. Yes, Li Yuan nodded. Are you from the 7th or 8th palace? The 7th palace was closest to the giant tree ridge, and disciples from the 8th and 9th palaces typically took the most direct route to seek opportunities in this area. My junior brother, we hail from the 7th palace. The woman smiled. I am Su Yuetian, and this is my senior brother Zhao Baidong. I am Li Yuan. Li Yuan had a profound impression of the 7th palace, particularly of its leader, a formidable figure from the Su family who was wedded to the fateful Gu. Junior brother Li Yuan, did you hear our conversation just now? Zhao Baidong inquired. Yes. The mention of the sword immortal's corpse buried here made Li Yuan ponder whether the sword immortal lay in eternal slumber within the enormous coffin beneath the dream tree. Do not be alarmed, junior brother Li Yuan. We harbor no ill intentions, Su Yuetian said with a gentle smile. Hearing it is not a matter of great consequence. That is a relief, Li Yuan exhaled, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. If this pair of siblings intended to silence him, he would have been forced to act in self-defense. Junior brother Li Yuan, have you ventured inside to investigate? Zhao Baidong asked. I took a distant glance. What did you see inside? Many luminous tree tendrils and a colossal coffin. Li Yuan had concealed the details of his exploration, allowing Shao Kai and Fifth Sister to hide once more within his garments. Indeed, Zhao Baidong's expression lit up with excitement. The sword immortal's corpse lies within. Let us go. Sister, senior brother, could there be danger? Su Yuetian quivered. If junior brother Li Yuan could emerge unscathed, what do we have to fear when we join forces? Besides, we possess the means bestowed upon us by our teacher, Zhao Baidong reassured her, considering Li Yuan merely an ordinary disciple of the 9th palace, while he and his sister were direct disciples of the palace leader, which held far greater significance. Very well. After much hesitation, Su Yuetian finally acquiesced. Junior brother Li Yuan, will you accompany us? Zhao Baidong inquired once more. I am apprehensive, Li Yuan feigned bravery, though genuine fear coursed through him. You may follow us closely. We shall ensure your safety. Zhao Baidong felt that, in critical moments, it might require someone to unveil the coffin lid, and Li Yuan was quite suitable for this pioneering role. Very well then. With someone at the forefront, Li Yuan felt an enhanced sense of security and believed he could take the plunge. With their consensus reached, the trio promptly advanced. Sister Yulian, may I inquire about the sword immortal you mentioned? Could you enlighten me? Li Yuan expressed his curiosity. Are you truly unaware, junior brother Li Yuan? Have you not been in the intersect of the 9 palaces for long? Su Yulian asked. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. This reassured Zhao Baidong, who was leading the way. A newly initiated Gu master of the 6th transformation, particularly an outsider, was just the right fit for the task. Allow me to share the tale, Su Yulian said with a sweet smile. The legend of the sword immortal has existed for 3,000 years p.s. As the new year dawns, I wish everyone a joyous new year, abundant prosperity, and the fulfillment of all aspirations. Chapter 62, The Legend of the Sword Fairy 3,000 Years? Li Yuan was astonished, realizing that she was a figure from the same era as the Gu immortal. Indeed, Sui Wetian replied, the sword fairy we speak of is the daughter of the Gu immortal, but she perished before her father attained enlightenment. Li Yuan had not anticipated that such a tale lay buried within the Gu immortal's secret realm. Over 3 millennia ago, the Gu immortal was merely a youth emerging from the mountains, who by chance formed a bond with a woman afflicted by a lewd poison. After a fleeting romance, the woman vanished quietly, leaving an indelible mark on the young man's heart. For years, the youthful Gu immortal searched in vain for his beloved. Time flowed like a river, and after 20 years, he achieved the rank of 9-turn Gu master and was invited to join the battle in the Central Plains against the Demon Lord. There, he beheld a familiar figure, her features bearing an uncanny resemblance to his lost love. It was then that he learned that his beloved had been slain by the Demon Lord, leaving only their daughter to survive in the world. He yearned to reunite with her, but was met with scorn. The Gu immortal, burdened by unspoken grief, could only watch over her in silence. Later, the Second Great War between humanity and demons erupted on the Tianyuan continent, and the sword fairy fell valiantly in battle at the border. In her final moments, the misunderstandings were cleared, and she finally recognized her father. On that fateful day, with bloodstained hands, the sword fairy tearfully called out "Father," summoning the first Gu immortal of all time. As Sui Wetian recounted the tale, her voice was imbued with emotion, resonating with the sorrow of the characters within the story. Li Yuan could not help but feel a deep sense of lament. A grain of sand from the passage of time, when it falls upon an individual, becomes a mountain. Talented beings like the sword fairy, possessing the potential of a true sword master, were tragically extinguished by demons. History is replete with such geniuses, endowed with the capacity to reach great heights, yet unable to traverse the final path. The Gu immortal, cradling his daughter's lifeless body, retreated into the mountains, his aura steadily rising until he came to a halt, opening the gates of heaven through the path of Gu. Thus, the Gu immortal's secret realm was formed, and the body of the sword fairy was interred there. Sui Wetian concluded the story. Li Yuan inhaled sharply, his expression one of horror. You cannot be intending to use the sword fairy's corpse to craft a corpse Gu, can you? Zhao Baidong, walking ahead, suddenly shuddered. Junior brotherly. One can indulge in reckless banter over meals, but not in words. None of the palace masters possess that capability. How could we dare? Then what do you seek the sword fairy's body for? Li Yuan inquired. We merely wish to assist our teacher in testing a concept, Zhao Baidong replied. A chill ran down Li Yuan's spine. He felt that accompanying this group was perilous. His aim was the dream tree, not to disturb the remains of the sword fairy. Do not be afraid, junior brother, Sui Wetian reassured him. We would never dare to offend or desecrate the revered sword fairy. All our actions are in accordance with the will of the Gu immortal. Li Yuan furrowed his brow. What exactly do you intend to do? This leads to the subsequent tale, Sui Wetian explained. After the sword fairy's demise, the Gu immortal was unwilling to let his daughter rest forever. He sought to defy fate, planting the dream tree here to sustain the life of the sword fairy. Yet, can one truly revive what has perished? Even the resurrection insects, such as the rebirth Gu, come with contingent limitations. The sword fairy has truly passed beyond the veil of death, leaving no hope for revival. Years later, the Gu immortal, summoned by the heavenly gate, shattered the void and departed. Before leaving, the Gu immortal forcibly severed their own will and sealed it within a solitary island, vowing to protect the sword fairy's lifeless form with their unwavering thoughts. The Gu immortal asserted that the sword fairy would surely awaken, as it was the echo of fate. The echo of fate? At this juncture, Li Yuan began to comprehend. All things are dictated by fate, and not a single matter is within one's control. Sui Wetian sighed, remarking that the Gu immortal, who had attained the supreme status through the second-ranked Great Fate Gu, had led a life filled with hardships and peculiarities, desperately seeking the one they loved, only to be toyed with by destiny throughout their existence. It is said that this is the price of fate. Perhaps amidst the throngs of people, they had encountered their beloved numerous times, yet fate caused them to pass by each other. At the moment of refining the Great Fate Gu, destiny had already set the price for all matters concerning the Gu immortal. Zhao Baidong interjected, clarifying that precisely because of the wondrous nature of the Great Fate Gu, future Gu masters believed the sword fairy could yet awaken. and successive palace masters had consistently sought ways to achieve this. So, have you found a way? Li Yuan remained skeptical. To be precise, it was the master of the seventh palace, our teacher, who discovered it, Zhao Baidong replied. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan felt an inexplicable flicker of possibility. The master of the seventh palace is an unparalleled figure, unafraid to publicly wed their fate insect, hosting banquets for all, indifferent to societal scrutiny. Such a person must possess remarkable skills and fortitude. However, he still doubted that this individual could rouse a corpse from 3,000 years past. At best, they might mimic the effects of a corpse Gu to bestow some semblance of mobility upon the sword fairy. Yet, should this occur, they would likely face vehement condemnation from numerous Gu masters, inciting a collective outcry against them. As they spoke, the trio had reached the depths of the secret passage. The densely interwoven tree vines shimmered once more, emitting a dreamlike spectrum of colors that briefly illuminated the surroundings. The three beheld the immense coffin. Zhao Baidong's breaths quickened. Indeed, the sword fairy lies in eternal slumber within, and we must awaken her. Su Yuetian also felt exhilarated. Li Yuan was filled with dread. The seventh palace is undeniably peculiar. Are they not concerned that awakening a 1,000-year-old zombie might lead to dire consequences? Li Yuan, could you lend us a hand? Zhao Baidong spoke once more. I cannot, Li Yuan replied swiftly. Zhao Baidong was taken aback, surprised by his unorthodox response. Junior brother, this matter pertains to the grand enterprise of the 9 palaces. Should we succeed, it will benefit the southern regions, and your name will echo through the ages. I refuse, Li Yuan stated firmly. He had no faith in their intentions. If this were truly a significant matter agreed upon by the 9 palaces, how could they only dispatch 2 minor subordinates? It was evidently the selfish ambition of the master of the 7th palace. Junior brother Li Yuan, now that you are aware of our plan, you are part of it. I advise you to cooperate with us willingly. Zhao Baidong dropped the facade, revealing his true intentions. From the moment Li Yuan spoke, he was as good as dead. Su Yuelian's smile faded, her demeanor transforming from that of a sweet and gentle senior sister to one of icy coldness, a stark contrast to her earlier warmth. Junior brotherly. Within the Gu immortal secret realm, even the 9 great palace masters cannot intervene. Should you perish here, no one would care, she remarked, quietly retreating to block any escape routes. If you comply and ingest the oath Gu afterwards, we may grant you a chance at survival. This is our utmost concession. Zhao Baidong sighed lightly. Do you truly intend to eliminate me entirely? Li Yuan appeared visibly agitated, his face a mask of fear, his body trembling. We have offered you a path to survival. Should you refuse, we cannot be held accountable, Zhao Baidong replied. Li Yuan, initially reluctant to shed blood for fear of provoking unforeseen consequences, now found himself with no other option. His countenance waned, and he staggered backward, ultimately collapsing onto the ground. I agree to your terms. Junior brother, consume it, Su Yuelian urged, a smile gracing her lips as she stepped forward, presenting an oath Gu. Yet, at the very moment she extended the Gu, a terrifying surge of vitality erupted from Li Yuan, and as Su Yuelian attempted to retreat, a massive hand, grasping her heart, pierced through her chest. Su Yuelian's eyes widened in shock as she fell to the ground. Chapter 63 Endless. As Su Yuetian collapsed to the ground, the vibrant, ethereal fire serpent manifested upon Li Yuan's shoulder. With a whoosh, the azure and emerald flames intertwined and spiraled towards Zhao Baidong, whose expression shifted dramatically. He could not fathom that the seemingly harmless, inquisitive youth would suddenly resort to such lethal tactics. Reacting swiftly, Zhao Baidong summoned his signature shadowless Gu, narrowly evading the blue flames, though his arm suffered a grazing burn. However, he was unprepared for the suffocating chill that swiftly encroached upon him, freezing his arm in an instant. How could this be? Zhao Baidong was bewildered, utterly unable to discern the nature of his opponent's Gu, while Li Yuan, with hair standing on end and blood surging like flames, closed in. Was this truly an unremarkable foreign 6th turn Gu master? No matter how swift he was, in the confined space, he struggled to unleash his full potential. Within mere exchanges, Li Yuan seized Zhao Baidong by the throat. As expected of a disciple of the palace master, to withstand a few strikes in the same realm is a source of pride worth boasting about in the underworld. At that moment, Li Yuan exuded arrogance, his eyes ablaze with disdain, proclaiming his superiority. Spare my life, Zhao Baidong gasped, thrashing helplessly. I can take the oath. Oath Gu, and never reveal a word about you. I cannot trust the oath Gu. Only the dead remain silent, Li Yuan retorted. twisting his grip with force. Crack! Zhao Baidong's neck snapped, his unwilling eyes bloodshot, as if they might tumble from their sockets, extinguishing all signs of life. The giant spirit goo immediately released its hold. Who could have anticipated that events would culminate in such a manner? Indeed, among goo masters, many exhibited perverse tendencies, which was utterly terrifying. Li Yuan sighed, relieved that he was the more formidable adversary. Otherwise, he would have met a dire fate today. It was unwise to linger here. Departing was the wisest course of action. Upon discovering that the slumbering occupant within the colossal coffin was the daughter of the Goo Immortal, Li Yuan abandoned any thoughts of investigation. The Goo Immortal possessed boundless powers. Her 3,000-year legacy still loomed ominously. Risking himself for this was not worthwhile. With this in mind, he turned to leave. At that moment, the dreamlike tree tendrils flickered again, emitting dazzling, colorful light. Li Yuan was suddenly startled. The two corpses on the ground vanished amidst the flickering, rumbling. The entire dark passage began to tremble violently, rocks splintering and dust swirling as the distant exit collapsed. Sword Fairy, I have not wronged you. Do not harm the innocent. Li Yuan lamented, tears of despair welling in his eyes. The giant spirit goo reattached, and he struck the ground repeatedly, striving to carve a path through the crumbling earth. Not far away, the tree tendrils flickered once more. With a flash of insight, Li Yuan glimpsed the coffin lid beneath the tree being lifted. Damn it! Li Yuan instinctively wanted to curse, but restrained himself, hastily amending his words. Sword Fairy, I never intended to desecrate you. I have slain the wicked on your behalf. Please do not mistakenly harm the good. Yet, his explanations felt painfully inadequate. Buzz! A sword cry resonated from within the coffin. In an instant, the endless underground roots illuminated entirely, no longer flickering, casting a brilliant light upon the dark passage as they twisted toward Li Yuan. Zhao Baidong, Sui Wetian, the seventh palace. Li Yuan could no longer contain himself and erupted in a furious curse. Shao Kai, fifth sister, take action. Let us grant the sword fairy a final rest. At this moment, Li Yuan found it impossible to maintain his respect for the elder. Fifth sister opened her mouth, expelling countless strands of spider silk, resembling a white torrent that clashed incessantly with the oncoming colorful roots. Li Yuan, accompanied by Shao Kai, surged against the current. Escape at this juncture was unrealistic. Severing the source was the only option. Under Fifth Sister's cover, Li Yuan and Shao Kai approached the roots, while Shao Kai's long-prepared exotic fireball was now ready. With a roar, the crimson flames soared forth. The roots could not move, and even a mere touch of the red fire would incinerate them entirely. However, at that moment, a second sound of sword chime resonated. An invisible sword aura spread out, extinguishing the crimson flames in an instant. How terrifying! Li Yuan's heart raced. The opponent's unconscious release of sword aura was sufficient to quench the red fire, signifying the vast chasm between him and his adversary. According to Zhao Baidong, the sword fairy had reached the realm of an 8th-grade martial saint in her lifetime. If she were truly resurrected, a single strike would be insurmountable. Yet, as a mere corpse, there remained a glimmer of hope. As this thought emerged, Li Yuan felt an emptiness in his right arm. The invisible sword aura had struck without warning. His right hand was severed. The force was overwhelming. Li Yuan activated the revitalizing goo, and a new arm swiftly sprouted. Swish, swish, swish. More sword auras followed suit. Consequently, Li Yuan lost his leg. Li Yuan's left hand was gone. A gaping hole pierced through his abdomen. Li Yuan was reduced to a mere shell. How long would this continue? Were it not for the regenerative capabilities afforded by the revitalizing goo and the immense vitality provided by the giant spirit goo, he would have perished 100 times over. The sword aura of the sword fairy was merely unconsciously emitted. Were it a true sword saint, focused attacks would have obliterated him in mere strikes. Continuing in this manner was unsustainable. He needed to find a way to break the deadlock. Li Yuan surveyed his surroundings and soon identified a peculiar detail. The sword aura was not only targeting him. Other small creatures within the dark passage were also affected. In areas devoid of life, the sword aura ran rampant. It only sought to slay the living. Realizing this, Li Yuan collapsed to the ground with a thud, opting to feign death, shielding Shao Kai and Fifth Sister, suppressing all signs of life. In the next moment, the dark passage fell silent. Indeed, his deduction was correct. Li Yuan silently rejoiced at his insight, yet a pressing question loomed before him. How to escape? Prolonged exposure here would lead to his obliteration by the Goo Immortal's will. He regretted his earlier bravado, He should have spared Zhao Baidong's life to clarify matters. Alas, once the giant spirit Gu took hold, the surging vitality clouded his judgment, and he had not contemplated the consequences at the time. Reflecting now, it seemed likely that Zhao Baidong and Sui Wetian had brought something that affected the long-dormant sword fairy. They had surely come prepared. To uncover the truth, one could only enter the coffin. Li Yuan suddenly leaped up and charged towards the colossal coffin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword aura surged once more. I lay down. Li Yuan once again fell to the ground, suppressing his breath, feigning death to escape. Once the sword intent subsided, he sprang up again. The sword aura surged. Alas, I have perished once more. Although this was a battle against an AI, it was akin to facing a hellish difficulty level. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely met their demise at least 800 times. Li Yuan reflected deeply. He could not afford to be reckless next time. Not even a hint of greed could be entertained. Alas, he was but a human. After countless attempts, employing the tactic of feigned death, Li Yuan finally reached the edge of the coffin, lying upon the opened coffin lid. One last time, his heartbeat ceased. Yet his mind remained taut. Senior Sword Immortal, I sincerely apologize. As a junior, I only wish to survive. If I have caused any offense, I beg for your understanding. Chapter 64. The Fates weaving in the midst of turbulent thoughts, the rebirth of the goo worm once again surged forth with vitality. Li Yuan suddenly leaped from the coffin lid, drawing closer to the sword fairy, whose emanating sword aura became increasingly dense, nearly washing over him. Get back! With all his strength, he desperately evaded the lethal strikes, fracturing into 4 or 5 pieces that fell into the coffin. It was only at this moment that he beheld the true visage of the sword fairy. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, strands unfurling over her snow-white gown, each filament shimmering with a silvery luster, as if infused with the ethereal glow of moonlight. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, with brows like distant mountains, elongated and graceful, and her eyes tightly shut, adorned with long lashes. Her skin was fairer than snow, delicate as mutton-fat jade. Beside her, a precious sword hovered, its elongated blade radiating a chilling blue light. This very weapon had cleaved him into fragments. Li Yuan stared in awe, hesitant to adjust his perspective. Wait, something is amiss. At that moment, he realized that the sword fairy's body exuded warmth. Could she truly still be alive? 3,000 years. Under normal circumstances, even a 9th-rank martial emperor would not live beyond 300 years. The lifespan of a martial god is unknown, but they cannot linger in the mortal realm. Destined to be drawn into the celestial gates, shattering the void to ascend. How could anyone survive for 3 millennia? Moreover, the sword fairy had perished once 3,000 years prior. Could it be? Li Yuan suddenly recalled the guidance on the map. Beside the giant tree ridge lay the Tomb of the Living Dead, one of the Forsaken Islands. Was this the very place referred to? What should he do? Countless thoughts swirled in his mind. The path to escape had been sealed, and time was running short. To depart, he must ensure the sword fairy returns to her eternal slumber. Stay calm. Stay calm, Li Yuan pondered, revisiting the words spoken by Zhao Baidong and Sui Wetian. Only the one who tied the knot can untie it. The key to breaking the impasse lay within their words. Could it truly be that I must refine the sword fairy? Gazing upon the slumbering beauty of the sword fairy, unparalleled in grace, he felt compelled to act without hesitation. At this juncture, nothing mattered more than survival. Regardless of her status as the sword fairy, even if a true immortal were to appear, he would have to confront it. Sword fairy, please forgive this younger generation. In the past, you were harmed by demons. If I manage to escape this time, I vow to slay 10,000 demons in vengeance for you. If you remain silent, I shall take it as your consent. I am about to proceed. After much mental fortitude, Li Yuan focused his intent, locking onto the sword fairy's form. Select original material. This is a bound object and cannot be examined or synthesized. It's over. A chill ran through Li Yuan's heart. The sword fairy's body is bound? Does she truly possess a faint consciousness that has lingered for 3,000 years? Or does the master refer to the will of the Gu Immortal? If manually refined, it would take at least 10 years, and I cannot wait that long. It seems every avenue is blocked. No, I cannot give up. Where there's life, there's hope. There must be a way. Li Yuan pondered deeply. After a long while, a glimmer of inspiration flashed through his mind. Since there is a master, I shall seize it. As long as I become the master, the refinement shall occur in an instant, and the problems will be effortlessly resolved. Fifth sister, transform the sword fairy into a family member. Li Yuan issued a bold command. In the next moment, he leaped fiercely, his frail form reborn, seizing the sword fairy's precious sword, while the giant spirit goo erupted with full force, firmly restraining it. Fifth sister immediately expelled a copious amount of silk threads, intending to invade the sword fairy's body. All is dictated by fate. Not a single moment is subject to one's will. Is this the price of becoming a goo immortal? Suddenly, a series of soft sighs exploded in Li Yuan's mind. The silk threads expelled by fifth sister fell in despondence. Goo, immortal. Li Yuan seemed to glimpse an immensely towering figure, seated in the center of his consciousness, shaking its head and sighing incessantly. The soul goo immortal from ancient times to the present was far from the spirited figure he had envisioned. Rather, it bore an air of despondency. My daughter, such is destiny. All I can do for you is this. In the long-sleeping realm of the immortal goo, the physical body remains eternal for 3,000 years, allowing a sliver of residual consciousness to gather, and with the soul's dwelling, it retains clarity for 300 years, enabling rebirth. If the soul can retain its essence for 30 years, it may recall past lives in this existence. The ethereal voice resonated through his mind. Li Yuan savored the words, finally comprehending, and his will to survive surged instantly. He shouted to the heavens, Goo immortal, this life shall be borne by me, Li Yuan. I am willing to connect my fate with the sword fairy's soul, protecting her through past and present. Goo immortal, I am the destiny of the sword fairy. At this juncture, Li Yuan cared not whether the goo immortal could grasp his intentions. He could only express his stance. If all else failed, he would have to fight to the death. He still possessed one final trump card. Thunderous roars echoed within his consciousness as Li Yuan instinctively tightened his grip on the precious jade hidden near his heart. This was his last resort, an amulet infused with the will and bloodline of the founding emperor, the war god. The goo immortal's will was formidable. The war goddess spirit was likely equally strong. Within the sea of consciousness, the towering, indistinct figure turned, and Li Yuan's gaze seemed to transcend space and time, colliding with the fate of the goo immortal. Yes, I can, Li Yuan cried out. Time appeared to freeze in that moment. The goo immortal's ethereal form remained still, while Li Yuan clutched the sword fairy's sword tightly, bracing for a life and death struggle. Good. After a long pause, the goo immortal spoke again. You, May. As the words fell, the goo immortal's visage grew increasingly clear, and just as Li Yuan was on the verge of discerning its features, the sword fairy's sword ceased to tremble. Everything in the realm of consciousness reverted to reality. The overwhelming pressure dissipated, and the sword intent and murderous aura vanished. The exquisitely beautiful sword fairy remained in slumber within her coffin. Li Yuan was drenched in sweat, his throat parched. It seemed the goo immortal had long since devised this plan, but the conditions were too stringent for an ordinary person to meet. It was merely by chance that he encountered it. The physical body preserved in the goo immortal's realm for 3,000 years could indeed yield a fragment of residual consciousness. The sword fairy had truly obtained it. The first prophecy of the goo immortal has come to fruition. However, the second point presents an insurmountable challenge. The concept of soul connection necessitates a goo master to transform the sword fairy into a fated goo. Yet, the formidable goo masters can no longer replace their fated goo. For weaker goo masters to attempt this would be tantamount to courting death, as they could not hope to survive beyond 300 years, let alone maintain the clarity of the sword fairy's consciousness to achieve resurrection. The goo immortal's fervently held plan exists almost exclusively in the realm of theory. Li Yuan is the singular solution to this nearly impossible hypothesis. Is this also destiny? Perhaps this indeed is fate, the profound ability of the fateful goo, which ranks second on the extraordinary goo list. I beg your pardon, esteemed sword fairy. Li Yuan refrained from employing the black jar synthesis system to forge a bond with the sword fairy, for since the goo immortal had already devised a plan, the most primitive method would suffice. He summoned a drop of blood from his heart and let it fall into the mouth of the sword fairy, subsequently sitting cross-legged to attune himself to his fate. At this moment, vivid scenes began to unfold in his mind. Chapter 65. Harvesting a sword immortal in the Lingxiao sword sect. One is born with an innate sword body. At the tender age of 3, the child began to practice swordsmanship. By 5, martial arts were mastered. At 10, the essence of sword intent was comprehended, and at 14, he stepped into the realm of a 6th-grade minor master, achieving the status of a grand master by 17. By 20, he participated in the Second Tianyuan War, safeguarding the borders of humanity against demons and monsters. In a life-and-death battle, he transcended his ranks to slay 2 demon saints, triggering the celestial phenomenon known as 10,000 swords, returning to the sect, and ascended to the 8th grade, becoming a legendary sword saint, revered by the world as the Sword Immortal. Tragically, he was later ambushed and slain by the 7 great saints of the demons, perishing at the youthful age of 22. Fragments of memory cascaded through Li Yuan's mind like a meteor shower, revealing a brilliance and elegance unparalleled. The experience of such an extraordinary talent left Li Yuan profoundly astonished. There is a reason why martial prowess is esteemed above all in the Tianyuan continent. In comparison to the martial path, other cultivation systems exhibit conspicuous flaws. The path of Gu mastery is particularly grueling, as without extraordinary fortuity, even those with remarkable talent must rely on the passage of time to refine their abilities. In this moment, Li Yuan sensed a peculiar connection with the Sword Immortal, akin to the bond between a Gu master and their life Gu, yet possessing an extraordinary distinction. The data panel materialized before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 6th Transformation 17-3000, Realm, 6th Transformation, Mental Power, Mid-Stage Domain Realm, Life Gu, Giant Spirit Gu, Revitalization Gu, Colorful Ethereal Fire Python, Illusory Silk Garment, Queen of Silk Gu, Sword Immortal Gu House, Colorful Ethereal Fire Cave, 1000 Gu House, Illusory Silk Mysterious Realm, 1000 Gu House. Has it been accomplished? Upon noticing the addition of Sword Immortal among his life Gu, Li Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief. This journey was not in vain. He had come seeking the extraordinary Gu, yet by serendipity had transformed the Sword Immortal into his life Gu. Li Yuan had already experienced the exceptional combat prowess of the Sword Immortal, even if she could not manifest her premortal strength. Her capabilities would far surpass those of ordinary Gu for him at this moment. Today marks the 5th day since I entered the secret realm of Immortal Gu. With only 2 days remaining, I must not squander this time. Sword Immortal? Li Yuan focused his thoughts and gently called out her name. The white-clad Sword Immortal, who had slept for 3 millennia, stirred slightly, her eyelashes fluttering. Under Li Yuan's anxious gaze, she slowly sat up. She turned her head. Her vacant eyes fixed on Li Yuan, silent and unresponsive. Sword Immortal, we must depart, Li Yuan declared as he rose to his feet. The Sword Immortal followed suit. Her existence sustained by the fragment of her consciousness residing within Li Yuan's soul, lacking significant intelligence or the ability to speak. As he climbed out of the coffin, a sudden thought struck Li Yuan. Would taking the Sword Immortal outside attract the attention of the old beings within the 9 Palaces Gu nest? Should the 9 Palace Masters discover the truth, they would undoubtedly dissect him for research. He pondered whether the illusory silk garment could conceal the Sword Immortal's aura. As these thoughts occupied his mind, he made his way outward. At that moment, a flash of colorful light vanished once more. The Dream Tree. Previously, he had attempted to refine the Dream Tree, yet it had displayed ownership, preventing synthesis. The master of the Dream Tree is likely the Sword Immortal. And now that the Sword Immortal is mine, it seems only reasonable to cultivate a Dream Tree, does it not? With this thought, Li Yuan immediately focused his intent. Select raw materials. Dream Tree, a wondrous tree nourished by the celestial dew that fell when the heavenly gate opened, capable of purifying all things and granting immortality. It is the dream of the mortal realm. Is it truly possible? Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, the dream tree was too immense to transport. It could only be synthesized on site. Otherwise, how delightful it would be to bring it back and place it in the small bamboo grove. Just as Li Yuan was lost in thought, the slug dream garment emerged. Do you wish to partake? The innate Gu have their own spirits, each expressing desires uniquely. The giant spirit Gu is combative. The rebirth Gu silently protects, while the slug dream garment is languid, a fine example of a slothful worker. The 5-colored ethereal fire python possesses a strong sense of possession, and the spider queen Gu is an affectionately clingy darling. Instances of the slug dream garment proactively expressing its desires are rare. Then it shall be yours. Xiao Kai and Wu Mei showed little interest in the dream tree, making it perfectly suited for the slug dream garment. Select raw materials. Innate Gu dream garment. Add to dream tree. Commencing synthesis. Oh, dear lazy Gu. You must strive a bit harder. Such a precious treasure is of worth comparable to even the lower-ranked aberrant Gu. Li Yuan hoped for the dream garment's evolution. Over the years, during numerous battles, the slug dream garment had achieved significant feats, helping him unleash his unseen and unheard combat abilities. It consistently allowed him to take the initiative. Boom. In the next moment, The illusory black jar before Li Yuan began to rise dramatically, swiftly ascending into the cloud-laden sky, enveloping the towering dream tree. This was Li Yuan's first time using such extraordinary materials for goo crafting. Without the enhancement of the black jar, it would take at least a century or two to refine the dream tree into a goo. In a moment, the black jar began to shake violently. Li Yuan was filled with anticipation. After 5 full hours, the commotion from the black jar gradually subsided. In the past, the longest synthesis of goo had taken no more than the time for a cup of tea. This was the longest yet. The system's prompt finally resonated. Your innate goo dream garment has completed an evolution, transforming into the aberrant goo myriad phenomena forest goo. Myriad phenomena forest goo grants the goo master the ability to alter the celestial environment within a certain area, using the mind as a canvas. Encompassing all things and the heavens, constructing a realm entirely beneficial to oneself in battle, capable of concealing and altering the aura of all entities. Aberrant goo? It ranks 8th on the list of aberrant goo myriad phenomena forest. The dream tree, a divine entity that has existed for 3 millennia, was personally planted by the goo immortal. And Li Yuan naturally anticipated the dream garment's evolution into an aberrant goo. Yet, when the evolution was truly successful, he could hardly contain his inner joy. Altering the environment, constructing a realm, concealing the aura. The 3 abilities bestowed by myriad phenomena forest goo are nothing short of divine skills, capable of offense, defense, and stealth. Boom, boom. At that moment, the earth trembled once more. Oh no. Li Yuan's expression shifted slightly as he realized the dream tree had been refined by him, leaving this land desolate and likely to provoke unforeseen changes. The formidable beings from the 9 palaces goo nest would undoubtedly come to investigate the truth of the matter. It was time to depart. With a mere thought, the power of the myriad manifestations goo emerged, carving out a stable passage amidst the crumbling earth. This was the ability to transform the environment, to bask in sunlight amidst a torrential downpour, to embrace the snowstorm under the scorching sun. This was the essence of the extraordinary goo. Upon breaking free from the earth, Li Yuan harnessed the capabilities of the myriad manifestations goo to pierce through the fog, making his way directly to the island where the spirit turtle resided. The ground of Giant Tree Ridge continued to collapse. Li Yuan felt like a child who had committed a grave mistake, his heart racing with anxiety. But wait, why was he so flustered? This was, after all, the creation of a goo immortal. Assisting the goo immortal in caring for his daughter and receiving a modest remuneration was hardly unreasonable, was it? As he reassured himself, he did not falter in his pace, swiftly navigating through the jungle. Before long, he arrived at the water's edge. Slugs, protect the sword fairy. Do not let the mundane world disturb her radiant beauty. Chapter 66. The news of the Fengshan ceremony, the myriad manifestations of the goo fell upon the dress of the sword immortal, shifting constantly until she seamlessly melded into the air, appearing as if she never existed. Li Yuan felt a wave of relief. Such a disguise could elude even an 8th turn goo master. It was foolproof. The spirit turtle made its way ashore, and Li Yuan leaped onto its back, followed by the sword immortal, who remained undetected by the spirit turtle goo. By the lakeside, Ning Hongyu was engaged in quiet meditation when she suddenly sensed something amiss and abruptly opened her eyes. What was happening? She gazed towards the center of the lake, where vibrant colors flickered and pierced through the mist, affecting even the shore. Could there be an upheaval in the immortal goo secret realm? She couldn't help but worry about her junior brother. However, she could not venture onto the island and could only watch helplessly. The tumultuous waves in the lake roared far more ferociously than usual, resembling a feral beast in a fit of rage. An elder approached swiftly from a distance. Master Uncle. Upon seeing the elderly man, Ning Hongyu saluted respectfully. This was Qi Yin, the vice master of the 9th palace, a formidable 8th turn goo master. Master Uncle. Has something transpired in the immortal goo secret realm? She inquired. I am uncertain, Qi Yin replied, shaking his head. It seems one of the disciples undergoing training on the island has caused a disturbance. Such occurrences have been rare in the realm for quite some time. Whether it is a blessing or a curse is yet to be determined. I shall investigate. As one of the guardians of the immortal goo secret realm, he had the authority to enter the isolated island in exceptional circumstances. Master Uncle, my junior brother Li Yuan is also on the island. If something truly has gone awry, please rescue him, Ning Hongyu beseeched. Oh, Qi Yin raised an eyebrow. Is he the disciple of you, your master? Indeed, Ning Hongyu affirmed with a nod. Very well. Qi Yin agreed. If I come across him, I shall bring him back without hesitation. As his words faded, a commotion arose from the shore. revealing a spirit turtle climbing from the lake, a tall and handsome young man standing upon its back. Junior brother, Ning Hongyu exclaimed with joy upon seeing his return. Rushing towards him, I am relieved you are safe. What transpired on the island? I do not know. Li Yuan shook his head. I was searching for treasures when suddenly the ground trembled violently, startling me into fleeing towards the shore, calling for the spirit turtle Gu to bring me back. You are indeed cautious and entirely unready. No wonder, junior brother, you praised your excellent temperament. You are destined for great endeavors, Qi Yin remarked with a smile. Disciple pays respects to master uncle. Li Yuan bowed, feeling a wave of anxiety. The sword immortal stood concealed in the mist by the shore, cloaked by the myriad manifestations of the Gu. She was a senior of his master, Yu Hengchuan, and undoubtedly also an eighth-turn Gu master. If she discerned any hint of truth, his fate would be dire. No need for excessive formalities. Qi Yin waved his hand. You both should return. Do not linger here. I will proceed to the island to uncover the truth of the matter. Understood, Ning Hongyu nodded, quickly pulling Li Yuan away. At the moment she grasped his hand, Li Yuan sensed a rising sword intent, evidently emanating from the sword immortal who was trailing behind him. Could it be? This possessiveness surpasses even that of Shao Kai. Shao Kai merely contends with the Gu insects and has a discord with Wu Mei, yet the sword immortal forbids him from approaching other women entirely? That seems unlikely. Li Yuan pondered deeply, surmising that the sword immortal, having secluded herself for 3 millennia, might exhibit a natural aversion to unfamiliar presences, which would likely dissipate with familiarity. It is merely a remnant of her consciousness, not something that would incite jealousy. It is highly probable that this is an instinctive reaction. It appears that acclimating the sword immortal to the world after 3,000 years will require considerable effort. As his thoughts wandered, the two gradually distanced themselves. Only when he could no longer sense his master's aura did the stone in Li Yuan's heart finally lift, confirming the formidable disguise capabilities of the Wanxiang Sinluo Gu, which would undoubtedly facilitate his future endeavors. Junior brother, how is your harvest in the immortal Gu secret realm? Ning Hongyu inquired as they journeyed. Quite satisfactory, Li Yuan replied, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. His long anticipation was not in vain. The immortal Gu secret realm was indeed his paradise. The precious Gu, Huan Yuan robe, had evolved into the extraordinary Wanxiang Sinluo Gu. He had also acquired an enchanting sword immortal. I must return when the opportunity arises. Alas, a change of circumstances occurred on the island. Otherwise, you could have stayed longer and reaped even greater rewards, Ning Hongyu lamented. That is more than enough. Li Yuan responded contentedly. What of the master? Has he awakened? He has, Ning Hongyu replied with a smile. His recovery is progressing well, and he is already able to move freely. Ever since his awakening, he has been praising himself incessantly. Praising himself for what? Li Yuan queried, puzzled. What else could it be? He boasts of his discerning eye, claiming that discovering a talent like you in a place like the 12 caves of the outer sect is a divine blessing, Ning Hongyu teased. Amidst their banter, they returned to the 9th palace, to the quaint farmhouse where Ning Hongyu resided. Master, we have returned, Li Yuan announced as they entered the courtyard. His gaze immediately fell upon the white-haired figure tending to the flowers. He hurried over, exclaiming, Master, you have endured much during this time. Not at all. Yu Hengchuan replied with a wave of his hand. After traversing the realms of life and death, his outlook had become remarkably open. Having relinquished all, he finally let go of his last lingering attachment. With both you and Hongyu here, I can enjoy a peaceful old age, feeling content. And what about me? Pei Luoqing chimed in. You? Yu Hengchuan retorted. You eat like a pig. Consuming so much, if not for your senior sister, our household would be empty. Pei Luoqing felt wronged. Is it my fault that my innate Gu is like this? Besides, I only consume vegetarian fare now. Ning Hongyu playfully kicked him. So you still wish to eat meat? Enough of this chatter, Yu Hengchuan interjected, waving his hand. With the royal sealing ceremony approaching, let us discuss the allocation of quotas now that you are all present. Li Yuan's heart stirred. Master, when does the sealing ceremony commence? The palace master recently conveyed to me that the ceremony will take place in 36 days. Initially, each elder had only one recommendation quota. However, due to my contributions in life and death, I have been granted an additional quota, allowing 2 of you to partake in the sealing ceremony, Yu Hengchuan declared. The grand ceremony at Fengshan brings universal celebration as the dragon vein emerges, bestowing boundless blessings upon the world. Those who journey to Kunlun to partake in this momentous event will be graced by the baptism of the dragon vein's fortune, a rare opportunity that draws countless individuals in eager pursuit. I shall forego this chance, allowing it to be seized by Pei Zhu and my junior brother, as I, Ning Hongyu, the eldest sister, willingly step aside. Among the three of us, I possess the least talent. Such a fortuitous occasion should be granted to my sister and brother. Pei Luoqing chuckled. Li Yuan, however, interjected, this makes me appear rather foolish. He genuinely wished to attend, for this matter was intertwined with his heritage and blood feud, involving his grandfather, the esteemed physician, and entangled with his mother. He had compelling reasons to participate. Moreover, he had acquired the Wanxiang Saluogu, providing him with a considerable degree of security. As long as he refrained from revealing himself, no one would discern his unusual circumstances. Chapter 67. A mute and a blind man. Surely you wish to go, Ning Hongyu said with a smile as she embraced Li Yuan's shoulder. Junior brother, do not feel shy. If you desire to attend, just say so. We will understand. Li Yuan nodded, acknowledging that this matter was a favor owed to his senior sister and second senior brother. It is merely a trivial matter. Pei Luoqing waved her hand dismissively. Senior sister, it would be best if you accompany junior brother. The Fengshan ceremony may not be entirely peaceful, and your strength will ensure that you can look after him should any unforeseen events arise. Ning Hongyu raised an eyebrow. Are you truly willing? Siblings must be fair in their dealings. Speak plainly, do not feign. I do not feign, Pei Luoqing chuckled. As long as senior sister permits me to feast heartily at the cottage for 3 days, I shall consider it compensation. Be gone. Ning Hongyu rolled her eyes. At most, 1 day. If you eat for 3 days, the celestial palace will be stripped bare by your gluttony. Agreed. Pei Luoqing grinned mischievously. You set a trap for me. Did you? Ning Hongyu narrowed her eyes in mock suspicion. Hee. Pei Luoqing relished her cunning success. As the saying goes, seek higher and you may attain the middle. Seek the middle and you may find the low, but seek the low and you shall find nothing. Such is the art of deception. Both the master and junior brother bore witness to this. Let me indulge for a day, no backing out. With that, Pei Luoqing licked her lips. Look at you. Resembling a glutton. I shall let this one slide. Ning Hongyu replied with resignation. Then, Li Yuan beheld the once dignified Pei Luoqing transform into a rotund figure, diving into the vegetable patch and indulging in a feast. This reminded him of the towering Tinjiang ginseng larva, akin to a small mountain. So, it was Pei's senior brother who had devoured it all? Master, you might want to worry about whether your second disciple will ever find a bride, Ning Hongyu teased. Women are meant to marry. You should seize your own opportunities, Yu Hengchuan remarked, casting a glance her way. Junior brother is quite commendable, aligning with my ideals. Ning Hongyu replied, batting her eyelashes. Master, how about you arrange a marriage between me and junior brother? Yu Hengchuan chuckled. You certainly know how to choose. Li Yuan hastily waved his hands. Senior sister, it is premature to discuss such matters. Once my cultivation reaches fruition, we may then speak of romance. I shall await your return, Ning Hongyu teased, well aware that affection does not blossom overnight. Yet, someone must take the initiative in matters of the heart. With a young man like junior brother, she was willing to pursue him. If he was reluctant, she would not force it. They would let fate unfold. Perhaps one day it would indeed come to pass. The following day, the 4 of them shared a midday meal. It was time for Li Yuan to depart. Traveling from the 9 Palaces Mountains in the south to Kunlun Void would require at least 15 days, even on the back of a black eagle. Once there, he would need additional time to prepare, at least 3 days. Junior brother, I shall come to 12 Ks to find you in half a month, Ning Hongyu planned. Understood. Li Yuan nodded, waving his farewell. Take care, master. I shall visit again when time permits. Your master has entrusted you with a lifetime of effort, Yu Hengchuan reminded him. Yu Hengchuan's withered hands tightly clasped Li Yuan's as he softly urged, Li Yuan, you must concoct the extraordinary goo, like the dream silk moth. 7 days later, Li Yuan returned to the 12 caves of the bamboo grove accompanied by the sword fairy. Brother Yuan, you're back. Before they could enter the forest, a figure suddenly emerged from the residual goo tower. It was Wang Zhaozhao. Xiao Zhao, your perceptive abilities have grown remarkably, Li Yuan remarked with a smile. The blood ague had robbed its master of sight while enhancing other senses. As time passed, Wang Zhaozhao became increasingly astute. Brother Yuan, who is the lady by your side? Wang Zhaozhao inquired, noticing a remarkable woman beside Li Yuan. She, Li Yuan hesitated, is my distant cousin, known as the Sword Fairy. Cousin? Wang Zhao felt a tinge of embarrassment. Brother Yuan, does that distant cousin who assisted me with my arm know my cousin as well? She does. Li Yuan paused. They are from the same family. It would be inaccurate to say otherwise, given their shared goo. "Oh, Sister Sword Fairy, greetings," Wang Zhaozhao nervously offered, sensing the formidable presence of this sister, whose prowess seemed to eclipse even that of Brother Yuan. "She cannot speak, as she is mute," Li Yuan explained. "Mute?" Wang Zhaozhao's heart ached with sympathy, marveling at Brother Yuan's benevolence in taking in this blind sister, while also caring for a mute elder sister. "Brother Yuan, I will prepare dinner. You should help the Sword Fairy become acquainted with her surroundings." In the past, when she had just lost her sight, her movements had been fraught with difficulty. The Sword Fairy, so powerful yet mute, must have suffered from some insidious and uncontrollable affliction to end up in such a state. "You've worked hard, Xiao Zhao." "It's not hard at all. Just having Brother Yuan back home brings me immense joy," Wang Zhaozhao replied, swiftly darting into the kitchen to begin her preparations. Li Yuan then led the Sword Fairy to the bedroom. "Sword Fairy, you shall sleep here from now on." To awaken a fragment of the Sword Fairy's consciousness would require nurturing for 300 years, gradually imparting the nuances of this world, including its myriad human experiences. "Sword Fairy, that girl is called Xiao Zhao. We are now a family, and you must not harbor any animosity toward her." Li Yuan instilled the concept of friendship into the Sword Fairy, lest she instinctively regard everyone but him as an adversary. The Sword Fairy nodded slightly. "Do you understand?" This simple gesture filled Li Yuan with astonishment. It seemed that after intertwining with his soul, the Sword Fairy had begun to cultivate a rudimentary awareness. In his eyes, the Sword Fairy had transformed into a vibrant life form, one capable of continual metamorphosis and evolution, potentially wielding powers that could surpass those of 3 millennia past, thus becoming his unparalleled ally. Following this, he imparted some basic instructions to the Sword Fairy, such as drinking water, sleeping, undressing, and dressing. "Brother Yuan, Sister Sword Fairy, it's time to eat." Soon, Xiao Zhao's voice echoed from outside. "Let us go." Li Yuan stepped outside, with the Sword Fairy following closely behind. "Sword Fairy, please take a seat here." He gestured toward a chair. The Sword Fairy sat down clumsily, utterly at a loss on how to use chopsticks. "Brother Yuan, has Sister Sword Fairy's mind faltered?" Wang Zhaozhao inquired. "Indeed," Li Yuan nodded. "She has lost all her memories, resembling a newborn infant who must relearn everything from the ground up." "How pitiful," Wang Zhaozhao said as she fetched a wooden spoon and lifted a bowl. "Sister Sword Fairy, allow me to feed you." Open wide, a little Zhao displayed remarkable patience as she tended to the Sword Fairy. As night fell, Li Yuan asked little Zhao to teach the Sword Fairy how to bathe and change clothes. In the bathing area, sounds of little Zhao's astonishment echoed. "Wow, Sister Sword Fairy, your skin is so smooth and tender, it feels delightful to the touch. Your figure is splendid, far more graceful than mine." As she gently wiped the Sword Fairy's body, Wang Zhaozhao felt a pang of envy, convinced that even without seeing her true visage, she must be an unparalleled beauty, a celestial being descended to earth. Chapter 68. The celestial-like cousin time flows like water. A fortnight has swiftly passed. After this period of adaptation, the Sword Fairy has gained a touch more ethereal grace, now capable of attending to her own meals and bathing. Yet, in the absence of meticulous guidance, she occasionally finds herself in amusing predicaments. For instance, in the midst of dining, she may suddenly dart up a tree to catch a bird, or during her bath, unexpectedly intrude upon Li Yuan's chamber, and at night, venture into the bamboo grove to swing on a swing. Such antics leave Li Yuan both exasperated and amused. There remains a vast distance before the Sword Fairy's full maturation. It has been a fortnight. It is time for the senior sister to arrive. "Xiao Zhao, the Foshan ceremony is about to commence, and I must make a trip to Kunlun Void. This is the only unresolved matter in Li Yuan's life that he must attend to. Is it going to be dangerous?" Wang Zhaozhao inquired with concern. She had long heard tales of the Foshan ceremony, where various factions and lords would gather, and the possibility of demons causing chaos was high. Even if Brother Yuan is formidable, in such dire circumstances, he would merely be a drifting reed without roots. "Fear not," Li Yuan replied with a smile. "With the Night Owl King presiding, there should be no disturbances. I shall return after receiving the cleansing of the Dragon Vein's fortune. Then, Brother Yuan, take care." Wang Zhaozhao couldn't help but recall the tumultuous times of her past. Her father had passed, her mother had departed, and she had endured hunger, gnawing on foul rats and tree bark, pursued and bitten by wild dogs, until she met her grandfather, who brought her here and introduced her to Brother Yuan. It was then that she discovered the warmth of home. How she wished this journey of hardship would conclude here, living an ordinary life with Brother Yuan in a tranquil little mountain for eternity. Though her heart ached with reluctance, she understood this was an opportunity not to be missed, one that could not jeopardize Brother Yuan's future. I shall take my leave then. As Li Yuan turned, he suddenly felt a tightness at his back. Brother Yuan. Wang Zhaozhao embraced him from behind, tears streaming down her face like rain on pear blossoms. You must return. Xiao Zhao will always wait here for you to come home. Li Yuan chuckled helplessly, gently stroking Xiao Zhao's hair. Silly girl, when I say I will return. I surely will. Have I ever deceived you? He surmised that Xiao Zhao was recalling their days of fleeing, stirring her fears. Having both emerged from the depths of human suffering, he could empathize with her anxiety over loss and separation. And thus he departed, releasing Xiao Zhao's hand. Li Yuan took the sword ferry with him, quickly vanishing at the edge of the small bamboo grove. On the descent, Ning Hongyu, clad in a crimson gown, crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. No wonder even the senior sister disregards you. It seems you have hidden beauty in a gilded cage, and two at that. Junior brother, I underestimated you. Senior sister, this is my cousin. The one on the mountain is my sister, Li Yuan responded earnestly. Is that so? Ning Hongyu rolled her eyes. A man's words are but deceitful whispers. Let us change the subject and proceed. Humph. Ning Hongyu pouted, summoning her black eagle, and inquired. Are you certain you wish to take your little cousin to Kunlun Void? Rest assured, senior sister, I have my plans. The sword immortal is undoubtedly Li Yuan's most formidable asset, and thus must be kept close at hand. Very well, Ning Hongyu remarked. Do not blame me for not warning you. Kunlun Void is currently under strict surveillance from various factions, to the extent that even a fly cannot penetrate its defenses. No worries, Li Yuan replied with composure. With the presence of the Wuxiang Sanluo Gu, the so-called defenses appeared utterly inconsequential in his eyes. Were it not for the intention of allowing the sword immortal to experience the mundane essence of the world, to engage in human interaction and thereby stimulate her remnant consciousness, he would not permit his senior sister to see her. Miss, are you truly her cousin? The sword immortal, draped in flowing white, exuded an ethereal aura, standing apart from the world like a celestial being. 3,000 years ago, she was already a paragon of unmatched beauty, and her 3 millennia of seclusion and slumber had only heightened her otherworldly charm, resembling a fairy from the heavens. Ning Hongyu, who prided herself on her own beauty and had garnered the admiration of many young heroes, could not help but feel the stark contrast when compared to the sword immortal. Particularly in terms of grace, the difference was as vast as the heavens and the earth. The only aspect in which she could compete with the sword immortal was perhaps in pride. Reflecting on this, she involuntarily straightened her chest. What of the immortal? At least there are aspects in which I can hold my own. It's not about the buns, but rather about pride. Li Yuan observed his senior sister's subtle gestures with amusement, finding an unexpected charm in her carefree demeanor. He could not help but admire her, recognizing her as the esteemed senior sister she was. Miss, why are you silent? Noticing the sword immortal's silence as she gazed into the distant sky, Ning Hongyu sensed something amiss. My cousin has lost her memory, her consciousness is damaged and she is unable to speak, Li Yuan explained. Ah? Ning Hongyu exclaimed in surprise, hastily bowing an apology. I did not mean to speak ill of you. Please forgive me. So, she truly is your cousin? Ning Hongyu's belief began to solidify. Given Li Yuan's appearance and talents, it would be entirely plausible for him to seek a partner with ample curves, rather than an amnesiac sister or a blind sibling as Fade. That said, I might still have a chance, haha, she laughed joyfully. Senior sister, please refrain from teasing me, Li Yuan chuckled in return. Her open, warm-hearted nature had its merits, allowing her to navigate through her feelings without requiring his extensive explanations. By the way, there is something I forgot to mention. Ning Hongyu suddenly smacked her forehead, recalling an important matter. What is it? Li Yuan inquired, his heart tightening with concern. Recently, during your training in the immortal Gu secret realm, there was an upheaval on the solitary island, and the sect has uncovered the cause. What is the reason? Li Yuan felt a surge of anxiety. After the joint investigation by the elders of the 9 palaces, it was discovered that the towering giant trees in the immortal Gu secret realm have vanished. It is said that these were the extraordinary artifacts planted by the Gu immortal 3,000 years ago. Ning Hongyu lamented. Have they identified the culprits behind this disturbance? Li Yuan pressed. It appears that it was the handiwork of individuals from the 7th palace, Ning Hongyu replied. 2 of the 7th palace master's direct disciples, one named Su Yuetian and the other Zhao Baidong, recklessly trespassed into the tomb of the living dead. Do you know what that place is, junior brother? I do not. Li Yuan shook his head earnestly. The Tomb of the Living Dead serves as the eternal resting place for the daughter of the Gu immortal. Upon the arrival of the Elder of the Nine Palaces, it was discovered that not only had the giant tree vanished, but the coffin of the Gu immortal's daughter had also been disturbed, and her remains were nowhere to be found. Those who have passed into eternal slumber should not be exposed to light. It is possible that the remains of the Gu immortal's daughter have completely dissipated. After thorough investigation, the elders narrowed their suspicions to Su Yuetian and Zhao Baidong, yet both had vanished without a trace, leaving the matter shrouded in mystery. Initially, the palace master intended to summon you for questioning, but fortunately, with Master Qi Yan's testimony, you were spared an unnecessary trip. Ning Hongyu spoke incessantly. Thus, it became clear to Li Yuan that he owed a debt of gratitude to Su Yuetian and Zhao Baidong. Had they not taken the blame on his behalf, complications might have arisen. However, this matter would not be resolved easily. Ning Hongyu sighed, stating that the Elder of the Nine Palaces had declared that even if the instigators fled to the ends of the earth, those scoundrels would certainly be apprehended. Chapter 69. On the mountain and beneath its sister was right. Li Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow, recalling that scoundrel who still owed him 2 days of searching for opportunities. Once found, he must compensate me. With the grand ceremony of Fengshan approaching, the 9 palace masters, stretched thin, would undoubtedly pursue the matter later. Ning Hongyu expressed her indignation as well. In Kunlun Void, atop the lofty peaks at Tianyin Terrace, Li Qingshu stood clad in a golden robe, hands clasped behind his back. After nearly a year of trials, the former country youth now exuded a hint of imperial dignity. It is said that this place, outside the imperial capital, is the locus of the world's fortune. Yet why do I feel such profound solitude? Gazing down upon the world, surveying the lesser mountains below, all the lords and martial champions awaited at the foot of the mountain, while he stood at its pinnacle. In moments where one ought to be filled with grand aspirations, Li Qingshu inexplicably felt that this place did not belong to him. Is it because I cannot bear to part from Xiaofeng village or my mother? Perhaps I am not suited to be an emperor after all, he pondered, his emotions in turmoil. At this juncture, he had no control over the events unfolding before him. Whether he was to truly embark on the path to becoming the sovereign of the world or merely serve as a puppet, he had no choices left. Unbeknownst to him, 2 figures in the distance were observing him. Has everything been prepared on your end, little Sima? The Night Owl King, cloaked and wearing a bronze mask, inquired in a low voice. Absolutely flawless, replied in Miao, the little Sima of the extreme North Icefield tribe, nodding. With the protection of our clan's totemic magic, we can conceal the manifestation of the dragon veins from prying eyes. When the demons launch their assault, we shall seize the opportunity to disrupt the ceremony, deceiving everyone in the process. This plan, devised by Miao for the Night Owl King, aimed to temporarily stabilize the situation in the world, rallying all factions to expel the demons before gradually uncovering the truth. Very well. At this moment, the Night Owl King was certain that the young prince standing on Tianyin Terrace was merely a decoy. However, the little Sima of the extreme North Icefield tribe, who alone could confirm the truth, must protect this substitute, compelling him to play along in order to locate the true prince. If this thread were to snap, all would be lost. Once the genuine prince was found, the Fengshan ceremony could be held anew, with the interruption attributed to the demon's chaos. This was the only feasible course of action at present. The heroes of the realm had begun to arrive one after another. The grand spectacle capable of altering the tides of the world was about to unfold. And Miao gazed at the throngs of people at the edge of Kunlun Void, her heart heavy with sorrow. Little Linner, will you come? She wondered, believing that if little Linner were still alive, he would surely attend. Yet, where could he be? Would they truly meet again? On the outskirts of Kunlun Void, after a 7-day journey, Ning Hongyu and Li Yuan finally reached this gathering place of heroes. Despite the clear skies above, a sense of oppression hung in the air. Junior brother, we can only proceed this far. The next leg must be on foot. Beyond this point lies the sacred ground. The foremost powers from the central plains, southern wilderness, eastern desolation, northern lands, and western regions are forbidden to enter without having undergone the baptism of fortune. Even the most prestigious powers must approach on foot. The pilgrims, devout and sincere, demonstrate their respect for the dragon's pulse, or rather, their reverence for the martial god. Sister, you may go ahead. I will join you after I settle my cousin, Li Yuan said. All right. Ning Hongyu was puzzled as to why Li Yuan insisted on bringing along a cousin suffering from amnesia but refrained from questioning him further, perhaps believing it was for easier care. Once Ning Hongyu departed, Li Yuan hurried to a secluded grove. Sword Fairy, stay close behind me. Remain at the back of the group, and steer clear of those formidable beings. Do not act recklessly, do you understand? Li Yuan cautioned. The sword fairy nodded gently. Li Yuan unleashed the myriad of illusions which adorned the sword fairy's white dress, swiftly concealing her form and blending her into the atmosphere. Once assured of her safety, Li Yuan took a deep breath and slowly turned around, his gaze fixed upon the majestic mountains, eyes lifted towards the summit of Kunlun. He felt an unusual sensation, as if some voice were calling to him, drawing him nearer. Although his bloodline had been severed and given to the biological grandson of the Grand Physician, and despite not yet having integrated the blood of the founding emperor, an inexplicable bond lingered, like an unbreakable shackle. It seemed destined that he must arrive here, irreplaceably. Ancestors, do not interfere with me, the heavens are not yet dead. When the time comes, the great yin shall rise again. Li Yuan suppressed the tumult within his heart. He had come merely to observe, to see the biological grandson of the Grand Physician who had sheltered him for 16 years. Nothing more. The treasures of the martial god, the fortune of the dragon's pulse, these were concerns he wished to set aside for now. One day, he would tread through the snow to the mountain's peak, reclaiming all and resolving everything. He stepped out of the grove and entered the throng. Presently, the entire Kunlun void was divided into 4 tiers. The outermost layer was guarded by the armies of various powers, all watchful and prepared, ready to defend against both demons and alliances, with the potential for conflict ever looming. The middle layer consisted of the elites from these powers, with Li Yuan among them. The innermost layer was occupied by the representatives and rulers of these factions, such as the palace master of the 9 palaces and various nobles. At the summit resided the great Yin royalty and the Night Owl Guard. Junior brother, you have returned. Ning Hongyu called out upon seeing Li Yuan, gesturing towards the peak. Do you see that golden platform nearly touching the clouds? Yes, Li Yuan nodded. That is the Tianyin platform, where emperors of past dynasties held grand ceremonies to worship heaven and earth, Ning Hongyu explained. It's so high, Li Yuan squinted. Even with his mental strength reaching the mid-domain level, granting him vision surpassing that of ordinary people, he could only discern a mere speck through the layers of mist. Is that him? The biological grandson of the Grand Physician, my savior. Li Yuan's breath grew heavy, desperately suppressing the turmoil within. Junior brother, are you eager to undergo the baptism of fortune? Ning Hongyu smiled. Yes, Li Yuan replied with a nod. But we must wait. 3 more days remain. Ning Hongyu remarked. Many martial artists and Gu masters are eagerly awaiting this opportunity, including even some martial saints and 8 transformation Gu masters. Brother Li Yuan. Brother Li Yuan. As the two conversed, a series of bright calls echoed from a distance. Li Yuan turned his head to see a young girl clad in silver-white attire from the southern region sprinting towards him. The jingling of her silver accessories harmonized with her sweet smile. Little princess? Brother Li Yuan, I finally see you. I knew you would come. The young princess Xiaoqinu approached, her face alight with joy. Congratulations, little princess, on realizing your dream of becoming a formidable Gu master. In Li Yuan's perception, Xiaoqinu had already reached the 5th transformation as a Gu master, despite being merely 13 years of age, a full decade his junior. This exemplifies the formidable prowess of the 3rd-ranked Worrying Heart Gu on the exotic Gu list. Yet I still fall short compared to you, brother Li Yuan. Xiaoqinu said with a sweet smile. You have always been my aspiration. The memories of that fateful night, marked by a bloodbath against the demons, were deeply etched in the mind of the young princess. In the days that followed, despite encountering numerous Gu masters, she never witnessed again that unparalleled, sovereign demeanor. Yet her mentor would say, silly Chiner, that was merely the white moonlight of your childhood memories. Chapter 70, Old Dreams. Is it the white moonlight from childhood memories? Xiaoqinu does not agree with her teacher's assertion. Upon meeting Li Yuan again, she still perceives this elder brother, who introduced her to the world of Gu, as extraordinarily powerful. Even with the possession of the 3rd-ranked Wenxin Gu, her feelings remain unchanged. Instead, they evolve into an even more profound sense of admiration and distance. Do you know each other? Ning Hongyu inquired, her expression one of surprise. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. The little princess once resided in the 12 caves of the bamboo forest for a period. Ning Hongyu teased, the teacher mentioned you as solitary and withdrawn. Yet I never imagined you had so many friends, even the little princess of the Kanglan domain. Sister, you know me? Xiaoqinu gazed intently at Ning Hongyu. In her recollection, she had never encountered such a strikingly beautiful elder sister. I am Ning Hongyu. You are Sister Hongyu? Xiaoqinu exclaimed, her face lighting up. The teacher spoke of you. You are the strongest among the younger generation of the Ninth Palace. I aspire to be like you. Ning Hongyu, while not inherently competitive, felt a tinge of reluctance but had to concede to reality. In the presence of Wenxinggu, she held no chance of victory. I still have a long way to go before I can reach Sister Hongyu's level, Shaoqiner humbly replied. Shaoqiner, enough chit-chat. We must leave. Father is still waiting for us, a young swordsman approached. Li Yuan turned to see the heir of the Kanglan domain, Xiao Lai. After years apart, the once youthful boy now exuded an air of maturity. Brother Li Yuan, Sister Hongyu, I must take my leave, Shaoqiner murmured. Please be cautious. My father mentioned that the Fengshan Grand Ceremony may not be peaceful and could lead to a bloody conflict. Understood. You take care as well, Li Yuan nodded. Watching the little princess depart, the attitude of the Kanglan king had made it clear that he harbored distrust towards the ceremony. And it seemed other lords were also reluctant to be subservient, especially those like King Yu, who would even conspire with demons, revealing their true allegiances. As night fell, various factions set up camp. The once serene Kunlun Void was now ablaze with lights each night. Under such circumstances, Li Yuan and Ning Hongyu found themselves sharing a tent, separated only by a curtain. Lying on the blanket, Li Yuan rested his hands behind his head, gazing at the sky. The pure white moonlight filtered through the partially closed tent top. As he lay there, his thoughts stirred restlessly, feeling an intricate connection to the land beneath him. Echoes of his grandfather's final words reverberated in his mind. Yuana, remember, you are not my grandson. Your true identity is that of the Diyan prince. Your mother is the lesser deity of the extreme North Ice Plains tribe, and the beloved consortant from 16 years ago. You must survive. This jade pendant contains a drop of the Emperor's blood. When paired with a great elixir, it may grant you the potential to awaken the roots of a martial deity. Yuan, you must eradicate the demons, restore Yin, and avenge your mother. Li Yuan felt a warmth rising in his chest. He extended his hand to grasp the jade pendant, which contained the blood of the great ancestor, and in that moment, the long-sealed blood stirred, seemingly yearning to merge with him. The great circulation of Kunlun, perhaps, was the finest remedy. Patience, it will come soon. Li Yuan murmured to himself. Everything that belongs to me shall be reclaimed. I will not allow it to gather dust, but I require an opportune moment. Chaos is indeed the best opportunity. While various factions were still speculating about the current situation, only Li Yuan understood that chaos would inevitably ensue during the grand ceremony of Foshan 3 days hence. For the dragon vein could not truly manifest. To what extent the chaos would escalate, Li Yuan could not predict. Should an opportunity arise, he would intervene to save the esteemed physician's grandson. If not, he would have to wait until the passage of time to settle both new grievances and old accounts. Thud, thud, thud. Li Yuan's heart beat heavily. Beneath Kunlun, something perpetually resonated with him. The bloodline of the martial deity was indeed wondrous, even when drawn and transformed. Certain elements remained irreplaceable, their legacy inscribed upon the soul, verified by fate. How fortunate it was. Li Yuan sighed, for if it could be easily replaced, the martial treasures of the great ancestor would have long been seized by the ambitious factions. As he pondered, a gust of wind fluttered the tent's curtain, and a warm figure lay down beside him. Sideways in slumber, her star-like eyes gazed intently at him, a faint fragrance wafting through the air. How could I have forgotten this? Li Yuan smacked his forehead, both amused and exasperated. The moment his thoughts strayed, the residual consciousness of the sword fairy could not maintain her independent action and would inevitably draw closer to him. Just moments ago, he had been drawn by the power of Kunlun's great circulation, and the sword fairy had slipped into the tent. Although she is truly beautiful, Li Yuan admired the sword fairy's breathtaking visage. A temperament untouched by the world for 3,000 years, ethereal as a celestial being. Her beauty was astonishing no matter how many times one beheld it. Very well, you shall sleep here. Li Yuan resignedly allowed the sword fairy to lean against him, preventing any further distractions that might lead to trouble. Kunlun was too profound for him. It was highly likely he would lose focus again, especially on the day of the grand ceremony, when unforeseen events would surely occur. The sword fairy nodded, her eyes remaining wide open, still gazing at Li Yuan. Stop staring at me, sleep now. Li Yuan conveyed his thoughts, returning to a reclined position, and the sword fairy finally mimicked him, closing her eyes. A bit obedient. A touch foolish, yet undeniably endearing, occasionally even rebellious. It felt akin to nurturing a little kitten. That night, Li Yuan dreamed a vivid dream. He envisioned the great ancestor rising amidst turmoil, wielding a 3-foot-long blade to carve out a realm of clarity, transforming Kunlun into the great circulation. He dreamed of his mother, the noble consortant, bidding him farewell in tears. He dreamed of the steps leading to the dragon throne, where the ancestors of the Li family, emperors of generations past, cradled him as an infant, passing him upward step by step. At dawn, Li Yuan was awakened by a cacophony of sounds. Do you see? Those are the people from the extreme North Ice Plains. It is said that the women of the extreme North Ice Plains possess flawless beauty, akin to celestial beings. The one leading, adorned with a veil, is none other than the illustrious Miao, the priestess of the extreme North Icefield tribe. In days past, the esteemed consort and captivated the imperial court, rendering the other noble ladies pale in comparison. Her sister is undoubtedly of similar caliber. Whispers of discussion reached his ears. The extreme North Icefield tribe? The priestess? And Miao? These terms stirred a tempest within Li Yuan's heart. Had relatives from his mother's side arrived? And was it his aunt? With this thought, Li Yuan suddenly sat up, hastily donned his garments, and exited the tent. Ning Hongyu stood outside, a cheerful smile gracing her face as she regarded him. Junior brother, it seems you slept quite soundly last night. Only upon hearing of a stunning beauty passing by did you finally rouse. Chapter 71. An encounter in the crowd. Senior sister, I must admit, sleeping in Kunlun-su does indeed feel different, Li Yuan replied with a smile. You have a good mindset, Ning Hongyu praised. Unlike me, who was terrified of death. Afraid that someone might slit my throat in the middle of the night, I can only afford to doze lightly. Isn't there a senior sister watching over me? Li Yuan said, glancing towards the distance where a group of people was approaching from the foot of Tianyan Peak in Kunlun-su. At the forefront of the group was a woman clad in an ice-blue robe, adorned with a hood made of white fox fur. A snow-white shawl draped elegantly over her outer robe, and the hem was embellished with several delicate ice bells, crafted from pure ice jade and inlaid with tiny ice diamonds. Her ankles, as fair as jade, were adorned with 2 anklets made of ice chains interspersed with gemstones. This was the distinctive attire of the Shosm from the extreme North Ice Plains tribe. She glided gracefully, her movements ethereal. Even though her visage was partially veiled, it could not conceal the allure of an Ice Plains beauty, captivating the onlookers in Kunlun-su. Hey, junior brother. Don't be so mesmerized, Ning Hongyu teased as she noticed Li Yuan's rapt attention. That is a woman you cannot have. You might as well appreciate your senior sister, who is not inferior to her. At the very least, your children won't go hungry. Li Yuan. What kind of wolfish words are these? Senior sister, please do not speak carelessly. I am merely curious. After all, it's rare to encounter someone from the extreme North Ice Plains, separated from us by 2 poles. I don't believe you. Ning Hongyu rolled her eyes. Under the watchful gaze of various factions, the group from the extreme North Ice Plains arrived at an open space, where they promptly formed a circle, gesticulating and chanting ancient incantations. Finally, Shosm and Miao inserted a piece of chess piece into the ground. What are they doing? Li Yuan inquired. They are likely performing some sort of ritual, probably related to the dragon vein, Ning Hongyu replied. By the way, this current Shosm is a maternal aunt of the young prince, sharing a portion of the same bloodline. It is no coincidence that the extreme North Ice Plains tribe excels in totemic and bloodline secret arts, which is why the Night Owl King invited her. Few in the world can validate the authenticity of the young princess bloodline, and Miao is one of them. As the strongest among the younger generation of the Night Palace, Ning Hongyu was privy to much information. Li Yuan was astounded. If Miao could authenticate the young princess bloodline, she must already be aware that the currently Qingxi is merely a substitute. Then, does the Night Owl King know? He most likely does. If everything unfolds as I suspect, then the Fengchang Grand Ceremony is nothing but a play. A grand spectacle meant to lure in a big fish. And that big fish is none other than me, Li Yuan. Li Yuan harbored doubts about the Night Owl King. He did not fully trust the unfamiliar aunt. Even for the young prince, his life-saving benefactor, and the beloved grandson of the royal physician, he remained skeptical. He must tread carefully. The only outcome of recklessly revealing his identity would be to become a mere pawn, a key for others to manipulate. Lost in thought, the group from the Ice Plains completed their ritual and proceeded to another open area to continue planting their flags. Li Yuan stood quietly among the crowd, appearing as an inconspicuous passerby, his face betraying no hint of the tumult within. After a while, the members of the Icefield tribe shifted their locations, making their way towards the encampment of the 9 Palaces Goon Nest. Li Yuan furrowed his brow and subtly retreated behind Ning Hongyu. Why are you still hiding behind? Ning Hongyu teased. The enchanting beauties of the Icefield have arrived. Shouldn't you step forward for a closer look? Such opportunities are rare. Upon reflection, he found that his senior sister possessed a greater allure. I have learned to retort, Li Yuan replied. At least you are perceptive. As they chatted, the Icefield tribe approached. And Miao walked at the forefront, her fair feet gracing the ground, each step blooming like an ice lotus, untouched by the slightest speck of dust. She deliberately waited for all factions to gather before setting up the totem banners, eager to see if Shaoliner would arrive. In that moment, Miao felt a stirring within her heart. The jade pendant at her chest faintly trembled. Shaoliner, the little deity is truly here, she thought, filled with excitement. Yet she dared not act recklessly. Every move she made was under the watchful gaze of the Night Owl King, and should Shaoliner's whereabouts be revealed, the consequences would be dire. Maintaining her composure, Miao continued forward. Upon reaching a clearing, she inserted another banner, not deliberately seeking out Shaoliner, but casting her gaze evenly across the crowd. Southern border, 9 Palaces Gu Nest. After the royal blood calamity of yesteryear, did Shaoliner escape to the southern border? Has she forsaken martial arts to learn the ways of Gu? Through her connection with her sister's jade pendant, she could sense Shaoliner nearby. However, she could not identify her among the throng, nor could she acknowledge her presence openly. Once the Fengchan ceremony concludes, I shall visit the 9 Palaces Gu Nest. Miao resolved, suppressing her inner turmoil as she departed the area, displaying no signs of abnormality throughout. In the crowd, as she watched the little deity depart, Li Yuan felt a weight lift from his heart. Surely, she must have sensed my presence, at least aware that I am among the crowd. Moments ago, his jade pendant had also responded, causing his spirit to tense, fearing that his newly met aunt might wish to acknowledge him. Fortunately, Miao remained composed. As if unaffected by the circumstances, it seemed that this aunt of his was likely on his side. Cautious not to reveal their connection to avoid the Night Owl King's notice. Yet I remain insufficiently vigilant, Li Yuan mused. Reflecting on the unexpected revelation that the jade pendant left by his mother was twin, the other worn by his aunt. A storm was on the horizon. Li Yuan was curious to witness how this drama would unfold in the end. Since arriving here, he had come to understand that the Dian Dragon vein was destined to manifest solely through him. Even the grandson of the imperial physician, sharing his bloodline, would not suffice. The Night Owl King was surely aware of this, yet still summoned various lords, gathering heroes from across the realm at Kunlun Su. He either possessed methods to deceive or had never anticipated that the Fengchan ceremony could proceed safely to its conclusion, merely using it to execute some other plan. He leaned towards the latter. Although the Night Owl King is universally acknowledged as the pinnacle of martial arts in this era, it is unlikely that he possesses the means to unravel the strategies devised by the martial god. Moreover, the Night Owl King has been profoundly shaped by the will of the founding emperor. The situation is becoming increasingly intriguing. Through the intricate details of various events, Li Yuan has deduced the general outline of the Fengchan grand ceremony. Chaos, indeed, is preferable. The greater the tumult, the safer I feel, for it offers a chance to untangle the knots within my heart. Another night has passed, ushering in the final day before the commencement of the Fengchan grand ceremony. Early in the morning, Ning Hongyu roused Li Yuan from his slumber. Junior brother, are you truly confident, or are you simply carefree? The greater the storm, the more soundly you sleep? What troubles you, senior sister? In the ethereal realm of Kunlun, Li Yuan indeed slept soundly. Cradled by the sense of security bestowed by the ancestors, Ning Hongyu furrowed her brows slightly. The palace master and King Kanglin are deliberating important matters and have summoned us. This cannot bode well. It seems the Fengchan grand ceremony is on the verge of turmoil. Chapter 72. The grand ceremony of Fengchan commences accompanied by Ning Hongyu. Li Yuan arrived at the command camp of the Kanglin army, where he encountered many unfamiliar faces, each exuding a remarkable presence. Talented practitioners of the Gu path and prodigies of martial arts had gathered here in significant numbers. A brief glance revealed that numerous elite disciples from the 9 palaces had arrived, though it remained uncertain how many palace masters were present. Before long, the Kanglin king, Xiao Yuan, emerged from the tent, accompanied by an elderly woman. Salutations to the Kanglin king, and greetings to the 9th palace master. The crowd bowed in unison. This was Li Yuan's first encounter with the 9th palace master, who, by virtue of relationships, was the instructor of the Kanglin king's consort and thus older than him. Esteemed guests, you have been summoned here today for a critical mission, the Kanglin king stated, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Yesterday, our scouts detected the presence of demons. Various fiends are likely to launch an attack on Kunlun Su to disrupt the grand ceremony of Fengchan. This matter pertains to the resurgence of the Dian royal family in the peace of the realm. Tomorrow's ceremony cannot suffer the slightest mishap. With the strength of the lords, safeguarding Kunlun Su should be a simple task. However, discord among hearts has led to a few harboring ulterior motives, wishing to betray us. Hence, there will inevitably be vulnerabilities in our defenses tomorrow, and your task is to secure these gaps. The Kanglin king's meaning was clear. He referred to the king of ghosts. Previously, In a bid to contest for control over the southern regions, the King of Ghosts had almost openly colluded with demons. It was only due to the current chaos in the world that the Night Owl Guard had not dealt with him. Understood, the crowd responded with a respectful bow. Subsequently, the Kanglan King's subordinates unfurled a map in midair for all to see. Xiao Yuan indicated several strategic points and assigned duties for defense. Li Yuan and Ning Hongyu were assigned to guard a path leading to Tian'an Peak alongside some members of the Kanglan army. Sister, has only one palace master from our 9 palaces arrived? Li Yuan inquired curiously. I heard that the 6th palace master is also here, Ning Hongyu replied. However, the 6th palace master never reveals his true form. His innate goo is the thousand-faced goo, allowing him to blend into the mortal realm, making him scarcely recognizable. I see. Li Yuan mused, reflecting on the peculiarity of many divine beings among the 9 palace masters. A sleepless night passed, and Li Yuan awoke early. As dawn broke, a roaring flame ignited atop Tian'an Terrace, illuminating the entirety of Kunlun-Su like a great sun. The banners previously erected by the tribes of the far northern ice plains began to glow. The flags from various regions resonated with an invisible force, appearing as one. Cascading waves of light across the vast expanse of Kunlun-Su. Is it finally about to begin? As a genuine descendant of the Dian bloodline, Li Yuan felt an increasingly profound connection to the hidden dragon vein energy beneath Kunlun-Su, stirred by the ancient ritual. Yet, it lacked a central figure to guide it. Remaining intangible, that figure could only be him. This foreshadowed the inevitable failure of the grand ceremony of Foshan. Li Yuan gazed towards the mountain's peak. Beneath the blazing flames, a figure emerged, gradually ascending the heavenly altar, with a resounding voice echoing amidst the mountains. Today, the Diyan royal family held a grand ceremony at Kunlun Void to honor heaven and earth, thereby manifesting the dragon vein. From the very first address, Li Yuan confirmed his suspicions. The Night Owl King must be aware that the young prince is merely a substitute, not the true dragon, which is why he chose to conduct the ceremony in the name of the royal family rather than under the title of emperor. In that brief utterance, he sensed the approaching storm. As he surveyed the crowd, it became evident that most were still filled with anticipation, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Their eyes glimmering with desire as they awaited the baptism of the true dragon's fortune. The truth could not be concealed, nor could it be navigated, should the ceremony fail. The people's faith would be shattered, leading to the collapse of the Diyin royal family's last remnants of authority. Hence, Li Yuan deduced that the Night Owl King would not dare to allow the ceremony to reach its conclusion. It was highly probable that he would resort to the hands of demons and monsters to interrupt everything. The powerful voice continued to resonate throughout the heavens and the earth. Kunlun, the spine of heaven and earth, the source of all spirits, the foundation of the Yin. Since the founding of the dynasty by our revered emperor a millennium ago, the dragon vein has resided in Kunlun, safeguarding the myriad people of the Yin. Now, with the nation flourishing and the populace united in heart, it is the time for the manifestation of the dragon vein. I shall uphold the mandate of heaven, align with the will of the people, and celebrate this grand occasion with the deities of heaven and earth, praying for the eternal stability of the dragon vein and the perpetual prosperity of our nation. May the Yin endure for 1,000 generations, forever thriving. As his words fell, a dragon's roar reverberated across the heavens and the earth. A vast and boundless aura of auspicious light emerged above the Kunlun void, swirling and billowing amidst the mountains. In the realm of existence, the dual energies of yin and yang fused and collided, creating a vibrant tapestry of colors at the mountain's peak. As if the Tao of Heaven had laid out a magnificent carpet for the ceremony. Ancient trees in the mountains swayed in unison, while spiritual birds soared high. Their melodious cries ringing clear and enchanting, akin to a dragon's chant that awakened the spirits of all things. May the Yin endure for 1,000 generations, forever thriving. May the Yin endure for 1,000 generations, forever thriving. At the foot of the mountain, various lords and heroes from all corners of the world witnessed this spectacle, bowing their heads in reverence, hoping to partake in a fragment of the Fortune-S baptism. Such an opportunity was rare indeed. Were it not for their apprehension of the Night Owl King's formidable power, they would have dashed up the mountain to claim the grandest of divine blessings for themselves. Upon the heavenly altar, the sacrificial platform, crafted from unusual stones, gleamed brilliantly, radiating a blinding light. Surrounded by an array of rare treasures offered as tributes to the deities of heaven and earth. At the center of the altar, the Diyin imperial jade seal connected heaven and earth. The royal family's fortune materialized as a 3-foot-wide heavenly pillar, piercing through the clouds and reaching the sky. In stark contrast to the grand ceremony held during the ascension of the previous emperor, the disparity in the pillar of fortune was striking, this time. It appeared as diminutive as a silver needle. Among the crowd stood an elderly man, a figure from the previous emperor's era, who reminisced about the time of the former emperor's ascension, when the Pillar of Fortune loomed like a mountain, visible across the seas and realms. It was hard to imagine the glory that must have accompanied the founding of the Yin dynasty by the revered emperor. Li Yuan heard the expressions of lamentation, confirming that the fortune of the Yin royal family had indeed diminished to a considerable degree, to the point where the people's hearts were fragmented. And should the destined individual raise their voice, they could easily usurp the throne. The long-awaited destined individual has yet to emerge. Li Yuan remained inactive, merely observing. After a considerable time, the celestial Pillar of Fortune began to exude a rising aura of dragon energy, hinting at the imminent manifestation of a five-clawed golden dragon in the world. A resounding roar erupted from beneath Kunlun's depths, reverberating with a thunderous echo. The people, both above and below the mountains, were invigorated, believing that the dragon vein would soon unveil itself, reopening the heavenly gates and showering fortune upon the realm. Yet, only Li Yuan was aware that the dragon vein remained in a deep slumber, showing no signs of stirring. All that unfolded before him was merely an ephemeral illusion. It was but a ruse to mislead the masses, incapable of sustaining itself for long. Should this continue, the truth would inevitably be revealed. Chapter 73. The demons invade the Tianyin platform. Li Qingshu stood frozen in place, a profound realization washing over him. This realm did not belong to him. Nor did he belong here. All that lay before him was but an illusion. Everything in this place was the dominion of another. His true home would forever be that small village at the foot of the mountain. He felt no kinship with the royal family, the dragon veins, or the ancestors of the Li clan. He now comprehended his heart's true intent. The forthcoming evolution of the dragon veins was a fabrication. The Night Owl King intended to use him as a pawn in a grand performance. Yet, he remained oblivious to whether this performance would bring calamity to the world or rescue the populace from peril. His insights were regrettably limited, rendering him unable to discern the truth. All he could do was watch helplessly as the manifestation of the five-clawed golden dragon gradually took shape along the Pillar of Fortune. Time slipped away, moment by moment. Suddenly, a tremendous commotion erupted from the distance. In the heavens, a colossal black lotus flower unfurled with sudden ferocity, releasing boundless dark energy that swirled like ominous clouds, invading the radiant expanse of Kunlun. The Pillar of Fortune trembled. The coalescing five-clawed golden dragon began to show signs of disintegration. Black Lotus Demon Emperor, how dare you? A thunderous roar reverberated through the skies as the Night Owl King stepped forth from Kunlun, instantly appearing above the Black Lotus, with a single strike of his palm. The very fabric of space shattered like a broken mirror, reducing the Black Lotus to ashes. To his astonishment, the ashes scattered across the heavens once again blossomed into innumerable tiny black lotuses, erupting anew. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Kunlun trembled under the relentless barrage of explosions. As the earth quaked and mountains swayed, protect the sacrificial altar, the Night Owl King commanded, simultaneously driving the Black Lotus Demon Emperor to retreat towards the battlefield. Meanwhile, more demons surged forth, charging from all directions of Kunlun. Truly, it was a magnificent performance. The situation unfolded much as Li Yuan had anticipated. The Night Owl King had indeed seized the opportunity to interrupt the grand ceremony. Consequently, even if the lords began to perceive the underlying truth, the recent phenomena would lead the common people to believe that the heir of the Dayan royal family had returned. The world was rife with gullible souls who parroted what others said. The rare few who remained clear-headed were compelled to feign ignorance amidst the prevailing circumstances. This undoubtedly benefited the Dayan royal family, ensuring that the people's hearts remained united, with a focal point of loyalty established. The cohesion of the troops stationed in various regions could be reinforced. Kill. At this very moment, the uninformed factions engaged in a frenzied battle against the demons. Indeed, trouble had arisen. Ning Hongyu furrowed her brows. Junior brother, we must leave. Their task was to guard a route adjacent to the area occupied by the Yuan army. Let us go. Just as the Kanglan King had predicted, when Li Yuan and Ning Hongyu arrived, a multitude of demons surged forth from that very road, with no defenses in place from the Yuan side, allowing the demons to pour through unhindered. The Kanglan army was embroiled in a bloody struggle against the demons. Li Yuan spotted a familiar figure. It was Li Ruoqian, the former personal attendant of the little princess, Shaoqiner. Li Yuan? Upon seeing the arriving figure, Li Ruoqian was momentarily taken aback, further astonished by the powerful aura emanating from the individual, whose vitality was no less formidable than that of a grandmaster in martial arts. Miss Li, it has been a long time. Li Yuan approached, intent on discussing business. In this battle, could you assist me in procuring a 7th-tier demon's corpse? Is business all you can think of? Let us discuss this after we survive this ordeal. Li Ruoqian retorted with irritation. Junior brother, your fortune is truly remarkable. Wherever you go, beautiful companions follow. Even in this bloody battlefield, Ning Hongyu remarked from behind. Senior sister, do not overthink. Miss Li is merely my business partner. We happened to cross paths today, Li Yuan defended himself. Humph. Ning Hongyu snorted lightly. Then shifted the conversation, speaking of which, I haven't presented you with a gift yet. You mentioned wanting a 7th-tier demon's corpse? I can certainly procure one that will treat you far better than Miss Li. Li Yuan found himself at a loss for words. His relationship with Li Ruoqian was purely professional, yet his senior sister seemed intent on stirring up jealousy. Amidst his thoughts, Ning Hongyu had already engaged in battle. As a Gu master, her combat style focused on close-quarters combat. Her martial prowess was exceptional, and the Gu worms swirled around her, making her elusive. The demons she encountered fell one by one, either succumbing to decay or collapsing lifelessly. Within a short span, Ning Hongyu carved out a bloody path. Advancing toward a 7th-tier tiger demon, Li Yuan was also embroiled in the fray. He refrained from exerting his full strength. As Xiao Kai and Wu Mei were concealed within his garments, and the sword fairy observed from a distance, not yet participating. With a resounding crash, he dispatched a 6th-tier demon with ease and assessed his own power. With the enhancement of 2,000 Gu houses, his strength surpassed that of a 6th-tier demon. A direct confrontation with a 7th-tier demon posed no problem. Given the right circumstances and employing various tactics, he was confident in his ability to slay a 7th-tier demon. However, amidst the chaos of the battlefield, he preferred to remain inconspicuous, displaying only the talents of an average genius. The tumultuous dragon veins in the heavens continued to manifest, fragmented yet struggling to sustain themselves. I must find an opportunity to resonate with the dragon veins and acquire the royal inheritance, Li Yuan mused. He was determined not to relinquish what rightfully belonged to him. The greater the turmoil, the more it would serve as a cover. As Li Yuan contemplated, a figure suddenly hurtled backward, crashing heavily against a distant mountainside. It was Li Ruoqian, an 8th-tier demon saint. Li Yuan squinted, realizing it was not quite that. It appeared to be at the pinnacle of the semi-saint realm. The creature was an elephant demon, with a human body and elephant-like feet, causing the ground to tremble with each step. Conventional blades and swords were rendered ineffective against it. Li Yuan, step back. Li Ruoqian grasped her blade, charging forth once more. As a grandmaster, she could condense indestructible blood, recovering swiftly, being one of the younger elite of the Kanglin army. She showed no fear even in the face of a semi-saint. The two engaged once again in combat. However, the situation was unmistakably dire. Having only recently entered the 7th-tier grandmaster realm, Li Ruoqian was utterly no match for the elephant demon. Human talent is but this. The elephant demon spoke with human words, its seemingly clumsy attacks possessing the formidable power to shatter myriad techniques. A single kick from its mighty legs could crumble mountains, rendering even the most exquisite swordplay of Li Ruoqian futile. Such an extraordinary demon puppet. Li Yuan felt an intense envy. A half-step demon sage could be classified as a 7th-tier entity, well within the controllable range of his 5th sister. Should he manage to control one, his combat prowess would soar dramatically. Alas, the prospect seemed bleak, unless he could persuade the sword fairy to join the fray. However, Li Yuan hesitated. The sword fairy was too ethereal. Her emergence into the public would undoubtedly lead to endless troubles. Moreover, the members of the Lingxiao sword sect, her ancestral clan from 3 millennia ago, were also present within Kunlun Void. If they discovered that he had transformed their venerable ancestor into a life-bound puppet, merely to warm his bed, they would certainly seek to end his life. At that moment, a turn of events unfolded on another battlefield. Li Yuan turned his gaze to see Ning Hongyu, adorned in a flowing crimson gown, perched upon the neck of a tiger demon, with legs radiating golden light. She twisted with great force. Crack! The tiger demon's neck was brutally snapped. The golden robe puppet and the great strength puppet were wielded by the senior sister to such a devastating effect. At this instant, Ning Hongyu glanced at Li Yuan, brandishing the corpse of the tiger demon as she approached, her red gown billowing in the wind, her snow-white legs dashing through the crimson haze. What do you think? Junior brother, are you satisfied with this gift? Chapter 74. The half-saint of the elephant demon Li Yuan was in a daze, expressing his gratitude to his senior sister. Master Sister Ning Hongyu was far more formidable than he had anticipated, exhibiting an astonishing mastery of the Gu technique alongside her formidable strength. Such an opportunity was rare. He must hone his skills diligently. With a smile, Ning Hongyu charged forward once more, declaring her intent to rescue her good friend, Miss Li. With that, Her crimson dress whirled gracefully across the battlefield, heading towards the half-saint of the elephant demon. Suddenly, a flurry of sharp arrows shot forth from the shadows, compelling Ning Hongyu to retreat momentarily. She activated her golden garment goo, successfully deflecting the incoming projectiles. Miss in red, you possess quite an appealing figure. Shall I join you for some amusement? Approached a figure bearing a quiver of arrows. Jiang Chofeng. It is you. Miss Li recognized the intruder and exclaimed furiously. This is Kunlun Void. Do you not fear the Night Owl King will execute you and your master for conspiring with demons? My dear sister, you're mistaken. Jiang Chofeng replied with a laugh. I have long ceased to be human. Demons are my brethren now. Do not hastily label others. The De Yin dynasty has returned. Bringing peace to the world and eradicating demons, you shall not escape your demise, Miss Li retorted. Return. Jiang Chofeng scoffed. This matter will not come to fruition today. Awaken from your slumber, for the De Yin has long perished, leaving only pitiful creatures like you to linger in dreams. Scoundrel. Disgusting. Miss Li spat defiantly. Let us see if you can survive to speak, Jiang Chofeng taunted mockingly. I shall hold on for a moment. I must first claim the head of that scoundrel. Ning Hongyu could no longer restrain herself. Be cautious, that scoundrel possesses considerable strength, having once been the adopted son of the King of the Abyss, nearing half-saint prowess. Miss Li warned. The battlefield became increasingly chaotic. The influx of demons surged, inflicting heavy casualties on the Kanglin army. Other paths fared no better, with some demons even advancing towards Tianyan Peak. Is this all a performance? Li Yuan could scarcely believe that. With the gathering of heroes from across the realm and the formidable Night Owl Guard of De Yin present, they could not fend off the demons. It was evident that someone wished to prevent the little prince from ascending the throne, deliberately using demons to target the imperial family. Perhaps the only ones genuinely fighting for their lives were the Kanglin army, with only the Kanglin king, Shao Yuan, truly desiring the restoration of the royal family. Bang! After hundreds of exchanges, Miss Li was struck by the elephant demon, nearly incapacitated, her recovery slowing as she fell into a disadvantageous position. Witnessing this, Li Yuan felt compelled to rush to her aid. If Miss Li were to perish, the Kanglin army would face utter collapse, and he and his master sister would likely meet a grim fate as well. Bang! 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 The half-saint of the elephant demon laughed maniacally, continuously trampling and kicking, forcing Miss Li to evade repeatedly. Its trunk lashed out like a whip. Each strike left a significant crater in the ground. In a moment of carelessness, Miss Li was hit again, her blade sent flying, and the demon's hoof was poised to crush her into mincemeat. At this critical juncture, Li Yuan finally carved a bloody path to her side. The giant spirit goo was fully activated. His vitality blazed like flames, encircling him in a fiery aura, while his long hair stood on end, resembling crimson waves in the glow of the bloodfire. Boom! He unleashed a powerful punch, clashing directly with the elephant demon's hoof. The half-saint of the elephant demon was forced back a step, while Li Yuan staggered back several paces, leaving Li Ruoqian, who stood behind him, utterly astonished. Li Yuan. You? She stammered. Are you even human? The elephant demon naturally possessed immense strength, and being a half-saint, its physical power could easily crush 99% of its peers, not to mention the Goo Master, who was not adept in the ways of physical prowess. Stop staring. Li Yuan offered little explanation. Miss Li, I have my sights set on this demon's corpse. Could you assist me in severing it? All right. Li Ruoqian felt it was rather strange. Li Yuan seemed transformed, exuding a boldness that was a stark contrast to his previous humility and caution. He audaciously referred to the living half-saint demon as a mere corpse. You little brat, you'll pay for this. The half-saint of the elephant demon was thoroughly enraged. He was still alive yet was being coveted for his physical form, treated as though he were already dead, an unforgivable insult. Being large does not equate to being useful, Li Yuan declared, his long hair flowing wildly as he radiated confidence. If I say you are a corpse, then you are indeed a corpse. Die. The elephant demon's hoof swept toward him. Li Yuan's arm muscles bulged, his garments tearing as he planted his stance firmly, merging his waist and legs, delivering a simultaneous strike with both fists. The clash of immense power sent shockwaves through the air. Rebirth Goo. Li Yuan did not retreat to dissipate the force. Instead, he held his breath, channeling the power of Rebirth Goo to heal himself. Even if his internal organs were injured, he could recover in an instant. Li Yuan. Have you lost your mind? Are you trying to throw away your life? Li Ruoqian's heart raced in trepidation. This person, who had once appeared as graceful as jade and meticulously cautious, now resembled a reckless outlaw, fighting with abandon. Most importantly, was Li Yuan not a sixth-turn Goo master? How could he be more ferocious than a 7th-grade martial arts grandmaster? Don't worry about me, Just help me cut him down, relentlessly. Li Yuan shouted, pressing forward with fervor. The half-saint of the elephant demon was unnerved by this reckless approach, his own internal organs churning from the impact, struggling to mitigate the force. A mere human was proving sturdier than he anticipated? He would fight to the bitter end. At this point, Li Ruoqian could only match his fervor. With Li Yuan's assistance to distract, her exquisite swordsmanship was finally able to shine without being overshadowed. Within Li Yuan's embrace, Xiaokao was brewing. A surge of white flames rising and swirling within. The half-saint of the elephant demon was driven back step by step, even without suffering substantial harm. He felt an overwhelming frustration that he could no longer endure. Get out of my way. He ceased to mitigate the force, bracing himself against the backlash of their physical clash, allowing his internal organs to churn as he stomped down with his second hoof. At that moment, he noticed a small python with vibrant scales emerging from Li Yuan's embrace. Roar. The colorful flame python opened its mouth, unleashing a burst of white flames in an instant. The elephant demon instinctively recoiled, only to realize the flames were formless and could not be extinguished, surging directly into his mind. A mental assault. He had not expected that what appeared to be a tangible flame was, in fact, a purely psychological attack, leaving him utterly befuddled. Seizing the fleeting opportunity presented by the disoriented elephant demon, Li Yuan and Li Ruoqian launched another assault, one attacking from above while the other struck from below. A resounding hum echoed as Li Ruoqian's long blade struck viciously into the enormous head of the elephant demon. Li Yuan, displaying ferocity, delivered a devastating kick aimed directly at the demon's vulnerable area. The anguished wails of the half-saint elephant demon reverberated through the air, unleashing a surge of terrifying power from within its being. In an instant, a colossal spectral figure, towering over 10 zhang, manifested before them, only to vanish almost as quickly. Both Li Yuan and Li Ruoqian were forcefully propelled backward by the shockwave. The celestial phenomena of the demon path. Such a technique could only be wielded by a demon saint. Even a mere moment of its manifestation was beyond the capabilities of those beneath the 8th realm. Li Ruoqian crashed heavily to the ground, her bones shattered and nearly disassembled. The speed at which her indestructible blood of the master condensed had significantly slowed, rendering her unable to recover. Li Yuan fared no better, his meridians completely shattered, rapidly mending only due to the regenerative powers of the resurrection insect. Die. The half-saint elephant demon, drenched in blood, lunged forward with an earth-shattering force, intent on utterly crushing the two. Chapter 75. A legacy passed down. Li Yuan, let us depart. The half-saint elephant demon, with its tough skin and resilient flesh, continued to fight despite sustaining severe injuries, while Li Ruoqian was quickly running out of energy. With a swift motion, she unleashed a palm strike, transforming it into a gust of air, hoping to propel Li Yuan a distance away. Perhaps that young lady in the red dress could still save him. However, she soon found herself in disbelief. Despite the wind swirling around him, Li Yuan remained utterly unmoved. Rising to his feet with a playful grin. Miss Li, spare the theatrics. Remember, you owe me a favor. I expect generous discounts for our future dealings. You can still fight? Li Ruoqian stared in astonishment. Was this man even human? Was the art of Gu truly this profound? His performance shattered her understanding of the Gu lineage entirely. Boom, boom, boom. The half-saint elephant demon stomped, shaking the ground as it charged once more. Oblivious to the 7th-tier tiger demon's corpse lying on the ground, now accompanied by a small spider with a glassy appearance, its body coursing with vibrant colors. Die. The half-saint elephant demon aimed a kick at Li Yuan, but in that fleeting moment of raising its foot, an ominous premonition struck. Before it could react, a sharp claw pierced through its chest. Tiger! Brother Tiger! Its eyes widened in disbelief as it turned to behold the headless corpse of the tiger demon. Li Ruoqian was equally stunned. Was this, controlling a corpse, transforming it into a puppet through Gu? Bang! The heart of the half-saint elephant demon was crushed by the tiger's claw, yet it did not collapse. With remaining strength, it hurled the tiger demon's corpse away and leapt into the forest, fleeing. It can still run? Such tenacity for life. Li Yuan would not let such a splendid corpse puppet escape. He immediately pursued. Do not chase the desperate. The mountains are fraught with danger. Li Ruoqian shouted. Focus on healing your wounds. If you're so weak, you needn't concern yourself with me. Li Yuan laughed boisterously, casting aside 2 rejuvenating Gu as he dashed into the forest, swiftly disappearing from sight. Vulgar and with an unpleasant manner of speech, she spat and muttered under her breath. Yet, there was something oddly captivating about him. His demeanor was far more compelling than that of someone feigning elegance and grace. Compared to the cautious Li Yuan she once knew, she found herself appreciating this brash, unkempt version of him much more. In the forest, Li Yuan chased after the elephant demon, venturing into a secluded area devoid of human presence. This was precisely the outcome he desired, seizing the opportunity to discreetly separate from the main group. He could now indulge in his own endeavors. He had little interest in bloodshed and violence. While the feudal lords were merely acting, was he not performing as well? In truth, he, Li Yuan, was the true star of the show. Having concluded his self-reflection, Li Yuan withdrew from the state of the giant spirit goo. Caution was now imperative. The aura of the giant spirit goo was too grand, too prone to attracting trouble, not his preferred style. The fleeing elephant demon suddenly sensed something. Pausing in its tracks to turn towards Li Yuan. The vitality had waned. Can you not hold on any longer? The wind ceased, the rain stopped. And the elephant demon felt invigorated once more. You are undoubtedly a remarkable figure from the Nine-Palace Goo Nest, a sixth-tier Goo master capable of pushing me, Xiong Yi. To this extent, an achievement worthy of pride. Devour you. A tremendous boon. The elephant demon swiftly advanced towards Li Yuan. Yet, after only a few steps, it abruptly halted. Rooted to the spot, cold sweat instantly drenching its fur, terror gripping its very soul. Before the human Goo master, an unexpected figure emerged, a woman of unparalleled grace. Transcendent as if descended from the heavens. He had never beheld such extraordinary bearing, akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Even a creature of his lineage found her mesmerizing, unable to divert its gaze. Please, sword fairy, vanquish the demon, Li Yuan softly intoned. With a flash, the sword's radiance flickered and vanished. The sword fairy swung her sword before Li Yuan, yet by the time she sheathed it, it had already reached behind the elephant demon. The demon's face remained frozen in a mask of terror. 3 breaths later, its head slid from its towering form, gouts of blood erupting from its neck like a spout. The elephant demon, half-saint, lay dead. Thud. Simultaneously, Li Yuan collapsed to the ground, his complexion ashen, as if all vitality had been siphoned away, his limbs weakened. His head spinning. The earlier battle had drained him of 90% of his spirit through the relentless use of the rebirth goo and the giant spirit goo. Compounded by Shao Kai's sudden assault and Fifth Sister's rapid subjugation of the tiger demon, leaving him utterly spent. The sword fairy's strike had further depleted him by another 30%. Indeed, the greater the power, the more challenging it is to wield. Li Yuan reclined upon the grass. Though the sword fairy was splendid, one must not be greedy. A single strike consumes 40% of one's essence. 2 strikes call forth a maternal figure. 3 strikes lead the soul to soar into the heavens. After a brief interval, he gradually sat up, regaining a modicum of strength. He gazed at the sky. Following relentless assaults by demons, the pillar of fortune upon the Tianyin platform had dimmed. The 5-clawed golden dragon could no longer manifest. It seemed this was the outcome the Night Owl King desired, shifting all blame onto the demons. In the future, would he threaten the emperor to command the feudal lords? Or would he seek my true self through the bloodline of a substitute? Li Yuan could not ascertain. Fortunately, the chaos orchestrated by the Night Owl King was precisely what he required, providing him with the cover necessary to resonate with the dragon vein. To the ancestors of the Li family, the illustrious royal sages of past generations, I, Li Yuan, constrained by the circumstances, cannot offer you a grand ceremony of heavenly worship. Yet rest assured, nothing of ours shall be taken away. One day, I shall eradicate the demons, restore the great yin, and uphold the royal lineage. If you deem your descendant worthy, bestow upon me your legacy and illuminate my path. I shall not betray the trust bestowed by our ancestors. Li Yuan prostrated himself upon the ground, forehead pressed to the earth, eyes tightly closed, listening intently to the echoes of the Kunlun Void Dragon Vein. As it is said, sincerity begets response. Having witnessed the formidable will of the Goo Immortal, he was convinced that the martial deity's will of the great ancestor was equally potent, undoubtedly possessing a spirit capable of communion. Thump, thump, thump. Li Yuan's heartbeat grew heavy once more. His chest burned with an intense heat. The blood of the great ancestor sealed within the jade pendant, releasing its power, seeping from the pendant, transforming into a mist of blood that merged within him. Just as Li Yuan had anticipated, the Kunlun Void's great yin dragon vein was the true elixir. Soon after, golden light began to shimmer upon his skin. It felt as though an ethereal dragon robe enveloped him, exuding an air of majesty, with a diminutive 5-clawed golden dragon spiraling around him. Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that receiving the inheritance would create a tremendous uproar, causing the entire Kunlun Void to stir, with dragons soaring through the wilderness, instilling awe across the 4 seas and 8 desolations. Yet, the reality was ha 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 ha. Li Yuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. It seemed that his ancestors had foreseen this day. Was the evolved golden dragon truly of such modest size? It appeared that my cautiousness was a legacy that had been passed down through the generations. Chapter 76. The Legacy of the Great Ancestor, the martial deity. The small golden dragon circled around Li Yuan. And even the slightest movement was overshadowed by the grand ceremony and the tumultuous circumstances. Within Li Yuan's consciousness, four diminutive dragon eggs materialized. Was this, perhaps, a spiritual inheritance? Truly, the legacy left by the martial deities is no less formidable than that of the Gu Immortal's will, perhaps even more abundant. When compared to the Gu Immortal's secret realm, one can foresee that the treasures of the martial deity are undoubtedly replete with unimaginable wonders, awaiting future generations to claim them. This could renew the glory of the Dian Empire. Li Yuan focused his consciousness and approached the first dragon egg. The golden egg transformed into radiant light, coalescing into a majestic figure. The great ancestor emperor. Even though they had never met and were separated by a millennium, the bond of blood and the overwhelming aura were sufficient to declare the identity of this towering silhouette, the founder of the Dian Empire, the last martial deity of the Tianyuan continent. Lonely descendant, when you behold me, the Dian realm is already in peril. I leave this spirit edict, hoping it may guide you along your path. The ethereal voice reverberated within Li Yuan's consciousness. The younger generation shall remember this. Li Yuan bowed his head in reverence. In the past, I, a mere martial artist, wielded a 3-foot azure blade, cutting through thorns and brambles, rising amidst chaos. After countless battles, slaying demons and monsters, I ultimately stabilized the Dian realm and ascended to the pinnacle of power. At that time, the martial artists of Dian were numerous and formidable, with strong champions emerging, and nations paying homage, basking in boundless glory. Yet, I am aware that the Tianyuan continent is fraught with unpredictability, with crises lurking like a chasm, pressing down upon us. No one can remain eternally prosperous, nor can any entity endure through the ages. Those who achieve the status of martial deity, in fact, assert that there is no eternal life. Li Yuan's heart grew heavy, yet he listened intently. I have left 4 legacies, 3 grand techniques, and the treasures of the martial deity. The first inheritance is the shattering heaven divine fist. This fist technique was comprehended by me amidst chaos. When unleashed, its power can summon the forces of heaven and earth, akin to falling stars or collapsing mountains. At its zenith, it can vanquish all foes. To master this fist, one must possess an unwavering heart and courage that marches forth relentlessly, utilizing one's vitality as a guide and one's will as a foundation to unleash the might of shattering heaven. As he spoke, the majestic figure within Li Yuan's consciousness began to demonstrate the fist technique. Li Yuan watched, entranced. Impressive, he thought. However, when he attempted to practice alongside it, he found himself worlds apart, unable to summon even a fraction of the might of the shattering heaven divine fist. This technique did not suit my usual self. Rather, it harmonized splendidly with the state of being possessed by the giant spirit Gu, precisely compensating for my lack of finesse. Li Yuan pondered deeply. After a considerable time, the phantom of the great ancestor completed the demonstration. For the first time, Li Yuan felt his mind was so smooth, as if the martial knowledge flowed effortlessly from his brain, leaving only solitude behind. Truly, the martial path does not seem well suited for me. Or perhaps my great ancestor blood has yet to fully integrate with me, awakening my innate potential. He then approached the second dragon egg, infusing it with power. The majestic phantom re-emerged. The second inheritance is the Tianyan Myriad Manifestation Sword Technique. This sword art was conceived by me after fighting demons along the borders of humanity for a grueling 81 days, where I comprehended the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth, merging countless sword intents into its creation. When the sword is drawn, it may strike like thunder, caress like a gentle breeze, surge like the raging sea, or wail like the spirits of the netherworld. Its techniques are infinitely variable. To master this sword technique, one must cultivate an ethereal state of mind, comprehend the mysteries of the universe, observe the myriad phenomena of the world, and act in accordance with one's heart and thoughts. Upon concluding his words, the spectral image of the founding emperor demonstrated the technique once more. Compared to the earth-shattering divine fist, the sword technique of the celestial transformation is even more esoteric and difficult to grasp. A single glance is akin to having seen nothing. For Li Yuan has never even touched a sword. His head felt quite itchy. Li Yuan understood well that good fortune cannot be rushed. It requires gradual honing. He then activated the third dragon egg, the third inheritance, the celestial dragon fate technique. This technique was conceived by the solitary one, with the authority of the 9-5, merging the aspirations of countless subjects of the Dian dynasty and harnessing the power of the Kunlun void dragon vein. Cultivating this technique allows one to condense the dynasty's fortune, like a celestial dragon protecting the body, sheltered by heaven and earth. It requires a heart that cares for the world and the well-being of the populace to grasp its true essence. This particular technique, Li Yuan chose to disregard. It was simply beyond his current capabilities. Approaching the fourth dragon egg, he discovered he could not activate it. The egg bore 3 lines, representing 3 types of power. It informed him that he needed to cultivate all 3 inheritances to a certain level before it could be unlocked. The divine warrior's treasure is coveted by all powerful beings. Recklessly opening, it would merely serve to benefit others. The founding emperor set such thresholds for a reason. To the founding ancestor, Li Yuan vowed he would not betray the trust placed in him. He bowed deeply to the towering figure. What was left by the solitary one could sustain the Dian for another generation. If Dian wished to endure for millennia, its descendants must strive ceaselessly. With a soft sigh, the spectral image of the founding emperor gradually dissipated. Li Yuan felt a moment of disorientation. It seemed he had grasped something, yet it felt as if nothing remained. Despite the divine warrior's celestial abilities and millennium-long schemes, what could be left behind was only this. Ultimately, much depends on the capabilities of future generations. Boom. A tremendous roar jolted Li Yuan from his mental realm, pulling his thoughts back to reality as he gazed up at the heavens. There, several 8th-tier demon saints were engaged in battle with the Night Owl Guard. The clash caused the Pillar of Fortune atop the celestial transformation platform to collapse, shattering the image of the 5-clawed golden dragon, signaling the impending conclusion of this grand spectacle. Taking a deep breath, Li Yuan pushed the capabilities of the myriad phenomena forest Gu to their utmost, concealing his presence. Since the grand ceremony was thrust into failure by the Night Owl King, it seemed that the grandson of the imperial physician need not perish. He was the only lead the Night Owl King had to find me. Surely, the king would not be foolish enough to sever his own arm. Until we meet again by chance. With his heart unburdened, this journey felt complete. There was little more Li Yuan could do. Rushing up to identify himself to the imperial physician's grandson or his aunt would be a reckless act destined for death. Fair Sword Fairy, let us depart. He had no intention of rejoining the main force, fearing that at the Night Owl King's command, they would seal off this area and investigate everyone thoroughly. Even if he concealed himself perfectly, Li Yuan could not guarantee that he would evade detection after a direct encounter with the Night Owl King. Fifth sister, you shall navigate through the path forged by the corpse of the elephant demon. The grand ceremony of Feng Shan was abruptly interrupted. The Black Lotus Demon Emperor, thoroughly satisfied, led the myriad of demons in retreat. The Night Owl King returned to Kunlun Void. Various factions continued to linger within Kunlun Void, while Ning Hongyu and Li Ruoqian pursued the trail of Li Yuan in search of the elephant demon. Ultimately, they discovered but a hastily scribbled note. Senior sister, I have unearthed a treasure within the corpse of the elephant demon, and I must refine it while the opportunity persists, as it will prove invaluable for the crafting of Gu. I shall return to the 12 caves. Until we meet again. Chapter 77. The schemes of the Night Owl King. Did he leave just like that? Ning Hongyu couldn't help but chuckle through her tears. Yet, this behavior aligned perfectly with her junior's character. After all, the master had remarked that the young disciple could endure solitude, seldom venturing beyond the confines of the door. In a place rife with strife, it was prudent for her junior to depart early. She did not dwell on it further. I still wanted to express my gratitude to him, Li Ruoqian lamented. On Tianyan Peak, the Night Owl King returned, striding with an imposing presence, his expression concealed beneath a bronze mask. The esteemed ministers of Dian, including King Yu, King Kailan, King Ing, King Qian, King Han, and the Grand General of the nation, gathered in solemnity before him, their demeanor grave and cautious. Some bore no guilt, while others harbored secrets. Yet, all present understood one undeniable truth. Although the demon attacks appeared fierce, they were far from sufficient to disrupt the ritual of Feng Shan. Yet, the ritual had indeed been interrupted. Even the young prince had been grievously injured, left in a state of unconsciousness. This compelled them to question whether the Night Owl King had orchestrated this himself. Was the grand ceremony merely a fade to rally the populace and stabilize the situation, while he sought to seize actual power and manipulate the emperor to command the lords? The expressions among the lords varied. Even if they suspected the Night Owl King's intentions, they dared not openly defy him, as that would provide him with a pretext to deal with them harshly. All of you are worthless, the Night Owl King thundered, his voice echoing with authority. With so many of you here, you couldn't even protect His Highness. What use are you? Though his ire seemed directed at the Night Owl Guard, the lords felt the sting of his words, perceiving it as a veiled criticism aimed at them. No one anticipated that the Black Lotus Demon Emperor would personally intervene, crossing borders to attack Kunlun Su. The events had unfolded. and it was prudent to first assess the prince's injuries, suggested Grand General Bai Chen. Indeed, King Yulingui concurred. Ensuring the prompt recovery of His Highness and then selecting an auspicious date to hold the Foshan ceremony again is of utmost importance. Naturally, the Night Owl King replied, standing with his hands clasped behind him. The Foshan ceremony will be conducted only after His Highness ascends the throne. Until then, I implore you all to refrain from spreading rumors that could unsettle the hearts of the people. Whoever dares to disseminate tales of Kunlun Su and disturb the populace, beware. I will show no mercy. The resounding voice reverberated across Tianyin Peak, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Understood, the young lord replied promptly, bowing in respect. We shall heed the Night Owl King's command. The various factions dared not speak further, their thoughts aligning with the realization that the Night Owl King intended to assume power and manipulate the emperor to command the lords. A sweeping reform was imminent, poised to reshape the Middle Plains and expel the demons. Would this signal the dawn of yet another great conflict, or a silent transition of power? None could foresee. That will be all. The Night Owl King ascended Tianyin Terrace, turning his back to the assembly. Only the minor deity of the northern ice plains, and Miao, is to remain. The rest may withdraw. Very well. The assembly, feeling as if granted a reprieve, promptly took their leave. And Miao maintained a calm demeanor. Though her heart raced, was the Night Owl King prepared to confide in her? No more pretense? His Highness has already visited. The Night Owl King spoke softly, and his words stirred a tempest within Miao's heart. What did he mean by that? Miao feigned ignorance. At this juncture, there was no need for the lesser divine fate to continue pretending. The Night Owl King's intentions were known to her. The Night Owl King calmly asserted, what I imply. The lesser divine fate is surely aware. And Miao retorted, how could a mere girl presume to fathom the Night Owl King's thoughts? She resolutely denied any understanding. If the true prince were present, do you think the grand ceremony would have faltered? Mere demons are no match for my means to keep them at bay beyond Kunlun. He continued, this is the territory of Dian. It is not the time for demons to wreak havoc. I have taken your counsel into account and can ascertain that the one lying on the Tianyin platform is but a substitute for the prince. As he spoke, the Night Owl King retrieved the imperial jade seal of Dian from the altar. The tribes of the far northern ice plains possess methods to discern the prince's bloodline, naturally. Dian has its own exquisite techniques to rival them. He approached Miao with the seal in hand. Do you sense it? A surge of power from the imperial seal informs me that the true prince has returned, accepting the will of Dian's royal ancestors. His laughter echoed through the air, unrestrained and jubilant. After the royal blood calamity, the Night Owl King has never laughed so freely. With the protection of our forefather, Dian shall thrive endlessly. I should have foreseen that the true prince would not be an ordinary peasant. Even amidst chaos, even when surrounded, the prince will undoubtedly shine with the grace of the Li family. Lesser divine fate, do you not recognize this? He fixed his gaze upon Miao, his eyes behind the mask burning like ghostly flames. After a lengthy silence, Miao finally nodded. Indeed, the little prince has been here, but I cannot discern his true identity or his current whereabouts. The Night Owl King's meticulous thoughts and exquisite methods were far more terrifying than Miao had imagined, compelling her to concede to the truth. I can understand that the prince trusts neither you nor me, nor any individual in this world. He wishes to take destiny firmly into his own hands. Just as our forefather did a millennium ago, the prince possesses this resolve, which brings me great solace. The Night Owl King mused with a smile. Miao found herself unable to penetrate the Night Owl King's thoughts. What this pinnacle of martial prowess truly contemplated remained a mystery. Were his words genuine or false? She dared not gamble. Perhaps the Night Owl King was indeed loyal to the Dian royal family, upholding the forefathers' legacy and supporting the little prince's ascension to power and restoring legitimacy. However, the world is unpredictable and human hearts are inscrutable. Setting aside the question of the Night Owl King's sincerity, even if it were genuine at this moment, when the god of martial arts treasure lay before them, he might yet change his heart. Once the little prince reveals himself, he could become a puppet, a key. Now that we have confirmed the little prince is a falsehood, what are your next steps, Night Owl King? Miao inquired. What do you believe, lesser divine fate? The Night Owl King countered. I hope you will spare his life. He is innocent and merely a pawn in this game, like a floating weed in the water. Miao pleaded. I shall certainly spare his life. The prince would undoubtedly wish to do the same, leaving his future in the hands of the prince. The Night Owl King assured. The Night Owl King declared. Henceforth, he could no longer reveal his true self. Before the world, the young prince would perpetually suffer from illness. Unable to engage in governance, it would not be until the day of the true dragon's return that he would awaken. The people need only to know that His Highness has returned, and the De Yin will revert to its rightful order. That alone suffices. This is the Night Owl King's stratagem. You do not comprehend the implications of your actions. All the lords and ministers of De Yin will regard you as a traitor, a usurper, wielding the emperor to command the lords. Such actions are unbecoming of the Night Owl Guard, spoken Miao in a solemn tone. It matters not, replied the Night Owl King, standing tall and proud. For the sake of the Da Yan's legacy, for the ancestors of the Li family, what does it matter if I bear all the blame? I am indifferent to the reproaches of the ministers. I am unconcerned with the murmurs of the populace. Even if I am misunderstood by His Highness, I remain unfazed. My only desire is for this realm to find peace, for the hearts of the people to unite, for the common folk to be free from the chaos wrought by demons, and for the virtues of our De Yin to be celebrated, ensuring the prosperity of our dynasty. As long as I can pave the way for His Highness, allowing the true dragon to return, uphold the mandate of heaven, and secure the throne, then bearing the weight of eternal infamy and bloodshed is of no consequence to me. Chapter 78. The first transformation of the Sword Fairy from beginning to end. The Night Owl King's schemes were merely a legitimate pretext for the reformation of the Central Plains. The noble lords expressed their discontent, and the words of the ministers were but trivialities. The peace and happiness of the common folk formed the foundation of the De Yin Kingdom's fortune, and it is what His Highness requires most upon his return. The Night Owl King, with meticulous care and unwavering dedication, earned the admiration of the young maiden, and Miao offered a bow and took her leave. After a considerable time, the solitary Night Owl King spoke again, having listened for so long. It is time for you to rise. On the Tianyin platform, the severely injured and unconscious youth slowly sat up. Ha ha ha, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. I always said that the name Li Qingshu is too imposing and burdensome for me to bear. It is far better to be Qinggoden from my humble village. He continued, after all, I am merely the substitute for the true prince. Perhaps I could be considered his savior? As he transitioned from Li Qingshu back to Qinggoden, the youth's tone became significantly lighter and more joyous, unafraid of death and unrestrained by concerns. The true dragon, under the protection of destiny, would not perish. The Night Owl King replied with indifference, to intertwine with His Highness's fate is an honor. It is His Highness's gift to you. Qinggoden scoffed. Such grandiloquent words. I do not comprehend these matters. What I wish to know now is how you intend to deal with me. Imprisonment? Or perhaps a silencing of witnesses. I have promised in Miao that I shall not kill you. Upon His Highness's return, he shall decide your fate. With that, the Night Owl King cast aside a mask, instructing, wear this, you are no longer yourself. On the day of His Highness's return, your freedom shall be restored. I have a request, Qinggoden said, taking the mask in his hands, his brows furrowing as thoughts consumed him. Speak. The Night Owl King nodded. I wish to join the Night Owl Guard and continue my martial training. I want to be stationed at Kunlun Void, watching over my village. Is that permissible? Qinggoden inquired. The Night Owl King was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. It was rare for anyone to evoke such a reaction from him. After a prolonged silence, he finally asked, do you harbor hatred towards His Highness? A little, Qinggoden admitted. Upon reflection, my biological parents were likely loyal subjects of the royal family. They sacrificed for him, making me a scapegoat. Yet, I considered that he too was compelled, and both our elders acted willingly, so I shall not hold it against him. As long as he can eradicate the monsters and restore peace to Kunlun Void, allowing my parents to rest in peace, I shall forgive him. You possess a generous spirit, the Night Owl King remarked, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. I hope your words are sincere. That would bode well for you. Human hearts are fickle. I cannot guarantee that, Qinggoden replied, baring his teeth as he rose, lifting the mask and slowly placing it upon his face. His voice grew heavier. This mask seems to suit me rather well, although it pales in comparison to yours. A cloak similar to yours would be quite majestic. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from the Night Owl King. Today is the last time I shall tolerate your nonsense. I hope there will not be a next time. Time flies. 3 months later. In the majestic Jiogong mountain range, amidst the 12 caves, sunlight filters through the gaps in a small bamboo grove, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. A celestial swordswoman, garbed in a flowing white dress, dances with her sword, as if having inadvertently descended from an ethereal realm into the mortal world. As she raises her blade, her form is as light as a soaring swallow. The sword blossoms sparkle like morning dew leaping between the bamboo leaves. Her sword techniques unfold with the grace of flowing clouds and water, at times resembling a mighty dragon emerging from the sea, exuding grandeur, and at other moments akin to a sinuous serpent, unpredictable and elusive. When her swordplay reaches its zenith, a radiant aura envelopes her, merging the essence of the person and the sword, with the spirit of the sword permeating the air. Time appears to stand still as myriad sword shadows manifest various postures of the celestial swordswoman, then suddenly converge into one, piercing the heavens, transforming into the shape of a white dragon soaring into the clouds. The beauty of her sword dance is akin to a masterpiece. Marvelous, beyond description. The poetic and picturesque swordsmanship leaves Li Yuan in awe. Since his return from Kunlun Su, amidst his alchemical pursuits, he occasionally dabbles in martial arts. Yet his natural talent is rather mediocre, resulting in slow progress. Despite possessing 3 supreme martial arts manuals, without guidance, his efforts are akin to a primary school student grappling with advanced mathematics, fruitless. He barely comprehends a few moves of the shaking heaven divine fist, just managing to cross the threshold of a beginner. The Tianyin Wuxiang sword technique remains utterly incomprehensible to him, until one fortuitous opportunity arose. When Li Yuan allowed the swordswoman to peruse the Tianyin Wuxiang sword technique, to his astonishment, she mastered it effortlessly, progressing to the 7th level in a remarkably short span of time. Initially, he felt a twinge of frustration. However, upon reflection, he thought, the swordswoman is mine. If she learns, it is as though I have learned too. Through resonating with her essence, Li Yuan indeed grasped several techniques. Given time, he might achieve success as well. Sister swordswoman, brother Li Yuan, it's time for dinner, called Wang Zhao from the small courtyard. Coming, Li Yuan replied. The swordswoman was swift as a white rainbow, seated upon a stool in the blink of an eye, ready with her bowl and chopsticks, eagerly awaiting the meal. Brother Li Yuan, do you feel that sister swordswoman has become more spirited? Wang Zhao inquired with a smile. Indeed, Li Yuan had already noticed this transformation. Perhaps it was influenced by the auspicious energies of the Kunlun Su dragon vein, or perhaps it related to her fusion with the bloodline of the ancestral deity. Or perhaps it stemmed from her practice of the Tianyin Wuxiang sword technique. Regardless, since returning from Kunlun Su, the swordswoman had changed. Her gaze was no longer dull. Occasionally, a spark of brilliance would appear. Her peculiar behaviors, such as climbing trees while eating, running amok during baths, and swinging in the bamboo grove at midnight, had diminished significantly. Li Yuan speculated that it was highly likely his own metamorphosis had triggered a series of changes in the swordswoman, given their fated connection. Perhaps within 300 years, he could restore her spirit. Even the Gu immortal from 3,000 years ago would not have anticipated that a Gu master like him bore the bloodline of a martial deity. Only a martial deity could shatter the fateful prophecies of Gu immortals. Li Yuan did not dwell on these thoughts. To him, it was a fortuitous development, beneficial in every way. Days passed, and Pei Luo Qing hurriedly sought out the bamboo grove, her face radiant with joy, as bright as a spring breeze. Senior brother Pei, what good fortune has you beaming so? Li Yuan inquired. I am preparing to step down, she replied. Pei Luo Qing chuckled, inquiring about the opinion of her junior brother regarding the position of the 12 cave masters, whether he would assume the role himself or select another. Brother, you know I prefer a leisurely life, Li Yuan declined. Pei Luo Qing nodded. Very well. I shall send someone from the 9 palaces to take over when the time comes. However, their strength may not be formidable. As you will be overseeing matters here as the guardian. That is acceptable, Li Yuan acquiesced. Pei Luo Qing added. There is another piece of news I must share with you regarding the De Yin royal family. As you may have heard, the young prince remains gravely injured and is under the regency of the Night Owl King. Has the Night Owl King taken any new actions? Li Yuan inquired, intrigued. Chapter 79. I have found Shaoliner indeed. Pei Luo Qing nodded emphatically, his gestures grand. Oh? Li Yuan's interest was piqued. Elder brother, please elaborate. Not long ago, the Night Owl King issued an edict commanding the Night Owl Guards to mobilize in unison, deploying to various regions of the Central Plains to oversee combat, compelling the station troops to engage in fierce battles against the demons until they were expelled from the Central Plains. For the common folk of the Central Plains, this was undoubtedly a blessing, as they could finally be liberated from the calamities wrought by demons and enjoy a period of peace. Even if remnants of demons lingered in the countryside, the Night Owl Guards would gradually eradicate them. I have heard that throughout the Central Plains, people are extolling the virtues of the young prince, hoping for his swift restoration to the throne to revive the grandeur of the Dian dynasty, Pei Luo Qing lamented. Thus, the Central Plains would be tranquil once more, allowing its citizens to live in peace and prosperity, praising and celebrating the new emperor, thereby rekindling the fragmented fate of Dian. However, With this strategy in place, within 3 months at the shortest, or a year at most, demons would surge into the southern frontier, northern lands, western regions, eastern wastelands, and Kangland, transforming the already beleaguered borderlands into a veritable hell on earth. Being a native of the southern frontier, Pei Luoqing naturally wished to prevent his homeland from becoming sacrificial soil in the machinations of power. Alas, the tides of the world are such that even the 9 palaces' Gu nest cannot halt them, let alone a mere individual like himself. Li Yuan, too, comprehended the situation. The Night Owl King not only coerced the emperor to command the feudal lords, but also employed a strategy of driving tigers to swallow wolves, utilizing the 2 decades of demonic turmoil to diminish the strength of various lords. Pei Luoqing sighed. The crux of the matter lies in its overt nature. No lord dares to confront the Night Owl King. He will surely make an example of one to intimidate the rest. In a time of prosperity, such actions would undoubtedly lead the populace to feel a sense of mutual dependence, resulting in a loss of popular support. Yet, in an era of chaos, one can only say that the Night Owl King possesses sufficient resolve, willing to sacrifice certain regions to stabilize the broader situation. The Night Owl King has also calculated that the demons would be willing to cooperate, accepting this excellent gift delivered by the internal strife of Dian's power. Any lord who dares to collude with demons would become the proverbial chicken used to warn the monkeys. A truly shrewd calculation. Li Yuan's expression turned grave. The ambition displayed by the Night Owl King reinforced his resolve to remain concealed until he possessed adequate means of self-defense. In summary, true turmoil was imminent, far more intense than the last, and the Kanglan army might be too preoccupied to assist. Everything would depend on ourselves. Pei Luoqing cautioned solemnly. After much contemplation, he could not help but inquire, "Junior brother, have you truly decided to remain in the 12 caves indefinitely?" "Indeed," Li Yuan nodded. The small bamboo grove had been entirely transformed by him, and he intended to continue expanding it, establishing it as a realm wholly his own. 2 Gu houses were also situated there. This was his stronghold. Only in the small bamboo grove could he unleash his full potential. "Very well." Pei Luoqing offered no further persuasion. "I shall take my leave today. When we next meet, I know not when that will be. Should you find yourself unable to endure, you may seek refuge in the inner sanctum of the 9 palaces." "Understood. Elder brother Pei, take care." As the winds of change gather and the uncertainties of the world loom, partings weigh heavier than usual. Li Yuan produced a small jade vial, containing the precious medicine he had previously utilized to heal his mentor. "Please extend my regards to the teacher," he implored his senior brother. "Ah," Pei Luoqing sighed. "Junior brother, allow me to speak candidly. The teacher has long since severed ties with the world of Gu, and one should be content to enjoy a peaceful old age. Chaos will soon descend upon us. It would be prudent for you to keep such a treasure for yourself, for even if the teacher were here, he would not accept it." "This is my heartfelt intention," Li Yuan replied with a smile. "Trust me, the teacher will surely find it useful." "Very well then." Pei Luoqing ceased his objections. Though the younger disciple appeared solitary and somewhat reclusive, he was undeniably generous towards friends and family, effortlessly bestowing such precious gifts. After bidding farewell to Pei Luoqing, Li Yuan ventured into his secret sanctuary, concealed by a multitude of Gu insects. A data panel materialized before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Pot, 6th Transformation 136-3000. Realm, 6th Transformation, Mental Strength, Mid-Domain Realm. Inherent Gu, Giant Spirit Gu, Revitalization Gu, Colorful Fire Python. All-encompassing Forest Gu, Silk Queen Gu, Sword Fairy Gu, Gu House, Colorful Fire Cave 1000 Gu House. Silk Mystic Realm 1000 Gu House. The Silk Mystic Realm produced a drop of revitalization essence each month, totaling 5 drops thus far. Li Yuan had gifted 4 of them to his mentor, Yu Hangchuan, retaining only 1 for emergencies. The 5 strands of radiant fire harvested from the colorful fire cave were reserved for trade to procure rare treasures. 7 days later, the new master of the 12 caves took office, a 5th Transformation Gu Master. On his first day, he arrived at the bamboo grove bearing lavish gifts. "Li Shixiao, I am Pang Dachuan, appointed by the 9 palaces Gu nest to serve as the master of the 12 caves. Here's the intersect token. Please verify it." Although Pang Dachuan was also an intersect disciple, Li Yuan held a higher status as a direct disciple of the elders. "You're too courteous, master of the cave." Li Yuan replied with a slight smile. "I shall oversee only the matters concerning the bamboo grove. The rest falls under your jurisdiction, so there is no need to consult me." Reflecting on the past, he recalled his arrival at the age of 16, trailing behind old Wang like a mere attendant. The demeanor of Pang Dachuan today evoked a sense of nostalgia, reminding him of the passage of time and the inexorable changes that had unfolded. Yes, yes. Pang Dachuan nodded repeatedly, then added, Li Shixiang, I heard from Pei Shixiang that you prefer tranquility. Would you like to expand the bamboo grove, incorporating the surrounding peaks to prevent other disciples from disturbing your cultivation? Li Yuan was taken aback, pleasantly surprised by Pang Dachuan's thoughtfulness. He indeed harbored intentions to further enlarge the bamboo grove, as the expansion of his gu houses, the augmentation of his corpse puppet army, and the cultivation of more gu insects necessitated additional territory. Very well. Since you have suggested it, I shall agree, Li Yuan replied. Splendid. Pang Dachuan beamed. Rest assured. Li Shixiang, I will make all the necessary arrangements. Thank you for your efforts. Li Yuan extended his hand and summoned a black jar, within which resided several unrefined fifth-turn Xian gu, specifically intended to replenish the vitality of the life-sustaining gu. This is a gift for you. Thank you, brotherly. Thank you. Brotherly. Pang Dachuan's face beamed with joy as he repeatedly bowed in gratitude. In the extreme northern icy plains, the howling winds and biting cold enveloped the land. Towering houses, fashioned from snow and ice, stood amidst the vast, white expanse. Here, there were no city walls. The boundless sky and land served as the tribe's finest protection, rendering them impervious to the threat of external invaders. Clop, clop, clop. Not far off, horses burst through the swirling snow. Look! The patrolling soldiers exclaimed in delight. It is Xiao Siming. Xiao Siming has returned. Hurry! Inform the king. Within the grand icy dwelling, the resting Qilin king, Antua Yuan, suddenly sat upright, coughed a few times, and hastily made his way to the door. Xiao Siming dismounted her steed, her bare feet treading upon the snow, her silver hair dancing in the wind, the little ice bells on her dress jingling melodiously. Father! She hurried to the side of the Qilin king, exclaiming, Father, I have found her. I have found Shaoliner. I have found my sister's child. Chapter 80. The tribe of the far north icefield Miao. Have you found Shaoliner? The pallid face of the Kirin king, Antua Yuan, flushed with a hint of color. Yes. The gentle deity, in Miao, supported him, saying, Father, let us enter the house and discuss this matter slowly. Very well. Very well. Antua Yuan's face broke into a joyful smile. Upon entering the dwelling, Miao gestured, and an ethereal image of a Kirin manifested, enveloping the entire spacious room. She then spoke. While I was arranging the totem flags in the Kunlun void, the twin jade pendants suddenly reacted, indicating that Shaoliner was indeed nearby. However, due to the threat posed by the Night Owl King, I dared not acknowledge him directly. I only noted the faction he was associated with at that time. He is in the southern wilderness, at the Nine Palaces Gu Nest. The Nine Palaces Gu Nest? Antua Yuan's brows furrowed deeply. Even though they resided in the far north, separated from the southern wilderness by vast distances, the name of the Nine Palaces Gu Nest was well known to him. It was the origin place of the Gu Masters, a dominant force in the southern wilderness, with a lineage far more ancient than that of the Icefield tribe. Father, should we seek to retrieve my sister's child? Miao felt a pang of compassion, knowing he had endured many hardships alone over the years. A descendant of the martial deity, reduced to obscurity, adopting a new name to learn the art of Gu. Of course, we must find him. Antua Yuan's expression turned bitter. Were it not for Miao, our tribe in the far north would have long ceased to exist. How could we allow Miao's child to drift alone in the world? But I feel. Miao paused. Shaoliner may not wish to acknowledge us. We must understand him. Antua sighed. Shaoliner has been wandering since childhood, suffering countless hardships. In such an environment, whom can he trust? He has no choice but to rely on himself. As someone who has experienced similar trials, Antua could deeply empathize with his grandson, whom he had never met. Caution is not a flaw. It is wise to tread carefully to ensure longevity. What should we do then? And Miao interjected. The opportunity to find Shaoliner is right before us. Shall we merely stand by and not acknowledge him? We shall acknowledge him, of course, Antua Yuan replied. Yet we cannot force him. We have not raised this child, nor has he received any kindness from us. It is only natural for him to be wary. Our task is to gradually alleviate Shaoliner's suspicions, allowing him to trust us and accept us. He is Miao's child. Inherently, he cannot be the cold and selfish individual he appears to be. His aloofness is merely a means of self-protection. Upon hearing Antua Yuan's words, Miao felt a sense of relief. Father, what do you suggest we do? You should conceal your identity and venture into the southern wilderness. First, conduct your investigation discreetly. Once you locate Shaoliner, do not make any noise or unnecessary movements. Into what Yuan instructed, observe first. Then gradually engage him until he shows goodwill and is willing to accept us. Cough, cough, cough. As he spoke, Yuan was seized by a violent fit of coughing. His white hair disheveled, resembling a fallen elder lion. Father. Miao hurriedly supported her father, observing that his injury seemed to worsen. It's nothing. Yuan waved his hand dismissively. I can endure for another 10 or 5 years. I shall surely witness Mucio's child and hear him call me grandfather. Follow me, he continued. I have a gift to bestow upon little Liner. Please help me deliver it. He stood unsteadily, trembling as he opened the door leading to the underground. While Miao steadied him, guiding him down the staircase step by step. The origins of the extreme North Ice Plain tribe trace back 2,000 years. A group of refugees fled from the Central Plains to this frigid, desolate land, nearly succumbing to the bitter cold and hunger. It was not until one among them discovered the corpse of a Qilin within an ice mountain that their fate began to shift. The Qilin, a symbol of auspiciousness, was historically regarded as equal to the true dragon at certain moments in time. The sight of the Qilin's tragic demise in the icy wasteland struck fear into their hearts. At that moment, one person raised his arm and proclaimed, "The Ice Qilin is a benevolent deity, unwilling to let humanity suffer. It has descended to our realm to nourish us with its flesh. We must not betray the kindness and compassion of the Qilin god." Thus, under his guidance, the refugees partook of the Qilin's remains and, remarkably, gained mysterious powers, no longer fearing the biting winds and the frigid temperatures of the plains. The refugees, filled with trepidation, prayed and knelt in earnest supplication, fearful of retribution. In time, the Qilin god, rather than punishing them, manifested mysterious runes upon the Qilin's bones, imparting to them methods of cultivation and bestowing upon them the Qilin's sacred arts. Grateful and reverent, the people honored the Qilin as a deity, establishing a tribe upon the ice plain and adopting the Qilin's likeness as their totem. They believed this to be the true essence of divinity, eternal and nurturing, alleviating the suffering of the world. From that point onward, the Ice Plain tribe began to thrive in the extreme north, dedicating generations to the worship of the Qilin. All tales were depicted in murals along the walls of the underground passage, wherein Miao had accompanied the Qilin king several times before, each visit leaving her in awe. At the passage's end, a vast expanse opened up, revealing a colossal altar, measuring 1,000 feet wide and several hundred feet high. At the center of the altar lay a skeleton, its bones akin to exquisitely carved jade, imbued with a subtle warmth that spoke of ages past. The contours were robust yet graceful, with the base of its horns thick and sturdy, tapering sharply into pointed tips. Along its elongated neck, the vertebrae were closely aligned, with runes faintly shimmering upon them. The Qilin's chest was broad, its ribs arching like resilient beams, while its powerful limbs retained the posture of a galloping creature. Great Qilin god, your subjects in Yuan and in Miao humbly bow before you. The two knelt before the Qilin's remains, bowing 3 times in reverence. We are grateful for your benevolence. May your divine grace endure eternally. After their homage, Yuan approached a recess in the altar, retrieving a pearl that shimmered with an icy blue light, and handed it to Miao. Miao, this is the Qilin pearl, capable of catalyzing the bloodlines of all beings and enhancing their spiritual essence. Once, a shaman from the southern region traversed great distances to seek this pearl. Offering numerous rare treasures in exchange, it must hold great significance for such practitioners. Upon finding little Liner, you shall present him with the treasured pearl, and he will undoubtedly cherish it. This is one of the few valuable gifts that Yuan can bestow upon his grandson. Very well. Miao nodded, Father. Do not worry. I shall earn little Liner's trust and acceptance, and I will bring him back to see you so that we may pay homage to sister together. Do not be hasty, and be cautious not to alert those with ill intentions, cautioned Yuan. With a soft sigh, he added, Mucio, if you are watching from above, please bless Liner. I hope that in my lifetime, I can make amends for the shortcomings I have towards him as a grandfather. Chapter 81. The 7 Absolutes of the Jianghu in the Central Plains, 12 Caves. The expansion of the small bamboo forest was in full swing. Each day, Li Yuan practiced swordsmanship with the sword fairy, while collaborating with Xiao Kai and Wu Mei to construct a goo house, occasionally synthesizing new goo insects. Life was blissfully carefree. Yet, he understood that such idyllic days would not last long. One day, a familiar guest arrived at the small bamboo forest. Li young master, it has been a while, remarked Li Ruoqian, a member of the Kanglin army. Your little bamboo forest has developed remarkably in my absence. It seems to be thriving and nearly establishing its own faction. With so many Gu to nurture, a spacious territory is essential, Li Yuan replied. That day. Thank you for saving me, Li Ruoqian said, lowering her gaze and bowing gracefully. Ah, it was but a small matter, Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively. You and I are old partners in business. Without your connections, I, a mere nobody, could not have boarded the grand vessel of the Kanglan army. Knowing your penchant for dissecting demons to nurture Gu, I have brought you a 7th-tier demon corpse. Li Ruoqian instructed her soldiers to present a body. It was a butterfly demon, adorned with a beautiful human face, its form graceful, and its wings shimmering in a dreamlike array of colors. What an exquisite find! Li Yuan's eyes sparkled. He was in dire need of materials from silk-producing creatures like butterflies and moths for his dream silkworm concoction. Such beings were inherently weak, and thus were far less numerous than the formidable tiger, leopard, wolf, and lion clans. Name your price, Miss Li. It is a gift. This is my personal possession and will not be recorded in the accounts of the Kanglan army, Li Ruoqian declared. Li Yuan chuckled. I knew you to be a broad-minded heroine, then allow me to present you with something in return. He retrieved a specially crafted metallic box and opened it. Inside danced a flickering flame. This treasure is called the Heavenly Fire, derived from the concentrated energies of the celestial sun. It can be wielded to attack foes or utilized in the forging of precious artifacts. Can it be used for forging artifacts? Li Ruoqian was astonished. Such elemental flames born of heaven and earth were rare, and she had sought them specifically. Now that she had officially ascended to the realm of a 7th-tier Grandmaster, she needed such a flame to forge her life-bound treasured blade. Accept it, Li Yuan said, closing the iron box and extending it to her. I owe you yet another favor, Li Ruoqian said, not refusing the gift. Next time I ascend the mountain, I will bring several demon corpses as a token of my gratitude. Let us not dwell on favors. The more demon corpses, the better. In discussing business with an old acquaintance, Li Yuan was unceremonious. Miss Li, I can procure more of this heavenly fire. Should the army have any high-tier demon corpses, whether intact or damaged, I will take them all. The higher the grade, the better. Understood, Li Ruoqian nodded. I will assist in contacting other commanders to acquire surplus demon corpses for you. Thank you for your efforts, Li Yuan said with a respectful gesture. Do not mention it. Li Ruoqian smiled. On that day in Kunlun Su, your valiant performance did not go unnoticed by many in the Kanglan army. I believe they would be more than willing to collaborate with a talent such as you. The 6th-tier Gu Master engages in a battle against the semi-saint of the demon realm, a talent so exceptional that it would shine brightly within any prominent sect. One might foresee them as the future leader of a powerful faction, who would not wish to forge an alliance. There is another matter I must convey. Li Ruoqian's expression grew solemn. Is it regarding the chaos wrought by the demons? Li Yuan surmised. Indeed. Li Ruoqian continued. Since the Night Owl King issued the order for the various commanders to oversee the defense of the Central Plains, the demons have been largely expelled from the region, spilling into the territories of various lords. The current situation has left the Central Plains in a state of isolation, indifferent to the plight of the borderlands. The demons, seizing this opportunity, have become even more ferocious, overwhelming the lords who struggle to defend against them, forcing the Kanglan army to retract their defenses. You must be prepared for battle. Although the 12 caves are situated within the mountains, they are not as deeply entrenched as the inner sanctum of the 9 palaces, and they may still be affected by the chaos. Thank you for your warning, Miss Li. Li Yuan clasped his fist in gratitude. Until the power of the lords is diminished to a certain extent and the imperial authority is restored, the Night Owl King will not relent. No one knows how long this turmoil in the borderlands will last. However, there is also a piece of good news. At this point, Li Ruoqian paused once more, gazing intently at Li Yuan. You must have heard of the phrase that refers to the Central Plains pinnacle: 1 apex, 1 summit pavilion, 2 absolute sects, and 3 mountains entering the secular world to sever worldly ties, correct? I have heard of it, though my understanding is limited. Li Yuan knew that this phrase represented the 7 dominant powers of the Central Plains. According to common belief, these 7 factions are capable of contending with the 9 palaces Gu Nest. He found this somewhat exaggerated, as the 9 palaces Gu Nest boasts nearly 28th-tier Gu Masters, representing the zenith of the Gu path and encompassing 90% of the strongest Gu Masters. Any single one of the 7 dominant powers of the Central Plains would likely pale in comparison to the 9 palaces Gu Nest. You truly are singularly focused on refining Gu, indifferent to worldly affairs, Li Ruoqian remarked in astonishment. It is surprising that someone is merely aware of the 7 dominant powers of the Central Plains. Many children in the southern regions are quite familiar with them. She elaborated, the so-called One Apex refers to the heavenly beyond, a faction that embodies both righteousness and wickedness, shrouded in mystery with many experts within. The One Summit Pavilion denotes the Su Xin Pavilion, a domain of scholars esteemed for their rhetoric, representing the pinnacle of contemporary Confucianism. The two absolute sects refer to the Lingxiao sword sect and the Bailian sect. The former is one of the foremost swordsmanship schools of our time, while the latter excels in weapon forging and the cultivation of physical prowess, unmatched by any. The three mountains signify another peak of swordsmanship, including the benevolent and righteous Shu Mountain, which seeks to save the world, along with the Taoist Longhu Mountain and Qingqing Mountain. These three factions primarily focus on inner cultivation, shunning worldly gains. In times of prosperity, they remain reclusive, dedicating themselves to their practices. When chaos descends, they emerge to eradicate evil and restore peace. Hence, the saying that the three mountains enter the secular world to sever worldly ties. Li Ruoqian patiently elucidated. Only then did Li Yuan comprehend that the good news Miss Li mentioned was indeed related to them. Precisely. The pear blossoms, with a hint of melancholy, reflect the heartlessness of emperors and the righteousness of the martial world. Even though the Night Owl King has issued a decree, the sects of Mount Shu, Mount Qiqing, and Mount Longhu still rally the chivalrous to venture forth into the borderlands to vanquish demons and eradicate evil. Furthermore, I have heard that the Lingxiao sword sect has also sent individuals to the southern wilderness, though it appears their purpose is not to exterminate demons. Li Yuan was taken aback. Wait, the Lingxiao sword sect? Why does that sound so familiar? Suddenly, he recalled the images that flooded his mind during his first resonance with the Sword Fairy. Was it not the birthplace of the Sword Fairy 3,000 years ago? The Lingxiao sword sect does not come to slay demons? Then for what purpose? The reason becomes evident. Yet, on second thought, Li Yuan pondered. Why am I in a state of alarm? If we are to speak of lineage, they should refer to me as their ancestor. Chapter 82. Little Zhao's fifth transformation. After bidding farewell to Li Ruoqian, Li Yuan settled into contemplation within the remnants of the Gu Tower. He meticulously unraveled the intricacies of recent events. He recalled his senior sister, Ning Hongyu, mentioning that after the grand ceremony at Kunlun Su, the Jiugonggu nest would conduct a thorough investigation into the disappearance of the Sword Immortal. It was undoubtedly the Jiugonggu nest that had sent word, requesting assistance from the Lingxiao sword sect in the southern frontier. Surely, they wouldn't trace it back to me? By now, no one should remember what the Sword Immortal looked like. However, if the Sword Immortal truly resembled a celestial being and wielded a sword, anyone who beheld her might make connections. But what does it matter? The grand ceremony has concluded, and I need not venture out, so there is no fear of discovery, unless they were to thoroughly scour the entire Jiugong mountain range. With this thought, Li Yuan felt a sense of relief. His gaze shifted to the side, resting upon the corpse of a seventh-tier butterfly demon. This body was perfectly suited for the refinement of the dream silkworm's precursor materials. Thus he decided against incorporating it into the Demon Puppet Legion. Presently, his younger sister commanded a demon puppet army consisting of a seventh-tier demon lord, the half-saint elephant demon he had brought back from Kunlun Su, 10 sixth-tier demons, 100 fifth-tier demons, and over 1,000 fourth-tier demons. The ability to command such a multitude of demon corpses was largely due to the successful refinement of the Gu House. With the enhancement of the Silken Web Mystic Realm, his sister was able to flourish and ascend to her rightful status as queen. In the grand scheme of the world, I cannot stand alone against the tide. I can only retreat into the deep mountains, nurturing my strength through conflict, and carve out a realm that belongs solely to me. Li Yuan's spirits lifted as he began to dissect the butterfly demon's corpse. The seventh-tier demon was a trove of treasures: illusion butterfly blood, transformation powder, rebirth eggs, celestial demon wings, and evolving demon pills. Once the dissection was complete, Li Yuan meticulously organized the valuable materials. Let us begin. Select original materials: 5-tier Mystic Gu Dream Soul Insect 3, add illusion butterfly blood. Add transformation powder, commence synthesis. You have acquired the 6th-tier Mystic Gu Colorful Feather Butterfly. There are 3 precious Gu required to refine the Dream Silkworm. The first is the Butterfly Illusion Without Trace, which is also the signature Gu of Yu Hengchuan. The second is the Reversal Thought Silkworm, which grants the Gu Master the power to obliterate the memories of living beings and forcibly alter their will. The third is the Spring and Autumn Pupa, allowing the Gu Master to self-seal in a state of near death, undergoing cycles of spring and autumn to be reborn, each rebirth rendering them stronger while demanding increasingly more time and effort. Only these three types of goo insects hold the potential to metamorphose into the pupa of the dream silkworm, thereby entering the stage of the illusory dream's 9 transformations. Once more, Li Yuan focused his thoughts. Select original materials. 5-tier Mystic Goo Dream Soul Insect 3, add illusion butterfly blood. At rebirth egg commence synthesis. You have acquired the 6-tier Mystic Goo Spring Breath Silkworm. Yet again, failure. The synthesis paths Li Yuan employed adhered strictly to the standards outlined by his teacher, Yu Hengchuan, yet the outcomes remained disparate. Just as his teacher had said, even identical materials in the same environment could yield different goo insects due to subtle influences. The higher the tier of the goo, the more pronounced the differences became. Persevere. Li Yuan had long grown accustomed to repeated failures, treating each as mere groundwork for future success. Selected raw materials, 3 5-turn soul-transforming insects. Add fragments of the sky demon wings, add powder of the transcendent demon dand. Begin synthesis. You have obtained the 6-turn mysterious goo, the azure red 5 poison goo. Once more. Li Yuan tirelessly continued his synthesis. You have obtained the 6-turn mysterious goo, the swallowing life goo. You have obtained the 6-turn mysterious goo. The night illusion butterfly. You have obtained. In the blink of an eye, a month had slipped by. Li Yuan sat before the black cauldron, gazing at the dwindling materials, deep in contemplation, gaining a greater understanding of his teacher's difficulties and regrets. He added all the materials into the cauldron. Begin synthesis. You have obtained the 6-turn precious goo, the reverse thought silkworm. Has it succeeded? Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. After numerous attempts, he had finally cultivated a precursor precious goo suitable for nurturing extraordinary goo like the dream silkworm. The price was an entire 7th-tier demon's corpse. Specifically a butterfly demon that matched the attributes. More high-tier demon corpses were still needed. He could only place his hopes on Li Ruoqian and the Kanglin army. Brother Yuan, are you there? A knock echoed from outside the room. What is it, Xiao Zhao? Li Yuan inquired. Brother Yuan. The cave master Peng Dachuan said that a large group of refugees has fled to the territory managed by our 12th cave and seeks your guidance, Wang Zhao reported. Refugees? Li Yuan put away the reverse thought silkworm and stepped outside. The mention of refugees reminded him of his own past as a fugitive, along with Lao Wang, Xiao Zhao, and many comrades from the 12th cave, all of whom had once been refugees. Xiao Zhao, what do you think we should do? Let them participate in the Goo Master examination. After several setbacks, our 12th cave is shorthanded, Wang Zhao replied. Li Yuan nodded and promptly instructed Yuk to relay the message. Inform the cave master that all refugees wishing to partake in the Goo Master examination may be accommodated. Those unwilling should remain in the outer mountains for a while, and once they recover, they may leave. The 12th cave is not a refugee shelter. Some matters must adhere to the rules. Understood. Yuk fluttered her wings and departed. Brother Yuan, the situation outside seems dire. Previously, only a few scattered refugees had come here. But now we face a crowd of hundreds for the first time. Wang Zhao sensed that the turmoil of war would once again threaten the 12th cave. There will always be a day of resolution, Li Yuan replied with calm assurance. A few days later, Wang Zhao excitedly approached Li Yuan. Brother Yuan, I've made a breakthrough. I've stepped into the realm of the 5-turn Goo Master. For many years, the goo insects and materials required for Wang Zhao's cultivation had been largely provided by Li Yuan, effectively allowing her to take a shortcut. Her breakthrough was thus anticipated. With the potential of the precious goo, blood eye goo, as long as she followed the proper steps in her training, reaching the 7th turn realm would not be overly difficult. Congratulations! With the impending turmoil of war, Xiao Zhao's breakthrough brought Li Yuan a sense of relief. He had been awaiting this day, for he had something to gift her. Come with me, I have something for you. All right. Wang Zhao, filled with joy, felt no need for formality with her brother Yuan after so many years of companionship. They entered the room together. Li Yuan produced a small black jar and handed it to Xiao Zhao. Is it a goo? Wang Zhao was taken aback. She already possessed a life-bound goo, rendering ordinary goo worms of little significance to her. What could this be that her elder brother had meticulously prepared? It seemed as though he had been waiting for this day for a long time. Filled with anticipation, she slowly lifted the lid of the black jar. Inside lay a silkworm, resembling one crafted from glass, translucent and shimmering, with an ice-blue luminescence flowing within, akin to a dream of glacial rivers. Exuding an aura that instilled tranquility and calmness. Wang Zhao could not see it, but this essence was all too familiar to her, a memory she would never forget. This is the Ice Heart Goo, a precious goo nurtured by her grandfather using his heart before his demise. Chapter 83, Codename, Caged Sparrow Brother Yuan. Have you always kept this goo worm? For some inexplicable reason, Wang Zhaozhao felt an overwhelming urge to weep, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Old Wang cherished two treasures in his life. Li Yuan chuckled. One is you, my precious granddaughter, and the other is the ice heart gu, which I nurtured with my life and transformed into after my death. I shall not covet what others hold dear. Now that you have stepped into the realm of a fifth-turn gu master, it is the perfect opportunity to acquire another subordinate gu. And the ice heart gu is just right for you. Normally, rare gu worms are difficult to be regarded as subordinate gu. Only a few exceptions exist. For instance, when a gu master possesses a corresponding upper-tier extraordinary gu, or when such rare gu worms share a close bond with the gu master themselves. Clearly, Wang Zhaozhao fits the latter condition. Take it. To Li Yuan, a rare gu worm was dispensable, but for Zhaozhao, a useful rare gu was incredibly precious. Stop crying. You're acting like a little girl, Li Yuan comforted her. The frail girl who ascended the mountain is now a graceful and beautiful young woman. Brother Yuan. Thank. The word of thanks lingered on Wang Zhaozhao's lips, but she hesitated, remembering that Brother Yuan disliked her expressing gratitude. Otherwise, he would in turn thank her for the trivial matters she had done in life. She silently etched everything into her heart. Having been by Brother Yuan's side for so many years, she could no longer see his face clearly, now a blur in her memory. Yet Brother Yuan had always illuminated her life like a deity from the heavens. It was precisely because she could not see him that her perception grew stronger. Day by day, they were nearly of one heart. In her world, Brother Yuan had always been silent and solitary, as if burdened with something, walking towards an unattainable destination. She harbored a premonition. One day in the future, Brother Yuan would leave this place to accomplish something significant. The quieter and more composed he became, the more intense her foreboding grew, restless and unquenchable. If that day were to come, she hoped to be by Brother Yuan's side, rather than allowing him to depart alone, bearing all burdens in solitude. Until then, she must tread carefully, ensuring she does not impose greater pressure upon him. I can wait. Even if it means waiting until my hair turns white, forever and ever, time's scythe is not so formidable, is it, Wang Zhaozhao? In the mountains, there are no cycles of time. The cold persists, unaware of the passing years. Another segment of time slipped by quietly. The number of refugees seeking shelter in the 12 caves grew increasingly, batch after batch. Some passed the gu master trials and joined the 12 caves, while others perished during the trials, and some left in despair. Li Yuan silently observed everything. To many disciples, he had become an enigmatic recluse, benefiting from the rebirth gu, having returned youthful even after years of absence, which added to his mystique. Occasionally, he overheard discussions among his disciples through the reconnaissance gu. The tale spread from person to person, transforming him into a legendary figure akin to a wandering monk. Such rumors left Li Yuan both amused and bemused. The host, Pang Dachuan, occasionally gathers and organizes intelligence from outside the mountains, delivering it to the small bamboo grove for Li Yuan's perusal. The state of the world aligns closely with expectations. Following the Night Owl King's orders, the commanders from all directions have been mobilized to repel the monsters, leading to a flourishing situation in the Central Plains, where the Great Yan's fortunes rise spectacularly. However, in the border regions, the populace suffers greatly. Various lords, besieged by the relentless attacks of demons, have repeatedly contracted their defenses, compelled to relinquish portions of their territory and cities. The 7 dominant factions of the Central Plains martial world, the Pinnacle Heaven, the Summit Pavilion, the 2 absolute sects, and the 3 mountains that sever worldly ties, have progressively entered the fray. Wave after wave of chivalrous individuals venture from the Central Plains to the borderlands, heroically facing death, particularly from Mount Shu, Longhu Mountain, and Chiqing Mountain. They truly embody the esteemed title bestowed upon them, the 3 mountains that sever worldly ties, earning profound respect. In the depths of Kunlun, amidst the dark and shadowy forests, a woman clutches a flower basket, her expression filled with terror as she stumbles along the mountain path. Behind her, a monstrous wolf demon saunters leisurely, a mocking expression upon its face. Little beauty, you cannot escape. Surrender and serve me, it taunts. Though it appears to move slowly, each step covers vast distances, closing the gap between them. With a sudden thud, the woman's fear overwhelms her, causing her to trip over a stone and fall, injuring her leg and rendering her unable to rise. I'm coming for you, little beauty, the wolf demon leers, drooling in anticipation. Just as it prepares to pounce, it suddenly senses something and looks ahead, spotting a shadow darting between the trees, swiftly approaching. Night Owl Guard, the wolf demon exclaims in alarm. With a swift motion, the masked figure of the Night Owl Guard, cloaked and imposing, arrives. A flash of steel gleams as the wolf demon's head falls. The guard sheathes the blade with seamless precision. Are you all right? After dispatching the wolf demon, the night owl guard helps the woman to her feet. I'm fine, she stammers, astonished. Just recently, at the grand ceremony, she had witnessed the night owl guard, a group known for their merciless demeanor, cold and unfeeling, akin to heartless puppets. Why does this night owl guard exhibit such compassion? Can you walk? The guard inquires. It seems. I've twisted my leg. She replies softly. I'll take a look, the guard offers, crouching down to retrieve a small vial, carefully pouring out some powder and gently applying it to her wound. The medicine will take effect in time. We cannot linger here. I will carry you. Huh? You? Carry me? She exclaims, bewildered. Yes, he nods, squatting. Come on. Completely taken aback, she recalls the village chief's warnings about the night owl guard being fearsome. One should respect them and keep their distance. Why is he treating her so kindly? Compelled by an inexplicable force, she climbs onto the guard's back. He carries her away in silence. As dusk falls, the setting sun casts the outline of a small mountain village, known as Little Wind Village, leaning against the shoulder of the night owl guard. The woman found herself momentarily lost in thought, recalling a day many years ago, when beneath a similar sunset, a young boy had bravely chased away a pack of wolves, carrying her home, bloodied and battered. Later, the one who promised to gather a bride price to marry her vanished without a trace after burying his mother, never to return. She would forever remember the despicable name of that heartless man, Shingo Dan. Arrived. The deep, raspy voice jolted the woman back to reality. From here on, you shall walk the remaining path alone. Do not venture into such perilous places by yourself in the future. She began to utter her gratitude. But before the word thank you could escape her lips, she realized that the night owl guard had already departed. It seemed there were indeed compassionate souls among the night owl guards. A smile crept upon her face as she continued along the rural path towards Xiaofeng village. Yet, after a few steps, her heart suddenly trembled, for she recognized that throughout her encounter with the night owl guard, she had never disclosed her place of residence. How did he know she lived in Xiaofeng village? Turning back abruptly, the figure under the sunset grew increasingly indistinct, yet her memories of him sharpened. Resembling that once youthful boy, she could not hear the murmured words of the night owl guard beneath the setting sun. Shingo Dan was no more. And Li Qingxu was not my true name. From this moment forth, I shall be known solely as the Night Owl Guard, codename, Caged Sparrow. Chapter 84. Turbulent times in the stillness of the night, shadows danced within a canyon outside the Jiogong mountain range in the southern region. For years, the Jiogong Gu nest has loomed over us, annihilating the Fengshui Sword Manor and decimating our foundations at Tiandao Cliff and Xingyue Palace. Today, the opportunity for vengeance has arrived. Not long ago, King Kanglin, Xiao Yuan, sustained grave injuries and has been preoccupied with his own affairs, leading to the withdrawal of most of the Kanglin army from this territory. Henceforth, this land shall belong to the Ghost King. I have thoroughly investigated. The Jiogong Gu nest possesses 36 entrances within these mountains, yet only 2 7th-order Gu masters stand guard. Our objective tonight is to eradicate these Gu masters without leaving a single one alive. The chaos wrought by demons serves only to benefit the Ghost King, Lingyu. General, if we openly confront the Jiogong Gu nest and ambush the Kanglin army, will we not face retribution from the Night Owl King? He is surely awaiting an opportunity to set an example. Someone voiced apprehensively. Reckoning? What reckoning? The speaker chuckled. No. I am no longer an underling of the Ghost King. I have long ceased to be human. Remember, we are brothers of demons. Let me speak frankly. If any of you pity those wretched commoners, if you seek to be kind-hearted and preach false morality, get out of my sight. He cast a cold gaze over the crowd. I only accept ruthless individuals here, those who can kill without a flicker of hesitation. For those who aspire to greatness, stow away your feeble sympathies and grasp your blades tightly. Who do we recognize as our leader? The Night Owl King does not regard us as human. Aligning with demons grants us greater rewards. Under the fervent call of the black armored general, the men within the canyon raised their sharp blades high. Kill, kill, kill. Above the canyon, 2 high-ranking demons observed the scene with amusement, their eyes glinting with mockery. Bring forth the wine, my little ones. One of the leopard demons, adorned with patterns resembling gold coins on its skin, gestured for a throng of lesser demons to present barrels of fine wine. Ladies and gentlemen, let us drink together. A thick, metallic scent of blood wafted through the canyon, tantalizing the nostrils of those present. Gazing into the steaming crimson liquid within their cups, some struggled to steady their hands. What is this? This is no wine. It is clearly blood. Fresh human blood. Leader Golden Leopard, is this not a bit excessive? Someone could not help but inquire. Bang. In an instant, the head of the questioner burst open in the darkness. To be brothers, one must not merely feel it in their heart. The crimson gold leopard demon sneered. Only by drinking our demon wine and severing a few more heads of the human demons can one truly be considered a brother to our kind. Otherwise, you would be deceiving our feelings. The consequences would be dire. A colorful peacock demon giggled, covering her mouth. You are being excessively tyrannical. Another soldier shouted. This is clearly not cooperation. It is coercion into servitude. There is nothing to discuss with human demons. They are hypocritical and feeble, deserving only of servitude. The crimson gold leopard scoffed. Moreover, I must remind you. The peacock maiden chuckled. Once, we collaborated with King Yu. Now, he seeks our favor. Times have certainly changed. Without further ado, she raised her cup. The black-armored general lifted his goblet and drained it in one swift motion. The golden leopard demon approached him. Patting his shoulder, indeed, you are a fine demon, our true brother. With the black-armored general leading the way, more and more individuals indulged in the crimson wine. Clap, clap, clap. Excellent. The golden leopard demon applauded with satisfaction. Next, you merely need to claim the head of a demon to prove your loyalty. And you shall be part of our magnificent demon clan. I look forward to it. The peacock maiden, enchanting and alluring, exhaled sweetly, whoever slays the most demons. I shall gladly share a spring night with him. Instantly, the crowd's blood surged with fervor. Let us depart. With a commanding voice. The black-armored general led the group swiftly out of the gorge, dispersing in various directions into the mountains. In the 12 caves, within a small bamboo grove, Li Yuan sensed a disturbance while refining his poison. Have they finally arrived? With his current spiritual prowess, he could easily control the movements within the entire 12 caves, even extending his awareness for dozens of miles beyond. He had strategically placed poison insects across the major defenses and mountain paths. No subtlety could escape his notice. As the demonic entities stepped into the vicinity of the 12 caves, Li Yuan detected their presence. 3 6th-tier demons, 1 7th-rank human master, and over 20 lesser beings mingled among them, a commendable configuration. In the past, such a setup would have easily decimated the 12 caves. It seemed that the Kanglan King had suffered considerable setbacks, and the 9 Palaces Gu Nest had also faced losses. Otherwise, they would not have sent so many demons into the mountains. Peering through the lens of the current situation, Li Yuan deduced that the circumstances had become dire. Elephant Demon Commander, he softly called. Thud, thud, thud. The Elephant Demon Commander, transformed into a corpse puppet, approached with heavy footsteps, kneeling before him. It is time to assess your capabilities, Li Yuan commanded. Do not allow these mere minions to enter and disturb the tranquility of my 12 caves. Yes, master. The voice of the Elephant Demon Commander emerged from its hollow chest, deep and devoid of emotion. Upon receiving the order, it vanished into the night, heading straight towards the path of the impending demonic assault, while Li Yuan, accompanied by Shao Kai, 5th sister, and the Sword Fairy, followed at a distance, observing from afar. They found an uninhabited mountain peak that offered a clear view of the unfolding scene. The Elephant Demon Commander loomed like a small mountain, blocking the entrance to the 12 caves. The infiltrating black-armored soldiers and demons were startled by the colossal figure illuminated by the moonlight. That is, a demon exclaimed. The Elephant Demon Commander, who went missing during the Battle of Kunlun Void. How could he be here? The leading master wore a grim expression. Clearly recognizing that the commander had become a corpse puppet, the Elephant Demon Commander was a half-saint. The crowd felt a chill run down their spines. What are we afraid of? To achieve the realm of a grandmaster, one must possess a resilient heart and an indomitable spirit. Even when faced with a corpse puppet forged from a half-saint demon, one ought not to be overly intimidated. After its creation, the puppet's strength is diminished by at least half, rendering it insignificant. I shall hold it at bay. You must seek out the controlling Gu Master, who is surely nearby and cannot have fled too far. Eliminate that Gu Master, and the problem will be resolved, commanded the leading Grandmaster. Can we truly prevail? Inquired a 6th-tier demon. The Gu Master possesses little combat prowess. With the corpse puppet occupied by me, the Gu Master's fighting ability is virtually non-existent. You will find him as easy to dispatch as one would a mere chicken, the leading Grandmaster declared with confidence. With this assurance, the others felt a sense of relief and immediately began searching the vicinity, while the leading Grandmaster unsheathed his black blade and charged towards the Elephant Demon corpse puppet. On the mountaintop, Li Yuan smiled. It must be acknowledged that a Grandmaster is indeed a Grandmaster, clear-headed and audacious with astute analysis. Alas, The usual tactics of an ordinary Gu master shall not prevail against me. Chapter 85. The Sword Fairy Strikes Again. The Blackwater Heavenly Saber. The Grandmaster, gathering the true essence of martial arts, wielded a pitch-black long saber that emitted a deep hum. Its blade energy materializing like the tumultuous waves of the deep sea, profound and perilous. With a sudden flash, he lunged forward, arriving behind the elephant demon corpse puppet, and struck fiercely with his saber. The puppet merely executed a simple reverse kick, its thick elephantine leg brushing against the saber's energy, shedding only some dead skin. Bang! The terrifying recoil inflicted unbearable pain upon the black-armored Grandmaster, forcing him to retreat repeatedly to diffuse the force. In a single exchange, he found himself at a disadvantage. No matter, I merely need to hold my ground. Realizing the situation was dire, he took a deep breath, refraining from further attacks and opting instead for a protracted engagement. At that moment, a chilling scream echoed from a distance. What is happening? Are there more experts? The black-armored Grandmaster's expression darkened. How could such a small area harbor so many formidable beings? They had meticulously gathered intelligence, confident that this time there would be no errors. This region comprised 36 pits. Yet only 2 seventh-turn Gu masters existed, already engaged by the chieftain of the Golden Leopard Demon and the Peacock Maiden. The remaining foes might consist of peculiar Gu masters, like the one he was currently battling. But surely, their numbers could not be excessive. They could not possibly congregate in one location. All he received in response were more anguished screams, a sound he was all too familiar with. His trusted subordinate, who had fought alongside him for years, had met a tragic end here. 1, 2, 3. Li Yuan had long since issued the order, leave the demon corpses intact, but exterminate the traitorous humans. It seemed this was a large-scale operation. The execution capability of this troop indicated a clear premeditation. The black-armored Grandmaster was merely a pawn under higher command. The attacks were not limited to the 12th pit. Stronger adversaries were surely on their way. The situation was dire, and Li Yuan had long ceased to place hope in others. He must defend himself. The battle at Kunlun Su had likely validated his strength. He had a chance to slay a half-saint. But should true martial saints and demon saints arrive, his only option would be to flee. After all, he was merely a 6th-turn Gu master. Even though he possessed a Gu dwelling that could only be forged by an 8th-turn Gu master, a disparity remained. Battling a half-saint was his limit. 8th-tier powerhouses were the backbone of any faction, likely eyeing the 9 palaces Gu nest and the Kanglan army's experts, and would not act recklessly. The loss of even one such strong individual would be a grievous blow. Amidst his thoughts, the demon puppet army had nearly eliminated the invaders, leaving only the black-armored Grandmaster struggling to hold on. If only a 7th-tier demon were to arrive instead of a human Grandmaster. Human Grandmasters relied on their mastery of true essence, martial arts techniques, and secret weapons. Their physical prowess was not formidable, and their combat effectiveness as corpses would diminish significantly, far inferior to that of demons of the same rank. Anticipating potential trouble, Li Yuan wished to delay no longer. Sword Fairy, it is time for you to intervene. This also presents an opportunity to assess the practical efficacy of the Sword Fairy's cultivation of the Heavenly Transformation Myriad Sword technique. The Sword Fairy nodded in agreement. She grasped the 3-foot azure peak and floated gracefully down from the summit. Has it begun to snow? The black-armored Grandmaster, engaged in a fierce battle with the demon corpse puppet, was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing and scalp tingling. The sudden onset of snow was utterly bizarre. Sensing something amiss, he abruptly looked up and beheld a figure clad in white descending from the mountain, adorned with a sword and flowing ribbons, resembling a celestial being untouched by earthly dust. This snow, is it a celestial phenomenon of martial arts? The black-armored Grandmaster's heart was gripped by terror. Was this ethereal figure a martial saint? Or perhaps a sword saint? At that moment, the snow transformed into crimson. It fell like drops of blood, striking him while accompanied by mournful wails. His feet became immobilized, ensnared by bloodied hands reaching from the ground, gripping him tightly. He recalled the fine wine he had consumed, vowing never to remain human, to become a brother of demons, to mock the weak mercilessly, and to trample upon the pitiful. One of the hands became familiar to him, causing him to tremble violently, his face paling. He remembered vividly. During a massacre of a village, a pregnant woman had clutched his foot, pleading desperately for him to spare her child. He had laughed with delight, first disemboweling her, then killing others. His thoughts abruptly halted. When did my belly rupture? Where are my feet? Why are my fingers falling off one by one? The black-armored Grandmaster stared wide-eyed as his body disintegrated piece by piece, yet he felt no pain. He nearly forgot that he was still in combat. On the mountain, Li Yuan observed this scene, perceiving a stark contrast between his thoughts and what his eyes beheld. To his naked eye, the sword fairy unleashed a single, floating strike, reducing the black-armored Grandmaster to countless fragments. In his mind's eye, he saw a snowy night. White snow transforming to red, with pairs of ghostly hands, infused with intense resentment, clutching the black-armored Grandmaster and gradually tearing him apart. The sword strikes varied. Sometimes like the might of thunder, at other times like a gentle breeze, or the fury of the raging sea, or the lamentations of the underworld, each movement an endless transformation. Mastering this sword technique required a mind as ethereal as the void, understanding the mysteries of the universe, observing all phenomena of the world, moving with one's heart and acting upon one's thoughts. Li Yuan recalled the words left by the ancestral master when bestowing his legacy. So this is what encompasses the myriad manifestations of the world? The power of a single sword can embody all things, commanding the seas and wilds. This is the true imperial sword. For years, I had been fleeing, enduring hunger and cold, my life filled only with fear and desire, confined to the mountains, rarely seeing the world. I could hardly comprehend the essence of the myriad manifestation sword technique. How different from the sword fairy, who endured countless hardships 3,000 years ago, slumbering for 3 millennia and understanding life and death. Now, how pure and ethereal is her heart? It is simply a perfect match for the myriad manifestation sword technique. Aha! Li Yuan laughed heartily. What the sword fairy has likely never experienced is the affair of love between men and women. After 5 breaths, the crimson snow fluttered down, and the hellish scene of wailing suddenly vanished, all the suffering erupting in an instant. The agony of severed fingers, the torment of a split abdomen, the anguish of a heart laid bare. A myriad of sufferings erupted in an instant, overwhelming even the most venerable master. The once mighty black-armored Grandmaster writhed upon the ground, emitting heart-wrenching cries. Ultimately, he succumbed to the unbearable pain, passing away in a state of torment. In the fleeting moments of his life, he reflected upon his existence, realizing he was, after all, merely a person, a small figure who had grown under the weight of others' footsteps. Li Yuan found it difficult to comprehend the human heart. He was merely intrigued by the sword saint's effortless dispatching of demons. A single stroke sealing the fate of his foes. Why then did the sword saint subject the black-armored Grandmaster to such suffering? Was it possible that, within the sword saint's perception, the opponent was destined to meet such a fate? Bang! The battle at the 12 Caves was nearing its conclusion, and in the distance, a colorful arrow pierced the heavens and exploded in the night sky. Was that from the direction of the 13th cave? Chapter 86. Slaying the 7th Order Demon. Li Yuan harbored a recollection of the 13th cave, when he and his senior brother Pei Luoqing journeyed to the inner sanctum of the 9 palaces. They passed by the 13th cave and borrowed a large eagle from its master, Yang Chong, to hasten their travels. It seemed that all entrances under the jurisdiction of the 9 palaces Gu Nest in this region had been assaulted. Li Yuan narrowed his eyes. Such a large-scale operation would require at least a half-saint-level commander, even in the absence of an 8th Order powerhouse. With this thought, Li Yuan sprinted back to the small bamboo grove. With the myriad forms forest Gu at his disposal, he still held a glimmer of hope for escape even in the face of an 8th Order foe, though it would mean relinquishing the hard-earned foundations he had built over many years. Brother Yuan, Wang Zhaozhao sensed the piercing sound of the penetrating arrow in the sky, which originated from the direction of the 13th cave. Is there a demon attacking? Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. The demons assaulting the 12th cave have been dealt with, but greater troubles loom ahead. So soon? Wang Zhaozhao exclaimed in astonishment. The demon horde that compelled the 13th cave to send a distress signal was likely led by a 7th Order demon, yet it had been so easily resolved by Brother Yuan. The chasm between her abilities and his had grown unfathomably vast. Caw, caw. The sky echoed with the sorrowful cries of the great eagle. Li Yuan looked up. Beneath the moonlight, a large eagle flapped its wings with great effort, stumbling as it flew towards them. Thud, thud, thud. The deep resonance of bells sounded from within the 12th cave. A talking sparrow soared into the small bamboo grove. Senior Brotherly, Cave Master Peng Dachuan request your orders. What shall we do next? Defend, Li Yuan replied succinctly. As long as no 8th Order demons appeared, they could hold the line. This was his stronghold, and his power here surpassed that of Kunlun Su. Even the sword immortal had undergone a transformation. Slaying a half-saint was not a daunting task. Xiao Zhao, you stay here. I will check the outer defenses. Li Yuan had already stationed the Demon Legion at the outer perimeter of the 12th cave. He activated a flying wing Gu and soared into the air to meet the descending eagle. On the eagle's back lay a bloodied and barely conscious figure. It was none other than Yang Chong, the master of the 13th cave. Li Yuan. Junior brother. Upon seeing Li Yuan, a glimmer sparked in his eyes. Quickly inform senior brother Pei, flee. Flee to the inner sanctum of the 9 palaces. We cannot hold out. Senior brother Pei is not here. He has already gone to the inner sanctum. Li Yuan summoned a rejuvenation gu to treat Yang Chong's injuries and inquired, what is the situation at the 13th cave? It's over, Yang Chong replied dejectedly. The invaders are too powerful, led by a 7th-order demon. The 13th cave is utterly incapable of resisting. He clutched Li Yuan's arm tightly. You must leave quickly. The demons are fierce. This place will soon fall. No sooner had he spoken than dark shadows approached under the moonlight. Purple Oriole. Yang Chong's eyes widened as he sat up abruptly. Junior brotherly, flee. I will hold her off. Wait, Li Yuan hesitated. Senior brother Yang. I can deal with this demon. You should focus on healing. Yang Chong frowned. This is not the time for sentiment. Save whoever can be saved. I cannot survive. But you still have hope. By slaying the purple Oriole demon, we can both survive, Li Yuan replied with a smile. As the two conversed, the purple Oriole maiden had already flown over, hovering in the air and looking down at them with a teasing gaze. Oh dear. Do you two take me for a deaf person? The hearing of the purple Oriole clan is exceptionally keen. The maiden possessed few traits typical of the demon race apart from her wings. Her long legs and bare, snow-white skin were alluring, with only purple hair modestly concealing her most private areas. Ah, I see, she remarked with a glance. Why is there no delectable scent of fresh blood from your 12 caves? Are those people moving so slowly? No wonder they almost faced annihilation at the hands of the 9 palaces goo nest. With a dismissive wave, she continued, very well. I shall be the first to relish the taste. With that, the purple Oriole maiden unfurled her wings, unleashing a barrage of feathers that shot forth like arrows, densely raining down upon the area where Li Yuan and Yang Chong stood. Just as Yang Chong was about to speak, he saw Li Yuan suddenly rise. An overwhelming surge of vitality erupting around him. His aura blazed like flames, his hair stood on end. And his expression turned wild, so unlike the gentle demeanor he had just exhibited. What a rich vitality. Stronger than other warriors of the same rank. No. It surpasses even the most physically adept demons of the same tier. Yang Chong was utterly stunned. In his mind, Pei Luoqing was already a prodigy, prompting his retreat to the 12 caves, yet Li Yuan's talent eclipsed even hers. A Gu master capable of developing the vitality Gu to such an extent was indeed a rarity in the world. Li Yuan's eyes glowed brightly as he fixed his gaze upon the purple Oriole maiden. It was said that bird demons possessed minds as small as walnuts, hardly effective. And it seemed to hold true. The maiden sensed something amiss, her brows knitting in concern. It appeared that the Grand Leader was correct. You were indeed one of those Gu masters capable of transcending ranks through peculiar methods. Not a battle. Li Yuan's lips curled into a sinister smile. It is slaughter. He stomped down forcefully, launching himself skyward like an arrow released from a bow, his legs enveloped in the Windwalker Gu, granting him incredible speed. His 5th sister, cradled in his arms, unleashed a torrent of silk threads to intercept the descending feathers. Shao Kai was also gathering strength in the shadows. The purple Oriole maiden's pupils constricted as she deftly retreated, her toes barely touching the air, her wings stirring up a swirling vortex of purple winds. Transform, Li Yuan softly intoned. The ability of the all-encompassing Gu activated, allowing him to meld with the environment, rendering him unaffected by the ferocious winds as he pierced through the violent tornado. How is this possible? The pride of her technique had been effortlessly countered, inducing a sense of dread in the purple Oriole maiden. That vortex, a manifestation of the true essence of demonkind, had winds as sharp as blades, capable of slaughtering any 6th-tier being. Yet, the human Gu master before her remained unscathed? It was utterly bizarre. In an instant, it became unclear who the true demon was. In the blink of an eye, Li Yuan had closed the distance, unrestrained in this domain where the 12 caves could not penetrate his spiritual realm, nor discern his tactics. As he approached, the purple Oriole maiden was compelled to confront Li Yuan directly. Have you never wondered why the team responsible for the slaughter of the 12 caves has yet to make a move? Li Yuan grinned menacingly. What do you mean? The purple Oriole maiden was compelled to engage in a relentless contest of strength with Li Yuan, unable to create any distance between them. Your intellect is woefully inadequate. Even as a corpse puppet, you are a source of disdain, Li Yuan remarked with a hint of amusement. What else could it be? It is simply because I have already vanquished them all. With blood surging through his veins and hair billowing wildly, Li Yuan exhibited unparalleled bravado. launching ferocious assaults with his life-reviving goo, retreating not an inch and defending not a single move. His words left the purple Oriole maiden in sheer astonishment. The team attacking the 12 caves had been completely annihilated? So swiftly? Little Kai, unleash her. At that moment, the vibrant fire serpent, nestled within Li Yuan's embrace, had also gathered its strength, emerging to spew forth a stream of white flames. This was a flame capable of searing the very spirit. Nearly impossible to evade in such close proximity. Thanks to Li Yuan's spirit power, comparable to the 8th realm, even though the purple Oriole maiden was a 7th-tier demon, she could not escape its disruptive effects. In that fleeting moment, Li Yuan executed a sudden step, appearing behind the purple Oriole maiden, seizing her wings with both hands, and kneeling forcefully against her neck. Die. He roared like a beast, his muscles bulging and veins protruding as he ruthlessly tore apart her wings. Simultaneously, his knee shattered the demoness's spine. A cascade of blood erupted into the heavens, resembling a resplendent and captivating flower of grotesque beauty. Chapter 87. The calm before the storm. Yang Chong, a witness to the unfolding events, stood in stunned silence. Was this a 6th transformation Gu master? Or was his understanding too limited, as it was only natural for a disciple of the elders to exhibit such prowess? With a sharp sound, another piercing arrow exploded in the sky, distinct from the distress signal of the 9 palaces Gu nest, evidently unleashed by the demons. Li Yuan dispelled the giant spirit Gu's possession and descended with the lifeless body of the purple Oriole maiden in his grasp. Many disciples from the 12 caves witnessed this scene, overwhelmed by shock, excitement, and an indescribable thrill. Li Yuan's legend had long circulated within the 12 caves. Yet few had truly encountered him, let alone witnessed his formidable prowess in subduing demons. The cave master, Pang Dachuan, was left agape. He had risen in stature, having ingratiated himself with the manager of the remnant Gu Tower. Li Yuan, junior brother, Yang Chong stammered, trembling, the weight of the title pressing heavily upon him, his mind echoing with the brutal image of Li Yuan's bloodthirsty slaughter of demons. Senior brother Yang, focus on healing. More formidable foes are on their way, Li Yuan advised. Can we truly withstand this? Yang Chong's expression was one of bitter resignation. The mastermind behind this is highly likely a half-saint, or perhaps even a genuine 8th-order demon saint. While human efforts lay the groundwork, success ultimately rests with the heavens. We must await our fate, Li Yuan replied calmly. The signal flare released by the purple Oriole maiden before her demise would undoubtedly attract the strongest entity behind this demonic incursion. Should an 8th-order presence appear, he would flee without hesitation. However, against a half-saint, they might still have a chance to fight. Seeing this, Yang Chong felt it unwise to voice further concerns. His life had been saved by Li Yuan, so what was there to fear? He thought, even if it came to death, he would face it once more. The other disciples of the 12 caves, however, were not as fearful, their spirits buoyed. They did not contemplate the distant horrors regarding Li Yuan as a deity, eager for a chance to engage in a grand battle. In another part of the mountain, the 33 caves were besieged by demons. Ravaging the Gu masters across the mountains, cries of despair echoed, and rivers of blood flowed. Suddenly, an astonishing chill permeated the air. The 7th-order demon, feasting on the head of the 33 cave master, paused and slowly lifted its gaze, witnessing frost rapidly spreading. The flora and fauna were frozen. As if plunged into an extreme northern realm, the demons across the mountains transformed into icy statues. A bone-chilling cold invaded him, slowing his movements, his flesh solidified, making it impossible to take another step. He beheld a figure cloaked in a mantle, with a face obscured beneath a hood, approaching through the snow and wind. A martial saint? The demon's expression turned to one of terror. Was it not said that the Kanglan army and the 8th-order experts of the 9 palaces Gu nest could not reach this area in a short time? How could a martial saint appear here? I ask, and you shall answer, the figure wrapped in the coat spoke, a feminine voice faintly discernible. Who commands you? What is the purpose behind the slaughter of the forces under the 9 palaces Gu nest? Because we have grievances. The demon, reluctant to speak, felt the chilling presence invade its very marrow, compelling it to divulge its innermost thoughts. What grievances? The woman inquired. Several years ago, the 9 palace Gu nest emerged, collaborating with the Kanglan king to annihilate the Wind and Snow Sword Manor, slaughtering the majority of the disciples from Tiandao Cliff and Xingyue Palace. We have longed for vengeance. Taking advantage of the Kanglan king's injuries and the upper hand held by the Ghost King, we see this as an opportune moment to exact our retribution. The demon revealed the reason. You are human, not a demon? A woman inquired. I have long since integrated with the demon essence and been baptized by demon blood. I am indeed a demon, The demon confessed, completely unable to restrain itself, akin to a marionette compelled to reveal the truth. Is your objective truly only revenge? Or is it to seek someone? The woman pressed further. I do not comprehend your meaning, the demon replied, its gaze clouded with confusion. That is fortunate, the woman nodded, extending her hand to point, and in an instant, the seventh-tier demon was transformed into an ice sculpture, which shattered with a resounding crack, leaving no trace behind. It seems this is not aimed at Shaoliner. The woman, concealing her identity, was none other than Miao, the lesser deity of the extreme North Icefield tribe. After journeying from the extreme North Icefield tribe to Nine Palace Mountain, she had been secretly investigating and gathering intelligence, albeit with little success. Those representing the Nine Palace Gu Nest at the Kunlun Su Fo Chan ceremony were likely to be inner disciples, unaware of the location of the inner sect. She could only gather information from the periphery. From what she understood, some inner disciples served in the outer sect's 72 caves, and she aimed to glean some insights through this. Unexpectedly, she was ambushed by demons. This filled Miao with immense anxiety, as the demons were fierce, with numerous seventh-tier demons present, while Shaoliner was likely not yet a seventh-turn Gu master. Should Shaoliner perish amidst this chaos, she would bear guilt for a lifetime. Shaoliner, I will find you, and Miao declared, stepping forth and leaving Cave 33, rushing towards the region where she sensed a fluctuation in energy. As she traversed the land, mountains froze and all living things were encased in ice. After vanquishing several demons at various cave entrances, she suddenly spotted a piercing arrow ascend into the clouds from a distance. A piercing arrow from the demons? And Miao squinted, realizing that if it could hinder the demons, there must be strong inner sect members from the Nine Palace Gu Nest present. This was an exceptional opportunity to seek clues regarding Shaoliner. With this thought, Miao hesitated not for a moment, swiftly leaping across the hills towards that region. At the 12 caves on the outer defense line, Li Yuan found a deserted hilltop to sit upon, with Xiao Zhao stepping out from the bamboo grove to stand guard by his side. If I instruct you to run later, you must not hesitate. Do you understand? In the entirety of the 12 caves, apart from the hard-earned foundation of the bamboo grove that Li Yuan was reluctant to part with, the most crucial thing was Xiao Zhao. Wang Zhao nodded earnestly. If you are slow to escape, it could cost me my life, Li Yuan warned deliberately. I will act decisively, Wang Zhao replied, if Brother Yuan encounters misfortune. I will not return to meet my end. I shall endure humiliation and wait for the right moment to avenge you. Excellent, Li Yuan smiled. You have learned a thing or two from me, Xiao Zhao. Wang Zhao smiled faintly. She merely understood that Brother Yuan favored such responses. Yet when the moment truly arrived, she might falter, likely rushing out like a fool. As the two conversed, a stirring presence emerged from the distance. They have arrived. Li Yuan's eyes narrowed, his nerves taut, while Wang Zhao trembled with tension. Only the sword fairy remained perpetually unperturbed, gazing blankly into the horizon. Chapter 88. The heroine pauses from the horizon approached a captivating and enchanting woman. Draped in a resplendent feathered robe, her tail feathers fanned out behind her, accentuating her ethereal beauty. A demigod? Li Yuan exhaled in relief. Yet, scarcely had he released this breath when another aura surged from the distance. It was a leopard demon, its body adorned with golden red fur, marked with distinct patterns resembling coins. This too was a creature of demigod stature. The simultaneous arrival of these two demigod demons intensified the pressure on Li Yuan. On that day in Kunlun Void, he and Li Rua Qian had barely managed to defeat the elephant demon demigod together, and now he faced two demigod demons alone, a daunting challenge indeed. Even with the assistance of the corpse puppet crafted from the elephant demon, it still proved insufficient. The combat capability of corpse puppets was inherently limited, particularly evident in higher-tier battles. In the later stages of cultivation, regardless of whether one is a warrior, demon, or poison master, the emphasis shifts from form to essence. The cultivation of the mind, intent, and spirit far eclipses that of the physical body. Li Yuan understood that the efficacy of the corpse puppet would diminish over time. Better suited for group battles, while its impact in peak confrontations would be minimal. Even 10 corpse puppets crafted from demon saints would struggle to surpass a genuine 8th-tier demon saint. The sword fairy was truly his strongest trump card. Li Yuan had yet to flee, confident in his chances. In battles of this caliber, while the corpse puppets were insufficient, they represented merely a fraction of Fifth Sister's abilities. He was a poison master, possessing 6 innate poison puppets. That was his true strength. You transformed Brother Elephant into a corpse puppet? In an instant. The peacock woman arrived before the 12 caves. You are the talented poison master who showcased extraordinary prowess in Kunlun Void, forcing Brother Elephant into a desperate flight, aren't you? I didn't expect you to have truly killed him. With a smile gracing her lips, the peacock woman, resplendent in her feathered attire, radiated an innate charm. And then? Li Yuan, unfazed, responded with a light laugh. The sword fairy had concealed herself with the myriad transformations of the poison, and he aimed to provoke his opponent into action. Once he discerned a flaw, he would seize the opportunity to strike first. Should his adversary be adequately prepared? Even the sword fairy would find it challenging to eliminate a fully prepared demigod in an instant. Young man, you are quite arrogant. The golden-red leopard demon advanced, exuding a chilling intent. It is confidence, Li Yuan grinned. Brother Leopard, this poison master is quite handsome. I truly find it hard to strike. I leave him to you. And I shall keep watch from the sidelines. The peacock woman cooed sweetly. Isn't being handsome precisely what Sister Peacock adores? The golden-red leopard demon halted, aligning itself alongside the peacock. What Sister Peacock cherishes, I shall not take from another. Both demigod demons were momentarily taken aback. The death of the elephant demon served as a poignant reminder. Li Yuan raised an eyebrow. We humans have a saying, those who dare to provoke the heavens possess the hearts of bears and leopards. Are you, leopard demon, merely feigning courage? Provoked by the weak. The golden-red leopard demon exchanged glances with the peacock woman, yet they refrained from acting impulsively. Sister Peacock, shall we attack together? Suggested the golden-red leopard demon. It seems this is the only way. The peacock maiden cannot afford to delay any longer. With the vengeful nature of the old bastards from the nine-palace goo nest, they must be hastening towards us. Their arrangements cannot obstruct us for long. Attack. The crimson gold leopard demon and the peacock maiden ceased their probing and unleashed their lethal strikes. The claws of the crimson gold leopard demon glowed a fierce red, slashing through the air towards Li Yuan, as if to rend the very fabric of space. The claw marks tore through everything, while the peacock maiden waved her jade-like hands, casting forth radiant beams of colorful light. Both demons, in unison, opted for ranged assaults. Truly a dire situation. Li Yuan cursed under his breath. At such a distance, the sword fairy's intervention might be anticipated by the adversaries, leading to a missed opportunity. Squeak squeak, fifth sister maneuvered the elephant demon to intercept the attacks of the two fiends. With a sharp sound, the elephant demon's sturdy hide was directly torn by the claws of the crimson gold leopard demon, revealing the silken threads embedded within its flesh. The colorful light cast by the peacock maiden possessed an extraordinary power, rendering the thick hide of the elephant demon's corpse as fragile as parchment, shattering it inch by inch. Struck by both assaults, fifth sister suffered considerable backlash. Indeed, the disparity is far too great, Li Yuan lamented. Possessing mere physicality without the essence of comprehension, he found himself woefully inadequate when confronted with the profound techniques of a half-saint. The half-saint had subtly approached the threshold of communicating with the heavens. In a state of extremity, they could even invoke celestial phenomena upon themselves. They were no longer on the same level as an ordinary seventh realm practitioner. Is this truly all you are capable of? The peacock demon inquired, her expression one of surprise. Could it be that his earlier defeat of Brother Elephant was merely a stroke of luck? The crimson gold leopard demon also harbored doubts. During their previous standoff, he had meticulously surveyed the surroundings, and within these 12 caverns, there was certainly no second seventh turn goo master. As for an eighth turn goo master, if such a being truly existed, what would they hide? They could annihilate the two of them with a mere gesture. Why ponder so much? The priority is to destroy the corpse puppet and grant Brother Elephant his peace. The peacock maiden struck again, unleashing a spectrum of divine light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The divine light swept continuously over the elephant demon's corpse. Li Yuan's expression darkened. Fifth sister, release your control. Do not engage her directly. He felt a pang of sorrow for fifth sister. The peacock's divine light was too potent in countering the effects of the Queen of Silk Esku. Squeak squeak, fifth sister had no choice but to relinquish her control over the elephant demon corpse. Very well, leave the rest to me. Li Yuan gently caressed fifth sister, pulling her into his embrace. At this juncture, he could only strive for an opportunity on his own, if he could seize even a single flaw from the opponent. The tide of battle could be turned. Oh. The peacock maiden chuckled. Have I wounded your beloved goo? Are you angry now? Is it time for serious action? As Li Yuan was about to unleash his vital energy and fight back, an astonishing chill suddenly enveloped the entire area, sending shivers down his spine. A demon sage. Sensing this aura, Li Yuan instinctively sought to flee, but from the corner of his eye, he noticed the expressions of the crimson gold leopard demon and the peacock maiden were even more alarmed, their bodies already cloaked in frost. Yet, he had not encountered any tangible attacks. Could it be an ally? Li Yuan raised his brows and gazed into the distance. where the frosty mist blanketed the sky like a pristine white canopy. From the edge of this celestial veil, a figure strolled forth. In but a few steps, the stranger arrived before the 12 caves. Cloaked entirely in a robe, their visage was obscured by a hood and mask, perfectly concealing any hint of their true identity. Yet, Li Yuan felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered this individual before. Who are you? The crimson gold leopard demon and the peacock maiden, frozen in place, trembled with pale fear as they inquired. The newcomer did not respond but merely snapped their fingers, summoning a biting gale that transformed the two formidable demons into mere ice sculptures, just as they prepared to snap their fingers a second time to shatter the icy forms. Li Yuan could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Fair hero, wait." Chapter 89. The first direct conversation. The pulse of bloodlines, coupled with profound memories, led Li Yuan to discern the identity of the person before him. It was the northern icefield's minor deity, Miao. She was the sister of his biological mother, also known as his aunt. After returning from Kunlun Su, Li Yuan had sensed impending danger and had long secured the jade pendant left by his mother, concealing it with the powers of the myriad forest goo. Thus, he could not perceive the identity of the other through the pendant. Yet, some things cannot be hidden. He remained unaware of whether Miao recognized him or her purpose for being there, and did not make it explicit. Heroine, and Miao chuckled softly. The twin jade pendant she wore did not react in any way, but her heart was already stirred upon seeing the young man before her. He was none other than the little Linner. The bond derived from their bloodline, for them in the northern icefield, required no external affirmation, only the belief in their feelings. It seemed that since that day, little Lino had concealed the pendant, but fate was such that with her sister guiding from above, she would eventually find him. And Miao's emotions were indescribably elated, an excitement that had not graced her for many years. However, she dared not display too much, for little Linner remained wary and did not trust her, which was entirely expected. "Do you intend to spare their lives?" And Miao inquired, striving to maintain her composure. She knew little Linner must have recognized her as well. "I desire their corpses intact. If the heroine is willing, we can strike a bargain." Li Yuan, resigned to being found here, sought to engage with his aunt. For now, it seemed she bore him no ill will. Otherwise, given her cultivation, she would have acted against him long ago. "Very well," and Miao nodded. "What will you offer in exchange?" Li Yuan smiled. "What does the heroine seek?" "I wish to acquire some intelligence," and Miao replied. "That is agreeable." Having averted a fierce battle, Li Yuan felt a sense of relief. Should a confrontation with the two demon half-saints have ensued, he would have likely been compelled to reveal all his trump cards. "If the heroine does not mind, let us enter the sect for a discussion." He gestured invitingly. "Certainly," and Miao nodded, elated. Little Linner was extending goodwill towards her, at least not rejecting her or blaming her and his father. With a wave of her hand, the corpses of the two demon half-saints floated into the 12 caves. Within the 12 caves, onlookers were left bewildered, their hearts pounding with fear. Was this how the tumultuous affair would conclude? This suddenly appeared mysterious powerhouse must be a martial sage of the human race, willing to converse calmly with Li Yuan as if old friends, a truly astounding spectacle. This added an even more enigmatic layer to Li Yuan, who was already shrouded in mystery. "Please," Li Yuan invited Miao as they entered the 12 caves, making their way to the small bamboo grove. Simultaneously, he sent a message to Pang Dachuan, instructing him to release the cloud-piercing arrow, a symbol of victory, summoning all the disciples of the Jiogong outer sect who had fled the area. As they stepped into the small bamboo grove, an unusual sensation enveloped Miao. This place exuded an air of mystery, shrouded in obscurity, leaving her unable to penetrate its depths. The Shaoliner was merely a sixth-turn Gu master. He possessed a power far beyond her expectations. Much like her sister, he had displayed extraordinary talent from a tender age, destined to be the youngest queen of the Icefield tribe. "I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving assistance, brave heroine," Li Yuan said, bowing respectfully and inviting her to sit in the courtyard of the newly expanded bamboo grove. "Xiao Xiao, please fetch the treasure Qingye wine." "Understood," replied Wang Zhaozhao, her heart fluttering with trepidation. This was her first encounter with someone so formidable. A mere flick of their hand could alter the very fabric of reality, transforming the sweltering summer into a biting winter in an instant. "It is quite warm here," and Miao remarked, stretching languidly before shedding her cloak and outer robe. Even removing her veil, a gentle breeze swept through, lifting her silvery white hair, which shimmered like radiant crystals rather than the dullness of age. Her complexion, akin to snow, and her graceful figure rendered her as if she were a divine creation, elegant and breathtaking. She resembled a goddess emerging from the snow, flawless in her beauty. "Young man, you do not harbor resentment for my lack of decorum, do you?" And Miao inquired with a playful smile, her ice blue eyes sparkling with life. "As refreshing as a clear spring. Feel free," Li Yuan replied, his previously anxious heart now at ease, fully aware that Miao had recognized him. Otherwise, she would not have come to the mountains so meticulously wrapped, only to reveal her true self at this moment. One could not help but acknowledge the beauty of this aunt of his. In terms of features, she rivaled the sword fairy. Yet the sword fairy had secluded herself for 3 millennia, exuding an ethereal aura unmatched by any mortal. It was likely that his mother bore a similar grace. A striking beauty that seemed to have stepped forth from a snowy, distant land. The affections expressed by the 12 junior sisters of the 12 caves were not without reason. Their ancestry was that of the renowned Yin family, and heaven had bestowed its blessings upon them. A whimsical thought bubbled within Li Yuan's mind. "I have yet to learn your name," Miao said. "Li Yuan," he replied. Though both were aware of each other's identities, they harbored unspoken concerns. "I am Miao, from the far northern Icefield tribe, journeying to the southern regions in search of someone," she stated. "Whom are you seeking?" Li Yuan asked calmly. "I am searching for my sister's child, our little Linner from the Yin family." As she spoke, Miao found it increasingly challenging to contain her emotions. Tears welling in her eyes, her voice trembling slightly. "What does little Linno signify?" Li Yuan inquired. "In our Icefield tribe, we are descendants of the ancient Qilin deity, venerating its miraculous presence with the Qilin as our tribal totem. Initially, children born within the tribe faced immense peril in harsh environments, leading the tribe's people to pray to the Qilin and hold sacred rituals. Even so, early on, survival remained elusive for many. In their sorrow, they could only relinquish their dearest, pleading for the Qilin to safeguard the brightest, most tender-hearted, and beloved child among them. This cherished child was then referred to as Little Linner, symbolizing the hope for divine protection and a life illuminated by miracles. And Miao smiled as she elucidated that the current era is vastly different. Xiao Linner is merely an endearing term, symbolizing the affection that elders hold for children, devoid of any ulterior implications. Upon this revelation, Li Yuan felt a sense of clarity wash over him. He chuckled softly, expressing his belief that they would undoubtedly locate Linner, perhaps even under the watchful protection of celestial beings, leading a life of contentment. "Indeed," and Miao nodded earnestly, "I hope he thrives in joy and happiness, free from excessive burdens. Should there be unavoidable obligations, his grandfather, his aunt, and all his family members will wholeheartedly support him." "How wonderful," Li Yuan smiled, contemplating that perhaps fate itself would provide guidance, and it would not be long before they reunite with him. Chapter 90. The heroic Aunt and Miao comprehended the underlying meaning of Li Yuan's words. Xiao Linner was not yet ready to acknowledge their relationship. She recalled her father's admonition to remain patient. No one wished for their years of tranquil existence to be shattered in an instant. All acceptance of new realities requires time. And she was willing to wait. "Li Yuan, thank you for your blessings," and Miao said with a gentle smile. "To express my gratitude, allow me to present you with a gift." Without waiting for a response, she retrieved a wooden box from her robe and placed it on the table, gently pushing it towards him. The box's material was evidently extraordinary. Li Yuan's thoughts settled upon it. Selected original material, Millennium Iceland wood. Born in the land of the fallen Qilin, thriving in the frigid northern plains, is the optimal choice for forging ice attribute treasures, and can also be used to cultivate ice attribute goo insects. Upon absorbing this information, Li Yuan was taken aback. The mere box was already so precious. It was clear that this aunt was genuinely sincere in her intentions. He opened the wooden box, and in an instant, an azure light radiated forth. Roar! A phantom of a Qilin emerged, vividly lifelike. Selected original material, Qilin pearl, a auspicious object evolved from the fusion of Qilin bones and will, incorporating the essence of heaven and earth, capable of promoting the evolution of all bloodlines and enhancing their spiritual essence, possessing the ability to transform decay into the miraculous. This was far too precious. The Qilin pearl was undoubtedly the greatest treasure of the Ice Plain tribe, and Li Yuan felt unworthy to accept it. Even as the sole heir of the former Shaoxi Ming and Muqiu, and the grandson of the current Qilin king, he had no justification for directly accepting a treasure that belonged to the clan. "You are deserving of it, no matter how precious it may be," and Miao said earnestly. "If not for my sister, the Ice Plain tribe would no longer exist. In comparison to the merit of saving our people, what is a Qilin pearl worth? My sister has made unparalleled contributions to the Ice Plain tribe, yet has enjoyed none of it. Xiao Linner, as her only child, rightfully deserves to inherit everything that belongs to her." Li Yuan surmised the connection. The goodwill exhibited by the Ice Plain tribe likely pertained to his mother, and Miao. Thank you. He refrained from elaborating further and accepted the wooden box. Could you also bestow upon me a gift? And Miao inquired. What sort of gift? Li Yuan asked. Perplexed, apart from his life goo, he possessed nothing of comparable value to the Qilin pearl. And Miao's lips curled slightly. I have heard of a type of goo insect known as the oath goo, which can control a person's heart through oaths. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. Would you like me to give you some? Please, and Miao requested. Certainly. Li Yuan had cultivated a variety of common goo insects, including the oath goo. This particular goo was an excellent choice for goo masters to control or threaten others, as well as to demonstrate loyalty. Please wait a moment. Shortly thereafter, Li Yuan returned with a jar containing a dozen black goo insects resembling centipedes. These were the oath goo. Once activated, the centipede-like creatures would deeply embed themselves into a person's heart, linking with their life essence. Typically, they bore no side effects. Only when a person ensnared by the curse of oath betrays their vow does the oath curse erupt, shattering the heart's veins of the oath breaker and causing them to perish instantly. A dozen oath curses should suffice for the heroine. Li Yuan placed the black jar before Miao. The art of goo was indeed profound. Miao took an oath curse from the jar, cradling it in her hands. Scrutinizing it closely, does this item truly possess such formidable power of restraint? Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. Once the oath curse takes effect, there exists no force capable of dispelling it, save for a ninth realm expert or a few exceptional goo. Then allow me to give it a try. And Miao remarked with a playful smile. Wait, Li Yuan was taken aback. This was not something to toy with. Before he could finish his warning, and Miao had already swallowed the oath curse, embedding it within her heart's veins, and with a smile, she declared, I, and Miao of the extreme North Icefield tribe, hereby swear. Should I leak any information regarding what I have witnessed today, or any matters concerning Li Yuan, may my heart's veins be severed. And may I endure the torment of heart erosion, meeting a miserable end. After making her oath, she blinked her large eyes, which sparkled like stars, gazing tenderly at Li Yuan. Li Yuan, does my oath hold any weight? Li Yuan stared at her, momentarily at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that Miao would express her sincerity in such a playful manner, drawing closer in such a delicate way. He was moved. He could distinctly sense that the oath curse had taken effect, deeply rooted within Miao's heart. For years, Li Yuan had buried his secrets deep within, revealing nothing to anyone. Following the death of grandfather Tai, Miao became the sole person aware of his true identity. With her strength, she had the capability to orchestrate his fate. He had contemplated numerous outcomes but never imagined that Miao, a dignified 8th realm powerhouse and the lesser deity of the Icefield tribe, would willingly consume the oath curse. Don't look at me like that, and Miao maintained her smile. I merely wish to test the effectiveness of the oath curse. I am not a madwoman. I didn't frighten you, did I? No, not at all. Li Yuan believed himself to be composed, maintaining a steady demeanor, as unyielding as an ancient tortoise. Yet, at that moment, he felt as though he were still a child, lost in a daze. That's good. And Miao smiled. The dawn is nearing. I have already accomplished what I intended to ask and do. It is time for me to leave. Given her status, it was inappropriate for her to linger here. If recognized by someone with ill intentions, it could pose a danger to Shaoliner. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded, acutely aware that the timing was not yet right. However, their encounter had subtly altered his perspective. It was not that everyone wished to harm him. There were indeed those who would steadfastly stand by his side. Over 20 years ago, that person had been his mother. And Miao. During the first 16 years of their escape, it had been grandfather Tai. Now, that person had transformed into his aunt, and Miao. Allow me to escort you. Li Yuan offered, accompanying Miao down a secluded path through the small bamboo grove, avoiding the throngs within the gate. As the two individuals ambled slowly, they reached the mountains beyond the 12th hole, where the dawn had fully unfolded. The morning sun bathed the mountains in its golden light, and Miao's silvery hair shimmered with a crystalline brilliance, her brows resembling distant green hills, and she appeared as if she had stepped out from a painting, embodying the essence of a delicate maiden. This is where it ends for her. The journey had been sufficiently fulfilling, albeit with a hint of regret. Li Yuan halted his steps, addressing her, heroine. Take care. Off I go, and Miao waved her hand and ventured into the distance. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Beneath the morning light, her figure with hair cascading to her waist grew increasingly diminutive. Xiao Siming murmured softly, just a hint of regret. Does he truly find me unsatisfactory? This child is quite the challenge to appease. At that moment, a small insect buzzed by her ear, softly calling. Anti-heroine, please take care. In Miao's delicate frame trembled, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. This child was not only rebellious but also exuded a charming pride. Chapter 91. Visitors from the Lingxiao sword sect. The sun shone brightly, warming the heart, and Miao felt an overwhelming sense of joy. She was left with no regrets and had an impulse to return immediately and embrace little Linner, weeping uncontrollably, yet she restrained herself. Sister, did you see? Little Linner has returned. Unfortunately, I cannot remain by her side for long. There are many matters I must attend to. Dealing with the Night Owl King alone requires considerable effort. If I were to disappear for an extended period, they would surely perceive a hint of my absence. In the 12 caves, Li Yuan retraced his steps back to the small bamboo grove. Brother Yuan, has that female hero departed? Wang Zhaozhao, stationed within the bamboo grove, sensed an unusual aura. The previous night, that female hero did not come here by chance. She was aware that Brother Yuan had spoken with the hero throughout the night. Yet she heard not a single word. An invisible force had shielded her from all perception. She has left, Li Yuan affirmed with a nod. The hero is indeed generous. She has gifted you 2 complete corpses of half-saint demons, Wang Zhaozhao remarked softly. Zhaozhao, are you worried that I might be enchanted by the female hero? Li Yuan teased. And no, Wang Zhaozhao stammered, her face flushing as she shook her head vigorously. At this age, a young lady should not harbor secrets. I must practice more, Li Yuan chuckled. Not at all, Wang Zhaozhao muttered quietly, realizing that it was only in front of Brother Yuan that she could not conceal her feelings, while she appeared unperturbed outside. All right, enough of this. Let us not dwell on it. How many have come to join the 12 caves last night? Li Yuan redirected the conversation. Currently, we have received 1,300 people. Wang Zhaozhao replied. That many? Li Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Wang Zhaozhao explained, after the Grand Spring released the cloud-piercing arrow symbolizing victory last night, practitioners from various outer doors began to arrive in succession. At that moment, a messenger bird appeared. Brotherly, the Vice Master of the 9th Palace has arrived with a group of inner disciples. Please come to discuss matters. The Vice Master? Li Yuan was astonished. Noting their swift arrival, he promptly set off with Zhaozhao towards the main peak. Upon reaching the summit, they found it teeming with people. In the center of the crowd, an elderly man sat in silence, patiently awaiting reports from the disciples. Vice Master, the statistics are in. During the Demon Night raid, 36 entrances were affected, with 15 completely annihilated, leaving no disciples to survive, including the 3rd cave, the 7th cave, and the 9th cave. Among the remaining 21 entrances, 507 survived from the 1st cave, 410 from the 2nd cave, and so forth. As the report continued, a sudden shout erupted from the crowd. Brother Li Yuan has arrived. It is truly Brother Li Yuan. Instantly, all gazes converged towards the end of the path leading up the mountain, where Li Yuan and Wang Zhaozhao strolled leisurely. The crowd instinctively parted to create a passageway. After last night's battle, Li Yuan had become a legendary figure in their eyes, demonstrating nearly the pinnacle of Gu techniques. Greetings, Brother Li Yuan and Sister Zhaozhao. As they traversed the throng, the disciples extended their salutations. Li Yuan maintained a serene demeanor. Wang Zhaozhao, taken aback by the attention, pondered if this was the sensation of being a prominent figure. It felt somewhat unfamiliar yet stirred a hint of pride within her. The disciple Li Yuan acknowledged the elder. When he ventured into the inner sanctum of the 9 palaces, he had encountered the deputy palace master, Qi Yin, a well-established name even older than his mentor, Yu Hengchuan. There's no need for formalities. Qi Yin gestured dismissively. I have heard of your exploits. Indeed, junior brother Yu's discernment is commendable. To slay a 7th-tier demon while wielding the prowess of a 6th-turn Gu master, and to face a semi-saint without trepidation, your talent shines brightly, and your bravery is commendable. Qi Yin's eyes glimmered with admiration, fully aware of the arduous path that led to such accomplishments. One must hone their life Gu to its utmost potential and master the application of subordinate Gu to an extraordinary degree to achieve such remarkable feats. It had been ages since a young Gu master from the 9th palace had reached this pinnacle. You flatter me, Uncle Master, Li Yuan replied with a respectful gesture. I have come at the behest of the sect with 2 matters to discuss. Qi Yin's tone turned serious. Firstly, considering the repeated incursions of demons upon the 72 outer caves, coupled with the current state of turmoil, the strategies of peaceful times are rendered obsolete. The sect has decided to amalgamate each palace's 72 caves into 2 larger regions. The 72 caves of our 9th palace will be reconstructed, primarily focusing on the 12th and 44th caves, consolidating resources to better fortify against demons and cultivate talent. Li Yuan, would you take the helm as the master of the new 12th cave? Given the current circumstances, among all present, only Li Yuan, aside from Qi Yan, possessed the requisite prestige to assume the role of the new cave master. I am not adept at management. My singular focus is on refining Gu. Li Yuan expressed his reluctance, feeling that such administrative duties would squander his time. After contemplation, he suggested, why not appoint my junior sister, Wang Zhaozhao, for the position? Me? Wang Zhaozhao exclaimed, startled at the notion of being cave master. Li Yuan chuckled softly, little Zhao, you lack experience. This is an opportunity that suits you perfectly. He leaned closer, whispering, there are certain matters that I can only entrust to you. Others are unfit for such responsibilities. Well, all right then. Encouraged by Li Yuan's words, Wang Zhaozhao felt a surge of enthusiasm, resolving to assist Brother Yuan in the future, and she inadvertently acquiesced. Very well, Qi Yan acknowledged. Recognizing that with Li Yuan standing, Wang Zhaozhao would indeed be capable of fulfilling the role. The second matter, he surveyed the remaining individuals, is unrelated to you all. You are free to depart. Soon, the crowd dispersed, leaving only a few behind atop the once crowded main peak. Apart from Qi Yan and Li Yuan, 3 others remained. Clad in white and bearing swords, their garments embroidered with intricate patterns depicting surging seas, exuding an air of distinction. Li Yuan had previously encountered a similar design on the dress of the sword fairy, revealing the identities of these 3 individuals. Li Yuan, allow me to introduce you. Qi Yan began. Qi Yan remarked, these 3 individuals hail from the renowned Lingxiao sword sect of the Central Plains. You must have heard of them. 1 peaks at the summit, 1 at the pinnacle, 2 supreme sects, and 3 mountains entering the world, severing the mundane. The Lingxiao sword sect is indeed one of those 2 supreme sections. They have come here to investigate the mysterious disappearance of the sword fairy's remains, a matter that your esteemed senior sister, Ning Hongyu, has surely discussed with you. The 3 individuals standing behind Qi Yan stepped forward and clasped their fists in greeting towards Li Yuan. They were Xianyuan Luan, Wu Qingying, and Zhou Wubing, the 131st generation disciples of the Lingxiao sword sect. The trio appeared youthful and spirited, embodying the talents and aspirations of their sect. Li Yuan returned the gesture and said, regarding the matter of the sword fairy, please feel free to inquire. I shall communicate all that I know without reservation. Chapter 92, The Sword Test. Li Yuan, there is no need for you to be overly anxious, Qi Yan reassured. We are not doubting you. Simply speak truthfully. Understood. Li Yuan nodded. Li Yuan, may I inquire if you have ever traversed an underground passage within the immortal Gu secret realm? Xianyuan Luan asked. No. Have you witnessed the collapse of the dream tree? No. Did you not observe the commotion at all? I was searching for treasures when I suddenly felt the ground shake violently. Upon looking up, I was startled to see the dream tree had vanished, Li Yuan replied, maintaining a serious demeanor, his face unflinching. Did you encounter Zhao Baidong and Suyu Lian from the 7th palace within the secret realm? Xianyuan Luan inquired further. I did, Li Yuan acknowledged. They had invited me to accompany them, but I deemed it too perilous to travel with strangers and declined. After posing several more questions, Xianyuan Luan ceased his inquiries. The 9 palaces Gu nest would not compel the disciples of the sect to ingest the truth Gu, a substance detrimental to one's psyche, merely to investigate an elusive truth. I have concluded my questions, Xianyuan once stated solemnly. Lastly, I kindly request your cooperation, brotherly, for a small experiment. Of course. Li Yuan felt a surge of apprehension. He wondered if the Lingxiao sword sect possessed something that could reveal his interaction with the sword fairy. As one of the dominant forces in the Central Plains, steeped in history, he was compelled to ponder further. Xianyuan retrieved a sword box from behind him. Open. The box revealed 7 swords, and he gestured towards a frosty blue blade. Please, brotherly, draw this sword. At first glance, the hilt of this sword bore a striking resemblance to the sword fairy's weapon. Could it possess a similar effect to the twin jade pendants? Or perhaps it was a mother-son sword. A hint of panic began to creep in. If it sensed his presence, the consequences could be dire. Please, brotherly. With no other choice, Li Yuan smiled faintly, activating the ability of the myriad forms forest Gu to isolate all traces of his aura. He gently grasped the hilt and yanked it out with a sudden motion. Buzz! The treasured sword emerged from its sheath, issuing a resonant hum. What a fine blade! Li Yuan praised. Yet, he soon sensed something amiss, as Xianyuan Luan, Wu Qingying, and Zhou Wubing stared at him in sheer disbelief. Had he truly been discovered? A rush of tension coursed through Li Yuan. It has been drawn. In an instant, Wu Qingying's mouth formed a Na shape as she exclaimed. He actually drew the falling snow sword. How is this possible? Zhou Wubing echoed her astonishment. A Gu master, capable of wielding the falling snow sword? Xian Yuan stood frozen, his expression one of utter confusion. Are you all right? For a fleeting moment, Li Yuan contemplated fleeing. Of course not. Wu Qingying replied. Brotherly, do you understand what it signifies to have drawn the falling snow sword? It signifies that the falling snow sword has been drawn? Li Yuan was perplexed. It means you are its destined master, the one most suited to wield it. Perhaps even if you were not a Gu master, you would still be a prodigy of the sword path, Wu Qingying declared with fervor. I still prefer the path of Gu. Li Yuan found nothing extraordinary about this. Xian Yuan took a deep breath and said, Brother Li Yuan, it seems you still do not quite comprehend our sentiments, nor do you grasp the profound strength of your swordsmanship talent. The Lingxiao sword sect has been inherited for over 3,000 years, and as of my generation, it has passed through 130 lineages. In such a lengthy history, the number of individuals capable of drawing the 7 divine swords from the sword box is exceedingly rare, totaling fewer than 300. Among the current younger generation, I am the sole one. Even so, when I drew one of the 7 divine swords, it was only after countless attempts. Is it truly that difficult? Li Yuan sensed something amiss. He could not believe his own swordsmanship talent could surpass that of a carefully selected prodigy from an ancient sword sect. There must be some unforeseen factor at play. That unforeseen factor is the sword fairy. Perhaps it is because the sword fairy is his fated Gu, a part of his very essence, that such an anomaly occurred. Ha. At that moment, Qi Yin burst into laughter, astonished to discover that Li Yuan was indeed a versatile genius. However, he had already embarked on the path of Gu, missing the optimal age for cultivating martial arts. You should abandon such thoughts. So, what do you say, young disciple Xin Yuan? Can we clear Li Yuan of suspicion? Indeed. Xian Yuan nodded. If Li Yuan had harbored any ill intentions towards the sword fairy, the falling snow sword would have reacted, emanating a murderous aura. Yet, not only did Li Yuan fail to provoke the sword's wrath, he instead managed to subdue it. This proves Li Yuan's absolute innocence. He could not possibly be the grave robber that warrants execution. That is a relief. Qi Yin was not surprised. How could a newly initiated disciple of the inner sect commit such earth-shattering deeds? It appears that the corpse of the sword fairy was indeed taken away by the 2 villains, Zhao Baidong and Su Yulian, in a most peculiar manner. As for Li Yuan, all disciples who entered the immortal Gu secret realm during those days had been investigated thoroughly, yet nothing was discovered. Damn it! Wu Qingying exclaimed indignantly. That is the ancestor of the sword fairy, the first genius of our Lingxiao sword sect aside from the founding master. An unparalleled prodigy who could draw the 7 divine swords. To have met such a tragic end 3,000 years later, defiled by villains. Do not let me find that scoundrel. Otherwise, I shall tear him to shreds and offer his remains as a tribute to the spirit of the sword fairy in the heavens. Wu Qingying's skin flushed with anger. She had grown up hearing tales of the sword fairy, venerating her as a deity, and was especially elated upon learning of the possibility of the sword fairy's revival. Staying awake for 3 days and nights in joy, to ultimately face such an outcome. How could her heart remain calm? Li Yuan trembled at her words. Thankfully, Xian Yuan did not require him to draw all 7 swords. With the influence of the sword fairy, he likely could have succeeded in drawing them all. That would have led to quite the spectacle. Let the villains face their own reckoning. Put the sword box away. Li Yuan returned the falling snow sword to its box and added, such evildoers will surely face the sword fairy's fierce retribution. As for the nature of that punishment, I cannot say. Sighing, Xian Yuan's expression grew despondent as he stored the sword box away. Having reached this point, there is no alternative. The matter concerning the sword fairy can only be pursued gradually. Qi Yin inquired, will the 3 young heroes return to the central plains? Or will they linger for a while in the southern wilderness? Let us remain in the southern wilderness, to slay demons and eradicate evil, Xian Yuan declared with unwavering resolve. I concur, Zhou Wubing affirmed. Wu Qingying remarked. I have heard that the senior disciple Su Xiaoyao from Mount Shu led his junior brothers and sisters down the mountain to vanquish demons at the very onset of the turmoil in the borderlands. How can my Lingxiao sword sect lag behind them? The 3 young heroes possess admirable spirit, Qi Yin chuckled while stroking his beard. I shall not allow myself to be outdone by you. It is time for action. Those fiends who dare to slay the next generation of my Jiogong Gu nest must face a retribution tenfold. Chapter 93. A loving family of Gu. After bidding farewell to Qi Yin, Li Yuan returned to the small bamboo grove. The three talented sword cultivators from the Lingxiao sword sect also intended to stay in the 12 caves for a few days to comprehend the situation regarding the demons and monsters, vowing to eradicate evil and establish their own merits. Since the Night Owl King devised a scheme that stirred chaos in the Central Plains, the valiant heroes of the region generously ventured to the borderlands, leading to the widespread notion that the Emperor is heartless, yet the martial world possesses righteousness. The phrase "the Emperor is heartless" seemed to echo Li Yuan's own sentiments. He chuckled at the self-derision. He harbored no noble intentions of gallantly facing death. Instead, he wished to preserve his own life. If he was strong, he would shatter the world. If weak, he would quietly cultivate his strength. Upon entering the secret realm, Li Yuan retrieved the newly acquired corpses of the Peacock Demonis and the Crimson Golden Leopard Demon. These two complete bodies of semi-saint demons were currently his most valuable possessions. Should he forge a corpse puppet or dissect them for goo cultivation? The previous battle had destroyed the corpse puppet of the Elephant Demon, injuring even Fifth Sister in the process, which significantly diminished Li Yuan's interest in crafting corpse puppets. This method ultimately only bullied the weak, relying on numbers against fewer opponents, and was ineffective in high-level combat unless one was crafting a life-bound corpse goo. The disparity between a life-bound corpse goo and a corpse puppet was immense. Akin to comparing a sword fairy to a horde of demon puppets, there was simply no comparison. After careful consideration, Li Yuan decided to use the physically superior Crimson Golden Leopard Demon to create a corpse puppet, appointing it as the new commander of his demon puppet army. The Peacock Demonis, on the other hand, would be disassembled into treasures more suitable for goo cultivation. The dissection of demon corpses was a task Li Yuan had grown quite adept at. With the assistance of Little Kai, the snake, they swiftly divided the Peacock Demonis into dozens of pieces. The recovered Fifth Sister began to craft the corpse puppet of the Crimson Golden Leopard Demon. 7 colored peacock feathers, the most precious feathers of the Peacock Demon clan, capable of emitting divine light that reduces the defensive properties of living beings, unusable by outsiders. Variant colorful eyes, rare abnormal eyes that only a select few of the Peacock Demon clan can produce, possessing the ability to condense celestial feather garments. Peacock Stone. Li Yuan concentrated his thoughts, discerning the functions and characteristics of all the materials, categorizing them into 2 distinct groups. One group would be employed for a gamble, to synthesize rare and variant goo, while the other, with compatible traits, would be used to cultivate precursor rare goo akin to dream silkworms. Selected original materials: 5 turn profound goo. Yuk 3, add peacock blood. Add demon red feathers, currently synthesizing, you have obtained 6 turn profound goo. 3 color